Atop Moji Mountain, the chilling winds howled. The spectral banners, compelled by a dire command, drifted and morphed into myriad terrifying forms, lunging towards a group of Taoist practitioners. Lu Yu perceived a flicker of sorrow and rage on the visages of several large specters. She found herself at a loss, unsure whether to sigh or lament. As the sole being within the ancient artifact, the ghostly banner, who had yet to attain the golden core stage while still retaining a semblance of consciousness, she felt a peculiar sense of isolation. Amidst the multitude of larger souls, Lu Yu's diminutive spirit surged forth recklessly, her claws bared in defiance. She had endured the torment of the ghostly flames from dawn till dusk, and now, as a specter herself, she found even the notion of seeking her own demise beyond her reach. Witnessing her companions fall one after another, frozen into solid blocks by the elegant female cultivator with a mere gesture, Lu Yu felt a chilling yet relieving sense of liberation as they shattered into icy fragments upon impact with the ground. Indeed, only a being of such formidable power could truly sever the connection between her and the loathsome ghostly banner. With a hint of a smile, Lu Yu's small spirit approached the female cultivator, and just as a wave of familiarity washed over her, she too was encased in ice. As she observed her fellow companions reduced to mere shards, she noted that the female cultivator had yet to touch her, steadfastly guarding her in close proximity. Hiss! It is so cold. For a specter like her, aside from the torment of ghostly flames, nothing was more fearsome than the biting cold beyond a certain threshold. Her ghostly form would perish. Lu gazed upward at the female cultivator, gradually grasping the reason for her overwhelming familiarity. How amusing! This individual was none other than her twin sister, whom she had longed to recognize but had never found the opportunity to call out to. For the past several years, she had occasionally felt someone calling her from afar. It turned out that her advancement to the mid-stage of a nascent soul had indeed summoned her aid. After more than 3 centuries, witnessing her effortlessly contend against Ding Qishan in a battle of spells, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Alas, having become a ghostly banner, she found herself devoid of tears. Ding Qishan, to pursue this ghostly banner, you have forsaken the righteous path and descended into darkness. How dare you annihilate 2 cities of my sect? Do you truly believe we are as malleable as clay? Bah! Upon witnessing the destruction of his most coveted treasure, the ghostly banner, by these 24 individuals, Ding Qishan, realizing his demise was imminent, was consumed by a surge of malevolence. Old Taoist, you speak as though I annihilated 2 cities. It is evident you devised a scheme, luring me here under false pretenses. Do you truly believe you are deserving of being called righteous cultivators? With the shattering of the ghostly banner, the sinister energy dissipated. Atop Moji Mountain, under the ominous glow of the crimson moon, Lu Yu surveyed the scene and perceived that each individual appeared stained with countless bloodstains, a sight that filled her with dread. You fiend! What heinous acts will you not commit to upgrade this ghostly banner? Old Taoist, you seethed with rage over the lives of the 100,000 souls lost in those 2 cities. Ha! I told you. How could it proceed so smoothly? Ding Qishan's disheveled hair only accentuated the horror of his laughter. As for your so-called righteousness, you have used those 2 cities' inhabitants as cannon fodder to ensnare me. Are you not fearful that countless vengeful spirits will report you to the King of Hell in the future? After I am gone, you shall follow me into darkness. Ba, an elderly monk proclaimed, stepping forward. Old Na has recited the Sutra of Birth and Death for 14 days for them. They sacrificed their small selves for the greater good. They aided us in capturing you, this demon, to spare the sentient beings of the world from suffering, allowing them to ascend to the pure land. Suddenly, over 100 monks appeared around them, sitting together to chant scriptures. The elder monk waved his sleeves, and the newly fragmented souls, previously shattered, began to coalesce and reform. Amipa, go forth and be reborn. Ding Qishan was taken aback. These individuals were indeed relentless in their pursuit of him. This object is an ancient spiritual treasure. Is it wrong for me to upgrade it? Ding Qishan lamented, clutching the ghostly banner that was now reduced to a mere pole, tears welling in his eyes. If only I could acquire 500,000 more souls, it would undoubtedly be a true spiritual treasure. A spiritual treasure. Do you understand? With it, I could ascend to the spiritual realm. Ascend. Do you comprehend? Regardless of its merit, a spiritual treasure is still a demonic object. Are you certain it is the spiritual realm you seek, not the domain of demons? Brother Ding, reflect on how many lives have perished because of your obsession with this artifact. Our master, who had decades left to live, was driven to a state of such fury that he bled and departed early. Even now, do you remain oblivious to your folly? The leader of Dongting's sect, Ming Shi, expressed his deep remorse. In the past, we stood together against the demonic sect in the land of Splashwater. At that time, you were brimming with vigor. Yet, because of this dilapidated, ghostly banner, you have rendered yourself neither human nor ghost. To what extent must you go astray? Is it a mistake? Did he err? Ding Qishan certainly does not believe he has committed any wrongdoing. After all, at this point, they would never allow him to live. Some matters, if left unresolved, leave one restless in death. I possess a myriad of masks and can transform my martial arts techniques, rendering me unrecognizable. How then did you manage to pinpoint my location? Step by step, you orchestrated this trap to bring me here. The onlookers turned their gazes toward the female cultivator. Lingze, is it you? You have feelings for me, don't you? Ding Qishan's expression shifted to one of ecstatic realization before quickly fading. I knew you were fond of me. Lingze felt a wave of revulsion. You are mistaken. I have never harbored any affection for you. From beginning to end, my heart has remained loyal to the Tao. Ding Qishan's face twisted with rage. Then how did you manage to locate me? A drop of blood was summoned from her brow and pressed onto Lu Yu. After years of aimlessly drifting, Lu Yu finally sensed a weight upon her, a feeling she had long been deprived of. Sister? Mother? Lu Yu felt a pang of discomfort. She had two mothers, and Lingze must be referring to the one they shared. Mother is aware that you have been left in the National Master's residence, and she is heartbroken. She passed away within 6 months, so that mother had also departed this world long ago. Lu Yu felt a profound sense of despair. It was clear that Lingze had exploited her connection with her twin to track down Ding Qishan. Did you avenge me? Lingze was taken aback, rendered speechless before the young Lu Yu, who was still only 13. Huh, that person is my father? Where is he? Even though Lu Yu is merely a spectral being, her unwavering obsession with the Gu family over the centuries compels her to seek every morsel of information about them whenever she regains consciousness, piecing together fragments from the scattered whispers of others. Moreover, as the Banner Master entwined in a tumultuous relationship with Lingze, she has been privy to much. I know you helped him procure the foundation-building elixir, allowing him to pass away peacefully. You truly are a devoted daughter and a wonderful sister. Having benefited from Lingze's favor, Lu Yu couldn't help but smirk. The warmth of the Buddha's light coursed through her body, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, even as the dark passage was intermittently swept by chilling winds, accompanied by the mournful cries of spirits, seemingly endless. As Lu Yu was about to step forward, an overwhelming dread suddenly surged from behind her. This sensation, one she had encountered several times during her time as a spectral being, was reminiscent of either a golden core's self-detonation or a nascent soul's explosion. Among the 20 or so formidable beings present, only Ding Qishan had the potential for a nascent soul explosion. With no time to ponder further, Lu Yu dashed forward with unprecedented speed, yearning to distance herself from the impending threat. Ha ha! The ghostly banner is mine. Even in death, it belongs to me. The passage behind her crumbled into fragments, rapidly closing in on her. In her frantic flight, Lu Yu found herself wishing for her former ethereal form as a spectral being, for then she might be able to flee more swiftly. Unexpectedly, due to the collapse of the passage, moonlight previously deemed impossible began to filter in. Yet, its blood-red hue was undeniably ominous. In her panic, she plunged headlong into a void that had not existed before. Chapter 2. Yue, my dear, are you feeling any better today? Here, I have brought you some chicken congee. Have a bit before you sleep. Fong Ernyang swiftly prepared the congee and gently helped Lu Yu sit up, ensuring she was comfortably propped. She lifted the blanket slightly, and, to her relief, noticed that there was no longer any blood seeping from her legs. Dr. Lu had assured her that there was no damage to the tendons or bones. As long as the bleeding ceased, in a few days, the flesh would heal, and all would be well. You must not move around too much while you are home alone. If you happen to bump into something and start bleeding again, the flesh may not mend properly, and that would be quite troublesome. Lu Yu gazed at the bandaging encircling her left calf, her mind in disarray. Noticing Lu Yu's silence and her dazed expression, Fong Ernyang felt a pang of sorrow. Do not worry, I have already spoken with Madame Wu. She has also contacted Commander Zhuo on our behalf. So you will no longer need to accompany the 13th young master. Seeing her daughter's contemplative demeanor, Fang Ernyang's heart ached. Now, dear Yue, let me feed you. Mother, I can do it myself. You should eat some too. Lu Yu replied as she took the bowl of congee and poured 2 generous spoonfuls into her mouth. Fong Ernyang watched with delight as Lu Yu savored the meal. After feeling so sluggish for the past 2 days, it was truly wonderful to see her eat like this. Take your time, there is plenty more. Fang Ernyang also prepared a bowl for herself. This evening, the 15th young master had requested chicken congee, but he had been punished by the national master and confined to the ancestral hall. It was needless to say that the kitchen staff had collectively benefited from the situation. After her own injury, she had endured considerable discomfort, having trained in lightness skill for 4 years. She had failed to evade even the water arrow technique recently learned by the 13th young master, truly a source of frustration. In a state of self-abandonment, what should have taken at most half a month to heal turned into a prolonged ordeal of 2 months, with the injury repeatedly reopening. Upon venturing outside again, I was mockingly dubbed the useless 6-fingered one. The pain surged once more in the wound on my leg, prompting Lu Yu to furrow her brow and set down her empty bowl of porridge. Mother, in just 6 days, will it not be the Emperor's 50th birthday? Sighing, she observed, Miss Lingze has only been at Lingze sect for a year, yet Lady Wu has become considerably more tranquil. Fong Ernyang did not release her grip on Lu Yu's foot, continuing to gently massage it while keeping her gaze lowered. Yue, once you have fully recovered, make sure to visit Lady Wu more often. She has been speaking of you today, and this batch of medicinal ointment was brought specifically by her. Otherwise, with such a large wound, who knows how much blood would have been lost. Throughout her life, Lu Yu had heard her mother recount numerous instances of Lady Wu's kindness towards her. Born with 6 fingers, she often faced ridicule. Yet Lady Wu never looked down upon her and frequently bestowed small gifts. Lowering her eyelids, Lu Yu reflected on her past life when her mother had yet to formally acknowledge her, particularly after Miss Lingze had departed for the Lingze sect. Countless times, her mother had expressed the desire to adopt her as a goddaughter. Ah, what a goddaughter indeed. Mother, must we continue this way? What? Fong Ernyang finally lifted her head. Previously, whenever Lu Yu mentioned visiting Lady Wu, she would be filled with joy. Today, however, her silence suggested resentment towards Lady Wu for not avenging her. Mother, in order to shield Lady Wu from blame, Fong Ernyang had taken the entire burden upon herself, claiming that she had given birth to a stillborn child at the same time as Lady Wu. To preserve a fragment of her husband's legacy, Lu Sheng's, she had resorted to a deceitful exchange. What is the truth? The 6th finger involuntarily twitched, as her biological mother yearned to maintain an image of perfection before her stepfather. The mere thought that her adoptive mother could be driven to the brink of death by such a mother was unbearable for Lu Yu. Mother, when father departed, didn't the national master's residence provide a settlement? Along with what you have saved over the years, let us leave together. We could find a picturesque place, purchase 100 acres of land, build a couple of houses, and become modest landowners. Fong Ernyang was taken aback and stepped forward to gently embrace her. Where? Has the young master from the 13th family mocked you again? The warmth of the embrace caused Lu Yu to respond with a voice thick with emotion. If we do not leave soon, not only will you perish, but I too shall meet my end. Mother sacrificed herself for her biological mother. while I am merely a pawn cast aside by my stepfather, a mere distraction for his family. Mother, let us flee. They constantly ridicule me. It was clear that the 13th young master had eyes for Zhang Yin that day, yet they thrust me forward. Liu understood how deeply Feng Ernyang cared for her. Only by portraying her situation as dire enough to warrant her departure from the lady she had served since childhood could she hope to escape. Mother, I trained in martial arts alongside them, yet none of them are like me. The young masters and young ladies often trouble me because I once served as Miss Lingze's maid for a few days. In the past, I dared not reveal this to you. The words she wished to express were left unspoken, leaving Feng Ernyang's imagination to run wild. From the moment she was born with an extra finger, she had never been cherished by her biological mother, within the residence of the national master. Even with the diligent care of the fifth madam, who looked after her daily, both overtly and covertly, she endured considerable disdain and mistreatment from others. Very well, mother. Let us take my dear wearer and depart. We shall seek a place with unpretentious customs to settle as landlords, and I shall acquire servants for wear, she declared. Chapter 3. The fifth madam, since you aspire to be a landlord, your meager savings will certainly prove insufficient. With a wave, Mei Ruoxian dismissed everyone present and rose to retrieve a 2-foot-long purple sandalwood box from a corner of her wardrobe. The contents of this box were remnants of rewards bestowed over the years by the estate and the imperial palace. The national master's residence did not indulge in golden ornaments, and thus, they lay here, gathering dust. Inside, alongside various gold adornments, lay a dozen gold leaves. Feng Ernyang held the weighty box, understanding that refusal was not an option. She bowed deeply, promising, once Yuera recovers, I shall bring her to pay respects to you. Mei Ruoxian sighed and called out to Feng Ernyang by her nickname. Error, do you also harbor grievances against me? When Lingze was 5 years old, the national master's residence had presented the spirit testing stone to evaluate spiritual roots, and Yuera had secretly undergone the test, revealing a tricolored root. I would not dare. The maidservant replied, though Mei Ruoxian countered, there is no question of daring or not. I wear a bitter smile, struggling for existence in this national master's residence. A slight misstep could lead to a fate like that of the 9th and 10th madams from 2 years past, an irretrievable downfall. Although Lingze possesses admirable spiritual roots, you have witnessed how my standing has plummeted since she entered the Lingze sect. The once bi-monthly servings of spirit grain porridge have dwindled to once a month. Has it truly diminished? Feng Ernyang mused, recalling the 2 sets of jade ornaments that had just been delivered, unable to lift her gaze. The young lady, possessing 3 spiritual roots, was bestowed by the Grand Master upon another as a furnace vessel. Upon her demise, she was reduced to little more than skin and bones, resembling an elderly woman of 60. Meanwhile, the second and third young ladies, devoid of spiritual roots, were still able to assume the status of legitimate wives. At this juncture, Mei Ruoxian's words dripped with sarcasm. The 5th and 6th young ladies, one with 5 spiritual roots and the other with 4, had also been given away by the Grand Master. As for Lingze, having me as a burden suffices, with you by Yuera's side. I find solace in her safety. Master, Feng Ernyang choked, recalling that had it not been for the benevolent master who took her in, she would have perished from starvation long ago. Feng Ernyang's face turned ashen. You have heard, too, I presume? 2 months prior, news reached the Grand Master's residence that the 5th young master met the same fate as the 2nd, perishing near Lingbao Mountain outside Lingze sect. Mei Ruoxian's voice quivered with trepidation. I am frightened. I must worry for Lingze while also being concerned for Yuer. The Grand Master, akin to a swine, has spawned an excess of offspring, each assigned their own rank. Which of them has he ever truly cared for? I vow to take good care of Miss Yuer. I believe in you. Mei Ruoxian nodded. As for the rest, I shan't squander it. It only invites disaster. This gold is compact, wherever it is concealed. It will suffice for your lifetimes. Arya, I desire nothing but for Yuer to lead a life of peace, find a virtuous partner, bear a few children, and live as an ordinary citizen. Indeed, I will ensure Yuo attain such a life. Once her leg is healed, I shall bring her here so that we may converse at length. She pulled down the pouch from her waist, emptied it to reveal 5 golden beans and 7 silver coins. With a sigh, she lamented the missed opportunity. Had she not been injured and accompanied Gu Lingze out of the palace, she could have earned a bit more from the rewards of the princes and princesses. It was truly unfortunate. The world of cultivation was fraught with danger, and after spending so many years as a mere specter, Liu had gained a profound understanding of this reality. With a 3 spirit root aptitude, she would only achieve the 2nd level of Qi refinement 2 years later. just before her demise. Her daily existence revolved around meditation, and she could do little else, which was far less gratifying than her martial arts training, where she could visibly witness her progress. Because of this, she was genuinely considering taking her adoptive mother, Fong Earnyang, to find a suitable place to live freely for the rest of their lives. Upon calculating all her possessions, she found that they amounted to less than 550 taels. Had it not been for her father, Lu Sheng, sacrificing himself for the national master's residence, which exempted her and her mother from their servitude, they would have been left with even less. Today, she had inquired with Aunt Lu next door, learning that high-quality farmland typically cost around 10 taels of silver per mu, while medium-quality land was priced at 7. Additionally, they would need to construct a modest courtyard comparable to those in their vicinity, which would require another 50 to 80 taels. Lu Yu sat down and rummaged through all her household items once more. She realized that with her current resources, aspiring to live a leisurely life as a small landowner, where everything was provided for her, was rather unrealistic. She could only be considered a wealthy farmer, and would still need to toil for everything. In her previous life, she was often ridiculed by the Gu family siblings as a waste, and in a fit of rage one day, she had run to the mountain to vent her frustration, ultimately falling into a crevice where she recalled finding 7 ginseng plants. Among them, 2 were over 500 years old, while the other 5 had also surpassed 200 years. Grinding her teeth, she thought that Gu Lingzhao was only 10 years old now. If only she could ensnare him and seize some treasures. With a sigh, Lu Yu acknowledged that such thoughts were merely fanciful musings. In the Gu family, the young masters and mistresses endowed with spiritual roots are each accompanied by 8 servants skilled in martial arts. Take Gu Lingzhao, for instance, with a mere water arrow technique. She could easily evade any danger. My benefactor once remarked that although Gu Lingzhao's triple spiritual roots may not be particularly remarkable, her innate talent is indeed commendable, allowing her to master any spell with remarkable speed. Daunted by the prospect of perilous ventures, Lu Yu resolved to procure the 7 ginsengs that rightfully belonged to her. This endeavor would not only provide her with a monetary gain, but also ensure her benefactor remained comfortably at the 7th level of qi refinement. Quite satisfactory, indeed, exceptionally so. It is worth noting that the Sui Shui kingdom, situated precariously between the 2 factions of the demonic path, is not an ideal locale. Should the opportunity arise, it would be prudent for her to accompany her mother to the Qin kingdom. Oh, foolish girl, chuckled second Aunt Fong, affectionately ruffling her hair. The Qinling Mountains are rugged and the fertile lands have long been claimed by wealthy landowners. There is little chance for you there. Instead, let us settle in the neighboring Lingze County, where the mountains are close and water is abundant. We can establish 2 small estates and live a good life. Chapter 4. A different path. Everything at home that could be sold was sold, while the unsellable was given away by Aunt Fong's family. Lu Yu was tasked with bidding farewell to Madame Wu, her own mother. Kneeling, she swiftly prostrated herself 3 times before Mei Ruoxian, who had yet to comprehend the situation. In her heart, Lu Yu reasoned that this was a way to repay her for giving her life, after which they would have no further ties. You are too earnest, my child. Your forehead is nearly bruised, remarked Madame Wu as she helped her up, tenderly wiping her with a handkerchief while the others in Ting Shui pavilion discreetly withdrew. My mother insists that I pay my respects to Madame Wu with a few more bows. Lu Yu endeavored to maintain her composure, for the mother before her had only lived 6 months longer than she had inferred from Gu Lingze's words. Madame Wu, please take good care of yourself, for it is only then that Miss Lingze can devote herself to her cultivation. Speaking of Gu Lingze, a tender warmth graces Mei Ruoxian's countenance. Lingze has embarked on her journey of asceticism, and as you share the same birth date, I have always regarded you as my other child. You must also take good care of yourself while you are with second Madame Fong. Naturally, she must look after herself. Having not lived to see her 15th year in her past life, she is determined to strive towards reaching her 100th birthday in this one. Madame Wu, please rest assured, I shall honor and cherish my mother without fail. A twinge of sadness pierced through Mei Ruoxian as she reflected that the one truly deserving of her filial piety was herself. Come, I know you will depart early tomorrow morning. I prepared the ingredients yesterday and have specially cooked your favorite lotus seed cake and beggar's chicken. The weather is favorable now and will remain so for 7 or 8 days, allowing you to savor them. A large bag of lotus seed cake and 4 beggar's chickens wrapped in lotus leaves. How can she possibly carry all this? Lu Yu found herself in a quandary and hastily grabbed 2 pieces of cake. Over the years, We have accounted for many fine garments and bedding awarded to us by the estate. A single carriage is already filled to the brim, and if we add any more, my mother and I shall have nowhere to stay." Observing Lu Yu's regretful gaze fixed upon the lotus seed cakes, Mei Ruoxian could not help but chuckle. She turned and glanced outside the door. The Tingshui pavilion was surrounded by water, and not a single servant remained in the entire building. After securely closing the door, she approached the bed and pressed a certain spot, revealing a hidden compartment. Upon seeing the item she retrieved, Liu was rendered utterly speechless. "Many years ago, I bore a pair of twins." Mei Ruoxian's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, lamenting the misfortune of that child. "For all these years, I have cherished you as if you were my own. As you prepare to depart, a sense of uncertainty lingers in the air. Perhaps a notion that you may never cross paths again in this lifetime." Mei Ruoxian gently places the object into her palm, her fingers caressing it tenderly. "You have encountered this treasure pouch on several commanders, have you not? It is a creation of the celestial beings, designed specifically for us mere mortals. Though it is modest in size, merely the dimensions of a small tabletop, it possesses the capacity to hold numerous essential items. When venturing beyond the familiar, one must remain vigilant. With this, I can find solace. You may feel at ease, yet I cannot share that sentiment." Liyu's eyes glisten with unshed tears, for she knows the hardships endured by this mortal woman before Lingze discovered her spiritual root at the tender age of 5. Her indifferent father was solely focused on sowing his seeds, callous and unfeeling to the point of cruelty. During those years, it was her mother with whom she shared a bond of mutual reliance. "The treasure is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Liu struggles against the allure, recognizing that should the esteemed national master wish to inspect it one day, it would be unacceptable if it were unaccounted for. Despite her previous life experience, she merely learned how to utilize such a possession. Her indifferent father had stated that she must attain the 3rd level of qi refining before receiving any reward. Rest assured, both children possess commendable natures. Mei Ruoxian reassures her, "It is not a gift from the master, but rather something Lingze left for me." Pressing it to her forehead, she establishes a mental connection, envisioning the space within, the size of a tabletop. When you see it, simply place your belongings inside. Observing her instruct Lu Yu on how to store items evokes a pang of pain in her heart. If she was treated with such kindness, why was she left alone in the national master's residence in her previous life? Why did that indifferent father take away the entire Gu family, leaving her behind? Why? Simply because of her 6 fingers. Were she and Gu Lingze cast into completely different realms? Liu longed to unleash a cry of inquiry, yet remained silent. She feigned the demeanor she had just shared, having faced failure twice before she could conceal her true feelings. It is said that the Qinling region becomes exceedingly frigid during winter. Thus, I have thoughtfully prepared for you a wool-free cloak and a vest. When the cold sets in, the cloak may prove cumbersome, but wearing the vest beneath it will suffice. In a household devoid of a man, relying solely on 2 delicate women, taking precautions is certainly not excessive. Mei Ruoxian was filled with reluctance and unease. She possessed many grand sweaters, yet regrettably, none suitable for a small landowner's home. Gently stroking Liu's head, she remarked that such precious items are rare, and the more individuals who are aware of them, the greater the peril. As for your mother, it would be prudent not to disclose this matter. Your well-being is her utmost joy. Liu felt a slight constriction in her breath in response to her mother's concern. To claim she bore no resentment would be a falsehood. Yet, what could hatred accomplish? Without her, life with her mother would undoubtedly be far more arduous. "You have given me these items. What shall you do?" "Do not worry." Mei Ruoxian reassured her. "Let me share a secret with you. Lingze actually left me 2 as well." Liu's recently softened heart was abruptly extinguished by this revelation. "In that case, I shall not refuse." Observing the little girl's conflicted expression, Mei Ruoxian surmised she was simply loath to part ways. She embraced her gently and suggested, "If not, why not spend the night with me at Tingyan Pavilion?" "Absolutely not," Liu protested, struggling slightly. "I still have several companions outside the manor whom I have yet to bid farewell. I have already informed my mother. We shall meet at the city gate early tomorrow morning." The entire Mei family business thrives solely because of her presence in the kingdom of splashing water. As long as she remains alive and as long as Lingze is well, she will forever be the unwavering support for this girl. Lu Yu feels that she may have never truly understood her biological mother. In her past life, when she needed her, her mother was exceedingly miserly. Despite possessing 2 precious treasure pouches and knowing her desires, she never bestowed them upon her, constantly insisting that she learn from Lingze. What could she possibly learn from that young lady? Moreover, due to Lingze, she faced countless challenges from her father's other children, both overtly and covertly. Far too many to count. Even the 100 pounds of spirit rice awarded by the Gu family from the cultivation realm, which she had just begun to claim, barely grazed her fingers. The morsels she managed to consume didn't even amount to 3 bowls. With both her father and this biological mother subtly suggesting that she should show filial piety. In this lifetime, she vowed never to tread the same path as before. Yet, the maternal affection she had once longed for now descended upon her with overwhelming intensity. What on earth is this all about? Once we are settled, I shall write to the lady. Lu Yu made a promise that was utterly implausible. No matter what turmoil she encounters, it is no longer her concern. She has a mother to depend on, and this lady possesses a beloved daughter, a treasure that surpasses all aspirations. Observing her anxious gaze towards the outside, Mei Ruoxian sighed inwardly. Since you are busy, then go ahead. Yes, take care, madam. In gratitude for what she had been given, Liu prostrated herself thrice in quick succession before swiftly departing from Tingshui Pavilion. Chapter 5. Yiqinyang Sasha Mountain serves as the royal hunting ground. A place where common folk, fearing the royal authority, dare not tread. Just days after the emperor's grand 50th birthday celebration, the atmosphere was unusually relaxed, as no dignitaries were expected to arrive. Seizing the moment while the 2 guards engaged in idle chatter, Lu Yu stealthily maneuvered her petite frame up a narrow path. This route was specifically designated for certain noble offspring, and there were a couple of such paths on the mountain, which were essential knowledge for her as a servant, ensuring she could swiftly assist her master in times of peril. Upon reaching the edge of a crevice, Lu Yu felt a wave of relief. The mountain was periodically patrolled by soldiers hunting ferocious beasts, and the creatures within were primarily domesticated. The breathtaking view from the precipice distracted onlookers from the small fissure merely a few thousand meters away. The narrow gap, barely half a meter wide, was enveloped in thick vines, effectively concealing the expansive base of the cliff. Having learned from past experiences, Lu Yu was determined not to repeat her previous blunder of panicking and tumbling down. Gently grasping the longer vines at the edge of the crevice, she let them slip through her fingers one by one, descending 1 to 2 meters with each release. On her 6th attempt, her feet finally found solid ground. The ginseng plants thrived in their secluded spot, prompting Lu Yu to give herself a triumphant snap of her fingers. She then retrieved the 7 elongated wooden boxes she had purchased from the apothecary, carefully arranging them in preparation for the precious herbs. Suddenly, an icy voice echoed from above, accompanied by mocking laughter, startling Lu Yu and causing her to inadvertently sever the last 200-year-old ginseng root. We offered you the opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Humph. What does it matter if they are immortals? Are you still lying here like a lifeless dog? Several distinct voices drifted with the wind, and Lu Yu, feeling disheartened, gently tugged at the remaining half of the ginseng. All of this is money. 3rd brother, 8th brother, 11th brother, 14th brother, you cannot treat me this way. I merely gave 4th brother 3 peiyuan pills, 1 for father, 1 for mother, and 1 for himself. I still have some left. I will give it all to you, just let me go. The brothers on the cliff exchanged glances, and the 3rd prince stepped forward, his tone grave. Very well. Considering our shared lineage, if you present all the pills from your storage bag, I shall believe you. The spiritual power within him was rendered entirely useless due to the dispersal, and he could only use his divine sense to hastily empty the contents of his storage bag. Is this the peiyuan pill that can extend one's lifespan by 2 years? The 8th brother opened a jade vial, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the remaining 2 vials, eliciting chuckles from his brothers. With the items now in hand, the 3rd prince no longer held back, looking down from his lofty position at the man who had already lost a leg. Little 16, it is not that your elder brothers wish to abandon you. Rather, it is you who cannot let yourself go. Look at yourself. You are an immortal. After a few more years of cultivation, I fear that even with all our brothers and loyal retainers combined, we would not stand a chance against you. Tell me, if you were in our position, would you trust us to let you go? Yiqinyang. To witness a cultivator so humbly bowing down, Lu Yu, hidden within the crevices, inexplicably felt a flicker of sympathy. In his previous life, the desire to survive before death had similarly consumed him entirely. In her desperate struggle for survival, she even contemplated turning to the dark arts, yet lamentably, no one deemed her, merely a mere novice at the second level of chi refinement, worthy of their attention. As she reminisced about the past, Liu suddenly covered her mouth, recalling the events unfolding above her that would later stir a considerable uproar. Alas, what a convenient excuse. Surely, you met with an unfortunate accident. As for the nature of that accident, we remain oblivious. The third prince gestured towards the distant thicket, remarking, however, by the time my brothers and I assist our father in locating you, you will have been devoured almost entirely by a ferocious tiger. For this reason, his brothers dared not touch even his storage bag. Third brother, the time has come. Ninth brother should have released the tiger by now. Yushirsi felt a surge of anxiety. This matter had required the cooperation of all, without the involvement of even a single servant, for fear of leaks. Accompanying his words was the distant roar of a tiger, reverberating through the mountains and causing countless creatures to flee in terror. Let us depart. The third prince and his companions hastened their steps, and just as Liu intended to slip away, a pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. And she instantly understood. Before their departure, those men must have injured some creature, intending to lure the tiger with the overwhelming stench of blood. The scent grew increasingly potent, and Ding Qinyang struggled to suppress his gag reflex. He could hardly fathom that his royal brothers had conspired to lace his wine with a tranquilizing agent, hoping that he might expel it in time to harness enough spiritual energy to ascend into the trees before the tiger arrived. The thunderous roar of the tiger echoed ominously, drawing ever closer. As Lu Yu was about to ascend, her petite figure halted. The youth before her seemed to have met his demise on this very day in a past life. With his death, and the emperor's wrath leading to a massacre, the high-ranking members of the Lingze sect unequivocally abandoned the kingdom of Shanshui, marking a significant turning point. The conflict between the two factions of the demonic path had roots in the ancestral lineage of the Yi royal family from Shanshui, whose forebear was once an esteemed elder of the Lingze sect, having rendered great service and providing protection to his descendants, allowing them to rule a nation. However, the Yi family had declined over generations, resulting in 6 consecutive generations devoid of spiritual roots. Thus, the current leaders of the Lingze sect held little regard for them. When Yi Qinyang was discovered to possess dual spiritual roots, the entire nation rejoiced, and he was personally taken as a disciple by the sect's grand elder. Given his association with Gu Lingze, it was anticipated that the Lingze sect would not remain aloof regarding matters in Shanshui. Yet, tragically, Yi Qinyang met an untimely end at the hands of an ordinary beast, the king of tigers, before he could truly flourish. Upon hearing approaching footsteps, Yi Qinyang looked up with hope, believing that perhaps one of his brothers had finally experienced a pang of conscience. Save me. Driven by an instinct for survival, he clawed at his throat, tears streaming down his face in his desperate state. When he finally discerned the still-developing form of Lu Yu, he glanced toward the impending danger of the tiger and shut his eyes tightly, urging her to flee, for the tiger was indeed drawing near. Not far off, a spotted deer and a rabbit writhed in agony, their hind legs broken, their bodies splattered with the blood of other creatures. Lu Yu smirked slightly, recognizing the earnest efforts of the princes. Run. The tiger is truly coming. It was evident that Yi Qinyang was genuinely reluctant to involve her in his plight. Yet Lu Yu, without uttering a word, grasped his hands and dragged him toward the crevice. Utterly useless, we cannot outrun a tiger. Had the newcomer been a seasoned hunter, Yi Qinyang would not have relinquished his will to survive. However, this young girl, utterly incapable of leading him to safety before the tiger's arrival, rendered his fate inevitable. In that case, it would be better to perish alongside her. Chapter 6. A Bargain with Fate Roar. Upon finally catching sight of the adult male tiger, Yi Qinyang felt a surge of urgency. Do not concern yourself with me. The tiger is approaching. They had already been cornered at the edge of a crevice. Lu Yu, glancing at the oncoming beast, urged, Hold on tight to me. I shall take you down. Yi Qinyang, paralyzed and unable to move his legs, clung desperately to her waist. As Lu Yu grasped a vine and leapt downward with composure, the weight of both their bodies caused a sharp pain to shoot through his hands each time he tightened his grip. Roar! The tiger reached the brink of the crevice, and both individuals looked up in unison. In that moment of mutual gaze, the tiger let out a low growl, calculating the likelihood of its descent before decisively retreating. There were still 2 prey available nearby. Why seek sustenance elsewhere? With the tiger's departure, Yi Qinyang finally exhaled, relieved. To perish at the hands of a creature that barely qualified as a first-tier demonic beast would surely bring eternal disgrace from his master. Thank you. After surveying the bottom of the cliff, Yi Qinyang turned his gaze to the youthful girl before him, still bearing traces of innocence. If he survived this day, he vowed to repay her kindness generously in the future. Lu Yu bit her lower lip, grimacing as she extricated a foreign object that had become enmeshed with her bloodied palm. As she blurred the flesh of her palm, Yi Qinyang finally felt the pain in his legs. Fortunately, the items in the storage bag remained untouched by those pretending to be helpful. The small jade box appeared to possess considerable value. Lu Yu took it, seemingly oblivious to his scrutiny of her sixth finger, and meticulously wrapped her hands. Did you hear everything earlier? The sound of a tiger gnawing on flesh drifted through the wind, echoing ominously at the base of the cliff. Yi Qinyang's handsome face flushed slightly. The entwined vines were undeniably fresh. My lady is also from Lingze sect. Are you from the National Master's residence? As a disciple of a Yuanying true person, Yi Qinyang wondered how he possessed merely 3 vials of elixirs. After consuming 2 bone-setting pills, he calculated that among his fellow disciples, only Gu Lingze was most likely. Though the memories of that time had grown hazy, they instilled in her an instinctive closeness to Gu Lingze, a connection that she believed transcended mere blood relations. After arriving at the National Master's residence, due to her 6th finger and the fluctuating warmth of her biological mother, it was Gu Lingze who had been shielding her all along. Whatever you desire, I shall assist you. I am here because Miss Lingze and you share a connection. At this moment, dusk had slowly descended. Lu Yu, standing beside the mountain wind, shook her head, listening for the departing footsteps of the tiger, waiting until it had ventured far away. They likely would not return today. In one night, can you escape? Enough. In 6 hours, the dispelling powder I ingested will lose its efficacy. They had wasted considerable time to avoid others, and approximately 3 hours had already passed. In order to preserve his dignity and honor the bond of former master and servant, this young girl surprisingly chose to relinquish the benefits of saving him, demonstrating a profound understanding and commendable integrity, a true reflection of her association with Gu Lingze. Yi Qinyang was thoroughly pleased. He produced a small jade vial containing 3 essence cultivation pills, capable of solidifying one's essence. Even a mere mortal, upon consumption, could expect to extend their lifespan by 2 years, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Noticing her hesitation to accept, Yi Qinyang chuckled softly, adding, in addition, I shall also remember the kindness of Gu Lingze. He and Gu Lingze were fellow disciples under the same master, both adept in the realm of nascent soul, hailing from the same origins, and thus shared a commendable bond. Lu Yu accepted the jade vial and tucked it into her pouch, expressing her gratitude. Yi Qinyang then removed the royal robe, meticulously knitted at the behest of his father, which had become tattered and worn, with most of the golden threads unraveled. He tore off 2 blood-stained pieces from the hem and handed them to Lu Yu, instructing her, please dispose of these where the tigers are fed. His father had once declared him the hope of the Yi family, if they sought to contend for the throne. Then let his father bring their ambitions to a close with his own hands. Lu Yu paused for a moment before taking the fabric, gripping the vines tightly as she swiftly ascended, soon vanishing from Yi Qinyang's sight. It was not until she stood before her humble courtyard that Lu Yu felt a warmth enveloping her. In this world, it seems that the more one gains, the more one inevitably loses. For the sake of the throne, brothers turn against each other. For the resources of cultivation, the masters of the state preceptor's residence engage in fierce rivalry. Fortunately, she still had her mother, who continually stood by her side. In this lifetime, all she desired was for both herself and her mother to be safe. Yuer, what has happened to your hand? Upon catching sight of Lu Yu's bandaged hands, Fang Ernyang was taken aback. As she drew closer, she noticed some areas stained with seeped blood. Who did this? The fierce tone of her mother filled Lu Yu with joy, prompting her to nestle into her embrace. It was merely an accident, mother. I fell. Do not fear. My dear, today marks the final day. Regardless of who has wronged you, I shall confront them. Tell me, who was it? Truly, it was just my own clumsiness. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with mirth as she deftly shut the courtyard gate. Mother, I have brought back something wonderful. Unpacking her small bundle, Lu Yu revealed 2 ginseng roots she had carefully procured. When I accompanied young Master Shi San to Sa Mountain, I inadvertently caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance. Since I am leaving tomorrow, I went to take a look today and, indeed, discovered 2 ginseng plants. Unfortunately, I broke one while digging. So please keep this one for yourself, and you can deliver the other to Madame Wu. Seeing the ginseng, which resembled small children, Fang Ernyang finally believed her daughter's story of an accident. This is your tribute to Madame Wu. You may deliver it yourself. But it's so late. Madame Wu must still be awake. Fong Ernyang was convinced that Madame Wu would not be able to sleep tonight. Very well, I shall change my clothes. Her adoptive mother's excessive protection of her biological mother was indeed a source of annoyance. Upon reaching Ting Shui Pavilion, just as she was about to enter, a maid swiftly blocked her path. The national master is inside. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Having served Madame Wu for 3 years, the maid was well aware of the bond between the Fong family and Madame Wu, and she nodded as she accepted the ginseng. Gu Jingfan, engrossed in the letter from his cherished daughter, hardly lifted his head. Typically, cultivators communicate through sound transmission talismans or jade slips, yet for the sake of her mother, he always chose to pen letters. Due to his daughter's significance in his life, even amidst his bustling schedule, he would make his way to Ting Shui Pavilion upon receiving her correspondence, dedicating time to accompany Mei Ruoxian in reading it. As he prepared to pay his respects to the national master, kneeling with utmost reverence, Lu Yu dared not make the slightest movement. This seemingly benevolent father was far from a kind soul. At that moment, she could not afford to falter. The sound of her knuckles cracking echoed in her ears, reminiscent of the shattered remnants of her once tender heart. Hatred, ever persistent, had not diminished, yet miraculously, she suppressed it as she knelt. She still had her mother, who awaited her. Just as Gu Jingfan began to sense an inexplicable surge of resentment, the chilling hairs on his neck bristled, only to be interrupted by Mei Ruoxian's exclamation. Where? What has happened to your hand? Startled by her father's stern gaze, Lu Yu steadied herself and replied, Esteemed madam, this is a ginseng I stumbled upon while foraging in the wild. Today, fortune has smiled upon me, as if the heavens have conspired to allow me to honor you. Upon opening the wooden box, Gu Zhengfan was greeted by the fragrant aroma of pure spiritual herbs, causing his heart to swell with delight. To his astonishment, it was a nearly 300-year-old spiritual ginseng, remarkable indeed. In the mundane world, the growth of spiritual entities is a rare occurrence. Although the National Master's residence had consistently sought such treasures, it had been a decade without luck, often failing to procure even a single specimen. With this ginseng in hand, supplemented by other spiritual medicines, the prospect of advancing to the 8th level of qi refinement suddenly seemed within reach. Truly, Lingze was his fortunate star. After months of absence from Ting Shui Pavilion, he had returned with such a prized find. Chapter 7. The sky is high and birds can fly if others wish to take. Could she dare to refuse? Lu Yu felt a sense of frustration. Her initial intention was to show filial piety to Madame Wu. Silly girl at home. Lu Yu swiftly covered Fong Ernyang's mouth, lowering her voice. Mother, that ginseng has already been severed. Even if we were to deliver it back to Madame Wu, it would ultimately be a gift for the National Master. If the National Master were to discover that we have kept another for ourselves, he would surely be displeased. We are set to depart tomorrow, mother. I am afraid. Fong Ernyang was startled. She too harbored a fear of the National Master. She had once believed that there was an inherent bond between father and daughter. Alas, let it be. Very well, I shall not mention it again. The chief steward has also delivered a silver medallion representing the National Master's estate. In the future, should we encounter any troubles, we can directly seek assistance from the authorities, which is better than anything else. No wonder Madame Wu was so delighted to present the ginseng to the National Master. Mother, please keep that medallion safe. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use it. Fong Ernyang, unaware of her daughter's true intentions, beamed with joy. My Yuer has grown up, becoming more responsible. Rest assured, mother will sew it into a concealed pocket. Indeed, good steel must be put to the blade. With this, the mother and daughter duo will have the confidence to face the world. After a long day of toil, as they listened to Fong Ernyang's snores, Lu Yu's heart was heavy with worries. In just over 3 months, Gu Lingze would be attempting to break through to the 8th level of qi refinement. The Gu family, unaware of her precise spiritual roots, would surely come looking for her. Lacking strength, how could she and her mother escape if the time came? With a sigh, Lu Yu gently sat up. She still remembered the techniques bestowed upon her by the Gu family in her previous life. Connecting with the ethereal energies of heaven and earth in her previous life, she took half a month to perceive the glimmers of the 5 elemental points. This lifetime, armed with prior experience, she closed her eyes and within a mere quarter of an hour, glimpsed numerous sparkling entities dancing in the darkness around her. Draw closer, draw closer. She watched in wide-eyed anticipation as a white light hovered beside her hand, only to drift away slowly. Growing increasingly anxious, she found that the more she yearned for those luminous beings to enter her being, the more elusive they became. By the dawn's first light, she remained unchanged from the way she had been during her meditation the night before. Before Fong Ernyang rose, she stealthily lay down. "You rise quickly. The Jinshi escort agency departs early. If we do not catch up, we shall be left behind." Although the watering country was relatively peaceful, accompanying the Jinshi escort agency brought a greater sense of security. This was a plan they had discussed early on, even paying the agency a silver tael for their services. The mother and daughter hurriedly completed their morning routines, and the appointed carriage soon arrived. "Fong Ernyang, look. My family Juzi's wife gave birth to a grandson last night." Ahem, might it be possible? The carriage driver, his face lined with wrinkles, did not finish his sentence before Fong Ernyang pulled 4 taels of silver from her pouch. "Congratulations, Uncle Zhang. Naturally, the child is of utmost importance. The extra 2 coins are for enjoying the celebratory eggs. Much appreciated." Uncle Zhang's face creased into a smile, having initially agreed upon 3 taels and 8 coins, but now receiving an unexpected 2 coins more. Those 2 coins would sustain his family of 5 for over half a month. Juzi fetched 10 red eggs. After breakfast was resolved, it seemed that the Zhang family had begun boiling eggs as soon as the news of their daughter-in-law's labor spread, and they were still warm. Only upon reaching the city gate did Lu Yu finally exhale with relief. In her previous life, both she and her mother had perished at the hands of the National Master's household. This time, however, things were different. Fong Ernyang, having witnessed her daughter's joy, finally let go of her lingering attachment to the National Master's residence and to the Fifth Lady. "You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Be good. It's still early, lie down a little longer." To cushion the ride, to ensure comfort, and to organize their gifts neatly, 2 thick blankets had been laid atop the original seat. "Mother, it will take us 10 days to reach Xian City. Why don't you accompany me for a nap?" "Haha, Mother can't afford to doze off." Fong Ernyang chuckled, accustomed as she was to a life of busyness. Today, however, she had nothing to attend to, leaving her heart feeling oddly empty. "I'll go have a chat with Uncle Zhang." The carriage was so filled with bundles that there was hardly a place to set foot. As Fong Ernyang cautiously made her way out, Lu Yu lay down on the blankets, her spirits soaring. Despite having not slept a wink, one would expect her energy to falter, yet she felt an exhilarating sense of vitality. At last, she had escaped the grim fate of her previous life alongside her mother. Peeking through a corner of the window, she beheld a cerulean sky and emerald waters. Even the dust kicked up by the caravan appeared charming to her eyes. "Haha, am I not joyous? The pillar's daughter-in-law has given birth to 2 daughters, and now, finally, a hefty grandson. How could I not be delighted?" How heavy was he? 6 pounds and 8 ounces. A cheerful voice resonated from outside, and Lu Yu could not help but smile broadly. Even the grass by the roadside seemed to stretch lazily under the morning dew's nurturing embrace. In the distance, the sun finally broke free from its shackles, casting forth a brilliant golden light. A chorus of birds chirped merrily among the trees, while wisps of smoke floated ethereally, merging with the heavens and the earth. Lu Yu suddenly entered a state of profound mystery, the essence of life swirling around her. The carriage sped along, and to everyone's astonishment, patches of green in the fields converged into a lush emerald hue, eagerly racing to penetrate her being. As time passed, the sun's golden rays became increasingly blinding, and amidst the specks of white, dark points infiltrated through every crevice of the carriage. An intense yearning for life surged forth, breaking free from the shadows of her past demise alongside Madame Fong in the National Master's residence. Thus, within the rapidly moving carriage, Lu Yu accomplished the absorption of vital energy into her body. Outside, the voices of Madame Fong and Grandpa Zhang could be heard. Yet Lu Yu felt no joy in her advancement. She was nearly overcome by her own overwhelming sensation. The process of energy absorption expelled a considerable amount of impurities from her body. In her previous life, she had experienced a similar stench, but never had it been as thick as today's. What was she to do? Were it not for the carriage still in motion, her mother would undoubtedly have sensed something amiss. Lu Yu wrapped herself tightly, striving to recall the method of the cleansing technique. In her past existence as the 8th Miss of the National Master's residence, she had been surrounded by numerous servants. Although she had learned the cleansing technique, she had never truly employed it. A sphere of water began to coalesce between her fingers, causing Lu Yu to break into a cold sweat. The carriage was filled with gifts, and if she accidentally soaked them. Just then, 2 trees by the roadside unexpectedly snapped at waist height. Having miscalculated her hand gestures once more, Lu Yu wished fervently to slap herself. Fortunately, in her previous life, as she approached death, she was merely a second-tier qi refinement practitioner, possessing only a scant handful of spells. Upon casting the 3rd incantation, she finally succeeded. To conceal any signs of her mishap from Fong Ernyang, she meticulously contained the unsightly remnants produced by the purification technique with the meager amount of spiritual energy she had left. With a vigorous push, she flung open the window and tossed the refuse outside. At last, a sense of relief washed over her. Ugh, what an awful stench. Whose household has decided to spread manure so early in the morning? Grandpa Zhang hastened the pace of the carriage, while Fong Ernyang covered her nose, muttering that it was winter and not manure, but rather accumulated fertilizer. Lu Yu leaned against the window, utterly dumbfounded. In the distance, an elderly man collecting dung was sprinting towards the very spot she had discarded her refuse. Disgust washed over her. What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Here, have some water, it will help. As soon as Fong Ernyang sensed something was amiss, she hurried inside, presenting the water pouch to her lips. Chapter 8. The Zhong family, the esteemed master of the Lingze sect, Hua Sanjinren, gazed at his once attentive disciple, who had suddenly descended into a state of profound enlightenment. Yet, before he could revel in this moment, a frown crossed his brow. His disciple, already a 7th-tier qi refinement practitioner, should not be exhibiting signs of body refinement while drawing energy into their being. The distinction between cultivators and mortals lies in the purity of the former's physique. The higher the cultivation level, the more free from impurities the body becomes. Each significant advancement, from qi refinement to foundation establishment, from foundation establishment to core formation, and from core formation to nascent soul, refines the body step by step into the most exquisite treasure of the earthly realm, ultimately harmonizing with the Tao. Lingze realized that further body refinement could only occur during the foundation establishment stage. Thus, what could possibly be amiss in this current situation? The ethereal luminescence of black, white, and azure swirled around her, as Master Hua San furrowed her brows, wishing that her disciple's moment of enlightenment would falter rather than allow those spiritual lights to penetrate her body. How could a singular ice spiritual root attract such energies? Just as Hua San was about to intervene, she hesitated. The energies merely circled around Lingze, showing no intention of entering. The first realization that struck Lingze upon awakening was one of revulsion. A thin layer of gray substance exuded an equally foul stench. Yet, the purification technique she had invoked rendered any remnants non-existent, as if those impurities had never been there at all. Wait a moment. Hua San shook her head. Lingze, what have you just comprehended? Lingze, puzzled, gazed at the valley outside, where blossoms flourished, unchanged by the shifting climate. Just now, she was unsure of what she had realized, but an overwhelming joy filled her, as if she had broken free from some constraint, suddenly. Her heart was brimming with bliss, akin to a bird soaring freely in the sky or a fish leaping joyously in the vast ocean. Master Hua San frowned, rising to pace around her little disciple, releasing a deep sigh. Lingze, when I took you in, I heard you were a twin. I had hoped to have a pair of twin disciples. That would be quite splendid. Lingze looked up. Master, that brother, upon birth, was a stillborn. Yet, despite her words, her eyes sparkled with hope. In her subtle perception, she felt that she would rejoice in another's joy and grieve in another's sorrow. Indeed, a stillborn. Hua Sanjinren spun around twice, remarking on the multitude of wives and concubines your father possesses, suggesting that life at the National Master's residence is not as tranquil as it seems. Lingze's face turned pale. She was acutely aware of the internal strife within her family, having since childhood fought to protect her mother, who lacked spiritual roots, from the sordid realities of their world. She implored her master for assistance, collapsing before Hua Sanjinren in desperation. On many occasions, I have sensed the sorrow of another person. Master, my younger brother must be suffering greatly. Hua San nodded in affirmation. Indeed, with the purity of the 3 elemental lights, white, black, and green, your brother, although possessing 3 spiritual roots, has an exceptionally high purity. Furthermore, under the synergistic influences of metal, water, and wood, he is far more formidable than an ordinary cultivator with dual roots. Hua Sanjinren spun once more, declaring, I shall send a message to the Gu family. If all goes well, you will soon have a little junior disciple. Thank you, Master. Lingze exclaimed joyously. Being accepted as a disciple by a Yuan Yingjunren promised a bright future. Lu Yu had not anticipated that her own infusion of qi would cause the Gu family to question the incident of the stillborn child from years past. Nor did she foresee that her insights during her enlightenment would elevate her starting point tenfold compared to her previous life. This fortuitous turn of events not only aided Lingze but also drew the attention of certain interested parties to the Watering Nation, with a level of scrutiny that was incomparable to her past experiences. When Hua Sanjinren openly expressed the intention to take on another disciple, the Gu family's ancestor, Gu Chunfeng, regarded it with utmost seriousness. Father, is it not merely a three-rooted individual? Could we not simply send Zhengli? Gu Zhenghai was summoned from his secluded retreat, visibly displeased. How can a mere branch of a branch be so fortunate as to garner the favor of Hua Sanjinren? It is truly vexing. Gu Chunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you think it was so effortless to become a disciple of the flower scatterer? What of the three spiritual roots? The colors of white, black, and green represent the purest aspects of metal, water, and wood, respectively. What does this signify? It indicates the purity of his spiritual roots. If that were all, it would be one thing. But the fact that Lingze, far away in the Lingze sect, is inspired to comprehend the Tao alongside him speaks volumes. Their dual bodies are intricately connected. When these two unite, do you not grasp what it represents in our cultivation realm? Gu Zhenghai was momentarily taken aback. He certainly understood the significance of dual bodies. Cultivators who can communicate telepathically without external aids can coordinate seamlessly in battles without the need for any signals. Lingze possesses an anomalous ice spiritual root, allowing her to advance far more rapidly than the average individual. With her assistance, the other party's progression would also accelerate beyond that of others. If they can discover the right methods for mutual support, perhaps they could ascend to the spirit realm together, akin to the formidable beings of ancient times. I shall undertake this personally. Yes, he should not have been raised within the Gu family. Upon finding him, he must display the demeanor befitting an elder. Whether he aligns himself with the main lineage or the seemingly feudal side branch depends upon you. A chill coursed through Gu Zhenghai's heart as he clasped his hands and departed hastily. The position of family head in the Gu clan would one day be entrusted to him. With Lingze and that child, as long as either of them advances to the nascent soul stage, the Gu family will take a significant leap forward. That the sect would dispatch a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and a mid-stage one solely, because of her, was something Lu Yu could scarcely have imagined. In her previous life, the sect, in consideration of Lingze, routinely sent her nothing more than 100 pounds of spiritual grain. Yet, even so, she managed to secure only 2 modest meals, exhibiting a remarkable restraint. That night, as the entire convoy rested in the wilderness under the open sky, Lu Yu quietly sat up to assess the results of her day's cultivation. After circulating the spiritual energy for a complete cycle, she paused, lost in contemplation. In her past life, having reached the second tier of qi refinement, her meridians were not as robust as they were now. However, the pressing concern was that she sensed her current cultivation had ascended to the mid-stage of the first tier of qi refinement. Among her siblings in the estate, blessed with spiritual roots, discussions flourished, yet she remained isolated, having joined the fray midway, and was never acknowledged. Had she been able to continue her practice back then, or if she had been in a place rich in spiritual energy, perhaps even reaching the second tier would not have been beyond her grasp. Such thoughts eluded her at the time, and thus, regret was non-existent. Naturally, a typical cultivator would not achieve enlightenment while racing in a carriage. Therefore, one might say that every sip and peck is fated. In her previous life, Gu Zhengfan dismissed Lu Yu's 6 fingers, coupled with the absence of an anticipated child. Even when he discovered her promising spiritual roots during the assessment, he remained indifferent, believing that merely producing a Lingze would suffice. The complex sentiments of the clan towards him were already burdensome. The possibility of another Lu Yu entering the fray to vie for resources with branches stronger than his own, or even the direct line, made him wary of being silently dealt with in the kingdom of water. These were considerations that Lu Yu, akin to a timid dove, had never possessed. She would neither contest nor covet, nor would she seek to ingratiate herself. After just 2 encounters, Gu Zhenfan abandoned all thoughts of her, never having imparted even the rudiments of cultivation knowledge to her. Chapter 9. The River God. After an arduous 8-day journey, The attendants of the escort agency finally halted at the largest and Chilean city for a much-needed respite. Mother and daughter disembarked from the carriage and indulged in a refreshing bath. Dear mother, for the remaining journey, you will need to secure your own boat to follow the escort agency. While they have always triumphed on land, the waters of the Li River present a different challenge. You too must keep a safe distance, advised Elder Zhang, who had shared his wisdom with them over the past few days. A family once suffered dire consequences for getting too close. Pale with fear, Fong Ernyang dismissed Elder Zhang and turned to her daughter. If only we could pay the escort agency to accompany us. Lu Yu stifled a laugh. Her intentions were never to accompany the escort agency nor venture towards Lingze County. After all, her mother had undoubtedly informed Lady Wu of their plans, and in a few months, when Gu Lingze sought to ascend to the 8th tier of Qi refinement, the Gu family might come looking for them. Mother, do we appear to be affluent? Just look at our hands. They tell the tale of laborers. As long as we maintain our distance from the escort agency, no one will dare to harm us. If you remain anxious, I can disguise myself as a boy. We can trail behind from a distance. Eventually, an opportunity will arise to take a different path. Fong Ernyang had never been one to make decisions independently, always deferring to others. Yet, as she pondered her daughter's plan, she found herself inclined to agree. Very well, since time is still on our side, I shall visit the tailor's shop and procure 2 outfits for you, suitable for a young boy. At 11, you are on the cusp of becoming a young adult. Lu Yu scrutinized her reflection. Unlike Gu Lingze, she bore a resemblance to Madame Wu, possessing an alluring beauty. It seemed she had inherited a blend of her father's flaws and her mother's shortcomings, rendering her an inconspicuous presence in a crowd. The sole distinguishing feature that might leave an impression was an extra finger. In her past life, this peculiar trait had brought her considerable sorrow, leading her to believe that it was the reason her mother had abandoned her in favor of Gu Lingze. Indeed, my dear Yuer looks exquisite in anything she wears. Fong Ernyang had her twirl around, and in her eyes, Lu Yu was perfection, her smile radiant yet subtle. Were she to stroll down the street, she would surely attract a throng of young girls eager to toss their purses at her. Mother, perhaps they would throw rotten eggs instead. Someone joked. Who says that? Just look at her nose and those almond-shaped eyes. Mother, aren't my eyes somewhat almond-shaped, albeit a little angular? Her eyes could barely be classified as almond-shaped. They were not completely round, bearing a closer resemblance to Gujing fawns, being somewhat angular. Angular features can be advantageous. I'll enhance your brows to make them straighter, disguising you as a boy, which will be advantageous as no one will suspect you on the road. Fong Ernyang gently patted her little face, reminding her that boys often maintained a certain decorum when they smiled, concealing any dimples. Lu Yu relished Fong Ernyang's affectionate ministrations, unbeknownst to her. Even with her past life experiences, it was only in Fong Ernyang's presence that she could laugh so freely and heartily. The guards of the escort agency were indifferent to whether they had kept pace, setting sail early in the morning. It wasn't until nearly noon that the boatmen finally cast off, leaving them trailing far behind. That night, as everyone fell into slumber, Lu Yu resumed her meditation, for her heart was not at ease. The chaotic era of the Watering Kingdom is imminent, and she must safeguard both her mother and herself amidst the turmoil. Striving to gradually become stronger, a faint breeze swept by, and Lu Yu suddenly sensed an instability in her aura. Before she could steady herself, the boat jolted violently. The previously feeble energy around her began to act unruly, as if drawn by some unseen force ahead, moving in tandem with something that was advancing. Lu Yu sighed inwardly. It was clear that cultivating today would be impossible. Fong Ernyang was likely roused by the commotion. In the darkness, guided by the moonlight, she instinctively fumbled for the blanket covering Lu Yu, adjusting it before lying back down, soon resuming her soft breaths. A smile crept upon Lu Yu's lips as she silently chuckled, gradually edging closer to Fong Ernyang, and before long, succumbed to slumber. Unexpectedly for all, the anchor chains had snapped, and the boats on the river glided silently with the current. Before the first rays of dawn could break through, the hurried footsteps of the boatmen echoed. The distant clamor of voices jolted the mother and daughter awake. No time for chatter, row the boat to shore. The boatman urged in a hushed tone, we must not make a sound. It must be the river's monsters stirring again. We need to leave quickly, or it will be too late. Are there really monsters in the Lijiang River? Fong Ernyang sat up abruptly, glancing at the still drowsy Lu Yu. Regardless of the truth, she hastily helped her daughter dress. Mother, I can manage myself. Lu Yu too roused, and the two quickly prepared themselves, crouching as they exited. Not far ahead lay the two large ships chartered by the Jinshi escort agency, barely 100 meters apart, including their own small boat. Nearly 100 vessels were anchored in the broadest part of the Li River, all silently rowing towards the shore. To honor the river god, at the bow of a large ship, an elderly man sang out a greeting, and 3 warriors swiftly raised their blades, severing the prepared offerings of 3 sacrificial animals. The heads of a pig, a sheep, and a chicken plummeted into the river. All boatmen, including those on their own vessel, turned and knelt in unison, beseeching the river god to partake. The freshly stained crimson on the water surface vanished in an instant. Lu Yu observed clearly that beneath the surface lurked a creature as thick as a barrel, which devoured the animal heads in a single gulp. The National Master had once remarked that in the realm of mortals, certain beings, having lived for countless years, could evolve into monsters. Ah! The old man's terrified voice echoed from the bow and through the window's lattice. Fong Ernyang glimpsed a colossal white serpent that bit down onto half of the old man's body. After sacrificing the animals, it had claimed a human life. Clearly, the river god had no intention of being merciful today. All the boatmen erupted in chaos, and the only thought that crossed their minds was to flee as swiftly as possible. Yet, no matter how hard they rowed, their boat remained stationary, neither retreating nor advancing. Fong Ernyang clutched Lu Yu tightly, trembling with fear. It seems intent on taking us all down together. A certain escort on the large ship wielded a massive blade, striking the white serpent's tail, which ensnared another escort. However, the latter was already being suffocated by the grip. Mother, don't look. Lu Yu covered Fong Ernyang's eyes, for they were now close to the shore. If things became dire, they could toss a few pieces of wood, and he would use his lightness skill to carry her away. Indeed, Fong Ernyang suddenly regained her composure and fervently kissed her twice. Yuer, do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once. Always prioritize her, she thought. How could Lu Yu abandon such a mother? Outside, some of the boatmen had already conceived this notion, plunging into the river with a splash, and they were not alone in their endeavor. Even in the biting cold of winter, these individuals, who had long relied on the waters for their livelihood, acted decisively, driven by the fervor of survival. As the river churned violently, Fong Ernyang rushed out to witness the sight of blood staining the waters, turning vast stretches crimson. At this moment, none dared to leap into the river again. There were still souls in the water. The several bodyguards aboard the large ship exchanged glances, synchronously engaging with the monstrous tail that emerged. Lu Yu observed clearly. That tail had already inflicted injuries upon dozens with a mere sweep. Faced with such a beast, mortals stood no chance. The swords and blades barely left a superficial mark on the massive appendage. Chapter 10. The Old Taoist, my child, my child. A woman desperately attempted to leap into the river, held back fiercely by those behind her. In the water, a boy of merely 5 or 6 years floundered, while a line in the distance rapidly approached. To Lu Yu's astonishment, her mother, with an unimaginable swiftness, seized a long bamboo pole from the hands of the Ban family, and, disregarding everything else, began to frantically strike at the oncoming line. The other boatmen quickly responded, joining in the effort, while 3 others positioned themselves strategically, seizing the opportune moment to shout, and, astonishingly, managed to hook the child with the bamboo pole. Yuer, quickly retrieve your father's crossbow. This is the exclusive crossbow of the Gu family's Black Knights, featuring a bolt with a cross-shaped bloodletting groove and a backward-facing barb. When it strikes a target, it guarantees severe injury, if not death. With 2 muffled sounds, Lu Yu felt she had hit her mark, as the water's surface swiftly became stained with a vast expanse of crimson. Before she could revel in her success, a slender, forked object surged toward her. Fong Ernyang, ever vigilant of her daughter, reacted with remarkable swiftness. With a powerful sweep of her bamboo pole, she knocked Lu Yu down just in time. The object emitted a plop as it embedded itself into the ship's deck, hissing ominously as it corroded a significant section. Hiss hiss. A silver dragon fish, in agony, leaped high, its gaping maw stained with blood, evidently the very creature that had attacked Lu Yu. All aboard the vessel were engaged in their daily struggle for sustenance. Naturally, they possessed fish spears. Several quick-witted boatmen and women hurled their spears, all targeting the vulnerable underbelly of the silver dragon fish. Unfortunately, while those spears were effective against lesser fish, they proved inadequate against this creature, which had already approached the threshold of cultivation, likely ranking as a first-tier demon beast. As the spears fell uselessly into the water, an experienced fisherman bellowed and thrust a sharp spear at an odd angle. To everyone's astonishment, it was aimed directly at the fish's rear. The resulting splash sent waves crashing against all the boats, causing considerable turbulence. While the silver dragon fish shrieked and plunged beneath the surface, only to leap again. Seizing the opportune moment, Lu Yu concentrated the sharp essence of her crossbow bolt and aimed for its eye. Aside from its rear, that was the only unprotected spot. The elderly man once again directed his efforts towards the posterior of the silver dragon fish, repeatedly thrusting his bamboo pole deep into its body. The fish, in agony, thrashed and leapt in desperation. Observing the impending disaster, a small boat's captain grasped the scholar aboard and leapt to the side. Bang! Child, my child. Thank you. Thank you. The woman embraced the small child, who had been passed along through the crowd, and knelt on the ground, bowing incessantly. Without the assistance of the silver dragon fish, the onlookers finally discerned the true nature of the creature. It was an approximately 8-meter-long white serpent. This entity instilled fear in their hearts, for their frail boats could not withstand the force of its tail. The white serpent, sensing the shift in power, raised its head, cast a chilling glance at the dying silver dragon fish, and then coldly surveyed the crowd. With a fierce flick of its tail, it completely overturned the cabin of the large ship. In her previous life as a ghost, Lu Yu had encountered numerous monstrous beasts. However, back then, due to Ding Qiang's cultivation level, she had never bothered to engage with creatures ranked below the 4th or 5th tier. Now, she estimated that this white serpent was indeed more formidable than the silver dragon fish. After all, the members of the escort agency were all martial artists, initially numbering 48. Now more than half lay incapacitated on the side, stripped of their combat prowess. Once the cabin was overturned, the white serpent ceased using its tail and, with a graceful movement, raised its head directly onto the deck of the large vessel. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Even the child who had been crying earlier fell silent. Li watched as the white serpent employed its forked tongue to pry open a large wooden chest, revealing a series of nested boxes within. Upon opening the 5th box, it unveiled a round, white pill, which it promptly swallowed whole. Wretched beast! A sharp command resonated from the water, and Lu Yu's lips twitched as she beheld the staggering figure, who had emerged from the depths, precariously standing on a gourd. With her mother pressing down on her, she could only steal furtive glances at the old Taoist, who effortlessly cast a rope that seemed to possess a life of its own, extending instantaneously to ensnare the white serpent securely, rendering it immobile. Thank you, venerable sage, for your timely rescue. The old Taoist paid no heed to the guards of the escort agency, instead conveying a cryptic message to Lu Yu with a knowing smile. Why did you not act sooner, little girl, with such a fierce heart? Lu Yu was taken aback, tightly clutching her mother. The fates of others were of no concern to her. Her sole desire in this lifetime was for her mother's safety. Moreover, as she was merely at the first stage of chi refinement, she was no match for the two monstrous beasts. Without assistance, even the thought of vanquishing the silver dragon fish seemed implausible. Why should she risk herself for the sake of those she did not even know? The resentment and defiance in her gaze were unmistakable, prompting a hearty laugh from the old Taoist. With a swift motion, as he grasped the white serpent, it instantly shrank and was effortlessly contained within a small jade vial. Rise, he bellowed. No one dared to disobey. The individuals who had previously sunk into the depths inexplicably found themselves encased in individual bubbles of water, rising to the surface. Though they bore varying degrees of injury, their lives were preserved. With great effort, the moon in the sky is cherished. A single night, like a ring, every evening becomes a token. Such earthly entanglements are not easily severed. The mournful yet nostalgic tone sent a chill through Lu Yu. By the time she lifted her gaze, the old Taoist had vanished without a trace. Farewell, venerable sage. This time, under her mother's firm insistence, Lu Yu genuinely joined everyone in bowing to the old Taoist. This individual could indeed be considered a commendable practitioner of the mystical arts. After a busy morning, everyone gathered to discuss the division of the silver dragon fish. However, Lu Yu clung to Fong Ernyang, unwilling to let her leave. She had never realized that her mother possessed such audacity. Had it not been for the old Taoist's presence today, the cold, disdainful gaze of the white snake would have led to everyone being sacrificed alongside the silver dragon fish. Do not be afraid, my dear. Are you frightened? Once we reach the water's edge, I shall call your soul back, Fong Ernyang bravely proclaimed at that moment. Though fear soon overtook her, leaving her weak and trembling. Yet, despite her trepidation, her concern for her daughter prevailed. The reason for this soul-calling was that Fong Ernyang vividly recalled the moment she grasped a bamboo pole, battling fiercely against the monster while witnessing Lu Yu's terrified eyes. At that moment, her daughter was not afraid of the monster. She was merely anxious for her mother's safety. Chapter 11. Flesh buried in rice. The flesh of the river monster had fetched 35 taels of silver per pound at the escort agency. Whether for sale or for personal consumption, the choice was theirs. The boatwoman, fearing they were unaware of the preciousness of demon beast meat and might squander it, emphasized its nourishing properties, particularly its ability to replenish vital energy. Those who had sustained injuries had significantly recovered after partaking of it. Although the silver dragon fish was substantial, it was impossible for a single family to consume such a large quantity of meat. Fong Ernyang glanced at the small portion from the other household and then at her own, before she could voice her thoughts. The boatman chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. The flesh of a first-tier demon beast, akin to spiritual grains, was imbued with spiritual energy. Such delicacies were not something to be bought with mere silver. Lu Yu mused inwardly, feeling a sense of indignation. At present, after expressing gratitude to the boatman, she took it upon herself to prepare a sumptuous feast consisting of 4 exquisite fish dishes, steamed, stir-fried, sauced, and souped. Lu Yu relished this meal, exclaiming with delight that even in her past life, when she consumed spirit grains, she had never experienced such a palpable surge of vitality as she did today. Mother, there is still plenty left. Do indulge yourself as well. Fong Ernyang, having spent her entire life cooking, had never savored anything quite as delectable as this. She felt as if she could swallow her own tongue with each bite. Mother is enjoying this. Make sure to eat more, you are still growing. As she spoke, she filled Lu Yu's bowl to the brim once more. Mother, shall we not invite the boatman to procure some meat for us? Fong Ernyang had indeed contemplated this, but shook her head. If we were still at the National Master's residence, acquiring meat would be a trivial matter, perhaps even to the extent of taking it all. However, as it stands, to safeguard these 90 pounds is already a considerable act of kindness from the escort bureau. Lu Yu tugged at the corners of her mouth, acknowledging her mother's wisdom. Then let us preserve the remainder as dried fish for daily consumption. Fong Ernyang smiled and nodded, promising to cut it into small pieces for salting shortly. With the sudden reduction of 2 aquatic overlords in the Li River, those who relied on the water for sustenance felt an increased sense of safety and were filled with joy. Each day, Fong Ernyang prepared a variety of dishes for her daughter, ensuring that the silver dragon fish featured prominently in their meals. The only source of her exasperation stemmed from Lu Yu's habit of portioning out the silver dragon fish beforehand and issuing firm orders against her mother taking any more for herself. What was to be done? At her age, she was no martial artist. Consuming more would hold little benefit. Thus, Lu Yu discovered that despite the dish being braised pork, she was imbibing an essence of vitality within it. Although it was clearly white meat tofu, she unexpectedly found fish within it. How astonishing! Her mother seemed to be employing guerrilla tactics, and it was infuriating that she remained blissfully unaware. Surely, one cannot expel food that is already in one's mouth. Such an act would be a disgraceful waste. In her previous life, Lu Yu had been a starving ghost, and now, she never left a single grain uneaten, especially when it came to something imbued with spiritual essence. Mother, today you shall eat from my bowl, and I shall eat from yours. Seeing her mother leave some food behind, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Lu Ernyang smiled in return. Very well. Today I shall savor my Yuer's portion. She knew her daughter all too well. In the past, when her husband was alive, he had taught her that the apparent can often mask the real, and the real can often disguise itself as the apparent. With joy, Lu Yu lifted her bowl, feeling that the rice in her mother's bowl was far more fragrant than the rice mixed with fish. After a couple of bites, a familiar warmth surged within her. Observing her mother's delighted expression, Lu Yu knew she had fallen into her mother's clever trap once more. Seeing that her daughter had caught on, Fong Ernyang hastily raised her own bowl. Look, I have some here too. Do you understand the meaning of hiding meat within rice? As Lu Yu watched her mother rummaging through her rice to retrieve a small piece, she realized her mother was changing the subject. What significance could hiding meat within rice possibly hold? Fong Ernyang gazed at the ham Lu Yu had picked up, feeling a pang of nostalgia. That time when the neighbors slaughtered a pig, her mother had bought some, and she had hidden it among the hay, watching her mother distribute the meat. The bowl with the least meat had been given to her, with her mother assuring her that it contained the most and was the tastiest. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. In her family, she was the only one left as the false posthumous daughter. There is nothing particularly good. Mother strives to do her utmost for her, yet she does not comprehend grandmother's sentiments. And what transpired thereafter? Do you harbor resentment towards grandmother? Fong Ernyang chuckled as she consumed the ham brought by her daughter. How could I? In my mother's bowl, there was merely a hint of meat broth. Her portions were indicative. I already understood that father and elder brother were to undertake the heavy labor. Third brother and little sister, one in poor health and the other still young. As for second brother and me, we are robust by nature, and a little less food will not harm us. Lu Yu tilted her head, observing her mother. Hee, you err. Look at the life mother is leading now. It is something I could never have imagined before. This fish and meat are a treat for mother. But what is it that isn't delicious? This ham and chicken are quite tasty as well. Fong Ernyang presented her reasoning, explaining that it was different for her. She was training in martial arts, and consuming more would help her cultivate internal strength. Furthermore, at this stage of growth, mother could not provide her with better sustenance. This silver dragon fish was primarily due to your own efforts. Henceforth, you shall be the sole one to enjoy it. It is rather unfair for mother to exert herself for every meal. Haraha. Well then, mother awaits the day when Yuer will honor her in return. I already honor you now. Every time I eat, you must also take a bite. Chapter 12. Selling well in the Grand Hall of the National Teacher's Residence. What did you say? The invited Mei Ruoxian was on the verge of collapse. Facing the visitors from the Zhong family felt like a thunderclap. My other child is not dead? Ultimately, she could not articulate that the other child she bore was also a daughter. Indeed, we must promptly investigate all individuals who resided with you at the villa back then. Gu Zhenghai smiled at Gu Zhengfan, expressing his delight. That child, the Master Hua Sen has mentioned he would take on more disciples. Zhenghai must extend his congratulations to Brother Fan. Gu Zhengfan was momentarily dazed, overwhelmed by a surge of elation. He has a son, possessing the purest essence of the three elemental roots of metal, wood, and water, and he has also been accepted as a disciple by Master Hua San. Steward Gu, quickly mobilize all the hidden guards and the Black Cavalry. Investigate every matter concerning the young master. Regardless of who is involved, I demand a thorough inquiry. Upon regaining his composure, Gu Zhengfan noticed Mei Ruoxian still appeared somewhat dazed. A flood of tenderness welled up within him. This woman has borne him two wonderful children. Ruoxian, I shall ensure that you and the children receive the acknowledgement you deserve. Acknowledgement? What sort of acknowledgement could there be? Mei Ruoxian trembled slightly. Her sole desire was to protect the child, who bore imperfections, yet how had it come to this? Where's my Lingze? Sister-in-law, do not worry. Lingze is perfectly poised to seize this opportunity to break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Gu Zhenghai smiled sincerely. Within the realms of Qi refinement, the 8th level is indeed a significant hurdle. Moreover, Gu Lingze has yet to reach the age of 12, and her cultivation record will be revered by countless cultivators. The events of the past were initiated by her, executed by Fong Ernyang. Now that the truth has come to light, what shall Fong Ernyang do? And what shall she do? After living aboard the ship for over 30 days, Lu Yu, upon witnessing the first snowfall, generously bestowed an additional 10 taels of silver to the boatman, following her mother ashore. However, they did not rent a horse-drawn carriage. Instead, they secured a small courtyard in the neighboring town of Lulan. The mother and daughter decided to endure this winter before departing. Lu Yu, who relished the delicacies of silver dragon fish, was blissfully unaware that the future patriarch of the Gu family had personally approached her humble father. Each night, during her 2 hours of meditation, she could sense the presence of the second layer of Qi cultivation not far from her, beckoning to her. The first snowfall had yet to fully melt when Fong Ernyang ventured out to procure supplies for the new year. Lu Yu practiced her lightness skill on a small plum blossom stake, when suddenly, an icy chill enveloped her. Before she could even cultivate, she felt the surrounding spiritual energy pulsating more vigorously than usual. Closing her door, she naturally sat down to meditate, and indeed, the second layer of Qi felt as fragile as paper, easily pierced. Despite her advancement, Lu Yu felt no joy. She had not formally cultivated today. Such a breakthrough could only signify that Gu Lingze had made progress. Remarkably, she had surpassed her previous life's timeline by more than 2 months, which must have alerted her master, the transcendent Hua San. Master Hua nodded, stating that Lingze, as a mortal, had a limited lifespan. One must not take matters too seriously. Your mother, distressed over her inability to find her brother, has harmed her health, and you must not emulate her. The disciple understood. Lingze had long realized that his mother was different from him, and thus bore less sorrow. Master Hua closed his eyes, noting that since Lingze had already attained enlightenment, he must have entered the realm of immortality. His cultivation level could not be compared to yours. I shall grant you 5 years, if he remains unfound after that time. I will personally assist you in sealing the leakage of spiritual energy during your advancement. Understood. 5 years hence, she too shall strive for foundational cultivation. At that juncture, the leakage of spiritual energy will undoubtedly impact her future endeavors in ascetic practice. Lingze offered a profound bow to Hua-san, then cautiously withdrew. Outside, Gu Zhenghai awaited. Uncle, is there truly not a single clue? Gu Zhenghai shook his head. The midwife who assisted in your birth passed away 7 years ago. The 4 guards who once protected you have met their demise over the years during various missions. We have thoroughly investigated your father's concubines. At that time, they were not inclined to involve your mother. Mei Ruoxian was merely an external consort bestowed upon Gu Zhengfan by the Mei family. In truth, Gu Zhengfan had several such consorts, 2 of whom bore children without incident. Thus they would not attract attention. Without scrutiny, there would be no reason for them to silence anyone. After all, if they were to take action, it would not be limited to extinguishing a single life. Lingze furrowed his brow in contemplation. In those days at the secondary residence, there was also a maid named Fong Ernyang who remained by my mother's side. Could she not have provided any insights? Fong Ernyang and her daughter redeemed themselves from the National Master's residence over 2 months ago. Your father dispatched someone to investigate. But alas, due to the incident with the Lijiang demonic beasts, their whereabouts remain elusive. Gu Zhenghai sighed. Strangely enough, even though your mother had been somewhat listless, upon hearing that Fong Ernyang and her daughter might be in peril, she fell gravely ill. Lingze's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Gu Zhengfan's letter states that despite consuming the Peiyuan and Yangshan pills, it merely sustains her life. Although cultivators have access to numerous elixirs, the quantity that mortals can endure is exceedingly limited. How could Aunt Fong possibly redeem herself? She has always been the most loyal to her mother. Where could she go while her mother is in the manor? This question lingered. Gu Zhenghai rubbed his nose. He might concern himself with the child who had vanished since birth, but he would never fret over the fate of a servant. Lingze ceased her murmurs and settled into the small boat released by Gu Zhenghai. Now, she was not only worried about her mother's health, but also about the 2 women, mother and daughter. Upon returning to the Master of National Affairs residence, due to her exceptional spiritual root aptitude, her father bestowed upon her all the finest treasures, inciting jealousy among her siblings. She recalled that occasion when they cornered her in an abandoned courtyard. It was Lu Yu, the girl born with 6 fingers, who shielded her and bore the brunt of their blows. In the aftermath, while she only sustained minor injuries, Lu Yu remained bedridden for over a month, claiming internal injuries. Later on, her father personally brought her close for instruction, while her mother could only visit once every fortnight. Originally, Lu Yu had acquired some martial skills and was her closest maid. However, her arrival at the Lingze sect inevitably altered Lu Yu's circumstances at the Master of National Affairs residence. Was she truly forced to leave the Gu family out of desperation? Second Aunt cherished her deeply, remaining loyal to her mother. Due to her father's presence, her mother often found it difficult to see her. And it was Lu Yu who relayed messages back and forth, providing solace to her mother. Her mother had always cared for Lu Yu. Now that Lu Yu was in trouble, her mother must be utterly heartbroken, especially with her brother's situation becoming the final straw that could break her spirit. Uncle, do you not harbor any doubts? Gu Zhenghai smiled. Lingze, you have always been a perceptive child. As the investigation progressed, we had searched the souls of numerous individuals, all of whom seemed devoid of any intent to act. Ultimately, the focus could only narrow down to a singular individual. Lingze gazed at him for a moment, and an alarming thought sprang forth in his mind. Could it be my mother? Chapter 13. Regret in the Ting Shui Pavilion. The ailing Mei Ruoxian refused to allow her maidservants to approach her easily. Upon entering the vast chamber, Lingze found only his mother lying there, enveloped in a stupor. An indescribable desolation permeating the air. My daughter, Lingze, forgive me. I was wrong, truly wrong. Initially choked with sobs, Lingze suddenly regained clarity. And with a mere wave of his hand, all the doors and windows of the Ting Shui Pavilion sealed shut, both inside and out. Mother, Is it about my younger brother? Is it about my sister? I had 2 daughters back then. Lingze covered his mouth. Ah, how fearful I was, Lingze. Do you know how terrified I felt? That child was born with an extra finger. Lingze could no longer bear the weight of it all and collapsed onto the floor. Mei Ruoxian disregarded whether her daughter could accept the truth. She merely sought to unburden her fears and anxieties. As long as Lingze would support her, even if the Grand Master ultimately uncovered the truth, he would not lay a finger on her. I was merely an extramarital companion bestowed upon your father by the Mei family. In essence, I was nothing more than a dispensable figure without support in the Mei household. After marrying your father, I even encountered the eldest daughter of the Gu family from back then. She was 2 years my junior. However, after I became pregnant, one fateful night, I encountered her seeking your father's help. At that time, she was more than 40 years my senior. The terrifying visage of that moment sent a chill down my spine. Lingze, she possessed a spiritual root. She was an immortal. Subsequently, I subtly inquired with the National Master, secretly investigating what children with spiritual roots from the Gu family were like. The more I uncovered, the more fearful I became. Clinging to my belly daily, dreading the day when my child might embark on the same path as the young lady. Lingze, do you know how fervently I wish my child to be devoid of a spiritual root during that time? Lingze recalled the siblings who had tormented her, all of whom had passed away prematurely, and instinctively covered her face. You two were meant to be born together. I should have been overjoyed, yet you were. She was bestowed with an extra finger. I am but a mere wretch, terrified that she would possess noble lineage, yet live in a state more humble than the 4th Mississippi rather than that. It would be better for her to be an ordinary girl. So, you entrusted her to Aunt Fong? Lingze felt a pang of sorrow. Her 4th sister had hanged herself 3 years prior. Does this imply Aunt Fong gave birth to a boy? Indeed, she too led a tragic life. The child was stillborn, and I implored her to exchange it. Mei Ruoxian's eyes were devoid of spirit. Liu grew up alongside you, yet you two became more dissimilar as time passed. That year, when the National Master's residence sent someone to investigate your spiritual root, I did not dare to sleep for 3 whole days. Do you remember? Of course, I remember. The mother who seldom held her, during those 3 days, held her tightly, even as she drifted off to sleep. Lingze leaned against her mother, saying, "Mother, do not worry. I will clarify everything to father and ensure he does not blame you." Tears cascaded down Mei Ruoxian's face, landing on Lingze. I am not concerned for myself. My only worry is for you. Your father has been searching for her for 2 months without success. What if something has happened to her? He will blame me. He will not, Lingze reassured. Father will only be pleased. Delighted that you have given him 2 such remarkable daughters. The cold, unfeeling nature of her father chilled her to the bone, even when it came to his own children. His thoughts were solely for his own interests. Because of this, she cherished her mother's care even more. As for her mother, Lingze wished not to dwell on the troubling matters. Lingze, I have always been a burden to you, have I not? And in the future, will I be a burden to her as well? Mother, what are you saying? You gave us life and raised us. How could you be a burden? Lingze felt a pang of unease. Is there resentment? She pondered, considering if she were in Lu Yu's position, she might indeed feel resentment. From now on, we shall cherish her doubly. Whatever she desires, I will grant her. This was the best solution she could conceive. Although Lingze felt joy at the unexpected arrival of a brother or sister, her predominant sentiment was one of cautious observation. With many siblings, she had yet to discover one worthy of her genuine affection. Some even made no effort to conceal their envy and resentment towards her. This was the lesser evil. The more terrifying aspect was that most were a friendly faade, yet behind her back, they would seize any opportunity to undermine her without hesitation. Only Lu Yu stands apart. They grew up together, understanding one another profoundly. Lu Yu, much like Aunt Fong to her mother, always holds her in the highest regard. The mere thought that this little girl is her own sister fills her with uncontainable joy. She is eager to guide her, to witness her as they both pursue the grand path spoken of by their master, and she looks forward to lavishing even greater affection upon her in the future. With her sister at her side, based on years of experience, she feels no apprehension about her own safety. Such a sister, even if she were to be a burden, she would embrace wholeheartedly. Mei Ruoxian has always recognized her daughter's composed and restrained nature. Now that she can articulate such sentiments, it is evident that her acceptance of Lu Yu as her sister surpasses her expectations. Strangely, Lingze harbors no jealousy, although their mother occasionally falters in her judgments. Her genuine devotion to her children remains undeniable. The mother is reassured. Though Yuera possesses 3 spiritual roots, the spiritual energy that aided her breakthrough indicates that, according to their master, her spiritual root value has reached at least 85. Furthermore, the interdependence of her metal, water, and wood roots renders her capabilities even more formidable than those of the typical 2-rooted individual. Lingze reassures her mother, confident that her natural insights will not falter and that her talents will be exceptional. In such a case, whether within the sect or the clan, she would not be treated lightly. Their expectations of her align closely with my own. Mei Ruoxian may not trust the Gu family or the national master, yet she holds unwavering faith in her daughter's words. She understands that her daughter is designated as a future nascent soul powerhouse by the Lingze sect and is a subject of paramount protection. Under normal circumstances, her wishes will invariably be respected. After a moment of hesitation, it is indeed prudent to seek clarity. Your elder sister, too, possesses a tri-spiritual root. Mother. Lingze couldn't help but chuckle. During the last assessment of spiritual roots, you witnessed how my ice root illuminated the testing stone in a brilliant azure hue, scoring a remarkable 92. Although my elder sister has a tri-spiritual root, each of her roots has not even reached 50, those with a root value below 60. Barring exceptional mixed primordial roots or extraordinary fortune, are doomed to remain in the foundational stage for life. Much like our father. Despite his relentless efforts and the resources sent by our clan that he monopolized in his quest to establish his foundation, his aspirations are akin to scaling the heavens, let alone the subsequent stages of forming a core, nurturing an infant soul, and ascending to divinity. I distinctly remember when I clandestinely assessed where as spiritual roots, the 3 colors of black, white, and azure flashed in succession. Though slightly smaller than the area you covered at that time, it was still quite promising. Mei Ruoxian clutched Lingze tightly, filled with regret. If only I had known these things back then. How could I have allowed her to endure such hardship for so many years? Chapter 14. Father-daughter dual Gu Zhengfan had not anticipated that he had erred from the outset. Furthermore, he was taken aback to realize that the woman he had always deemed gentle was, from the very beginning, scheming at every turn. She plotted for herself and for her child, striving to extricate herself from his control. Humph! Such audacity! A mere mortal. Gu Zhengfan struck the Zetonwood table with a powerful fist, his expression inscrutable. In his heart, his woman and child, aside from the exceptionally gifted Lingze, were merely stepping stones on his path to immortality. He yearned to establish a foundation, to live for 2 centuries, which necessitated an abundant supply of elixirs and spiritual stones. Yet, the question remained, from where could he procure such treasures? He dared not venture to Lingbao Mountain beyond the Lingze sect in search of spiritual herbs or to vanquish the demonic beasts. He could not bear to risk his life, nor did he wish to confront the treacherous environment there. Instead, he chose to serve as the national master in the kingdom of Shashui, fathering one child after another. Some devoid of spiritual roots, yet he possessed ample wealth. For those with spiritual roots, the clan would demand a share of the offerings. From the 3rd level of chi refinement to his current 7th level, he had endured a span of 33 years. 33 years. Gu Zhengfan rose, pacing furiously within the confines of his room, his anger intensifying with each turn. Had he known that his other daughter possessed equally commendable spiritual roots, the clan's rewards would surely have doubled. Why, then, was he still yet to attain the 8th level of chi refinement? The longer time dragged on, the slimmer his chances of reaching the foundation establishment stage became, even if Lingze were to assist him in saving the foundation establishment elixir in the future. The passage of time would diminish his likelihood of success by at least 20%. Were it any other woman who dared to deceive him so, he would have long since gone and throttled her to death. Alas, that woman was the mother of Lingze, the very mother of the daughter in whom he still harbored great hopes. Oh, but now she stood behind 2 capable daughters. When Lu Yuelin departed, she had specifically brought with her the 270-year-old spiritual ginseng as a tribute. Lingze remained unfazed, yet the knowing gaze he cast sent chills down Gu Zhengfan's spine. He had personally instructed his daughter. He was all too aware of his own nature. The only leverage he possessed over this daughter lay with that woman, Mei Ruoxian. As he stepped outside once more, Gu Zhengfan vigorously rubbed his face, striving to present the visage of a benevolent father before Gu Lingze. Lingze pondered for a considerable time, realizing that relying solely on the efforts of the Grand Master's residence may not suffice to locate Lu Yu. Accompany me to the palace. Let us beseech the emperor to lend the authority of the government in this matter, for such a course would increase our chances significantly. Noticing Gu Zhengfan's anxious expression, Lingze smiled gently. What you are thinking is precisely what I had in mind. However, there is no need to visit the palace. My senior brother, Yi Qingyang, has already come by, and I have spoken with him. He will utilize the government's resources to assist us. Oh, you and the 16th prince are still of the same sect, Gu Zhengfan remarked, as if suddenly recalling this fact. Lingze, how do you get along with him at Lingzhu sect? Gu Zhengfan's face twitched, for he understood all too well what Yi Qingyang represented to the royal family. It was infuriating. No wonder Lu Yu had sustained an injury that day. Furthermore, the ginseng that was sent, could it have been a gift from Yi Qingyang? That wretched girl. Has she been so easily swayed by such trifles? She ought to have reported the incident to the Grand Master's residence immediately after rescuing Yi Qingyang, allowing him to negotiate with the emperor on their behalf. The thought of the benefits he could have garnered from the royal family slipping away filled Gu Zhengfan with frustration, especially when he recalled the two 800-year-old ginseng plants collected by the royal family 8 months prior. With those, he could have significantly advanced his cultivation to the 8th or even 9th level. Father, do not be disheartened. Gu Lingze observed her father's expression, which seemed to suggest he might burst with frustration. Strangely, she felt a chuckle rising within her. Senior brother Yi mentioned that Lu Yu emphasized to him that her actions were motivated by her regard for me and by virtue of our shared sect. Indeed, Senior brother Yi is aware that she is my twin sister and is genuinely pleased for me. She was also joyful, even after a year apart. Lu Yu still considered her in all matters. Yet, I felt no happiness. Brother Yi remarked that the crown prince was immensely grateful to Lu Yu for saving his brother. The implication was clear. The crown prince would undoubtedly offer his full assistance. Gu Zhengfan understood this perfectly, but it only deepened his distress regarding his precious daughter's intentions. Given the support from the government, was it really necessary for him to persist in his search? Faced with Gu Lingze's ever-calm gaze, Gu Zhengfan realized that this was utterly impossible. This stubborn girl had accurately gauged his desperate need for Lu Yu's promised rewards. She was keenly aware of his reluctance to let go of his daughter, who had such a promising future, only to see it come to a mundane end. If she settled for mediocrity, how could he possibly benefit from her? That would be splendid, indeed. How is your mother faring? This was a sentiment that Gu Zhengfan cherished. Yet while Mei Ruoxian reveled in the devotion of her two daughters, he was still bound to play the role of this absurd national master in the mundane world. What right did he have? Concerning this daughter who clung to him, Gu Zhengfan's heart was a tumult of emotions. He knew well that the daughter he had raised, though outwardly gentle, was astutely clever. Moreover, with her association with the formidable Yuan Ing master, Hua Sanren, she must have acquired even more knowledge. As a core disciple of Lingzhu sect, her daily regimen extended beyond essential cultivation classes. She also engaged in a course that delved into the intricacies of human nature and sentiment. A few words of softness laced with firmness, balanced with a hint of sweetness. Yet, when it came to opposing Mei Ruoxian's desire to accompany her to Lingzhu sect, he found himself at a loss for words. Since she turned 8, she had never shown such closeness toward him again. Now that she was willing to do so for her mother, he knew he must cherish it. Since she cherishes her mother, she naturally cannot be too harsh on her father. Gu Lingze, I have imparted so much knowledge to you, and yet you now turn it against me. Gu Zhengfan patted his beloved daughter, the only one he truly acknowledged, and said, very well. However, I must point out that your heart is too soft. With just a few tears from your mother, you seem to forget where home is. This is not good. As one who can only aspire to the grand path, one must not be overly sentimental. Gu Lingze tilted her head, a dimple appearing on her right cheek, still wearing a gentle smile. Father, I am fully aware of my actions. Moreover, in this world, the only ones who can evoke my sentiments, aside from my mother, are you as well. Of course, I must now also include Lu Yu. My master holds her in high regard, as does the clan, so father, you must also cherish her. She is destined to pursue the grand path alongside me. We will ensure that all of the world remembers you and mother. And the ancestral hall of the Gu family will engrave your name prominently on the ancestral tablets, receiving the incense of countless generations. Gu Zhengfan gazed at her. Gu Lingze paused for a moment and continued. My master has said that the path of cultivation does not require one to be devoid of emotions or loyalty to progress further. Rather, one must not be ensnared by feelings. But I am still young, and even if I am somewhat attached, it matters not. There are certain things she refrained from saying in front of Gu Zhengfan. Her master also remarked that those who are heartless and ungrateful have truly fallen into the demonic path, being abandoned by the Grand Way. Regardless of where they may end up in the future, under the cycle of heavenly justice, there will always be retribution. Her master has taught her much. Yet she finds it unnecessary to voice these thoughts to her father. It is not that she does not wish to share, but rather that her father has long been ensnared by his own delusions, rendering any words futile. If that were the case, why would he toil so diligently in his cultivation, or feel compelled to take one woman after another? He is a person truly attuned to the great path, lamenting only the misfortune of his spiritual roots. Chapter 15. The ghostly face banner. Lu Yu had never truly ventured into the intricacies of the National Master's residence in her 2 lifetimes. Now, she joyfully trailed behind her mother, watching a troupe from the county perform, their voices rising and falling on the stage. As the new year approached, the town buzzed with activity, and many villagers from nearby were willing to spend a little to witness the grand performances they could seldom see. On stage, a performer was showcasing the art of face changing, transforming his visage with each movement, which sparked boundless curiosity in Lu Yu, who watched with rapt attention. This was the sort of entertainment that highborn ladies deemed vulgar, something she had never encountered before. Delighted, she joined the crowd in applause, feeling a tinge of regret when the performer exited. Next came the play of the 5 daughters celebrating longevity, a performance she had seen several times before, and thus, her interest waned. Having spent months in the town, the mother and daughter had explored every corner multiple times. The local customs were refreshingly simple, and Fong Ernyang was unconcerned for her daughter, encouraging her to buy whatever she fancied without hesitation. Lu Yu responded with a beaming smile, squeezing out from the throng. The various lanterns, though not exquisite, exuded a rustic charm, and Lu Yu meandered through, taking in the sights, though the locals gazed at her 6 fingers. Their eyes held no disdain or indifference, which was sufficient for her. As she approached a bustling street, Lu Yu moved forward with the flow of the crowd, gradually advancing. What perplexed her was the stark contrast between the bustling market stalls that seemed to overflow here and the expansive, vacant lot on the other side, devoid of any vendors. Strangely, as people passed by that area, they made a point to steer clear. A few delicate white flowers danced in the breeze at the entrance of a particular courtyard, and Lu Yu suddenly realized that someone had died there. "Let us set up our stall over here," one child insisted, unwilling to sell just a chicken at their family's stand, adamantly pulling her toward this side. They fled as if escaping, yet those around them remained oblivious to any oddities. Indeed, 2 vendors even inched their stalls further back, pressing themselves into the corners. Has the poor grown family nearly perished? Indeed, in just 6 months. For grown men have died. Alas, from old Rome to his 18-year-old grandson. On that fateful day, the old sage remarked that their family had committed too many sins, a claim that the family matriarch vehemently denied, even going so far as to expel him. "Ah, isn't that old sage the one who sells amulets on the main street?" "Yes, precisely him. Have you purchased one as well? His fortune-telling is remarkably accurate. My cousin only found the silver her husband had hidden before his death with his help. She married again, built a house, bought land, and now her life is flourishing beyond measure. What a good man." More than a few echoed this sentiment. Lu Yu, intending to buy a couple of candied hawthorns on the main street, also wished to pay her respects to the old sage. As she walked, she had not paid much attention earlier, but suddenly she noticed that many who spoke of the old sage wore amulets around their necks. However, their complexions appeared peculiar. Amidst their rosy cheeks, she discerned a wisp of dark mist. This scenario seems oddly familiar. Lu Yu crouched gently at the corner, cradling her head in her hands, overwhelmed by the pain. Before long, her clothes became drenched in sweat, and her mind flickered with fragmented memories of her time as a spirit catcher. Finally, a singular image crystallized in her mind. Countless instances where Ding Qishan, with his otherworldly abilities, clandestinely captured souls in the realm of mortals. After a considerable moment, Lu Yu rose once more, her body trembling uncontrollably as she recalled everything. During her time as a spirit catcher, the elder spirit catchers mentioned that the ancient mystical artifact, the ghost face banner, possessed an inherent soul-absorbing function. Anyone who had donned a talisman crafted through special methods would, upon the of the banner's master, meet their end regardless of their location. What an extraordinary skill! Gritting her teeth, Lu Yu stood at a distance in a corner of the street, observing the so-called immortal who cheerfully distributed talismans to those seeking peace. Beside the merit box, those with wealth tossed in coins, while the less fortunate were of no concern to him. Ironically, this very fact encouraged the gullible elderly to place their utmost faith in him. Nearly everyone passing by fell prey to his allure. "Little girl, are you here to seek a talisman as well? Hurry, if you don't go now. Today's talismans will be gone," an old woman urged as she noticed Liu staring at the immortal stall for quite some time. Startled, Liu shuddered. Was she truly about to walk into a trap? "Grandma, my family has already sought one. I'm merely curious and came to take a look." "Oh, just like my little grandson, you wish to see what the immortal looks like, don't you? Look closely. He has a youthful face despite his white hair, and 3 long whiskers, quite similar to the immortals depicted in paintings." The old woman spoke of her grandson with eyes brimming with affection. Liu believed that she must have hung the so-called talisman around her grandson's neck. But where could that old deity reside? Are you also going to make offerings? The old woman brandished her empty basket, exclaiming, "The land temple in the east of the town is bustling as the new year approaches. You should go to make your offerings early." The passers-by on the street were all cheerful, especially the children, adorned in their rare new clothes and savoring sweet hawthorns, trailing closely behind their parents. Liu Yu's pace slowed, as today marked the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, with only 4 days remaining until New Year's Eve. That malevolent sorcerer would undoubtedly take advantage of the throngs of people in these days to distribute talismans, which meant he would act no later than New Year's Eve. Despite her cultivation having advanced exponentially compared to her previous life, she knew she would not stand a chance against that sorcerer. Yet, could she simply stand by and watch as the ghostly banner gradually collected souls right before her eyes, growing ever more powerful, wandering aimlessly through the bustling streets? Liu was oblivious to how she had arrived at the land temple. Once a desolate place, it now welcomed visitors, each bearing incense or various homemade offerings. Within the modest 2-room structure stood a clay statue of the land deity, with an altar adorned with an array of foods and delicacies. Liu, like an ordinary child, curiously explored the interior. As she made her way back, an inexplicable sense of neglect lingered in her mind, though she could not quite grasp what it was. Fong Ernyang has toiled throughout her life, and now, having finally secured an opportunity to rest, Liu naturally wishes for her every desire to be fulfilled. Performing on stage can also be exhausting, and there are still 3 days ahead. Fong Ernyang, however, was unfazed. She retrieved a talisman attached to a red string from her bosom, intending to hang it around Liu Yu's neck. "Look, this is the protective amulet I obtained from the old immortal today for your safety." "What's wrong?" Liu Yu's face turned ashen, instilling a deep fear in Fong Ernyang. "Mother, did you not go to see a play? Why do you have this?" I just heard so many people praising it. So I went and asked for 2. No sooner had she spoken than Fong Ernyang felt a sudden pain in her neck. The once sturdy red string had been yanked off by her daughter. Liu held the 2 amulets, utterly at a loss. She hadn't worn one yet, so she believed she would be fine. But her mother had donned one, and what if something were to happen? Seeing Liu Yu's eyes burning with fury, Fong Ernyang sensed she might have erred. Many people in town have purchased these talismans. No, there shouldn't be any problems." Liu felt a surge of tears welling up, yet witnessing her mother's panic, she took a deep breath to suppress her emotions. "Mother, we have always been safe even without wearing such amulets. That itinerant Taoist seems rather dubious. It is best we do not engage with his offerings." Observing her daughter's grave demeanor, Fong Ernyang sighed. "Very well, you handle this. I shall go fetch you something to eat." Now, the thought of what to eat makes Liu feel utterly incapable of consuming anything. The mere contemplation of her mother's impending demise sends tremors through her body. The ghostly face banner? An ancient spiritual treasure? Nonsense. It is clearly a cursed artifact. Why must it be so? In her previous life, she endured being refined for over 3 centuries, and now, having been granted another chance, it seeks her mother? The mere thought that Fong Ernyang might suffer a fate worse than in her past life, enduring the relentless torment of the ghostly flames day after day, deprives her of breath. Chapter 16. The eve of murder. Fong Ernyang is acutely aware that her daughter harbors secrets. In truth, it seems she has been concealing matters from her for quite some time. On several occasions, during the night, she discovered her daughter's door locked. And through the slightly ajar window, she clearly saw her daughter seated at the foot of her bed, meditating like the young masters and misses of the Gu family. The first time she witnessed this, she was so troubled that she spent the entire night awake, as if her mind were racing with thoughts, yet at the same time utterly blank. Since that moment, she has refrained from calling her daughter to rise. Fortunately, her daughter has always been sensible, waking on her own at 1/4 the hour of Chun every day. This practice of meditation and cultivation, she later observed, must occur daily. If her daughter chooses not to confide in her, she does not pry. In her heart, she believes Lu Yu is no less than any of the young masters and misses of the Gu family. She has merely been unfortunate enough to become the daughter of a servant like herself. In this lifetime, she feels she has wronged her daughter. Had she not acquiesced to Madame Wu's request to exchange children, given Madame Wu's disposition, even if she were to disdain Lu Yu and her 6 fingers, she would never have cast her aside. Instead, she would have strategized for Lu Yu's benefit, much like she did for Miss Lingze. If that were the case, why should Yu endure so many years of suffering and strive to cultivate immortality while remaining hidden? Ultimately, it is her desire to have a child, to leave something for Lu Sheng to remember, to have hope in her existence. Feng Ernyang did not wish to ponder where the cultivation methods came from, nor did she dwell on why she suddenly wanted to depart from the Master of State's residence. She merely thought that all of this was what her family as Liu deserved. That night, Liu wrapped herself in a dark cloak and quietly scaled the wall, making her way towards the land temple in the eastern part of the town. The wind outside occasionally whispered like a lament, and taking advantage of the night's cover, Lu Yu stealthily climbed the large locust tree in front of the temple, peering through the branches and the tattered window paper to behold the brightly lit interior of the land temple. On the offering table, several affluent families generously placed their incense and oil lamps, which burned brightly. Gu Deong leaned over one corner of the offering table, intently drawing his peace talismans. With each completed talisman, he would exhale a sigh of satisfaction. In just a year since acquiring this craft, he had advanced from the 5th to the 7th level of Qi refinement, a feat he had never dared to dream of before. Who in the entire soul refining sect could match his progress? With every soul he collected into the ghostly banner, his cultivation would experience a slight enhancement. Gu Deong felt a swell of pride at the thought that he had salvaged the discarded ghostly banner from a storeroom long abandoned by the soul refining sect, an object scorned by all. After completing nearly 100 talismans, he stretched his shoulders and wrists, retrieving the ghostly banner to caress it gently. From a distance, she spotted the ghostly banner, which she had known for over 300 years, even though it was not yet fully restored. Liu recognized it instantly from the tremor of her spirit. A flicker of animosity inevitably escaped her gaze, yet this sentiment was swiftly concealed. The enigmatic figure before her exuded an aura of power that she could not discern, undoubtedly surpassing her own. It was not an opportune moment to provoke him. Clad in heavy garments, Lu Yu was suddenly reminded of the thick bedding she had encountered upon entering the Earth Deity Temple. In her previous life, during her time as a ghostly figure, she distinctly recalled that once a cultivator reached the foundation establishment stage, they became impervious to the elements. At this moment, Lu Yu endeavored to recall her past while residing in the National Master's residence. She had ascended to the 2nd level of Qi refining, and the 2 gathering Qi pills she had received were snatched away by those rascals. In a fit of rage during a surprise attack, she could still hear the mocking laughter of her siblings. Useless. Once you reach the 3rd level of Qi refining, cultivators can project their spiritual consciousness. Do you think that by ambushing us from behind, we remain oblivious? Truly foolish. 6th brother, this fool certainly knows nothing of spiritual consciousness. Gu Lingzhao raised his chin, declaring, "Listen well, today I am in a good mood, so allow me to enlighten you. The spiritual consciousness of Qi refining cultivators varies in range, typically between 5 to 8 meters. Upon advancing to foundation establishment, it extends to 50 to 80 meters, and this pattern continues, with each significant advancement increasing the range tenfold. Were I 7th sister, I would have come over and slapped you to death for your sheer ignorance. You are utterly tarnishing my reputation, and twins, nonetheless? Humph." The reason these words remained etched in her memory was due to the intense fury she felt after being struck, prompting her for the first time in her life to seek justice from her ineffectual father. To her astonishment, he cunningly turned the tables, confining all others within the residence's punishment. All external engagements were handed over to her, under the pretext of cultivating her social skills. Liu forced a smile, having delighted in the belief that her father, the esteemed national master, had finally begun to show her affection. However, 2 days later, while she stepped out, the entire clan of the Gu family vanished without a trace. She would never forget the expressions of the few members of the moon eclipsing sect when they beheld the vast national master's estate reduced to just her presence, an amalgamation of frustration and malice directed at her for being so easily deceived. Regardless of the layers of defenses, she lacked the ability to eliminate him with her cultivation skills. For the sake of her mother, she needed to act before the eve of the new year and rid herself of him. The spiritual awareness of a chi refinement practitioner could extend 5 to 8 meters, meaning she had to maintain a distance of over 8 meters to avoid detection. Using a crossbow was her only conceivable approach, and it had to be executed with utmost surprise. By the second watch of the tiger hour, he yawned, gathered his belongings, and laid down to rest in the corner, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber, his snores echoing like a strangled breath. The sound, reminiscent of someone struggling to breathe, left Lu Yu wishing he would indeed be rendered breathless, suffocated by his own slumber. After a night exposed to the biting wind, her eyelashes had frozen together, and it was only when the distant sound of the evening watchman rang out that she realized dawn had arrived. The occupant within was still lost in dreams, and Lu Yu managed a faint smile as she silently descended. With today included, only 3 nights remained for her to execute her plan. Lu Yu had consumed the dumplings her mother had brought, and she inquired, "Mother, will you be attending the opera today? Do you wish for me to go?" Replied Fang Ernyang with a smile. "I know you enjoy the performances," Lu Yu responded with a grin. "There are many people around these days. I also wish to enjoy some leisure. You need not prepare lunch today. We shall dine at that noodle shop in the west." "All right, it's all up to you. Is it not merely a desire for fried sauce noodles?" Fang Ernyang gently patted her head. "But why do you not rest a bit longer?" In terms of skill, she was no match for that malevolent sorcerer. In terms of strength, with her petite 12-year-old frame, she could not contend with that imposing man. Even if she were to employ a crossbow, recalling her encounters as a spirit banner, should he remain vigilant and summon his protective spiritual energy, she would be unable to touch even a single finger of his. Instead, it was far more likely that she would find herself ensnared once more, transformed back into a spirit banner. She had no desire to perish, nor could she afford to. Her mother must also live on. She wished to honor her, ensuring that she could lead a tranquil and joyous life until the end of her days. Thus, Lu Yu paused at the entrance of the largest medical hall in the town. Chapter 17. A deeper slumber on the night of the 27th. Lu Yu once again climbed the old locust tree, intently observing the individuals within, inscribing talismans just as she had the previous night. The somewhat dilapidated ghostly face banner, which had not been restored due to the scarcity of wandering souls, lay conveniently upon the altar before her. The ghostly face banner had likely changed hands several times in the kingdom of water sprinkling. After all, she had been acquired by the foundation-building cultivator of the lunar eclipse sect 2 years hence. Judging by this, the current owner's cultivation level should not be exceedingly high, or else they would not have allowed others to benefit at their expense. Pondering this, Lu Yu felt a slight surge of determination to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. She had spent the afternoon at the Earth God Temple, mixing certain items purchased from the apothecary into the lamp oil. Were it not for the protective talisman her mother had already brought, she would have wagered her safety and fled far away as soon as possible. A sudden gust of northwest wind swept through, causing Lu Yu to tightly clutch her clothing. She glanced at the flickering wish lanterns within, her heart racing with anxiety. Fearing that someone might uncover an anomaly, Gu Daong shielded the nearest lantern with his hand, silently waiting for the wind to subside. Outside, Lu Yu paid no heed to the chill enveloping her. She observed him inhaling several wisps of lantern smoke, unable to suppress the urge to rub her eyes, internally commending herself profusely. In the lamp oil, she had infused a substantial amount of a sleep-inducing herbal concoction, devoid of any adverse effects or toxicity. Under normal circumstances, even the most formidable sorcerer would not suspect its presence. As a practitioner of cultivation, even the most potent poisons could be neutralized with a single detoxification pill in their hands. Lu Yu chuckled wryly, reminiscing about the time she had followed Ding Qishan into the venomous marshes to collect myriad toxic essences, witnessing his adept usage of them. Unbeknownst to Gu Daong, this venerated sage, beloved by all, was being scrutinized so closely. Although he was merely an inconspicuous auxiliary disciple at the soul-refining sect, the acquisition of the ghostly banner had prompted him to prepare meticulously for his venture into the mortal realm to collect souls. The semi-spiritual garment he donned rendered him impervious to the weapons of common folk, costing him a staggering 170 spiritual stones, nearly half of his lifetime savings. As long as he did not encounter a practitioner of a higher level, he would reign supreme in the realm of mortals. He had thoroughly surveyed this small town for an entire fortnight, finding no other cultivators. Situated far from the county seat with few outsiders, even if a handful of martial artists resided here, could they withstand the might of a being such as himself? He became increasingly amused at the prospect of reaching the core formation stage, at which point he would gather foundational cultivators. Whenever he felt overwhelmed, he would contemplate the plan. As soon as the thoughts flowed, his pen danced across the paper, swiftly casting aside any lingering drowsiness. Outside, Lu Yu was becoming increasingly frustrated. She had endured 2 days of this biting wind, which made life rather unbearable. Despite taking copious amounts of calming elixirs, they seemed ineffective. Perhaps the spirits of cultivators were innately stronger than those of mere mortals, thus allowing them to endure longer. At the hour of the tiger, the individuals within began to gather their belongings, lifting a bottle of wine offered that day to indulge in its rich flavor. On the offering table, Lu Yu observed him selecting and savoring the delicacies with great enjoyment, pairing them with the wine. Perched upon the old locust tree, Lu Yu calculated the most opportune moment to act. With only 2 days remaining, it would be too perilous to set the date for the night of the 29th. What if he chose to make his move then? Only when the sky began to blush with twilight did Lu Yu quietly descend, and as she lay upon her bed, slumber overtook her almost instantly. When she awoke, it was already midday on the 28th, startled by the familiar voice of Fong Ernyang, who had come to ensure she was not hungry. Get up for your meal. Afterward, sleep as you wish. I shall not interfere. Groggy, Lu Yu climbed out of bed and opened the door to find Fong Ernyang dressed for an outing. Mother, are you going to see a play this afternoon? Fong Ernyang gently tapped her forehead. I have prepared hot water for you. Hurry and wash up. This afternoon, there will be a grand performance of the Havoc in Heaven. I hear it will be quite the spectacle. Would you care to join me? Lu Yu shook her head. I still have some preparations to make, and I simply cannot spare the time. I have lost count of how many times I've seen that play. You go on ahead. Fong Ernyang briskly emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of dishes. Memories flooded back of her days accompanying the 13th young master to various grand households, where celebrations often called for a lively performance. A smile crept across her face as she recalled the delightful aroma of braised meat with cabbage and vermicelli, her favorite. Mother is the best, she exclaimed, playfully flattering her. Fong Ernyang chuckled, filling a generous bowl for her, laden with the most meat. Hee, I am indeed a flatterer. I relish being one. Lu Yu beamed. Mother, close your eyes and open your mouth. What are you doing? Fong Ernyang inquired. I, your daughter, am feeding you. Only by closing your eyes can you truly savor the flavor. You little imp, Fong Ernyang retorted, playfully tapping her, yet she complied and shut her eyes with a smile. Lu Yu took a nourishing pill given by Ding Chenyang, placed one in her palm, and gently slipped it into Fong Ernyang's mouth. All done. What is this? Fong Ernyang inquired as she slowly savored it, feeling an abundance of saliva fill her mouth, accompanied by a refreshing sensation as it slid down her throat and into her stomach. Almost instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped her entire being, even her knees, which often ached and felt icy during winter, began to radiate warmth, providing immense comfort. This is remarkable. Lu Yu grinned, hopeful that this nourishing pill would indeed enhance her mother's health, ensuring that should any malevolent forces arise, they would not affect her. Seeing her daughter's radiant and expectant smile, Fong Ernyang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. She realized that as she aged, even the best of things felt as commonplace as cabbage. From now on, whatever good things come, you should enjoy them yourself. Observing Fong Ernyang, Lu Yu felt as though she might transform into a creature capable of emerging from her very mouth, eager to be fed. Hastily, Lu Yu stepped back, grasping her bowl. Mother, please eat. The grand performance of Journey to the West is about to commence. Did you hear what I said? Fong Ernyang feigned anger. I heard. How could a mother, who always placed herself first, disregard her own well-being? Accompanying Fong Ernyang into the town, Lu Yu entered the largest tavern and ordered a bottle of the finest Zhuan Yuan Hong. Within this prestigious wine, she mixed a dose of sleeping powder, a substance that, while not truly toxic, bore a subtly sweet flavor. During her playful antics with the 13th young master, Guling Zhao, she had even administered some to the 12th young master, Guling. The roasted duck and 3 yellow chicken were thoroughly smeared with it. Having meticulously arranged all her items, Lu Yu proceeded to the Earth God Temple. The offering table was laden with numerous tributes, yet Lu Yu, undeterred by the inconvenience, removed all those that had already been presented for a day and set them aside. Observing her sincere devotion, the onlookers refrained from interrupting, allowing her to bow several times in peace. This time, Lu Yu even replaced the incense with calming fragrance. Not placing much faith in its efficacy, she merely wished for that individual to fall into a deeper sleep. Confronted by a demon whose cultivation surpassed her own by several levels, Liu dared not entertain the slightest hope of success. She had but one chance and must catch him off guard. Even if others were to arrive again, she would brazenly act like a mischievous child, repeatedly opening and closing the door. The temple door was not locked, and she needed to find the method to open it with the least noise possible. Chapter 18. The Eclipse Gate. On the night of the 28th. Dressed in the attire of a nocturnal hunter, Liu, undeterred by the howling northern winds, bore her grandfather Lu Sheng's crossbow and crouched beneath the old locust tree, her gaze fixed on the figure within. Today Gu Daong, adhering to his habitual routine from the past 2 days, was still bent over the offering table, inscribing talismans. It was not until the sound of the third watch echoed that he yawned. Liu had implored him countless times to take a drink, and when she finally witnessed him grasp the bottle of Zhuangyuan Hong, a cold sweat broke out along her back. Gu Daong indulged heartily, guzzling wine and devouring meat, reveling in his delight. As he yawned for the 4th time, Liu gently descended from the tree, readied her crossbow, and awaited the arrival of those inside. The sound of their discordant snoring filling the air. In her past as a minor specter, she had taken the lives of many, all of whom were utterly defenseless mortals. Those formidable figures with cultivation were beyond the reach of someone of her humble stature. After all, upon reaching the 5th level of chi refinement, one could summon a protective aura. Alone, she could not pierce through it. However, at this moment, she was no longer a ghost. Liu closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, determined to cast aside her fear. Otherwise, without her mother, her existence in this world would hold no meaning. Counting the time in silence, she listened intently to the raspy snores emanating from within. A gust of wind swirled past, and just as it did, Liu, with utmost caution, pushed the door open. The snoring within paused momentarily. Clang! The crossbow bolt struck the ground, igniting a shower of sparks. Gu Daong sensed an overwhelming aura of menace approaching, even in his stupor. Without opening his eyes, he instinctively rolled away. Before he could rise, another fierce gust of wind rushed in. In that fleeting moment, he could not summon his spiritual power and could only continue to roll away. Liu's heart raced with anxiety. How could this man possibly awaken? She had exerted tremendous effort. Yet at this moment, she dared not pause for even a fleeting second. Should she falter? A mere fireball spell hurled her way could spell her demise. Ah, the fireball spell. Gu Daong felt the gust of wind behind him intensifying, and amidst the whistling sounds, he could sense the ground's azure stones being cleaved apart. What sort of cultivator was this? Even at such a dire juncture, his mind remained clouded. Gu Daong realized he had fallen into a trap. He never anticipated that in a small town of merely 2,000 souls, a cultivator could be hiding. The heavens truly had no sight. Just as he was about to summon his spiritual energy shield, his head spun, and the flickering light he had conjured suddenly extinguished. As he turned over, Gu Daong finally discerned his foe. Liu's face was shrouded in a black veil, and one after another, her sharp sword techniques had nearly overwhelmed his meridians. Fortunately, she had yet to activate her spiritual energy shield. Gu Daong's eyes widened as he watched the petite figure. Her left hand wielding a crossbow, whoosh, the arrow pierced his head, driving it forcefully into the azure stone ground. Remembering his unfinished ambitions, Gu Daong opened his mouth wide, his hands instinctively grasping to remove the arrow lodged in his skull. Liu took a couple of steps back, and for reasons unknown, she felt a thrill of vengeance as she observed his struggle. See, the land deity has come for you. Gu Daong forcefully yanked the arrow from his head, but her words caused his body to convulse several times before falling still. Liu stood 3 paces away, observing the crimson and white substance oozing from the man's head, devoid of any fear. The ethereal essence of a chi refining practitioner is frail. Should one sustain an injury to the head, it would be impossible to seize the body. Remaining still, Liu scratched her head, pondering where she had heard such a notion. She could not recall, yet she was certain it had crossed her ears. She stepped forward to remove his storage pouch, for with the demise of its owner, the pouch became a forsaken object. Instinctively, Liu sliced her fingertip and smeared her own blood upon it. However, despite her efforts, she was unable to unlock the pouch. Frustrated, she found herself in a contest of wills with the stubborn object. After a thorough inspection, she contemplated where she might have erred and gradually shifted her gaze to the offering table. Upon it lay items she had acquired only that day, including a sea lamp for offerings, all of which would surely fail to withstand scrutiny from the authorities. Without a second thought, she grasped one of the sea lamps, spilling oil everywhere, particularly upon the covering and the body of the demon. Even after igniting it twice on the corpse, the flames refused to catch. Lu Yu paused momentarily, disregarding the fact that it belonged to a deceased individual, and proceeded to peel it away. During her time with Ding Qishan, her most significant contribution had been the collection of items from the deceased, spiritual instruments, ceremonial garments, and treasures resembling mystical attire, each possessing unique functions. As one ascended the hierarchy, the defensive capabilities increased. This garment had failed to protect the demon's head, suggesting it was far from being a spiritual artifact. Being of such lowly grade, she had not encountered its worth before. However, she surmised that if sold in the mundane world, it could still fetch a considerable sum of silver. Grandfather of the land, this malevolent sorcerer seeks to harm your people. Today, I shall rid you of this threat. Surely, you do not wish to coexist with such a person? Lu Yu bowed deeply before the deity of the land, assuring that after the new year, there would be efforts to restore this place. At that time, I shall contribute generously, so that you may dwell in comfort. Your silence shall be taken as consent. With a flick of a fire starter, a crackling blaze rapidly engulfed the shrine behind him. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, several sword-wielding figures, witnessing the inferno from afar, stomped their feet in frustration. Brother Tang, Gu Daong has perished. The foremost cultivator snorted disdainfully, deeming it mere fortune for the sorcerer, for the kingdom of Waterfall shall belong to our lunar eclipse sect. Those of the soul-refining sect dare not cause chaos on our territory. You all must remember this. The day my grandfather achieves the nascent soul stage shall mark the moment my Tang family reclaims the kingdom of Waterfall. No one is permitted to disrupt this period. Should Gu Daong have slain too many, it could attract unwanted attention from the Taoist sects, and that would spell disaster. Indeed, several cultivators acknowledged, bowing in unison. Brother Tang, we have received intelligence from the capital that a number of individuals from the Lingze sect's Gu family have arrived. Might they be on guard against us? Pay them no heed, the Tang cultivator replied with a cold laugh. Gu Zhengfan is akin to a pig birthing offspring, and has foolishly lost one of his twin children. If all the Lingze sect's practitioners are as inept as he, there is nothing to fear. They were well aware of Gu Lingze, the prodigious heir with an anomalous ice spirit root, who had already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement before the age of 13, earning a notable reputation among the rising talents of the righteous path. Is that truly the case? Hiki, senior brother, is it true that the twinborn possesses spiritual roots and talents comparable to Gu Lingze? The Tang cultivator is quite amusing. According to reports from the Gu family's insiders, the lost individual has considerable aptitude. Moreover, Master Hua Sen even personally conveyed his desire to accept him as a disciple. TSK. Gu Zhengfan is bound to regret his decisions. He is nothing of significance. The Tang cultivator hardly regarded him. If not for Gu Lingze, he would be utterly inconsequential. Miao Wu, keep a close watch on the Gu family's black cavalry and the news from the authorities. It is said that the lost child shares a twin-born mutual flow with Gu Lingze. Under no circumstances should she be allowed to connect with the Gu family. If necessary, instill in her a sense of animosity towards them, so she may join our moon eclipsed sect. Senior brother, you are formidable. Miao Wu gave a thumbs up. The Tang cultivator grew serious, admonishing, do not flatter. If that child does not join the moon eclipse sect, you are to handle it directly. Chapter 19. The wind approaches. Lu Yu, of course, was unaware that not only the Gu family sought her, but also the members of the moon eclipsed sect were in search of her. In her previous life, when she wished to join the moon eclipsed sect, no one valued her, yet this time, before she had even made a move, they already showed signs of interest. Outside, the clamor of voices resonated. Even Fang Ernyang appeared somewhat flustered. The old deity residing in the land temple had been burned alive. How could this be possible? Casting a glance at the door that her daughter had kept closed, she hastened a few steps forward, only to stop again. Ever since her daughter took away those 2 safety talismans, she knew that during the nights of the past few days, her daughter had been sneaking out. Fang Ernyang felt a sudden wave of trepidation, pondering that the matter regarding the land deity temple should remain in the past. She slept soundly until noon. When Lu Yu finally rose to wash up, "Mother, what are we having for lunch?" she inquired, suddenly flustered. Fang Ernyang realized she had spent the entire morning in a daze and had yet to prepare any food. "What would you like to eat?" "I shall make it right away." Lu Yu paused for a moment, sensing something was amiss. "Mother, what is wrong?" "There has been an incident in town. The land deity temple caught fire early this morning, and those residing within perished in the blaze." Fang Ernyang lowered her gaze, regardless of whether her daughter had been involved. She felt compelled to shield her from the truth. You must not go anywhere today. Stay at home and keep safe. After the Lantern Festival, we shall depart. Very well. Lu Yu responded readily. Given the current state of the Gu family, they were likely already aware of her circumstances. With the influence of Gu Lingze within the family, her father would undoubtedly seek her out. It was prudent to leave the Kingdom of Water early to find peace of mind. A few days prior, the mother and daughter had prepared a considerable batch of dumplings, which were now frozen and stored in the kitchen jar. To enjoy them, they merely needed to boil water and drop them in. Simple and convenient. With the new year approaching tomorrow, they had much to prepare after their meal. Leaving the National Master's residence meant they would not lack for silver, and Fong Ernyang had no intention of compromising her daughter's comfort. Likewise, Liu had no desire to endure any hardship. While assisting in the kitchen, she occasionally snuck bites of the dishes Fong Ernyang had prepared, and by dinner time, she found herself quite full, much to her mother's amusement. As the mother and daughter shared laughter, the atmosphere within the National Master's residence remained notably somber. Mother, please eat something. Both you and Aunt Fong will be fine. How can Mei Ruoxian bear this? News from Lingge County has arrived, revealing no trace of them along the way. With the new year approaching tomorrow, the mere thought of Lu Yu suffering in a place beyond her sight is unbearable. There is nothing she can do about the National Master. All she can do is exert pressure on her daughter. She clutches Gu Lingze, tears streaming down her cheeks. Promise me, no matter when, you will certainly find Yue, all right? Until now, there has been no news. A mere mortal, someone who has just begun their cultivation journey. Where could they possibly go? Gu Lingze has, in fact, prepared for the worst. She feels a connection to Lu Yu. Could it be that Lu Yu feels no bond towards her? Aunt Fong cares deeply for her, and may have already conveyed to her that she no longer wishes to have any ties with the National Master's residence. Huh. If it were her, she too would not want that. I understand what you are worried about, Mother. Even if the National Master's residence ceases their search, and the government does not pursue it, I will continue to look for her. After all, she is my dear sister, and I long to hear her call me sister. Even if, when I finally find her, she is already in her old age, I will still be her sister and will take care of her. Mei Ruoxian knows her daughter seldom makes promises lightly, but once she does, she will certainly fulfill them. She feels a sense of relief. However, the thought that Master Hua-san wishes to take Lu Yu as a disciple saddens her, for she has ruined Lu Yu's best chance at immortality. Regardless of how Lu Yu's future unfolds, what she currently feels is an overwhelming sense of regret. I have wronged Yue, and I have wronged you as well. Lingze, while I hope you can find Yue here, I also fear it may hinder your cultivation. What should I do? Gu Lingze is left speechless. Is this something she should be asked? However, both the palm and the back of her hand are flesh, and she believes that her mother is the best for her. And that is sufficient. Mei Ruoxian understands that her complete dependence on this daughter is not right, but at this moment, she is already registered with the National Master. And without her daughter, she would have been dispatched by the National Master with a single blow. Just as she was about to say something, a message talisman flew in. Gu Lingze, my senior brother and I are on business in the watering country. Is there anything you desire? Speak up, and I shall procure it for you. Even if it involves visiting the National Master's residence, I can arrange that. Gu Lingze smiled. It was Ding Qishan from the Dongjing sect, whose master, the real person Juva, shared a close bond with her own master. Mother, since Yue has embarked on her journey to immortality, she may be seeking cultivators beyond the Lingze sect and the Gu family. Shall I inform them of her situation and request their assistance in keeping an eye on her? Of course, that would be splendid. Mei Ruoxian nodded immediately. Lu Yu suddenly comprehended the method of channeling energy into her body, having no other opportunities. She could only resort to stealing from the Gu family. Hence, if the Gu family sought her, it was possible that she and Fong Ernyang had hidden themselves away. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, due to Gu Lingze's meddling, the currents surrounding her had already begun to stir. On New Year's Eve, the small town of Lulin was adorned with vibrant decorations. Due to the burning of the land temple, several elders of the town deemed it inauspicious and prevented the opera troupe from departing, resulting in a lively atmosphere filled with music and performances from dawn until dusk. Fong Ernyang, not wishing to remain at home and hinder her daughter's cultivation, after dinner, joined neighbors with a stool to secure a good spot. Lu Yu struggled to open her storage bag at home, which prompted her to pay more attention to her own cultivation. Without reaching the third level of qi refinement, she lacked spiritual awareness and thus could not access her belongings. In both of her lifetimes, the first time she acquired her own storage bag, the inability to open it was truly a matter of life and death. particularly as it contained the ghostly banner. The mere thought of it conjured visions of the tumult that would ensue, casting a shadow over her prospects. This treasured possession of the demonic sect had initially been wielded by a fledgling chi-refining practitioner in her past life. Now, as a practitioner of the same level, she harbored a deep-seated fear of being slain for the sake of this artifact. As the spectral banner occasionally stirred her memories, Lu Yu clearly recalled how several promising disciples within the Taoist sect had met similar fates, becoming banners themselves. The thought of Ding Qishan gradually elevating it to an extraordinary magical item over the subsequent 3 centuries. While the sect sacrificed 2 mortal cities and countless lives to hunt him down, filled her with an inescapable dread. Thus, she knew she must act swiftly to open the bag and utterly destroy the ghostly banner within. Cultivation, cultivation, and more cultivation. What she once deemed tedious meditation in her previous life, she now found herself surprisingly at peace with. Chapter 20. The Black Cavalry. Where? Quickly gather your belongings. We must depart at once. Mother, what is it? It's only the 9th day of the month. Today, I heard from merchants that have come from afar that the Black Cavalry of the National Master's residence is searching for us, specifically for a girl with 6 fingers. The description is unmistakably like you. She did not wish to be found by the Black Cavalry, but her mother's urgency raised her curiosity. Observing Fong Ernyang's anxious demeanor, Lu Yu refrained from inquiring further and began to pack alongside her. Their household possessions were few and well accounted for, as they had long prepared to leave on the 15th. With a few bundles swiftly assembled, they ensured everything essential was in order, and with ample rental money at hand, there was no need for further discussion. As the grand gates closed, a carriage was halted just as it was leaving the town. Suddenly, a synchronized clatter of hooves echoed from outside, surrounding them entirely. Hand over the money and be gone. The coachman swiftly accepted a silver ingot and fled in haste. Fong Ernyang, how bold of you to dare abduct the 8th miss. Luo Chang'an, a trusted confidant of Gu Jingfan, felt a deep disdain for the audacity of the 5th madam and her servant in attempting to usurp their master's lineage. Fong Ernyang was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that Lu Yu had been discovered stealing Gu's family's techniques. The first thought that crossed her mind was a frantic glance towards Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu remained remarkably composed, gently lifting the carriage curtain. What nonsense are you spouting, Commander Luo? Is the 8th miss not at the National Master's residence? Luo Chang'an scrutinized Lu Yu closely and noticed, indeed, that her right hand bore an additional finger, a 6th digit, distinct from any other 6-fingered individuals he had encountered. As this one sprouted from the 5th finger, her 6th digit blended harmoniously with the others, not appearing overly conspicuous. One could easily overlook it if not paying careful attention. Luo Chang'an pays his respects to the 8th Mississippi. Accompanying his words was the synchronized salute of the other Black Knights. Yet, when he raised his gaze again, a glint of menace flashed in his eyes. Fong Ernyang, you have swapped a deceased infant for the 8th miss born to the 5th madam. The truth has come to light, and you still refuse to confess? With the 5th madam's orders, and now this Lu Yu. Luo Chang'an resolutely shifted the blame entirely onto Fong Ernyang. Fong Ernyang felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling and at a loss for words. At that moment, her fear was not of being exposed, but rather of her inability to explain herself to Lu Yu. She had to protect Lady Wu, thus reluctantly accepting this filthy water. However, if she were to accept it, how could she face her daughter day in and day out? Mother. Lu Yu grasped Fong Ernyang's hand tightly. In her previous life, before her death, she trembled uncontrollably, unable to even bear to look at her. Mother, I am your daughter. I left the Gu family because I knew that back then, Lady Wu demanded you exchange me due to my 6 fingers. Lu Yu hoped her composure would instill some calm in Fong Ernyang. You did not want me then. Do you intend to cast me aside now as well? Only then did Fong Ernyang mechanically extend her hand, trembling lips reaching toward Lu Yu's face. Sensing the deep-seated fear in her daughter's eyes, tears instantly surged forth. How could I ever abandon you, Yuer? It is I who has wronged you, sobbing. I am so sorry. Lu Yu, with her petite frame, embraced her somewhat unhinged mother and turned to Luo Chang'an. There are many young ladies in the Gu family. My absence means little. Besides, I have no desire to be a Gu family lady. Please, Commander Luo. Luo Chang'an was taken aback, realizing she seemed to know everything. The daughter of a servant and the daughter of the national teacher's mansion, it was common knowledge how one ought to choose. How could she possibly? Luo Chang'an could not help but scrutinize Lu Yu once more. She bore little resemblance to Miss Lingze, yet resembled the national teacher more. especially with those eyes that chilled one to the bone when they fixed upon you. Recalling the national teacher in the mansion, Luo Chang'an shivered involuntarily and resolutely shook his head. Was he truly that remarkable? Suddenly, Lu Yu thought of the spiritual pills and spiritual valleys transmitted from Lingze sect after the assessment of spiritual roots in her previous life, and could not help but sneer. Humph. It was true that he could not bear to part with those things. Apologies, but we must resort to force. Luo Chang'an waved his hand. Compared to Lu Yu's cold gaze, the Grand Master was the one who held their fates in his hands. She wished to wield the same power as Miss Lingze, capable of uttering a single word to condemn them all, though it would take years to achieve such prowess. A flicker of hatred ignited in Lu Yu's eyes as she observed one of the men approaching to seize the reins of the carriage. In her previous life, it was he who acted as the lackey for the Moon Eclipse sect, inflicting torment upon her and, in her final moments, allowing her to suffer hunger for 2 interminable days and nights. The sharp sword technique was carelessly cast aside. Before Luo Chang'an could issue a warning, Li Wu was severed at the neck. All the black cavalry retreated in unison. The gushing blood from his neck and the convulsions of his body silenced Luo Chang'an momentarily. Mississippi. The words Luo Chang'an wished to express faltered under Lu Yu's icy glare. The Grand Master felt similarly. A mere misstep could result in immediate death, which was, in a twisted sense, a form of fortune. Yet, how young was the 8th miss? Merely 12 years of age. When Fong Ernyang witnessed Lu Yu's silence followed by the swift execution of a man, she collapsed weakly to the side. Lu Yu harbored no favorable impressions of these individuals. In her past life, her adoptive father had taken the Gu family away. However, as their protectors, they had not even given a warning. One by one, they fled. And those who remained merely switched allegiances, returning to wreak havoc upon her. Ha ha ha. Very well, let me assist you in eliminating them. From a distance, Miao Wu roared with laughter, unleashing a flurry of blade energy that felled several more men before the remaining black cavalry grasped the situation and scattered in panic. The man with the 2 small mustaches left a profound impression on Lu Yu. It was he who had incapacitated her, causing Li Wu to torment her to death, then ensnared her within the ghost face banner. Mother, brace yourself, we shall flee at once. At that moment, Lu Yu could no longer concern herself with anything else. She leapt onto the horse's back and fiercely cracked the whip. Hey, little girl, where do you think you're running off to? Although Miao Wu spoke with a smile, Lu Yu detected a hint of murderous intent. The Moon Eclipsing sect was one of the 4 sinister sects, and she had aspired all her life to be a virtuous person. How dare you? Who are you to inflict such cruelty upon mere mortals? In the distance, a streak of escape light raced toward them. Upon discerning that Miao Wu wielded a ghostly dagger, the old Taoist squinted his eyes. A member of the demonic sect? Realizing that this old Taoist had effortlessly shattered his ghostly dagger, Miao Wu understood that this individual's cultivation far surpassed his own. Without a thought for whether Luo Chang'an was still alive, he retaliated with a strike. Brother Tang has clearly stated, if that little girl cannot enter the Moon Eclipsing sect, then she must be destroyed. Chapter 21. Uncle Ancestor, how could a galloping carriage compare to the strike of a cultivator? The old Taoist, witnessing this demonic wretch daring to kill right before him, struck down with a powerful palm. The howling blade energy was unmistakable to Lu Yu. Had it been only her, she would have jumped from the carriage. But now, her mother was still inside. In her urgency, she kicked fiercely at the horse's rear, using that momentum to retreat into the carriage, clutching onto Fong Ernyang, and recklessly crashed against the left window. Just as the carriage was about to tilt, the blade energy sliced through it, cleaving it in 2. The old horse in front let out no cry, yet met the same fate, its blood spraying everywhere. Bang! The half-broken cart could not withstand the combined weight of mother and daughter, careening forward for 2 meters before collapsing, scattering everything in disarray. Mother, what has happened to you? As the cart tipped, Fong Ernyang finally reacted, tightly cradling Lu Yu in her arms. Lu Yu could only hear a muffled groan. Overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood, her heart shattering with fear. The sight of Fong Ernyang crashing into the grand hall of the state master haunted her as the most terrifying nightmare. Mother, are you all right? Fong Ernyang anxiously examined her daughter from head to toe, terrified that she might be injured. You foolish girl, why are you worrying about me? Shouldn't you be trying to escape? With a sudden crash, Miao Wu was sent sprawling to the ground by an old Taoist, landing not far from them. Lu Yu was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, jolted awake and her vision clouded with tears. Before the man could rise, She leaped forward, disregarding everything, and unleashed a flurry of punches. Even though Miao Wu was a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was unable to defend himself with spiritual energy before regaining consciousness, and thus could not withstand the blows enhanced by sharp golden energy. Bastard! 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 Lu Yu, in a frenzy, pounded his head relentlessly. Stop! He's already dead. Isn't this repulsive? The old Taoist was taken aback by the girl's violent display. A dignified high-level Qi refinement practitioner, reduced to being brutally beaten to death by a mere second-level cultivator, was indeed a tragic demise. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, Fong Ernyang had silently positioned herself behind her, trembling as she brandished a kitchen knife, poised to strike at any moment, a sight that left Lu Yu dumbfounded. Mother, this man deserves to die. Fong Ernyang, typically delicate and fragile, transformed into a fierce tigress when her daughter's life was at stake. The scene before her was indeed terrifying. Yet she had once crawled out from a heap of corpses and survived. Her resilience was far greater than she had ever imagined. The old Taoist was rendered speechless by the fierce bond between mother and daughter. Thank you, venerable sage, for your rescue. Lu Yu realized that without this old Taoist, both she and her mother would not have survived this day. The terror of cultivators deepened her resolve to strengthen herself, and a vague desire began to take root in her heart. Indeed, thank you, venerable sage, for saving us twice. Fong Ernyang, holding her daughter, recognized him as the one who had saved them by the Li River. For reasons unknown, his weathered face felt oddly familiar. The old Taoist observed as they bowed 3 times in gratitude before stroking his beard. You are from the Qinling region, named Fong Ernyang. Who is your father? Fong Ernyang paused. My father is Fong Daju. Fong Daju? The old Taoist tugged at his beard, his eyes sparkling with hope. Do you reside in Fangjiaten? Is Fong Yukai your grandfather? Yes. Lu Yu wished she could cover her mother's mouth. The old man's gaze had been unsettling. To her surprise, Fong Ernyang also seemed to sense something amiss as she stared at the old Taoist, her recognition deepening. It was said that her grandfather bore a striking resemblance to the uncle who had mysteriously vanished years ago. You, are you my uncle? The old Taoist nodded repeatedly, his eyes glistening with moisture. I have searched for you for a year and 4 months. Fong Ernyang trembled as she crawled a few steps forward and embraced the old Taoist's legs, bursting into tears. Lu Yu was taken aback. She only knew that her mother had fled their hometown over 20 years ago due to a devastating plague. Ultimately, she had collapsed from hunger by the roadside, where her biological mother, Mei Ruoxian, found her. Her mother had once told her that the survivors from Fangjiaten could be counted on one hand. There were no relatives who were practitioners of cultivation. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she began to investigate slowly, yearning for news of any surviving kin. After much effort, she learned from a fellow survivor that a little girl from her family had been rescued by a noble family. 2 months passed in this quest, and her hope waned as she contemplated seeking her fortune with the Black Knights. Fortunately, she had arrived. Sitting upon her great uncle's gourd, Lu Yu was filled with curiosity, occasionally reaching out to pluck a piece of white fruit, her naive demeanor easing Fong Ernyang's former fear of heights. Fong Youfu was also quite pleased with Lu Yu, even though he knew she was not Fong Ernyang's biological daughter. That was sufficient. The Gu family is seeking you in this manner. Are you certain you wish to wander the world with us? Fong Ernyang gazed anxiously at her daughter, still unaware of how Lu Yu had learned about the events of that year. Lingze sect, one of the 4 premier sects of the continent. Are you not intrigued? The Gu family was also associated with the Lingze sect, which offered them protection. In her previous life, aware of the matters concerning the Moon Eclipse sect, did the clan members ever offer a word of caution to her father? Otherwise, how could Gu Zhengfan, with his noble disposition, have allowed himself to fall into such peril? Fong Youfu's eyes sparkled with delight. Good. You error. Come here, place your hand upon it, and let your great-grandfather see the value of your spiritual root. In the jade plate lies a smooth, pale yellow stone. Great-grandfather, I possess a tri-spiritual root. Each day during my cultivation, I can perceive the 3-colored spiritual light entering my body. However, one must undergo a test, for only then can one ascertain the seriousness of the matter. The purity of the spiritual root varies, and consequently, its strength differs as well. Merely observing the color will not reveal the true value of your spiritual root. For instance, the golden spiritual root encompasses 3 hues: platinum, gold, and silver, each representing a distinct level of purity. The white shade signifies the utmost purity of the golden spiritual root. with a purity level of at least 80 or above. Gold follows closely, falling between 60 and 80, while silver drops to 50 or below. The higher the purity, the faster one can absorb spiritual energy, thus accelerating the pace of mastering the path of magic in the future. In addition to these factors, one must also consider the strength of the spiritual root. The broader the coverage of the testing stone by color, the higher the strength of the spiritual root, indicating a superior value. Lu Yu was entirely unaware that testing a spiritual root entailed such intricacies. In her previous life, how much did Gu Zhengfan truly regard her, that he would not even deign to speak to her properly? Chapter 22. The initial steps on the path of immortality. The events in Lulin town finally reached Gu Lingze. When he arrived at the scene alongside Du Zhahai, his expression was as if frost could be scraped from his face. He paid no heed to the numerous corpses of the Black Guards. His focus lay solely on the sight of the horse-drawn carriage split in two, blood staining the ground everywhere. Lingze, his sister, must have already escaped. When we arrived, the guard from your household had yet to succumb. He claimed that the 8th Miss was rescued by an immortal. How could senior brother Ding have come to this place? In the city of Zhuan, the entire populace perished overnight. Accompanied by brother Lu, I pursued the malevolent practitioner who utilized talismans for protection. Is this related to Lu Yu? Is there any evidence? Gu Lingze took the talisman, yet a palpable discomfort emanated from within. On the verdant stone floor of the original Earth Temple, we discovered marks left by your family's crossbow. Following Ding Qishan, Gu Lingze circled the Earth Temple, noting several profound bow impressions on the ground, clearly infused with the essence of sharp metal to penetrate so deeply. However, her gaze lingered more on the slate struck by the sharp metal sword. Sighing, she recalled how, since childhood, she recognized Lu Yu as a bold and meticulous individual. Yet she never anticipated her to be so fiercely righteous against malevolence. Regardless of the ineptitude of the malevolent practitioner, he must possess at least the 5th level of chi refinement. How could someone who had only recently begun to cultivate dare to confront him? Such a foolish sister left her deeply concerned. Did you see that old locust tree? Brother Lu mentioned that your sister had likely remained in that tree for at least 2 days. Ding Qishan laughed, remarking on her remarkable cleverness. Of course, she is intelligent. Gu Lingze shot him a glance. Brother Lu speculated whether someone might have rescued her. Ding Qishan shook his head, his expression turning grave once again. Brother Lu had discovered several demonic practitioners on the trail. Lingze, it seems that the kingdom of water and rain will not find peace in the near future. At this moment, she was eager to take her mother away from this place. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, her flight had disrupted many events from years past. Water arrow technique, water screen technique, binding technique, diamond shield. One after another, these spells that Lu Yu had long coveted were demonstrated with the assistance of her great-grandfather. Fang Youfu felt as though his life could have no further regrets. He could close his eyes in peace before his demise. Observing the interaction between the elderly and the young, one teaching with fervor and the other learning with abandon, Fang Ernyang felt an indescribable sense of comfort. She had always been pained by Lu Yu's inability to cultivate alongside her, but now, it seemed that heaven was indeed compassionate. The attribute-less cultivation methods were barely manageable for now, yet once they reached the mid-stage of chi refinement, the disparity in power when contending with others would be insurmountable. Fang Youfu pinched the storage pouch at his waist, which contained a meager 351 spirit stones. It was impossible not only to purchase better cultivation methods, but also to provide a better life for Lu Yu and her mother. In the realm of mortals, he could be a leader, but in the realm of cultivation, he was but the most rudimentary practitioner. After a lifetime of hard work, he had only managed to reach the 9th level of chi refinement, far from the great perfection, let alone the foundation establishment stage. Was he destined to watch Lu Yu tread the same path as he did? The journey of cultivation was essentially a path paved with spirit stones, without opportunities. And especially without spirit stones, acquiring a foundation establishment pill was utterly impossible. Yuer, do you know the best way for cultivators to earn money? The most lucrative method. Lu Yu stole a glance at her mother. She had heard from the Gu family that the cultivation world was fraught with danger. The most profitable method was to kill and rob. Ding Qishan had operated in this manner, never lacking in spirit stones at any time. Fang Youfu broke into a sweat, grateful he had taken Lu Yu away. In the esteemed lineage of cultivators, it is indeed disheartening to witness such a manner of educating the younger generation. While there are certainly numerous instances of murder and robbery, those practitioners involved can hardly be considered true cultivators. They are merely practitioners of dark arts. Although Lu Yu remains indifferent to the lives of others, she harbors a deep disdain for such acts of violence and theft. Upon learning that these individuals are of the sinister sort, she feels somewhat relieved. If others were to seize what is rightfully mine, would I not have the right to retaliate and reclaim my treasures? At this moment, she has come to the conclusion that her great-uncle is a righteous cultivator, despite the possibility that his cultivation level may not be particularly high. Fang Youfu casts a wary glance at Fang Ernyang, fearing that Lu Yu, being a young woman, might show mercy when faced with those who would wish her harm, potentially leading to her own downfall. What then would become of his foolish granddaughter? In the realm of cultivation, it is often observed that female practitioners do not advance as far as their male counterparts, with their emotional nature being their greatest weakness. However, he did not anticipate that the education imparted today would result in many future cultivators choosing to avoid Lu Yu altogether. Seeing Lu Yu nod in satisfaction, Fang Youfu feels a sense of contentment as well. For cultivators, the arts of alchemy, artifact refinement, formation crafting, and talisman drawing are the most prudent pursuits. Fang Youfu meticulously explains to her that advancement in cultivation is inextricably linked to the use of elixirs, and during confrontations, a single elixir to replenish spiritual energy could very well be the key to victory. As for the refinement of artifacts, it is essential since all practitioners require magical tools. However, he chuckles softly. Who in this world can genuinely afford to utilize such treasures? He gently ruffles her hair, reminding her that only those at the core formation stage can wield true magical artifacts, while those in the chi refinement stage utilize spiritual tools, and those in the foundation establishment stage use functional implements. Ultimately, it is only those above the core formation stage who can genuinely employ magical treasures. These items can be categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The gourd belonging to my great-grandfather is a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Fang Youfu patted the gourd on his waist, explaining that it was acquired through the slaughter of 139 first and second-tier demon beasts. It possesses the ability to soar through the skies and dive into the waters, serving as a commonplace mode of transport within the realm of cultivation. Lu Yu found this gourd far more exquisite than the vessels she had encountered during her previous life as a ghost banner wielder, such as boats, leaves, and shuttles. Grandfather, once I advance further in my cultivation, will I be able to hunt demon beasts? She inquired. Fang Youfu smiled and nodded, pleased with his granddaughter's eagerness. With your current level of cultivation, defeating a first-tier demon beast is a challenge. However, once you reach the 3rd level of chi refinement, allowing your consciousness to separate and command the spiritual artifact, slaying a first-tier demon beast will be effortless. When will I be able to hunt second-tier demon beasts? Lu Yu mused, recalling the delectable taste of demon beast meat, which not only enhanced spiritual energy, but also yielded monetary gain, a true treasure. She had already consumed all the silver dragon fish and dreamt of savoring such delicacies once more. Demon beasts, like cultivators, are also ranked. Fang Youfu elaborated on the fundamentals of cultivation. The chi refinement phase is divided into 3 stages, with levels below for classified as low tier, allowing the slaying of only 1st and 2nd tier demon beasts. It is only upon reaching the mid to high stages of chi refinement that one may engage with 3rd tier demon beasts. Naturally, although demon beasts are categorized by tier, there exists a hierarchy of strength, much like the beasts of the mortal realm. For instance, a 1st tier violent bear is significantly more formidable than a 2nd tier long-haired rabbit. Fang Youfu accepted a cup of water from Fang Ernyang, drinking several sips. As for the foundation establishment stage, it permits the slaying of 4th to 5th tier demon beasts, while 6th tier demon beasts are akin to the existence of a true nascent soul cultivator. Especially after reaching the 8th level, the demon beasts can transform into human form. At that point, only those who have attained the nascent soul stage can contend with them. When encountering such formidable beings, we can only retreat in disarray. Chapter 23. The carefree sect. Throughout 2 lifetimes, apart from her mother, Lu Yu had never met anyone as patient as Fang Youfu in teaching her. During the day, the gourd soared westward in the sky, and at night, the 3 would seek shelter wherever they could find people. If they could not, the desolate wilds would suffice. Fang Youfu, being the sole descendant of the Fang family, certainly would not put her at a disadvantage. The storage bag obtained from the slain Miao Wu was filled with daily necessities for both mother and daughter. Thus, they traveled intermittently for over 3 months. However, Lu Yu increasingly felt an abundance of spiritual energy as they journeyed. A day's practice, even without consuming beast meat, surpassed her experiences in the watering country by a significant margin. "Open your mouth, child." Lu Yu instinctively complied, and a round object was placed into her mouth by Fang Youfu, who then instructed her to circulate her energy. As the essence entered her abdomen, her dantian erupted with a surge of energy, causing a subtle ache throughout her body. This was the effect of the qi-gathering pill. In her previous life, she had heard her adoptive father speak of it, but regrettably, she never had the chance to consume such a treasure before her demise. "What are you daydreaming about while practicing?" Fang Youfu's stern voice jolted Lu Yu back to reality. With each cycle, her dantian and meridians felt slightly expanded. Lost in the moment, Lu Yu forgot everything else. As Fang Youfu had anticipated, within less than 2 hours, she achieved a flawless advancement to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Lu Yu expressed her gratitude to her great-grandfather. Having never tasted elixirs before, she was astonished to discover their remarkable potency. No wonder, in her previous life at the National Master's residence, her siblings relentlessly exploited her. As the twin sister of Gu Lingze, it seemed her supply of elixirs must surpass theirs. To reject what can be obtained effortlessly would indeed be foolish. Lu Yu shook her head, casting aside those thoughts to focus on her current situation. What it meant to have a unified consciousness and body was beyond her understanding. She only knew that even with her eyes closed, her desire to see allowed her to perceive great distances, as if her body had eyes at its back. This enigmatic state filled her with both astonishment and exhilaration. Fang Youfu stroked his beard, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he produced a small golden sword. This Qiang, though a low-grade spiritual artifact, had accompanied him in slaying hundreds of demon beasts. "Once you refine it well, we shall proceed." Though she had seen many spiritual stones during her time as a ghost, including a few high-grade ones, she had never possessed any. "Great-grandfather, do you smell that? It's so fragrant." Lu Yu pressed her belly, feigning a pitiful demeanor. The old man patted her head. "You've done well, little girl. After a full day of cultivation, you must be quite hungry. Go on, your mother has warmed your meals several times." "Thank you, great-grandfather." The human heart is inherently biased. In this world, as Lu Yu followed Fang Ernyang, she naturally leaned even more towards Fang Youfu's attentive guidance. At this moment, she felt no lingering bitterness from being cast aside by Mei Ruoxian. Instead, she was filled with gratitude, thankful for being abandoned and for being given such a good mother. "You err, we have now entered the territory of the Southwest's most formidable sect, the Xiaoyao sect. Do you see that ahead? That is Mount Baitsong, a paradise for low-level cultivators like us, teeming with beasts of the 4th rank and below. With diligence, sustaining ourselves should pose no difficulty." In the distance, the mountains stretch endlessly, undulating in a continuous rhythm. An inexplicable surge of ambition welled up within Lu Yu. Here, she would slay the beasts, ensuring her mother enjoys delectable meals every day. Her great-grandfather once mentioned that spiritual rice and spiritual flour could be purchased with spiritual stones, and from this moment forth, she was determined to earn diligently. The mere thought of accumulating gleaming spiritual stones made her eyes sparkle with excitement. The Xiaoyao sect boasts the longest lineage on the continent. For over 60,000 years, it has experienced the ebb and flow of fortune, at times dwindling to a single inheritor. That night, a figure hurriedly ascended the peak of the rugged mountain, bursting into the thatched cottage. "Master, you must come out and see. The stars of the Southwest shine brilliantly tonight." The old man stood momentarily stunned, but upon regaining his composure, he disregarded all else and summoned immense spiritual power to lift the roof. Gazing upwards, he beheld those once dimmed stars suddenly ablaze, causing tears to stream down his weathered cheeks. The founding patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had left behind a prophecy: when the stars of the Southwest dim, the legacy of the sect may cease to exist. For millennia, each time the stars dimmed, the Xiaoyao sect would enter a period of decline lasting 2,000 to 3,000 years. Over 50 years ago, the stars of the Southwest darkened once more, even more swiftly than during the previous 3 occurrences. This caused great alarm among the 8 nascent soul masters of the Xiaoyao sect. In a bid to preserve their legacy, they set aside personal cultivation and personally selected disciples with exceptional spiritual roots, nurturing them with care to cultivate the seeds of future potential. In recent years, they believed they had performed admirably. However, the stars of the Southwest continued to fade into obscurity one after another. The Grand Elder, the real man of abandoning disease, expended a century of his lifespan seeking divination for answers. Yet the outcome was so incredulous that it left everyone in disbelief. Within the Xianyu sect, all the promising core disciples bore the ominous signs of short lives. Today, as the stars of the southwest shone brightly. They gathered at the abode of the real man of abandoning disease. "Senior brother, what is the verdict?" The real man of Xinxing rushed in, observing the eager expressions of his companions while secretly feeling uncertain as he gazed at the divination symbols on the ground. The Grand Elder's long brows quivered slightly, and he replied evasively, "What has become of junior brother Su Mo?" Among the 8 nascent soul realists of the Xianyao sect, only Su Mo was absent. The real man of Hongchang sighed. The memorial day for junior sister Yishui is fast approaching. Su Mo hardly has the mind to attend to sect matters. If you have something to say, please do. We can manage without him. Yet this matter could only be resolved by him. The Grand Elder stroked his left long brow, stating, "Our Xianyao sect has endured 3 descents, although the residual sword peak has never been populous. Our ancestors' message indicates that it is there we shall find the means to alleviate our crisis." How could this be? At this juncture, all the realists were bewildered. Upon deeper reflection, their expressions turned peculiar. The residual sword peak, despite being among the 12 primary peaks of Xianyao, was a place that all disciples feared to approach. Even with a nascent soul realist stationed there, the entire peak, spanning over 300 miles, was inhabited solely by Su Mo and his ambiguous disciple. Su Mo, having lost Yishui, was indeed a figure rendered utterly ineffectual. As for that individual, the mere thought of his visage sends shivers through everyone. "It cannot possibly be them," Qiji sighed. 50 years ago, Qin Tian had already ascended the cursed sword peak. Moreover, I have also scrutinized his fate, and it bears the mark of an early demise. So what of the present? In merely 2 years, it shall be the time when I, Xiaoyao, reopen the gates of my sect. Today, the celestial alignment shines brilliantly, indicating that a glimmer of vitality may have entered my Xiaoyao domain. Xinsheng, relay this message. None shall engage in any murderous activities within my Xiaoyao realm. You must ensure the safety and security of every disciple who might enter our sect." Xinsheng and the others exchanged glances, nodding in unison. "Rest assured, senior brother, in these 2 years, we shall personally intervene to ensure that not a single fledgling loses their life." Qiji lowered his eyelids, "For reputation must be upheld. You must not act on his behalf. The heavens have already granted a chance at life. If we overreach, it may yield contrary results. But, senior brother, given Su Mo's current state and the condition of Cursed Sword Peak, who would choose to join such a place?" Real Master Xinsheng furrowed his brow in deep distress. Even if the lineage was inherited in years past, Cursed Sword still aims to restore our Xiaoyao sect. Qiji gazed into the distance, contemplating the inevitable. Regardless of Su Mo's unreliability, what is destined to come will indeed arrive. We can only do so much. Chapter 24. Sustenance. Where fortune favors us today. Did you catch sight of that first-tier tusked beast? Its flesh is the most delectable, and those 2 tusks along with its hide could fetch 2 spirit stones. Lu Yu gazed at the so-called tusked beast before her, which resembled a wild boar. Feeling somewhat speechless, she thought it would be easy to slay the creature, yet her mother and great-grandfather still needed to savor the blood sausage. Thus she could not allow it to move freely. When butchering a pig, there were usually several strong men nearby to assist in holding it down for the blood collection. How could she manage such a task alone? Unbeknownst to the tusked beast, which was blissfully gnawing on the mud, it was unaware that someone had intentions to take its life. It occasionally rooted around or rolled about, oblivious to the impending danger. Liu understood her mother's meaning. It was acceptable to have less blood for the sausage, as long as she could prepare a portion for her great-grandfather, and she would do her utmost. However, the more her mother insisted, the more reluctant Lu Yu felt to spill the blood needed for the sausage. She could not forget the sight of her mother's blood, bright red and both cold and hot, when she had tragically met her end at the National Master's estate, leaving Lu Yu in perpetual regret amid the ghostly banners. 5 tendrils, akin to probing serpents, stealthily approached the tusked beast. Just as the creature exhibited a hint of wariness, Lu Yu acted with astonishing swiftness, binding its 4 legs and head. Fang Youfu, observing from the side, could not help but grimace. The sword, imbued with Lu Yu's essence, effortlessly pierced the beast's neck. Fang Youfu tossed her a basin. As she withdrew the sword, the more the tusked beast struggled, the more blood gushed forth. In no time, the basin brimmed with blood, and the creature ceased its whimpering. Gazing at the flawless hide, Fang Youfu expressed his satisfaction. This beast was quite abundant. If the hide were damaged in more than 2 places, its value would plummet significantly. So, does this mean I have earned 2 spirit stones? Lu Yu's smile was broad, her joy evident. Indeed, I initially thought you would only earn one spirit stone. Originally, Fang Youfu believed that a mere 12-year-old girl, regardless of her prowess, would inevitably squander a spirit stone on her first encounter with a ferocious beast. Mother, I have earned a spirit stone, she exclaimed. Great-grandfather, did you not say that everything is available in the market? Once I accumulate a few more spirit stones, we shall purchase spirit rice. I want mother to enjoy spirit delicacies every day. Is it not you who desires to indulge? Fang Youfu chuckled at her animated demeanor as she raised her fist in enthusiasm. Of course, I wish to savor it, Lu Yu replied, her large eyes sparkling. Great-grandfather, you have always claimed that spirit rice is the most delectable rice in the world. If it is indeed the finest, then you must yearn for it as well. I will honor my mother. What is mine is hers, and in turn, she will honor you. Is that not perfect? Fang Youfu, amused by her reasoning, pointed at her and laughed heartily. Very well, second daughter. I shall rely on you to show me your respect. I will certainly honor you well, uncle. Fang Ernyang said with utmost sincerity, setting aside blood ties and the debt of gratitude for saving lives. She was determined to repay the kindness shown by her uncle in guiding Lu Yu. The three generations wandered along the outskirts of Baicang Mountain, a place where foundation-building cultivators were scarce, ensuring a degree of safety with Fang Youfu's presence. The old man accompanied Lu Yu, instructing her on the weaknesses of the beasts they encountered and helping her gather materials. On fortunate days, they might come across 2 first-tier beasts, while on others, Lu Yu would find herself relentlessly pursued by second-tier beasts for 10 consecutive days, with no escape in sight. The most unfortunate incident occurred when she had just rid herself of the second-tier demons and, using her lightness skill, climbed to the treetop. Before she could even make a grimace or provoke the demons twice, she found herself under the watchful gaze of a third-tier heavenly eagle. Had it not been for Fang Youfu keeping a close watch on her, she might have become someone else's meal. When she turned back to recount her experiences to her great-grandfather, she recalled that every corner of Baicang Mountain was the territory of various second- and third-tier beasts. Even in flight, one must not stray recklessly. Great-grandfather, shall we fill this storage bag before heading to the market? Fang Youfu, bemused by Lu Yu's acquisition of a storage bag from some unknown source, was at a loss, while other children would be ecstatic at the prospect of purchasing items. This girl insisted on hoarding more. Great-grandfather, Lu Yu elongated her tone, leaning affectionately against him. I simply wish to gather more supplies, so that I can rent a better room for mother in the market. This way, she won't have to accompany me on these adventures. Fang Youfu was touched and patted her head. Having lived so many years, your great-grandfather has a few spirit stones. Is it really necessary to exert yourself so? Indeed it is, Lu Yu replied, her large, bright eyes sparkling. I want to honor my mother, and she, in turn, wishes to honor you. How could I possibly use your money? From now on, you should save your money for yourself. I will earn my own to support you and my mother. Ha ha. You? Fang Youfu found her amusing. Even if they filled all 3 of their storage bags, the materials from those first-tier beasts wouldn't fetch even 100 spirit stones. Great-grandfather, you must not underestimate me. Lu Yu stamped her foot, expressing her frustration. Right now, I can only slay first-tier monsters, but in half a year, I will surely be capable of defeating second-tier ones. How could I not support you? The little creature's earnest demeanor genuinely amused Fang Youfu. Yet he felt the need to temper her enthusiasm. Even the most modest rental in the market requires 70 or 80 spirit stones a year. Will you not cultivate then? How could I not cultivate? Lu Yu retorted, puzzled. Didn't you say that consuming too many pills would hinder my future progression? The spiritual energy here is so abundant. My evening practices will suffice. Be gentle. That hurts. Lu Yu's small face scrunched up in discomfort. In a year or so, my cultivation will be much higher. And then I could take on second or even third-tier monsters. With ample resources, spending spirit stones would be a breeze. I could use spirit stones to cultivate and also purchase pills. Fang Youfu was rendered speechless. It took him 7 years to progress from the first to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Had he not transitioned from the mundane world to the realm of cultivation, he would have been utterly clueless. Yet here was this young girl, through mere fortune, advancing to the 3rd layer in just half a year. It was no wonder she felt so self-satisfied, believing she could support them all. Well, since you are so ambitious, I shall certainly support you, Fang Youfu said with a mischievous smile. I look forward to the day you and your mother can repay me. Lu Yu, however, sensed something amiss in her great-grandfather's smile but was reluctant to ponder it further. As she emerged from her great-uncle's presence, Fang Ernyang inquired with her eyes. seeking to understand her daughter's thoughts. Lu Yu nodded at her. Both mother and daughter were pragmatic individuals, neither of whom felt it burdensome to support the affluent elder Fong. As autumn approached, it quietly enveloped the trio in their busy lives. Fong Ernyang, having once been a cook, accompanied them around Baicang Mountain. She marveled at the various spiritual fruits adorning the trees, each appearing so delectable that it seemed a shame for them to rot unpicked. Determinately, she urged Liu to master the arts, employing techniques such as the binding spell and the golden sword technique to harvest every last fruit, subsequently utilizing the water curtain technique to cleanse them thoroughly. Within a fortnight, Liu Yu had adeptly employed several commonly used spells, displaying an impressive array of skills. Fang Youfu, too, found himself compelled by his niece to fashion one jar after another from clay, except for a small portion reserved for preserving as candied fruits. The remainder was transformed into spiritual fruit wine. Observing the neatly stacked, sealed jars, Fong Ernyang expressed that, even as an ordinary person, she did not require her daughter to exert excessive effort in caring for her. Deep within her heart lay a wish that, should she excel in her endeavors, she might be able to lend her daughter a hand. Chapter 25. A supporting mountain. That night, after completing her cultivation, Liu Yu found herself unable to sleep. She retrieved the treasure pouch sewn into her undergarment and extracted the ghostly face banner. With the red sun sword drawn, she executed a series of slashes. Seeing the ghostly face banner once again summon the surrounding spiritual energy for protection, Liu did not react as she had on previous occasions, throwing it far away in fright. This ancient magical artifact possessed a self-defense mechanism. How was she to destroy it, despite appearing to be merely a wooden staff? It seemed unbreakable. Liu resumed her attempts against the staff, employing the golden sword technique, water arrow technique, and the red sun sword in succession. It is not that she is unwilling to take action against the cursed banner, rather, as someone who has experienced the torment of being a banner spirit, she is acutely aware that although the banner appears tattered, it cannot be further destroyed unless all the spirits within it are vanquished. Currently, she is merely a practitioner at the third level of Qi refinement, lacking the capability to accomplish such a feat after half an hour. The rapid depletion of spiritual energy has left her dantian aching faintly. If it were any other magical artifact, she might contemplate selling it at the market for some profit. However, this particular object had imprisoned her for over 3 centuries in her previous life, causing her immense suffering. Now that it has come into her possession in this life, she has no intention of allowing it to wreak havoc once more. She has considered seeking her ancestral grandfather's assistance to destroy it, but she fears. In her past life, Ding Qishan, a promising talent in the Taoist realm, ultimately led himself to ruin, causing harm to both himself and others. If she were to solicit help from her great-uncle, he would undoubtedly recognize the extraordinary nature of this object. Ding Qishan could not resist the temptations. Could her great-uncle withstand such a lure? She dares not gamble, nor can she afford to. Liu Yu once again took to meditation, and for 3 consecutive days, she found herself meditating only when her spiritual energy was entirely depleted. In such circumstances, Feng Qiqing had previously warned her that practitioners should strive to avoid exhausting their spiritual energy at all costs to prevent unforeseen situations. Yet, for 3 days in a row, she was compelled to expend every last ounce of her power due to the provocation of the cursed banner. Nevertheless, the state she entered during meditation was, in her view, rather encouraging. Though the time seemed brief, as her grandfather had said, during a contest of magical prowess, when life and death hang in the balance, every moment is invaluable. After completing her cultivation, Liu Yu once more turned her gaze inward, and there were no signs of trouble. Her meridians and dantian were all in excellent condition. So where, then, lies the issue? Was it the words of my great-grandfather that were mistaken, or was it her cultivation flawed? Gazing at the tightly sealed stone door of Fang Youfu, Liu Yu could only climb onto her bed and seize the fleeting moments to rest. Fang Youfu was truly at a loss regarding how to handle this little girl. Back in the day when he first ventured into the realm of immortality, he too had once acted in a similarly reckless manner. Yet, had it not been for a stroke of good fortune in encountering a powerful figure from the celestial wanderers, he might have long since been reduced to mere dust. Such occurrences are not to be repeated. Fang Youfu's demeanor grew unusually solemn. Once, I too was as heedless as you, dismissing wise counsel. Had it not been for the kindness of a benevolent soul, I would have ceased to exist long ago. You may perceive that time is of the essence, but have you ever contemplated whether it is your time that holds greater value, or your very life? Liu Yu certainly believed her life to be of utmost importance. Do not harbor the illusion that being by my side guarantees your safety. Fang Youfu sighed, lamenting the countless low-level cultivators who had perished on White Song Mountain. Since ancient times, their numbers have likely surpassed the grass by the roadside. Should you encounter malevolent cultivators, they typically operate in groups. In such a scenario, stripped of your spiritual power, would you merely watch as you become prey? A shiver ran through Lu Yu at the thought. In her past life, this had indeed been her fate. In this life, she was determined to live to 100 years. How could she allow herself to be at the mercy of others? Great-grandfather, I understand my mistakes now. Please do not be angry. I assure you I shall not repeat them. Fang Youfu gently patted her head, recognizing that innovation is commendable. But our current circumstances are not conducive to it. Even in the future, should you enter the Immortal sect, such recklessness must be avoided. Within the realm of the Immortal Gate, individuals are entangled in myriad interests, and the true intentions of the heart remain concealed. Many gifted individuals with promising spiritual roots, who had yet to mature, have already become mere memories of the past, having spent time in the National Master's residence. You are well aware that certain covert schemes are insidiously unavoidable. This presents an opportunity. To please Lady Fang, Lu Yu swiftly discarded her earlier despondency, and with a flick of her fingers, 10 diminutive light swords shot forth. Before the fruits could fall, the vines below entwined seamlessly, forming an expansive, elastic net to catch them. Fang Youfu stroked his beard, thoroughly satisfied. Even if he were to intervene personally, he could not surpass Lu Yu's swiftness, a disparity in the purity of spiritual roots that could not be bridged, irrespective of his cultivation reaching the 10th layer of qi refinement. Is that a Elon fruit? A voice from afar exclaimed in delight. The Elon fruit is renowned as the most delectable spirit fruit among all the fruit-bearing trees of Baizong Mountain, and due to its exquisite flavor, it is seldom encountered. Hey, leave some for us. No sooner had the words escaped their lips than 2 figures appeared before them. Fang Youfu was taken aback. He could not discern the cultivation levels of these 2 individuals, which indicated they must be Foundation Establishment practitioners. Yet, what could bring Foundation Establishment practitioners to Baizong Mountain? As he observed the yellow and white robes adorning the 2, he felt slightly reassured. Elders of the Shao sect, please, allow me to present the Elon fruit. Lu Yu hesitated momentarily. The male practitioner swiftly drew his sword to pluck the Elon fruit, while the female wore an enigmatic expression, seemingly unfathomable. Elders, please, take from me. As she uttered these words, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Had she known, she would have acted with even greater haste. No need. There is enough to eat from this tree. Su Danshui assessed Lu Yu, her gaze drawn not to Yin Qingxiu, the delicate food enthusiast, but rather to the Elon fruit. Her attention first fell upon the young girl. Your skills are commendable. May I inquire your age and name? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. As if she were being scrutinized for her household registration, this plan had been meticulously crafted for her by him from the very beginning. With his life expectancy dwindling to mere years, he would not be able to accompany her for long, and Fang Ernyang, being immortal, would only become a burden to Lu Yu. To secure Lu Yu's future, she must enter a sect, one that is not inferior to Lingzhe's sect. In order to support her, he firmly believed that given the exceptional talent of his little girl, her admission into the Xiaoyao sect would be assured. Once Lu Yu had a solid backing, it would mean that Fang Ernyang also had support. Thus, even if he were to depart in the future, he could rest easy. Chapter 26. Learning Talismans. Upon hearing Fang Youfu mention the intention to take Lu Yu to participate in the Xiaoyao Grand Election in 2 years, Su Danshui maintained a calm exterior while internally questioning the decision. It was inconceivable for this young girl not to attend the upcoming election. One could only wonder what bets the master, uncle, and senior uncle were placing, allowing them, the core disciples, to act as inspectors to uphold the sect's influence and peace. Moreover, they were tasked with monitoring every promising young talent, ensuring none escaped their watchful eyes as they sought to join the sect. What was the purpose of this? When had the Xiaoyao sect descended to such a level in recruiting disciples? Su Danshui felt perplexed. As one of the continent's premier sects, did they truly require such measures? Alas, one must not defy the master's orders, and fortunately, this girl had already resolved to join the Xiaoyao sect. Beside her, Fang Qingshu took a bite of the Elon fruit. Lu Yu, is it? Your insatiable greed for gathering so many Elon fruits, while harboring aspirations to join the Xianyao sect, is rather ludicrous, don't you think? Gathering a few Elon fruits, and you label it as greed? Lu Yu's disdainful gaze clearly conveyed that he deemed you unwell. With a confident pat on his medium-sized storage bag, he boasted that its contents could remain fresh for 3 years. And what of you? You rely on a makeshift vine, which will surely decay within 3 days. Feng Qingshu appeared to find amusement in this absurdity. Your storage bag, filled with over 100 pounds of fruit. Is there even room for anything else? Please, do continue your fabrications. Lu Yu, possessing the most rudimentary storage bag of merely 4 square feet, truly had limited capacity. With a shelf life of no more than 6 months, arriving at Baitsong Mountain, using such a diminutive storage bag for these fruits, regardless of their delectable nature, would yield a mere 2 spirit stones for every 100 pounds. Who would engage in such foolishness? Ah, that is quite the clever excuse. Yin Qingshu remarked with a snap of his fingers. Sister, I have finished my inquiries and gathered the fruits. We may take our leave. Su Danshui remained speechless, her gaze subtly drifting to Lu Yu's right hand, her brows instinctively knitting together. Let us go? Those with disabilities often possess troubled minds. Much like Qin Tian from the Broken Sword Peak. The mere thought of Qin Tian soured her impression of Lu Yu instantly. The two had arrived unexpectedly and departed even more swiftly. Lu Yu certainly noticed Su Danshui's furtive glance at her hand, and her disapproval mirrored his own. Did you see that yellow and white robe? It radiates spiritual energy and must be a spiritual artifact. Those two must be inner disciples of the Xianyao sect. Such individuals are not to be trifled with. Grandfather, I harbor a dislike for those 2 individuals we encountered earlier. Fang Youfu gently patted her head, letting out a sigh. Silly child, your grandfather has squandered a lifetime. He has only a couple of years left to live. You, however, are different. With your innate talent and spiritual roots, you will undoubtedly gain admission to the Xiaoyao sect. Only upon entering that realm will you truly comprehend how effortless cultivation can be, even if you were to do nothing. The sect would provide you with 20 low-grade spirit stones each month for your expenses. Moreover, the spiritual energy there is tenfold, if not more, than that of Mount Baitsong. Do you understand? As a cultivator, one generally does not exhibit signs of aging, except in the final 5 or 6 years of life. Although Lu Yu had long been aware that he had only a few years left, hearing him speak this way still stirred her emotions. She had always known that her great-grandfather treated her kindly, primarily because she was the daughter of Fang Ernyang. However, considerations made by her mother were ultimately for her own benefit, and she harbored no resentment. Long ago, she had realized that in this world, the only person who had ever truly opened her heart to her was her mother. Now, her sole concern was for her mother's happiness. The Fang family, at the very least, possessed far more warmth than the Gu family. Great-grandfather, what if they look down upon my fingers and refuse to accept me? That will not happen. Fang Youfu gazed toward the direction of the Xiaoyao sect, imbued with a certain hope that Lu Yu could not quite articulate. Any sect will accept you as long as your spiritual roots meet their standards, regardless of any physical disabilities you may have. Furthermore, the Xiaoyao sect once had a great master who had a leg shorter than the other. With this reassurance, Lu Yu felt considerably more at ease. In this lifetime, she had no intention of severing her 6th finger again. Regardless of its perceived uselessness or the disdain it may invoke, it remained a part of her. In her past life as a ghostly banner, she had encountered numerous individuals skilled in the art of talismans. The reason Ding Qishan was exposed within the Taoist sect was due to Luoxir, who carelessly scattered various talismans like mere paper. Lu Yu scratched her head in confusion, pondering why memories from her time as a ghostly banner surfaced so frequently. That time she laid eyes on a peace talisman. A mere thought caused her head to throb painfully. Now, could it be that her ascension to the 3rd layer of qi refinement had strengthened her primordial spirit? Lu Yu harbored doubts about the notion that qi refinement practitioners could perceive only 5 to 8 meters. She distinctly perceived beyond 10 meters. Yet, her great-grandfather had mentioned something similar. Was it because she possessed an additional lifetime of memories that her spiritual perception had undergone a transformation? If not for her great-grandfather's assertion that individuals with powerful spiritual awareness inherently held an advantage, she would have eagerly sought clarification. Assisting Fang Ernyang with the water curtain technique, she meticulously washed all the fruits. Grasping the compendium of talismans provided by Fang Youfu, she began her studies. Following her great-grandfather's teachings, she calmed her mind and took up a talisman brush crafted from the fur of a 2nd-tier demon wolf, dipping it in cinnabar and the blood of a demon beast to prepare her ink. With unwavering focus, she replicated the illustrations from the book. 1 failed attempt. 2 failed attempts. 3. From her initial uneven strokes to producing more recognizable forms, Liu expended over 50 sheets. as she gazed at the remaining talisman paper. She could no longer bear to waste it. Her great-grandfather had mentioned that even this low-grade talisman paper cost 2 spirit stones for 100 sheets. Alas, she had yet to earn a single spirit stone and had already squandered one. The thought of this made Lu Yu's heart ache. Consequently, when Fang Youfu entered, he found her practicing on the reverse side of the discarded talisman paper. The girl truly lacks grace. Could it be that she has grown accustomed to serving as a maid under Lady Fang? Fang Youfu felt a pang of distress in his heart, empathizing with both Lady Fang and the young Lu Yu. After such a lengthy period of guidance, he had aged and lost the fervor of a cultivator. How could he not feel a deep sense of sorrow for the little one by his side? Do not skimp. This talisman paper can be crafted by our venerable ancestor as well. Soon, you shall learn from me, and in the future, you will not hesitate to spare even a single sheet of paper. Ah, grandfather, you can do this too? At this moment, Fang Dafu appeared immensely grand in Lu Yu's eyes. Indeed, Fang Youfu replied, raising his head. When I first entered the realm of cultivation, to make ends meet, I worked as an apprentice in a grocery store for a decade. I learned the essentials during that time. Chapter 27. No problem originally. The desire to accompany Lady Fang in the mortal realm and live a peaceful life gradually became an impossibility due to unforeseen circumstances. Lu Yu was acutely aware that if she wished to navigate the world of cultivation alongside her mother, she must master all that was necessary. The cultivation realm is fraught with peril, even among fellow disciples. In the past, Ding Qishan was capable of calling others brothers one moment, and in the next, he would conspire to trap them within a ghostly banner. During the first century she spent with him, Lu Yu witnessed his transformation from a mere qi-refining cultivator to a formidable nascent soul master, utilizing all manner of means. It was only when he reached mid-nascent soul that Luo Xie exposed his treachery, causing him to betray his sect. However, at that time, it was not merely his cultivation that posed a threat. The ghostly banner itself was not something an ordinary person could contend with. Once he entered the demonic path, he acted with utter abandon, leaving chaos in his wake. She abhorred Ding Qishan's actions and only wished to destroy that wretched banner. In this lifetime, she aspired to be an upright monk, traversing the path meticulously laid out by her great-grandfather. However, as she delved deeper into the realm of spirits, she realized that the larger the sect, the more devoid of humanity it became, prioritizing profit above all else. Lacking a powerful ally and unwilling to cling to influential figures, she had no choice but to rely solely on herself. Great-grandfather, if making talisman paper is so straightforward, why is it sold at such exorbitant prices? At this moment, in Lu Yu's eyes, the spirit bamboo that flourished abundantly on Baizang Mountain was plentiful. From 100 stalks, one could produce thousands of sheets of talisman paper. Spending 2 spirit stones for a bundle of 100 sheets seemed utterly imprudent. Foolish girl, transforming this bamboo into talisman paper involves over 300 intricate processes. Each step is exceedingly tedious, and should any single one falter, the paper would be rendered fit only for mundane use. Fang Youfu instructed her to employ the water curtain technique to flatten and soften all the bamboo. It is I, your great-grandfather, who, with both intellect and patience, learned everything from the master. Huh, great-grandfather, you are truly remarkable. Lu Yu flattered, look at me, I too possess both wisdom and patience. Why not impart to me the skills you acquired from the master? Fang Youfu pointed at her, bursting into laughter. Are you praising me, or are you extolling yourself? Both. Indeed, Lu Yu replied, her eyes twinkling with mirth as she employed the water bullet technique, relentlessly striking the pile of bamboo. Having a multitude of skills is never a burden. Fang Youfu, observing her methodical adherence to the steps, was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, Lu Yu was destined to become an inner disciple of the free and easy sect, far beyond the need for such laborious tasks. Yet here she was, uttering the phrase that having a multitude of skills is never a burden. Fang Youfu's eyes glinted with mischief as he produced a manuscript half a foot thick, saying, You said it yourself, let us see what this is. There is an old adage that states, a poor memory is no match for a bad pen. Within these pages lies a compendium of knowledge amassed over the years, ranging from ore materials to monstrous beasts, alongside various medicinal herbs and their prohibitions. You have 2 months to prove whether your claims of being both astute and patient hold true. As a cultivator yet to reach the foundational stage, his spiritual awareness remained limited, preventing him from inscribing within the jade slips. Otherwise, he would not have needed to resort to such a cumbersome method. Learning is arduous. yet certainly less torturous than being scorched by the flames of a ghostly banner. Lu Yu's fingers danced intricately, striving to execute an uninterrupted stream of water spell techniques. Amidst the chaos, she deftly employed an object manipulation spell to stow the manuscript into her storage pouch. Grandfather is rather cunning. This was originally meant for me. Wasn't he it? Yet, I must flatter you, all while you slyly outmaneuver me. Haha. What I ask of you is entirely different from what you seek to learn voluntarily. Fang Youfu laughed heartily, believing that the eclectic knowledge he had painstakingly memorized would ultimately return to dust. To his surprise, Liu was eager to embrace it, which filled him with joy. These manuscripts could indeed be passed down, a source of great comfort to his old heart. As Lu Yu placed all the bamboo into the prepared pool, soaking them in the meticulously balanced potion, she gazed at the plethora of bubbles rising within. Marveling at the transformation, whether this paper would evolve into mid-tier talisman paper, low-tier talisman paper, or mere wrapping paper, rested entirely in her hands. Fang Youfu squinted. The force exerted while striking the bamboo and the uniformity of that force were reflected in the density of the bubbles that emerged as the juice was extracted. A good bubbling indicated lesser residue, which would make the future process of filtering and pressing the paper much easier. Lu Yu did not dare to hope that she could produce mid-tier talisman paper right from the outset. She merely wished that after a half-day's toil, she would not end up with mere toilet paper. However, should it indeed turn out to be toilet paper, there was little to be done, fortunately. It would not go to waste, as both she and her mother would still have need of it. The bamboo needed to soak in the pond for 3 days. Leaving the task behind, Liu took her talisman brush to sketch various symbols she could draw on the slate. Until now, she still could not fully familiarize herself with the diverse symbols and dared not utilize her spiritual energy for fear of causing an explosion. Progressing step by step was the only strategy she could conceive. In her plans, there were numerous tasks to undertake, but for now, the priority was to master the art of talisman drawing. Not only could this skill aid her in combating monstrous beasts, but it could also be sold for spirit stones. Indeed, she was in dire need of spirit stones, to the extent that she was willing to risk her life for those wretched things. In a month's time, they would be departing from this place. By then, her mother must reside in a secure market district. Only then could she delve deeper into her grandfather's legacy and confront more beasts. As for the storage bag acquired through her ruthless endeavors, aside from a tattered flag, it contained merely 73 spirit stones, a pitiful sum that Lu Yu found utterly contemptible. Especially regarding that detoxification pill, Lu Yu felt immensely grateful that she had refrained from using poison initially. However, now she had to provide for a family of 3. Even if she sold the garment stripped from the deceased demon, Lu Yu scoffed. A half-spiritual garment was still second-hand, at most fetching 100 spirit stones. She must also attend to her own cultivation, ensuring that her great-grandfather does not suffer due to her excessive fatigue. Furthermore, she wishes to acquire a protective talisman or a flying artifact for transportation, all of which require financial resources. 2 days later, Fang Ernyang helped her treat the blisters on her hands, feeling an overwhelming sorrow for her plight. Lu Yu expressed this sentiment, yet her thoughts drifted back to her previous life, where she endured the torment of being a phantom. Her soul scorched by the flames of the underworld from dawn till dusk. She had to endure, whether she wanted to or not. In comparison, these minor injuries seemed trivial. Fang Ernyang caressed Lu Yu's face, exclaiming, "You foolish child, back then you did not apply yourself to your studies. How could we, as orphans, survive?" At this juncture, she hesitated, desperately wanting to inquire how Lu Yu came to know of that matter. You must not harbor hatred towards Lady Wu. She had no choice in the matter. The Mei family is not a benevolent clan, and the National Master's residence is, for us mortals, a den of peril. Since I began following her, she has been relentlessly scheming, first for her own benefit, and then for Miss Lingze. Mother, please do not speak further. Lu Yu felt deep pity for her mother. In her past life, her mother had perished in the hall of the National Master's residence, and her biological mother had never truly cared for her. When she saw Lu Yu's lack of diligence in cultivating immortality and how she was bullied at every turn, she had coldly declared that abandoning her was the right choice. Since she is plotting against me, then we are nothing to each other. Mother, you must remember. I, Lu Yu, am your daughter. I have no ties to Lady Wu, the National Master's residence, or the Gu family. Chapter 28, The Miser Fortunately. Lu Yu's first attempt at crafting talisman paper, although half of it was rendered useless and turned into toilet paper, still yielded a commendable portion. Under the guidance of Fang Youfu, she successfully refined a total of 6,731 sheets of low-grade talisman paper. Based on the market price of 2 spirit stones for 100 sheets, this amounted to a remarkable 134 spirit stones for her 6,000 sheets. Upon declaring this figure, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Just from this alone, her earnings surpassed those she would have gained from months of hunting demonic beasts in Baizong Mountain. Fang Youfu shook his head, cautioning her that such calculations were not appropriate, as they were not running a shop. Selling this amount of talisman paper independently would require at least 2 months, not to mention the daily stall fees at the marketplace, which they simply did not have time for. They could only sell to a shop, and the price they offered would barely reach 60 spirit stones, which was already a favorable outcome. Lu Yu was taken aback, incredulous at the shopkeeper's greed. Furthermore, Fang Youfu continued to point out the potential pitfalls. Among the 300 processes involved, the likelihood of errors could not be overlooked. He noted that if he had not intervened, 8 of those processes would have resulted in mere toilet paper. Had that been the case, the half-month of effort wasted would have been better spent hunting demonic beasts, which would also enhance various combat skills. In contrast, the process of crafting talisman paper adhered strictly to a routine, weighing the two endeavors against each other. It was clear that she would incur a loss. Lu Yu felt utterly deflated, though her frustration was more pronounced. Then I won't sell it. Regardless, I intend to learn the art of talisman crafting, and I refuse to let those scoundrels profit from my efforts. Fang Youfu laughed heartily, amused by the girl's fixation on monetary gain. Dear, look at our ancestor. He always finds amusement in my plight. Lu Yu stamped her foot, her once grand ambitions, fueled by the talisman paper, now diminished to a mere whisper. She sought solace from Fang Ernyang. Deep down, she knew she was destined to incur losses. Yet no one had forewarned her. Fang Ernyang found the situation amusing and patted her back, playfully remarking, "Uncle is merely joking with you. Have you forgotten? At least we have learned to make talisman paper ourselves. This will save us a considerable sum in the future, and that is indeed a profit." However, the twinkle that had briefly ignited in Lu Yu's eyes was swiftly extinguished by Fang Youfu's hearty laughter. This time, Fang Ernyang grew irritated, saying, "Uncle, you have gone too far with your jesting. If you continue to laugh, you won't be able to stand upright." At that moment, Lu Yu finally understood how a miser is formed. Fang Youfu, his face etched with wrinkles from laughter, remarked, "You two truly are mother and daughter." Both women shot him a fierce glare. Nevertheless, Fang Youfu could not help but chuckle at the memory of Fang Ernyang comforting Lu Yu, leading to endless laughter. As they departed from Baizong Mountain, they nearly toppled the gourd multiple times due to their mirth. In a moment of exasperation, for the sake of her mother and her own safety, Lu Yu had no choice but to pilot the mid-grade flying spiritual tool at a painfully slow pace. Upon arriving at the long-rumored Fang market, both Fang Ernyang and Lu Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. It was hardly larger than Lulin town, consisting of just a single street. Fang Youfu, observing the two women, found their expressions particularly amusing. In Baizong Mountain, they were surrounded by nascent chi cultivators, who only ventured to the market during moments of rest or breakthrough. Thus, a single inn with 100 rooms sufficed. With ease and familiarity, Fang Youfu approached the market's overseer to rent a small courtyard. As a marketplace under the auspices of the carefree sect, even the smallest establishment offers a level of security far superior to that found outside. Moreover, those who dare to cause a disturbance within the marketplace would be regarded by the carefree sect as instigators. One must ponder, what chi refinement novice would be so audacious as to act recklessly here? Fang Youfu, having ensured the safety of Sister Fang Er, took Li to a somewhat larger general store to sell their wares. Over the past 6 months, he had accompanied Lu Yu around the White Song Mountain. How could they have returned without a single catch? For the second and third tier demon beasts they encountered, whenever Lu Yu was unable to dispatch them, he would demonstrate the art of the hunt while simultaneously gathering materials. However, as a seasoned chi refinement practitioner, the items he was selling alongside Lu Yu were all spirit herbs he had foraged from White Song Mountain. In these last 2 years, he wished to assist Lu Yu by accumulating a cache of spirit stones for her, with 127 assorted materials from first-tier demon beasts of excellent quality. They were worth 248 spirit stones. "I'll take a small loss and let you have them for 250, he proposed. The shopkeeper, recognizing the value of those spirit herbs, was eager to finalize the deal. Fang Youfu nodded, deeming the offer fair. Lu Yu was less concerned about the 250, it felt rather unappealing. An additional 2 spirit stones could purchase over 30 pounds of spirit rice. Where, This is your hard-earned money. Feel free to buy whatever you desire. Lu Yu stored the spirit stones in her pouch, then presented a half-spiritual grade robe. The shopkeeper assessed its worth. She was keenly aware of the opportunity presented by the spirit herbs, and to let it pass would be sheer folly. Fang Youfu cast a sidelong glance. It was evident that this young girl had acquired the robe through dubious means. The shopkeeper operates his business with a sense of indifference. Having encountered countless similar situations, he casually examines the item using his methods. In my shop, such a robe is distinctly priced at 170 pieces. Yours, evidently secondhand, warrants a more auspicious figure, given our long-standing patronage. How about 118? Lu Yu pondered this deeply, while her grandfather, seated beside her, nodded subtly in agreement. Trusting the proprietor, her grandfather offered 80 spirit stones, leaving 38 for the purchase of spirit rice and noodles. The standard price for spirit rice and noodles is 6 spirit stones for 100 jin. With 38 stones, she could procure over 600 jin, ample provisions for her family to endure the winter. Lu Yu delighted in the sight of spirit rice cascading through her fingers, as if she could already smell its enticing aroma. This was the white spirit rice she could afford, a staple she could frequently enjoy. Those hues of purple, yellow, and even rainbow-colored rice seemed tantalizing, yet after a mere glance, Lu Yu resolutely chose only the white variety. The lowest-priced purple rice was 10 times that of the white, swiftly extinguishing her fleeting desire to experiment. Clutching her storage pouch, she hesitated to part with her stones. One cannot expect to consume all my resources, she thought. Feeling a pang of frustration, her father had encouraged her to procure her own supplies, yet here she stood, simply gazing at the spirit rice and noodles. Isn't it enough to savor just one of your offerings? Lu Yu yearned to voice her grievances. She had only just received her spirit stones, still warm from her grasp. Dear shopkeeper, considering our extensive transactions, we are indeed loyal patrons. Might you offer me a discount? You possess a modicum of cleverness. Thus, procure 70 spirit stones to acquire a paper crane for your transportation. Upon witnessing her clutching her storage bag once more, Fang Youfu could not help but widen his eyes, exclaiming, My gourd, you cannot fly as swiftly as their paper cranes. Can one truly blame her? After all, she had only just attained the 3rd layer of chi refinement. To achieve such flight with a medium-grade flying spirit tool is commendable in her case. Lu Yu, realizing she could not outmaneuver her ancestral grandfather, reluctantly retrieved 70 spirit stones. Still warm from her grasp, yet untouched by her mother's eyes. Dear shopkeeper, let us settle on 68. It brings harmony and prosperity. You shall still profit, and I shall feel more at ease with the purchase. Observing her tenacious grip on 2 spirit stones, the shopkeeper was rendered speechless. This little girl seemed to be swayed by his gesture of discounting 2 spirit stones, but, very well, take one. Within the elongated box presented before her stood 6 palm-sized paper cranes, in both black and white. Is there a warranty? What if it breaks? Lu Yu was somewhat skeptical regarding such talismans. Should rain or snow fall, would they still soar? The shopkeeper appeared to discern her concerns, responding, Should inclement weather cause it to falter, do not come to me. The standard warranty is 3 years. This implies, of course, that it may indeed fail after 3 years. Lu Yu blinked, her expression growing increasingly sorrowful as she pointed towards the wooden one behind the counter. What of that? That is a low-grade flying spirit tool. As long as you do not damage it yourself, it should function normally, regardless of rain or snow. The shopkeeper, unable to bear the sight of the girl's pitiful demeanor, recognized that earning spirit stones might not be an easy feat for her. I shall let you have it for 135 spirit stones, considering it a favor. 120. Lu Yu wore an expression that teetered on the brink of tears. Boss, we've conducted so much business together. If you earn a little from each transaction, it adds up considerably. Besides, I intend to spend another 2 years in Baitsong Mountain, after which I will solely manage your family's business. 120, you won't be at a loss. How absurd. Normally, items priced over 150. How could she dare to offer just over 30 spirit stones? Fang Youfu was nearly in stitches, watching the spectacle from the sidelines. As it appeared the young girl was on the verge of tears, the shopkeeper bellowed, 125, I truly cannot lower the price any further. Deal. Chapter 29. A suggestion even after the elderly pair had walked a considerable distance. The shopkeeper felt as if he could still hear the old man's hearty laughter receding into the distance. It dawned on him, somewhat belatedly, that he had made no profit at all from the wooden crane flying spirit tool. How could this be possible? Grandfather, I've effectively saved 100 gene of grain. Is that truly so amusing? Lu Yu felt a wave of frustration. Her grandfather must have consumed some laughter-inducing elixir recently, laughing at the slightest provocation. It's not funny. Not funny at all. My Lu Yu is exceptionally capable. He chuckled, clearly pleased. Lu Yu was at a loss for words. Recognizing that he was about to burst into another round of laughter, she quickly changed the subject. Grandfather, how do you possess so many treasure pouches? Fong Youfu indeed found himself unable to smile anymore. Those are intended for the Fong family members. For those items, he had expended nearly 500 spirit stones. Otherwise, why would he still be planning to save money for Lu Yu? Lu Yu fell silent. The Fong family had only her mother left, and she had no children of her own. It seemed that the lineage of the Fong family had come to an end. Foolish girl, is there not still you in the Fong family? As long as you and your mother live well, that is sufficient. Lu Yu nodded. Yet an indescribable confusion lingered in her heart. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Gu Zhongfan, towards those so-called siblings, and towards the Gu clan, which she had never encountered. Yet, were those individuals not her blood relatives? Just moments ago at the general store, she had witnessed firsthand that one needed 24 spirit stones. My dear, when blood ties are deemed important, they hold significance. When deemed unimportant, they are utterly worthless. Fong Youfu discerned the bewilderment in Lu Yu's eyes. The notion of importance stems from the fact that, in the past, my entire clan supported me. Despite being an ordinary peasant family, every household pooled together their silver to send me to school, for I was clever from a young age. However, I eventually left after cultivating immortality from an ancient text, shattering the hopes of several generations. Lu Yu was naturally aware of the arduous journey faced by certain impoverished scholars in the officialdom. Following a great calamity, the Fong family had only her mother remaining. Thus, this blood relationship was, to me, the most precious treasure in the world. Yet you are different. You are one who has been forsaken by your own blood kin, just as you told your mother that day, since they have rejected you. You are no longer connected to them in any way. Lu Yu did not nod. Though the words were articulated thus, her heart was unwilling, filled with resentment. Fong Youfu gently patted her head. Through Fong Ernyang, he had garnered much insight. You bear little animosity towards the fifth madam who abandoned you, yet harbor a deep-seated hatred for Gu Zhongfan, who remains blissfully unaware of your grievances. I am indifferent to the past occurrences between you and your mother, or between you and your father. However, since you have chosen Ernyang, it would be wise to forget them all. Can the torment of 3 centuries be easily erased from memory? Fong Youfu perceived the profound hatred reflected in her eyes, stirring a sense of unease within him. He had cared for the girl for such an extended period, and from their bond, it was evident that she held Ernyang in the highest regard. Yet she was a killer, merciless in her strikes against both men and beasts. Clearly a resolute and unyielding individual. Alas, you err, your inability to let go has ensnared you in a web of torment. Is it a demon of the heart? Upon seeing the look of confusion on Lu Yu's face, Fong Youfu began to comprehend. Your mother treats you well, does she not? It is because of her that you harbor little resentment towards the fifth madam who forsook you. As for your father, he is of no consequence. He is merely a fleeting breeze, indifferent to your existence. Do you truly believe it wise to punish yourself for the actions of such a man? Lu Yu was rendered speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief. Do you think I am mistaken? Fong Youfu tugged at his beard, fully aware that the fifth madam, as a concubine, made a choice to give birth to a child with imperfections. Her decision was not entirely erroneous. Your hatred for Gu Zhongfan, in my view, is merely misplaced anger. To blame others and thereby jeopardize one's own path to immortality is an act only a fool would commit. Is Lu Yu a fool? Setting aside the matters concerning Gu Zhongfan, how could she remain indifferent when Fong Youfu exerts such effort on her behalf? Grasping his left hand, she declared, I do not harbor resentment. I shall use my fists. If he cannot touch me, then he is fortunate. If he does, I will ensure he comprehends how the eyes of the king of horses are formed. Though her words were fierce, Fong Youfu discerned a hint of relief within her tone. That sufficed. Some matters require time to unfold. At that moment, he entirely overlooked the fact that Gu Zhongfan was her father and that she intended to demonstrate to him how many eyes the king of horses possesses. Children should not be overly clever. Fong Youfu gently tapped her head, noting that in the realm of cultivation, those who display excessive intelligence seldom survive long. One must learn to appear a little less astute. Did our ancestors not acquire vast knowledge by feigning simplicity in the eyes of others? Ha ha ha, indeed. It is the combination of foolishness and sincerity that prevails. Ah, wait, I am inherently a person of integrity. How dare you, you mischievous girl? Set a trap for your grandfather. Liu could not contain her laughter as she dashed to push open the door, revealing that Fong Ernyang had already prepared a sumptuous feast. Mother, I have earned spirit stones. Fong Youfu could only shake his head in response to her exuberance before Fong Ernyang. Is that what you call earning spirit stones? You still have a defensive spiritual artifact yet to purchase. Pointing out her shortcomings, Liu Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon noticing her mother's eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the spirit stones, she quickly regained her spirit. Mother, I also bought over 600 pounds of spirit rice and spirit flour. Let us steam a pot right away. What is Lingme like? In her youth at the National Master's residence, Fong Ernyang had only glimpsed it from a distance. Unfortunately, that precious item was beyond her reach, as she was merely a kitchen helper and never had the opportunity to cook with it up close. Mother, it must be quite white. Just smell it. There's a delightful fragrance. Indeed, I shall prepare it right away. Yue, come assist me. The two women paid no heed to Fong Youfu, lest he spoil their good mood. Observing their cheerful demeanor as they headed to the kitchen, Fong Youfu shook his head with a smile, seated himself at the table, and poured himself a glass of the fruit wine brewed by Fong Ernyang. To his surprise, he was able to taste the spirit fruit wine crafted by his own grandniece. Fortune had favored him. As the wine rolled over his tongue, he savored its sweet and sour notes, complemented by a rich depth that was distinctly satisfying. Though the spiritual essence was scarce, it brought him immense joy. Chapter 30. The kindness of Fong Ernyang. Liu Yu had long heard Fong Youfu speak of the safety of the Xiaoyao sect's market. Their rented courtyard was of moderate size, equipped with a simple defensive formation. Here, she felt no concern over depleting her spiritual energy or facing an ambush. She once again retrieved the ghostly face banner, unleashing a series of offensive spells upon it. Due to a late night of busyness, Liu Yu had not risen early that morning. Fong Ernyang forbade Fong Youfu from waking her, stating that it was a rare occasion for her daughter to enjoy a break, and if her grandfather were too insistent, she would not let him off easily. Fong Youfu felt helpless against his grandniece. Were it not for Liu Yu's understanding nature, he truly feared she might become spoiled. With a thunderous shout, Fong Youfu finally caught sight of a small figure huddled in the corner. Just as their eyes met, the boy hastily stuffed an entire fist-sized bun into his mouth. Oh dear, don't choke. Quick, have some water. Fong Ernyang rushed over, pouring a glass of water for him. Fong Youfu stood in stunned silence. The boy wore dark red trousers and had only one eye, clearly abandoned by his companions due to an injury. Chu Jiechi, straining his neck, desperately swallowed the bun, then gulped down the water Fong Ernyang offered, finally feeling somewhat better. Fong Youfu's face twitched. How could he explain to his overly kind niece that the world of immortality holds no place for compassion? Yue had declared her intention to support him, so he might support her in return. Yet, for the sake of this courtyard and the essential supplies purchased yesterday, she had not even a single defensive spiritual tool. Fong Ernyang's hands, once raised in anticipation, fell helplessly to her sides. In her effort to save a few spirit stones from the shopkeeper, she had nearly wept in the store yesterday. Should she allow a mere outsider to crush the spirit of her 12-year-old daughter? It must be said. Fong Youfu understood Fong Ernyang's nature all too well. Thank you very much, Auntie, for the hearty meal, Chu Jiechi said, leaning against the wall and grasping the 2 sticks he had brought. Elder, please do not scold Auntie any longer. I shall take my leave now. Fong Ernyang dared not assist him, and Fong Youfu observed with cold eyes. His own time was limited, and if Liu continued to indulge her mother's whims, Fong Ernyang's lack of change would ultimately lead to their ruin. In the realm of cultivation, aspiring to be a virtuous individual necessitates a formidable backing. Otherwise, one risks leading both oneself and others astray. Their circumstances were ill-suited, hence it became imperative for Fong Ernyang to extinguish her innate kindness entirely. Grandfather, mother, what is amiss? When Liu emerged, she was taken aback to find an unexpected guest in her home. Your mother, feeling pity, has decided to take someone in for you to care for. Liu gazed incredulously at the figure gradually retreating and turned to her mother. Mother, how could you permit a stranger into our home so casually? At that moment, panic surged within her. She and her grandfather needed to go to Baizong Mountain and the market to seek housing precisely because they feared Fong Ernyang's presence would jeopardize their safety. Yet now, her own mother had dismantled the family's protective barriers to allow an outsider inside. What if they were not home? What intentions might this stranger harbor? As an ordinary person, How could her mother possibly manage such a situation? Fong Ernyang, observing her daughter's terror, found herself at a loss for words. Her daughter possessed a strong-willed nature. Refusing any assistance from her uncle, striving to earn spirit stones for cultivation, and barely managing 2 hours of sleep each night. How could she add to her daughter's burdens? For 6 consecutive days, he had been sated with mere scraps. Without sustenance of substance, the wounds on his legs would only worsen. When he could no longer muster the strength to crawl, he would surely be cast aside by the market. He understood the inevitable consequences. Thus, as death loomed, he resolved to indulge in a final feast, believing this family had done right by him. A one-eyed dragon? Liu recoiled a step, her gaze scrutinizing his legs. Years ago, atop Moji Mountain, there was a one-eyed dragon, crippled in both legs, who had joined the assault on Dingqi Mountain. Fang Youfu lifted the restrictions of the courtyard, allowing him to step outside. Mother, did you witness that? Without any defensive spirit tools, had I not been following closely behind, do you think Liu would have fared any better? Fang Youfu poured salt into Fong Ernyang's wounds, lamenting, I shall not survive for more than 2 years. In 2 years, Yuera must possess a medium-grade defensive spirit tool. Thus, every single spirit stone is of utmost importance. Furthermore, she will need to acquire a superior-grade offensive spirit tool. Otherwise, she will struggle to find companions for team battles, and alone, she cannot hope to survive in Baizong Mountain. Observing her mother's precarious state, Liu Yu felt a deep pang of sympathy. Mother, I promise I will be all right. I am diligently learning the arts from my great-grandfather, and I aspire to join the Xiaoao sect. In that case, even if I do not confront the demon beasts, the spirit stones provided by the sect will suffice for my needs. Fang Youfu glared at her. He had just begun to achieve some results. Yet this stubborn girl was dragging him down. He wondered who would bear the brunt of her mother's temperament in the future. Where are we? Mother, regardless of whether my great-grandfather and I are home, you must not lift the family's restrictions. You have heard my great-grandfather speak of the turmoil within the cultivation world. It is far from the tranquility of the mundane realm. There, we might only suffer financial losses, as it is rare for someone to become so deranged as to take a life. Yet here, we could very well risk the lives of our entire family. There are swindlers in the mundane world, just as there are in the cultivation world. If the family's restrictions are lifted, and should my great-grandfather and I be engrossed in vital practices at that moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the most significant concern is that neither my great-grandfather nor I are at home. How can we feel secure with you allowing strangers inside? We chose to rent a house in the market because Baizong Mountain is perilous. However, if you continue in this manner, we might as well remain in one location. For any issues would affect us all. Liu Yu's tear-filled eyes tightened Fong Ernyang's heart into a knot. Chapter 31. The Unexpected Turn Indeed. It must be said that the astute Liu Yu, with just a few words, could compel her niece into compliance. This mother-daughter duo was bound in mutual influence. Grasping the talisman brush, he began to sketch charms, wishing to leave behind ample provisions for the two of them. Meanwhile, outside, Liu Yu settled Fong Ernyang and leisurely enjoyed breakfast before pursuing the individual, seeking to confirm her suspicions. To her surprise, despite the considerable time wasted, the person had not moved more than 300 meters. At that moment, Chu Jiechi leaned against the wall, his face devoid of color. Liu could not yet ascertain whether this individual was indeed the formidable figure rumored to possess extraordinary skills with dual crutches. Ding Qishan regarded him with great trepidation, and he was a source of dread for the orthodox sects and aristocratic families alike. As a rogue with both righteous and unrighteous tendencies, he was, in fact, an idol to many. She had heard numerous tales about him. Rest assured, I shall not visit your home again, said Chu Jiechi, casting a glance at the young girl before slowly lowering his gaze. His eyes, akin to a stagnant pool, stirred a flicker of recognition within Liu Yu. Once upon a time, she too possessed such eyes. My mother is quite saddened today because of you, Liu Yu remarked as she crouched down. Chu Jiechi gazed at her in silence. Before my great-grandfather arrived, my mother and I relied solely on each other. I was most unwilling to see my mother in sorrow. Liu Yu, feeling a pang of distress, reluctantly produced the only stand she possessed. I had no money. My great-grandfather was elderly, and I needed to ensure that both he and my mother could live out their days in peace. Chu Jiechi clearly discerned her reluctance. Yet before he could utter a word, she pressed the precious pill to her lips, and it swiftly dissolved into a nourishing essence which she instinctively swallowed. Liu Yu rose and took a step back, now certain that he was indeed that formidable individual. Calculating the time, She realized that his ancestral spirit would visit in 3 or 4 months. If this Dan could prevent the deterioration of his legs, what would his future hold without his crutches? This thought filled Lu Yu with eager anticipation. Chu Jiechi noticed the dimple that appeared at the corner of her mouth, surprised by the shift in her emotions. This bag of jerky, if rationed, could sustain her for several days. Her family was abundant in meat, and Lu Yu hastily discarded 5 or 6 pounds of jerky, eager to explore the market further. Chu Jiechi tucked the jerky away and touched his lips, recalling Lu Yu's soft yet forceful touch. He gradually made his way to a more secluded corner, channeling the effects of the Dan primarily to his legs, with a small portion nourishing some withered tendons. It was only as the sun dipped low in the west that he concluded his efforts, retrieving a few pieces of jerky and swallowing hard. One Dan cost 35 spirit stones. After Lu Yu acquired it, she felt a tremor of pain, realizing it equated to over 600 pounds of spirit rice. After selling her harvest for several months, aside from purchasing a few essential items, she was left with 75 spiritual stones. Coupled with the 73 she already possessed, her total amounted to 148 stones. In her heart, she considered herself a minor affluent individual. However, the cost of a single elixir was 35 stones. It truly was a challenge to earn money. Yet expenses vanished at an astonishing pace. Now, expending 35 spiritual stones for a stranger, should her ancestors find out, they would undoubtedly subject her to harsh treatment. The spiritual energy here was slightly denser than that of White Song Mountain. What she never anticipated was that in her previous life, the southwestern stars had not shone even once. The elders of the Carefree sect were preoccupied with arranging various contingencies and failed to notice what transpired within their own domain. In this life, however, the southwestern stars twinkled momentarily, heralding a glimpse of hope. Given that White Song Mountain was a paradise for chi refining practitioners, they would certainly not let it slip by. By mere chance, Master Shin caught sight of the severely injured Chu family scion at the market. If someone possessed a good appearance and commendable spiritual roots, they would not choose the Remnant Sword Peak unless they were lacking in judgment. Yet, the Remnant Sword Peak was pivotal to the rise and fall of the entire Carefree sect. Therefore, this seemingly insignificant and gravely wounded child, if endowed with decent spiritual roots, could be handed over to Suimo. Upon a meticulous examination of his consciousness, he discovered that this young individual possessed pure dual spiritual roots of gold and fire, which brought him immense joy. This lad was precisely suited for the Remnant Sword Peak. After a lengthy discussion among the elders, they resolved to bring Qin Tian forth. Otherwise, while rescuing the child would be easy, it would have no connection to the Remnant Sword Peak. If it bore no relation to the Remnant Sword Peak, why would they bother at all? Qin Tian, due to a certain deficiency compared to other men, harbored a somewhat twisted psyche. Nevertheless, the elder gentlemen were acutely aware of the unwavering loyalty he held for the Tsunjian Peak and for Suimo. Qin Tian was increasingly anxious over the prospect of Tsunjian Peak failing to recruit disciples. While his master could afford to be indifferent to such matters, he could not. It was undeniably peculiar that only the two of them comprised the entirety of Tsunjian Peak. Although many individuals bore physical impairments, they either possessed inadequate aptitude or were already affiliated with other sects, making it improbable for them to cast their lot with Tsunjian Peak. After all, Tsunjian Peak was one of the 12 peaks of freedom. How could it possibly accept those who might never even attain the foundation establishment stage as disciples? By chance, he overheard that Su Danshui had discovered a promising young lad, albeit a one-eyed individual whose legs were grievously injured. When inquiring whether the sect would consider providing aid, Qin Tian could hardly contain his excitement. The one-eyed youth was undoubtedly destined for their Tsunjian Peak. The fact that he had garnered such attention from Su Danshui suggested that his spiritual roots and innate potential were commendable. Qin Tian was more than willing to assist in matters that would earn Su Danshui's admiration. The old fellows, Xinxing and others, exchanged knowing glances as they observed his eager stride toward the Baitsong Mountain Market, satisfaction gleaming in their eyes. At long last, they had managed to enroll a disciple for Tsunjian Peak. It was no small feat. Jin Shan, do assess the young man's fate, one inquired. Though Jin Shan found himself at a loss with several of his fellow uncles, he too was troubled by the prospect of Tsunjian Peak failing to attract disciples. Given that this young man might be affiliated with their sect, his concern was only natural. Oddly enough, however, the vision was shrouded in ambiguity. Jin Shan, inheritor of the profound teachings of the illustrious Jinren Chiji, found his attempts to divine the future through the divination shells utterly futile. He couldn't help but look up, murmuring to his fellow uncles in confusion. Variables. Indeed, the variables have arrived. The esteemed Shunsheng and his fellow practitioners would certainly not attribute this to a miscalculation by Jingshan. Having cultivated to the Yuanying level, they have long been attuned to the unpredictable nature of the heavenly path. For over 50 years, they have fervently sought its elusive transformations. Yet now, the very variable that influences the rise and fall of the Xiaoyao sect lies before them, rendering them speechless. The sensation of confronting the heavenly path, so tantalizingly close, has led each of them to personal revelations. Chapter 32. The shimmering golden bell. Jingshan chuckled ruefully as several of his senior disciples entered seclusion together. After pondering for so long, he found himself devoid of insights, a lamentable outcome. However, with his seniors in retreat, he was entrusted with the matters at hand, and he could no longer pass the responsibilities to others. He needed to oversee the situation regarding Qin Tian and the peculiar Chu family's remnants at the Cangjin Peak to guard against unforeseen events. Before reaching the foundation establishment stage, a cultivator, despite their ability to wield spiritual power, remains akin to an ordinary person, with the same basic needs for sustenance and rest. Thus, upon arriving at the Baizongfang city, they witnessed Chu Jiechi laboriously shuffling forward with his twin staffs. Moreover, the chill of the day deepened. Had it not been for the protective barriers within the market, the biting winds would have made his plight even more dire. After gathering information about Chu Jiechi, Qin Tian found him crouched on the ground, excavating a yellow ant mound. In the rich spiritual energy of the cultivation realm, yellow ants not only consume spiritual energy, but also hoard remnants of food or fruit pits during winter. As Qin Tian observed Chu Jiechi delicately picking up 2 ants and savoring them, he experienced an unexpected acceptance of the boy. Though a eunuch, he had never set foot in the imperial palace. Rather, it was his own family who had undertaken the act of castration. Originally, the intention was to leverage connections to secure his entry into the imperial palace in pursuit of wealth and power. However, due to financial constraints, this ambition was thwarted. Consequently, having failed to amass fortunes, he became regarded as a useless individual, ultimately abandoned by his family. "Come with me," a delicate voice resonated, imbued with an inexplicable gentleness. Observing from a distance, the venerable Jingshan sighed. They had been fellow disciples for over 60 or 70 years. Yet he had never heard such warmth in the sharp tones of junior brother Qin. Naturally, Chu Jiaqing chose to follow Qin Tian, for his legs were still intact and in need of healing. In the depths of despair, when one is on the brink of sinking, any hand extended in kindness feels like a lifeline. With a twist of fate, he was no longer the formidable figure wielding dual staves that Lu Yu once knew. From afar, he noticed the flicker of the courtyard's barrier, and the young girl dashed inside. Chu Jiaqing nodded toward Qin Tian. "Let us depart." Qin Tian had already learned from Chu Jiaqing that during his most arduous times, it was this family that provided him with a hearty meal. It was that impoverished girl, who lacked even a low-grade defensive spiritual artifact, who selflessly endured pain to offer him an ants pill, thereby preserving his legs. "Will you not bring something?" Qin Tian pondered. Perplexed, if he did not bring a gift, what was the purpose of his prolonged stay here? In less than 2 years, she too would join the Xiaoyao sect. If that is the case, why do you linger here? Qin Tian was eager to voice this inquiry, yet he restrained himself out of respect for his senior brother's dignity. Within the Xiaoyao sect, aside from his master, there was no one with whom he could converse openly, leaving him often in solitude. However, should this individual remain silent, he could go 3 days without uttering a word. Receiving such a disciple is rather vexing. From a distance, Chu Jiaqi finally departed with Qin Tian, allowing Master Jingshan to breathe a sigh of relief. The dimming stars of the southwest are intricately linked to his future and destiny. Over 50 years ago, his fortune began to decline. Now, he can only hope that this person, who might bring a glimmer of vitality to the Xiaoyao sect, undergoes significant transformation, enabling his fate to regain strength. As for the affairs outside, Liu has never given them a thought. She is even indifferent to the fate of the An's Dan she spent. That individual, cast out by the various branches of the Chu family, left with a mere glance and severed legs, should not endure a fate worse than in his previous life, where no one offered assistance until his family's ancestor arrived. Thus, apart from a fleeting moment of compassion on that day, she chose to no longer concern herself with him. Others will always remain others, with no intersection in her life. She must focus on living her own days well. This time, The 3 generations of her family ventured to the general store to sell goods and, in the process, procure the defensive spiritual artifact she had long desired. The Huajin Bell and the Qingmu Shield are both commendable choices, although they are of inferior quality. They are perfectly suitable for her use without excessively depleting her spiritual energy. The storekeeper, having discerned that Fang Youfu would not last much longer, genuinely considers Lu Yu's well-being. While a mid-grade defensive spiritual artifact is indeed advantageous, should her great-grandfather fail to endure until she advances to the 5th layer of qi refining, possessing it could instead invite calamity, rendering it impractical. Fang Youfu allowed the young girl to make her own decision. Upon arrival, Lu Yu informed him that if her supply of spirit stones was insufficient, she would need to borrow from him. It was evident that she held little regard for inferior defensive spirit artifacts. However, aspiring for the unattainable was misguided. He possessed a medium-grade defensive spirit artifact, which would undoubtedly belong to Lu Yu when he was no longer around. If she chose not to purchase it when it was readily available, opting instead to incur debt for something she could not utilize at the moment, it merely indicated her lack of experience. Lu Yu gazed at the Huang Jinling for a while, unable to make a decision. It cost 394 spirit stones. She had sold her recent findings from Baitsong Mountain, and with her original 113 spirit stones, she still fell short by 96. The Qingmu Dun was 74 spirit stones cheaper than the Huang Jinling, and from the outset, she had never held it in high regard. The Qingmu Dun was merely a standard flying shield requiring spiritual consciousness to command, hence its lower price. Seeing her meticulously calculating the prices of both spirit stones, the shopkeeper felt compelled to explain that the Huang Jinling, aside from being able to produce a protective golden barrier, excelled in its ability to rotate, thereby mitigating the spells cast upon its user. If sufficient spiritual energy was available, it could even strike down enemies like certain physically robust demonic beasts. According to his explanation, even a fool would choose the Huang Jinling. Lu Yu, dissatisfied, retorted, "Mr. Shopkeeper, how can there be such a stark difference between these 2 inferior defensive spirit artifacts, the Qingmu Dun and the Huang Jinling? Are you determined to persuade me to purchase the more expensive Huang Jinling?" The shopkeeper, sweating, realized how astute this young girl was. Naturally, he wished to sell the more expensive Huang Jinling. Most people would easily be swayed into purchasing the pricier option he offered. As long as one has sufficient funds, they may well forget to haggle or negotiate for a lesser price. After all, is it not the desire to spend less that drives such behavior? How about I offer you 360 spirit stones? This price is already at its lowest. He was genuinely intimidated by the young girl. Li remained silent, her large, glistening eyes filled with unspoken grievances. "Oh dear. Fellow cultivator, you ought to manage your granddaughter. Am I to be denied the opportunity to conduct business? At the very least, allow me to earn a modest profit." The proprietor found himself at a loss against Lu Yu, and thus he called out to the ever-smiling Fang Youfu nearby. The previous sale of the wooden crane had resulted in no profit, which was a grave matter, and being mocked by Fang was an even greater concern. Therefore, this time, he resolutely refused to be a fool. With his words, Lu Yu understood that he was still making a profit of at least 10 spirit stones from her. "Uncle, how about 355? The shopkeeper glared at her. 356 will suffice, I presume? Lu Yu, indifferent to her pride in pursuit of spirit stones, replied, "You proposed 360, so I shall offer 4 spirit stones less. With these 4 stones, I intend to buy some purple rice for my mother to taste." It appeared as though he was taking advantage of her, treating her unfairly. Observing Fang Ernyang nearby, devoid of any spiritual energy, the shopkeeper's face twitched. Yet he felt powerless. At least he made 6 spirit stones, which was no small feat. "Very well, my little ancestor. You must not disclose the price at which you were sold." Chapter 33. Welcome to Steel, my lord fully equipped. Liu spent 2 days at home with Fang Ernyang before embarking once more towards Baitsong Mountain. Unlike before, this time she traveled alone, as Fang Youfu remained at home to rest. However, in contrast, when faced with threats to life, disciples from the Xiaoyao sect would intervene to offer assistance, and the sense of security once enjoyed by all was irrevocably lost. No longer could they leisurely engage with first-tier demon beasts worth merely a couple of spirit stones. An increasing number of individuals began to form teams to confront the more formidable second-tier or even third-tier demon beasts. In such a prevailing environment, Fang Youfu entrusted a substantial quantity of talismans to Lu Yu, allowing her to venture out for training with a sense of assurance. Little did he anticipate that Lu Yu had never considered teaming up with others to battle second-tier demon beasts. To her mind, it was far more prudent to avoid squabbling over the division of a few spirit stones and instead focus on dealing with the first-tier demon beast she could manage. The two Xiaoyao disciples she had observed previously were growing increasingly impatient with the reckless chi-refining cultivators. They were unwilling to gamble, nor could they afford to do so. Forfang Ernyang depended on her support, and her great-grandfather required her care in his twilight years. As the snow fell, the non-aggressive fire feather chick was compelled to venture out in search of grass seeds, its feathers, despite all concealment attempts, visible from a distance against the snow. Moreover, the blue-eared rabbits, also seeking food, were not as easily outpaced by the typical chi-refining cultivators this time. In the snowy terrain, their speed diminished. Within a mere 8 days, she had collected 27 pairs of blue-eared fur. Each pair was worth 3 spirit stones, yielding a total of 81 spirit stones from this endeavor alone. The clouds above had descended significantly, and she hoped for another heavy snowfall the following day. With 2 hours remaining until dusk, Lu Yu increased the fire's intensity, eager to finish her meal and venture out for another exploration. However, she had not savored a warm meal for 6 consecutive days. At that moment, the enticing aroma wafting from the clay pot made her swallow involuntarily. Lifting the lid, Lu Yu added several types of mushrooms, knowing that this would enhance the flavor of the soup. In the distance, a few flickers of red light suddenly reflected into the cave. Lu Yu sprang to her feet, hurriedly gathering the firewood closer before dashing outside. For fire feather chickens were pecking at the snow-covered ground in search of seeds. As Lu Yu approached slowly, her heart brimmed with joy at the prospect of acquiring 4 more spirit stones. With a swift motion, she drew her Qiang sword, which promptly dispatched the 4 chickens with remarkable speed. It was only after they lay still that Lu Yu emerged to pluck the feathers. Observing the footprints on the ground, she noted that one had strayed from the group. Recalling the previous chicken she had processed, which was filled with eggs, she suddenly remembered the golden ingot eggs her mother would prepare every New Year's Eve. Lu Yu certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. After traversing nearly 2 miles, she parted some bushes and discovered 11 fire feather eggs, which were remarkably similar to chicken eggs. Just as she was nearing the cave, she abruptly halted. As she began to retreat, the person inside had already stepped out. "Fear not, we are from the Xiaoyao sect, merely borrowing this cave to rest for a while." Su Danshui, upon seeing Lu Yu, felt a wave of frustration. Having just escaped from those overconfident individuals, he now encountered this one with an extra finger. Inside, Fang Qingshu was happily indulging in a chicken leg. Upon entering, Lu Yu was taken aback by the sight of scattered chicken bones on the ground. "What are you staring at? It's just one chicken I ate. Look again, and I'll pluck your eyes out." How utterly arrogant! Lu Yu's expression soured as she lifted the lid of the pot, only to find a mere chicken head and a chicken rear inside. Not to mention the absence of meat. Not even a single mushroom was left for her. Su Danshui felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had consumed quite a few of those mushrooms herself. Initially, she had intended to reserve the chicken leg for her master. However, the shameless Fang Shidi had audaciously devoured it while she was briefly away. "I apologize. We will compensate you with a certain amount of spirit stones." Lu Yu cast a glance at her. "I have been outside for half a month, and this is the first time I am having something warm. How many spirit stones do you think would suffice to purchase a meal I had eagerly anticipated for half a day? Is this how you conduct your calculations?" Fang Qingshu, with grease on his lips, scoffed at her. "A fiery feather chicken worth merely 1 spirit stone. Do you expect me to give you 10? The audacity of such a person to accuse her of being shameless ignited Lu Yu's fury. "As far as I know, the Xian Kulai restaurant in the market sells their clear broth fiery feather chicken for 15 spirit stones. Moreover, I have added various spirit mushrooms to it. Besides, I never invited you to partake. You trespassed into my abode without my consent and helped yourselves to my belongings. Is that how all the members of the Xiaoyao sect behave?" Su Danshui had already taken out 20 spirit stones, but upon hearing her words, she was caught in a dilemma. Neither putting them away nor relinquishing them seemed appropriate. "You have quite the sharp tongue." Fang Qingshu tossed aside the chicken bones. "What of the Xiaoyao sect? Should we be your beasts of burden, running around to extinguish your fires? You consume one of my chickens, and you begrudge me for complaining? Do you possess any sense of gratitude? A selfish little. Did I ever ask for your help?" Lu Yu interrupted his incessant chatter, saying, "From the very first time I laid eyes on you, you have been pilfering my food. Very well, I concede. I can avoid you wherever you appear. My grandfather and I take a different path. Your charitable deeds in Baitsong Mountain are your own concern and have no bearing on me. Why should I offer assistance to strangers, especially when they would consume the chicken I painstakingly prepared? If you possess the audacity, go and request it from them yourselves. Fang Chengxiu fell silent, for indeed, they had only crossed paths twice, during which he had consumed her offerings on both occasions. Up to this point, neither he nor Sister Su had ever rescued anyone. Aren't you afraid we might respond in anger? He blurted out, filled with frustration. Am I supposed to be terrified? Lu Yu feigned indifference. If I were to perish here, your mission would undoubtedly fail, wouldn't it? These two were incessantly aiding those reckless individuals seeking fortune over life, evidently tasked by their sect. Should she meet her demise here, their mission would surely remain unfulfilled. Moreover, that female cultivator seemed quite principled, as my grandfather once said. Those with higher talents are less likely to allow trivial matters to tarnish their resolve. They would not resort to murder over a mere chicken. Indeed. Silence. Su Danshui kicked Fang Qingxiu sharply. What began as a simple exchange had turned into a quarrel. Dear friend, we have dined and drunk our fill. How about we consider these 50 spirit stones as compensation for you? Gazing at the modest pile of spirit stones, Lu Yu cast another glance at the frustrated and leg-rubbing Fang Qingxiu. The elder is a woman. Surely she cannot consume as much as that fellow. Moreover, Lu Yu pondered her words and acknowledged that indeed, it was due to your presence that my great-grandfather entrusted me to venture alone to Baizong Mountain. Very well. I shall treat you to the meal. Fang Qingxiu widened his eyes in disbelief. And what about you? Consuming my food and drink yet still vexing me? Lu Yu glared back, demanding that he regurgitate everything he had eaten today. Otherwise, I shall proclaim to anyone I encounter that you are a glutton. When you later join the Xianyuan sect, I shall inform my master that you have bullied me. Suddenly, Su Danshui could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Fang Qingxiu, taken aback, was incredulous at the thought of spitting out what was in his mouth. Had he lost his mind? Yet, being labeled a glutton and having his reputation tarnished was unbearable. Was it merely 50 spirit stones? Here, take them. Is that sufficient? Lu Yu shook her head dismissively, as if to say who among us lacks 50 spirit stones? In truth, she possessed not a single spirit stone at that moment. The ones borrowed from her great-grandfather had all been given to her mother for future necessities. 100? A pile of spirit stones clattered to the ground, infuriating Lu Yu. As one stone struck her foot, 200? Fang Qingxiu threw down another 100, albeit in a different direction this time. Lu Yu, filled with rage, felt humiliated. Despite her dire need for spirit stones, she could not stoop to scavenging like a beggar. 300, and I shall add a bottle of qi-gathering pills. As spirit stones were tossed onto the ground, the pills were delivered to Lu Yu's hand by his spiritual energy. Lu Yu shot him a fierce glare, opened the bottle, and to her astonishment, discovered it contained 30 pills. She hurriedly accepted them. Dear heavens, welcome to Steel. Chapter 34. Xiaoyu occasionally, Su Danshui's shoulders trembled uncontrollably, struggling to maintain her escape light. From a distance, Lu Yu observed the two of them flying away in a wobbly manner, gleefully collecting the spirit stones scattered on the ground. 300 spirit stones. To exchange such a quantity for a mere bout of anger was undeniably worthwhile. If only there were a few more such encounters, she would gladly welcome them. Moreover, she would not admit that she had been the only one to lose her temper. The other person had left, visibly shaken, unable to stabilize their escape light. How amusing. Lu Yu gathered all the spirit stones into her storage bag and suddenly found herself filled with anticipation for the Xianyao sect. In her previous life, Ding Qishan had confronted a member of the Xianyao sect, who, in a display of remarkable resilience, had self-destructed at the Golden Core stage. Consequently, he was relentlessly pursued by the 3 nascent soul masters of the Xianyao sect, forced to flee in all directions. However, it seemed that this was the only memory she retained of the Xianyao sect. As for the rest, Lu Yu scratched her head, recalling that the sect had been partially sealed off due to a series of incidents. From that moment until her rebirth atop Moji Mountain, no member of the Xianyao sect had been seen traversing the outside world. Exiting her cave dwelling, Lu Yu gazed at the vast expanse of Baizong Mountain. Her eyes clouded with uncertainty. How could one of the 4 premier sects be driven to such a state of partial seclusion? It was evident that something significant had transpired. Should she still seek to pay her respects to the Xianyao sect? Her initial fondness now wavered. Judging by the 2 individuals she had encountered today, they appeared to possess the same integrity as her great-grandfather. Otherwise, if that person had casually released even a hint of foundational pressure, she would have found herself speechless. After all, as he had remarked, wasn't he merely a fire-feather chicken? Yet, she had inadvertently extorted 300 spirit stones from him, along with an entire vial of chi-gathering pills. However, the longevity of her great-grandfather was nearing its end, and it would be quite fortunate if she could hold on until she formally joined the Xianyao sect. Contemplating this, Liu found herself devoid of strength. She chose to refrain from venturing outside to hunt demonic beasts or to alter the formations of her cave dwelling, and instead settled down to meditate. The Xianyao sect seemed unreliable, regardless of whether she could gain entry. The only source of hope lay in her own cultivation. Only by elevating her skills could she remain serene amidst whatever challenges she might face. Suddenly, she discovered an entire bottle of chi-gathering pills, which she was willing to use, consuming one every 3 days to aid her practice. Before she knew it, it was the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. That evening, prior to her cultivation, she once again retrieved the ghost face banner. Calculating the time, she realized that it had been a full year since she acquired this item. Yet, throughout the year, despite covertly attempting over 100 times, she had failed to engrave even the faintest mark upon it. It was truly exasperating. Today, she routinely attempted once more, depleting her spiritual energy, yet the banner remained unscathed. As she patted her storage pouch and settled onto her wooden crane, she noticed 2 distant blue-eared rabbits and felt disinclined to take action. Yet, while she remained still, someone else was not. A streak of light zipped through the air, landing atop her wooden crane. The newcomer scrutinized her hands, and upon confirming she indeed possessed 6 fingers, was filled with elation. "Ah, you must be Lu Yu. Come with me," the young female cultivator, clad in the robes of the Xianyao sect, commanded, though her face beamed with delight. Liu felt a wave of dizziness. Did she know this person? What do we celebrate as cultivators? Xiaoyu shot her a glare, adding, "Also, aren't you hoping to join the Xianyao sect? Why call me senior? My surname is Xia, and my given name is Yu. Just call me Sister Xia." Liu was at a loss for words, contemplating whether she should join the Xiaoyao sect. Moreover, it was evident that this person was at the foundation establishment stage, so she naturally addressed him as senior. "Follow me for a trip. I assure you, you will not suffer any losses. Can I help you earn spirit stones during the new year?" "Probably not," Xiaoyu said with a cheerful smile, producing a mid-grade spirit stone. Fang Qingxu remarked, "This little girl is quite the money enthusiast." Sister Su remarked that your fire feather chicken soup is exceptionally delicious. I finally managed to find a 3rd-tier hornmeat beast. The taste is exquisite. If you help us prepare it, this mid-grade spirit stone will belong to you. Though a mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade stones, no one would genuinely trade a mid-grade stone for the practically worthless low-grade ones. This treasure, whether for cultivation or combat with others, was over 10 times purer in spiritual energy than low-grade spirit stones. Lu Yu swallowed hard. Her ancestor once told her that he had never earned a mid-grade spirit stone in his lifetime. If she were to consider this stone as repayment for his debts, he would surely be delighted. Xiaoyu observed the struggle on her face and added, "Oh, if you are willing to make this trip, I will also gift you 5 pounds of hornmeat beast meat." Liu found herself defeated by her sweet words. "Is it far from here?" "Not far. Just an hour and a half's journey. For a foundation establishment cultivator, it would take only an hour, but with her low-tier flying spiritual tool, the wooden crane, it would take a day of flight. Is that not close? Senior, can't you do it yourselves? Why must you take advantage of me? Isn't it because your chicken was too delicious when you cooked it last time? The main reason is that they are good at fighting, but not at cooking. What if I were to poison myself?" Xiaoyu fixed her gaze upon her for a moment, causing Lu Yu's heart to race anxiously. Just as she was about to muster the courage to agree, Xiaoyu burst into laughter. "Are you feeling homesick? Alas, you are still too young." Xiaoyu gently patted her head. "All right, let us do as you say." Lu Yu felt even more unsettled. "I have never cooked the meat of a beast above the 1st tier. If it turns out to be unpalatable, you must not hold me responsible." Her great-grandfather had once remarked that although the horned grazing beast was a 3rd-tier creature, if successfully hunted, it would be more valuable than an ordinary 7th-tier beast. Its meat was always in high demand in taverns. Indeed, it is quite exquisite. "No wonder Fang Qingxiu had a major setback with you," Xiaoyu remarked with a chuckle. Lu Yu fell silent. As the saying goes, mastery in one method leads to proficiency in all. The way you previously prepared food is how you will prepare the horned grazing beast. Xiaoyu winked at her. "As long as you do not intentionally sabotage my efforts." Lu Yu lacked the audacity for that. Although the members of the Xiaoyao sect appeared quite honorable, she certainly did not wish to provoke them. Xiaoyu took her hand, and a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her momentarily. "Your spiritual root is quite promising. It is certain you can address me as senior sister." How about joining our Feilai Peak? Chapter 35. A request from my ancestor Lu Yu had naturally heard of the Rain Master of Feilai Peak among the 12 peaks of Xiaoyao. And not only had she heard of him, but she had also encountered him in her previous life. Her sweeping leaf sword had forced Ding Qishan to unleash 8 self-exploding nascent soul phantoms in a desperate escape. To think that Xia Yu was her disciple. What on earth had transpired within the Xiaoyao sect back then? According to reason, Xia Yu ought to belong to the same generation as Ding Qishan and the others. How is it that she has no recollection of them? The howling light of escape faded into the distance as Lu Yu, holding a mid-grade spirit stone, wore a countenance devoid of any trace of mirth, despite having produced a considerable amount of the dry spirit fungi her mother had gifted her. Others had nonetheless left her with 10 pounds of horned meat. The depths of Baicang Mountain were uncharted territory for her. Lu Yu understood that her great-grandfather was aging. Should he encounter a formidable beast and suffer injuries in a magical duel, it could cost him several months of his lifespan. He wished to watch her enter the immortal path in peace, hoping for more time to spend with her and her mother. However, the current state of the immortal path filled her with increasing unease. She truly did not wish to fill a void there. Lu Yu endeavored to rally her spirits, guiding the wooden crane towards the market. She had squandered nearly 3 hours on that horned beast, and if she did not hasten, she would undoubtedly miss the New Year's Eve dinner. The thought of her mother possibly waiting anxiously at home, and her great-grandfather in restless anticipation, compelled her to cast aside all distractions and focus on her journey. Time flowed like a river. For every day her great-grandfather lived, he had one less. Her mother, being but a mortal, had only a few decades to live. Did she truly need to fret over matters that would unfold 100 or 200 years hence? From a distance, she spotted the 2 figures in front of her home. Although her legs trembled, Lu Yu could not help but dash toward them. The urgency was palpable. If not for his concern for Fong Ernyang, he would have already ventured out to search for her. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Lu Yu hid behind her mother, exclaiming, "Mother, I am famished." Fong Ernyang cast a glance at her uncle, and Fong Youfu wisely chose to remain silent. As the barrier closed behind them, Lu Yu produced the mid-grade spirit stone and handed it to him. "Grandfather, I apologize for my tardiness. I was occupied with obtaining this medium-grade spirit stone. Behold, this gem is distinctly superior to the inferior ones." Fong Youfu's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite having witnessed medium-grade spirit stones throughout his life, he had never possessed one, having spent the majority of his existence among the lowest tier of cultivators. "Where did you acquire this?" he exclaimed. "Ah, you must extend your gratitude to my mother." Lu Yu replied with a smile, linking arms with Fong Ernyang. "In every profession, excellence can be found. Yesterday, I earned this medium-grade spirit stone through the skills you imparted to me." "My skills?" Fong Ernyang questioned, puzzled. She had only ever taught her daughter one thing, cooking, after they had gained some financial stability upon leaving the National Master's residence. During their leisure, Lu Yu had often assisted her mother in the kitchen, learning by observation. Indeed, Lu Yu nodded vigorously, wishing to alleviate any sense of burden her mother might feel upon entering the realm of cultivation. The people of the Xiaoyao sect were assigned a task on Baicang Mountain, and when they failed to prepare an adequate meal, I was appointed as their chef for 3 hours after they captured a horned beast. What do you think, grandfather? Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Fong Youfu's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Is that even possible? Lu Yu found his reaction amusing. Moreover, the esteemed elder Xia even gifted me 10 pounds of horned beast meat. Please prepare it for me tomorrow. Today's task of processing over 300 pounds of that meat truly exhausted me. Cooking the same dish 18 times was utterly draining. Fong Ernyang was filled with concern, pulling her inside where a table laden with delicacies awaited her arrival. Fong Youfu, disregarding the allure of the medium-grade spirit stone, swiftly summoned his spiritual energy to warm the dishes. Earlier, due to worries about Lu Yu's well-being outside, both adults had little appetite. As Fong Youfu listened to Lu Yu animatedly recounting her encounter with the demon beasts to Fong Ernyang, he squinted and took a sip of wine. The once somber house was instantly filled with laughter and joy upon the return of one person. Bang! Fong Youfu playfully tapped her head with chopsticks. "Are you still catching? If you keep it up, your mother will surely dismantle my old bones." "Mother, didn't I tell you? The people from the Xiaoyao Gate are watching. And Baicang Mountain is safe." Fong Ernyang, well aware of her daughter's spirited nature, patted her little face, observing, "Look, you've lost so much weight. Over these days, I'll make sure you replenish yourself and bring back more delicious treats." Lu Yu glanced at Fong Youfu, her shoulders trembling. "Mother, I haven't lost weight, truly. I'm just growing taller. Why are you grinning so mischievously? Fang Youfu glared at her. Mother, you are truly remarkable. Just look. Grandfather has gained weight after being with you for just over a month. Seeing the mother and daughter both smiling with narrowed eyes, Fang Youfu joined in. Indeed. My Ernyang's culinary skills are unparalleled. In unison, Fang Youfu and Lu Yu served dishes to Fang Ernyang. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Fang Youfu took Lu Yu aside into her room, inquiring about her true whereabouts at Baicang Mountain. Just now, Fang Ernyang was present, and he did not dare to inquire how the members of the Xiaoao sect knew she could prepare delicious food. Moreover, he found it hard to believe that this young girl could flatter them and personally deliver food. Faced with such a shrewd great-grandfather, Lu Yu could only recount the events of that day in detail, ultimately producing the 300 spirit stones. Great-grandfather, I have offended them. What if they hold a grudge when I pay my respects to the sect a year later? Perhaps we should consider switching to another sect. Lu Yu resolved to turn the situation to her advantage and persuade Fang Youfu to take them out of the Xiaoyao sect's sphere of influence. Are you afraid now? If they wanted to retaliate, they would have done so already. Yet they even introduced business opportunities to you? Fang Youfu firmly tapped her forehead, then fell into deep contemplation, as if a thought had struck him. This time, you were fortunate, but in the future, you must not act so recklessly. Lu Yu massaged her forehead, nodding in agreement. Since someone had already suggested that she join their peak, her great-grandfather also wished to seek your favor regarding this matter. Chapter 36. Must be polished. Lu Yu cherished those who truly cared for her. Therefore, regardless of what Fang Youfu requested, no matter how challenging, she wished to fulfill his wishes. Having saved her twice and guided her with great care, she had long regarded him as a true family member, just like Fang Ernyang. With your talent, becoming an inner sect disciple in the 12 peaks of Xiaodao is assured. Fang Youfu gazed at Lu Yu, whom he had nurtured, and sighed inwardly. Recalling how, when he first ventured from the mundane world into the realm of cultivation, he knew nothing at all, teaming up with others to battle the fiendish beasts. I found myself utterly depleted of spiritual energy, while those I fought alongside divided the spoils, leaving me abandoned. In my heart, I held an immense gratitude for that formidable individual. Fang Youfu gently patted her head. What might have been a trifling act for him was, for me, a matter of life and death. Therefore, your great-grandfather hopes you will join his sect and show your filial respect to him. Lu Yu blinked twice, reluctantly discarding her desire to escape the carefree sect. Great-grandfather, within the 12 peaks of the carefree sect, even if I possess exceptional talent, I cannot simply choose a peak. Can I? Fang Youfu sighed. If it were any other peak, it would indeed not be for you to select. However, the residual sword peak has fallen into desolation, reduced to merely a master and disciple, with no one willing to go there. Lu Yu was taken aback, stepping back in shock. Great-grandfather, is your benefactor the esteemed Master Shimo? Indeed. You err, you must not follow in the footsteps of others. Master Shimo is an exceptionally rare individual in this world. His rarity is undeniable. Lu Yu recalled the gossip she had heard in her previous life, how Master Shimo had personally crafted a bone flute from a bone of his beloved, Ishui, cherishing it and playing it constantly, sending shivers down her spine. You are still too young to comprehend. The pain of loss is excruciating, a sorrow without refuge. He could only take a small bone from her and fashion it into a flute, keeping him company day by day. If heaven has feelings, it too will grow old. The moon, devoid of resentment, remains ever full. In this world, there has never truly been a moment of complete fulfillment. The rise and fall of fate has long been decreed by the heavens. However, there are many infatuated souls in this world, and Suimo is among those who yearn for the past. The death of his revered predecessor, Ishui, has plunged him into a state of sorrow, confusion, and despair. Alone, he drinks the bitter waters of grief, unwilling to emerge from the depths of his anguish. Fang Youfu, burdened with a sense of melancholy, utters words laden with inscrutable meaning, leaving Lu Yu in a state of bewilderment. Despite her youthful appearance, even with the memories of a past life, she remains emotionally stunted, her heart and mind forever anchored at the age of 13. Even now, she cannot comprehend the complexities of love and relationships. Yet, she has come to understand her own feelings. She cannot bear the thought of Fang Youfu departing prematurely, for she knows that Fang Ernyang's lifespan is but a few fleeting decades. If these two were to vanish from the world, she cannot fathom what her existence would become. The thought of such profound loneliness makes her contemplate the notion of departing alongside them. Observing the silent Lu Yu, Fang Youfu sighs once more, contemplating the reality that living can sometimes be more torturous than death. If one is unwilling to let go, then perhaps it is best to leave things as they are. As for Yishui, when did he pass away? It has been nearly 80 years. Though I cannot recall the exact details. When my great-grandfather encountered him, was it 50 or 60 years ago? This detail is of utmost importance. If Suemo was still capable of offering assistance at that time, he would gladly honor his great-grandfather by paying his respects. Fang Youfu nods in agreement, remarking that he was already 31 when he entered the realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, it seems wise to avoid the residual sword peak. Even with the nurturing of spiritual energy, a chi-refining cultivator's lifespan rarely exceeds 100 years. When he sees Lu Yu seriously considering his proposal, he feels a mix of joy and heartache. Not to mention Suemo, even the disciple he has taken under his wing is not easy to deal with. Did great-grandfather refer to that eunuch, Qin Tian? As for such individuals, Lu Yu felt indifferent. She too is disabled, and those who share similar afflictions possess a unique understanding of one another's hearts. They yearn for others to regard them with equanimity, harboring a profound fear of being belittled. Yet, how many people in this world can perceive disability with a sense of normalcy? Pity and mockery are not what they desire. Lu Yu cast a glance at her right hand, at the sixth finger, which had been despised by her own mother since birth. If even her mother held such disdain, what could she expect from others? Even when Xia Yu sought her out, the first thing noticed was her sixth finger. In her previous life, she had severed it, hoping to blend in as an ordinary person, but the outcome was far from what she envisioned. Qin Tian had lost the most fundamental aspect of being a man, and it was only natural for his psyche to be distorted. You are not like him. Regardless of how others perceive you, their opinions hold no relevance. Remember this. Both your mother and I cherish you. We do not care about that finger. You should not let it trouble you either. The sorrow etched on Lu Yu's face filled Fang Youfu with regret. He realized he should not have broached this topic for his own selfish reasons. Taking her right hand, he observed the sixth finger, which, like the other fingers, was slender and fair. Look how beautiful it is. In the eyes of those who truly care for you, even if you are imperfect, you are still perfect in every way. Conversely, to those who do not care for you, even if you are flawless, they will find faults. We must not allow a mere glance or a careless word from others to dictate the quality of our lives. Lu Yu could say that it was solely because of this finger that she transformed from a celestial prodigy into the daughter of a mere servant, Fang Ernyang. If she did not harbor resentment, she would not have left the Gu family. A person like Qin Tian had long ceased to be considered normal. Lu Yu's mind remained relatively sound. Yet what if prolonged contact with such a person led to her own psychological distortion? The mere thought of this caused Fang Youfu to instantly cast aside the lingering notions that had weighed on his heart, along with the life-saving grace he had once received. If repayment were possible, he would do so. If not, he could not involve Lu Yu. Great-grandfather, the affairs of others are none of my concern. From the frightened gaze of Fang Youfu, Lu Yu miraculously discerned his thoughts, warming her heart. Long before I decided to leave the National Master's residence, I had resolved that the affairs of others would not concern me. In this lifetime, I only need to care for my mother and live my own life well. Fang Youfu gently patted her head, astonished at how perceptive she was at such a tender age. How many grievances and dismissive glances must she have endured to arrive at such enlightenment? Throughout one's life, one inevitably encounters unforeseen circumstances. Today, great-grandfather will impart to you a solution to all problems. Accept. Change. Let go. If you cannot accept, then change. If you cannot change, then let go. Chapter 37. The boneworm Fang Youfu had always harbored a regret. When the esteemed Shumo Jinren saved him years ago, he remarked that their meeting had come too late, and he could only bring him into the Immortal's gate as an ordinary disciple. His innate talent was not lacking. Otherwise, he would not have embarked on the path of immortality in his ignorance, guided by no one. He recalled the unfinished words of Master Suemo and, in a moment of sorrow, he could not even bear to enter the Xiaoao sect. He fled far away, and for many years lived as a solitary cultivator, neither starving nor thriving. Now, facing death, he yearned for Lu Yu to take his place and become a disciple of Suemo. Initially, he believed that his suggestion would be met with refusal. After all, he had taught her for so long, and the young girl had always been resolutely principled. But now, he was uncertain of Lu Yu's thoughts and dared not inquire further. Lu Yu had left again, after spending 7 days at home. She dedicated 3 of them to advancing to the 4th layer of Qi refinement and 2 to consolidating her cultivation. The remaining 2 days were spent in their company, accompanying him and his mother to the market. She shed her previous miserly persona and spent 230 spirit stones to buy a string of spirit-gathering pearls for her mother, simply because the shopkeeper claimed that these pearls would naturally gather spiritual energy, gradually nourishing the physical body. In truth, those pearls would serve her best. Yet through her actions and words, she conveyed her desire to care for him and his mother, striving for a better life for them. Lu Yu, who had ventured far, felt immense joy at having acquired a cultivation item her mother could utilize. At 13, the past seemed both distant and near. Despite the many changes she had made in this life, the memories of her once desperate days still caused her heart to race inexplicably. Without her, how would Gu Zhengfan choose or escape? Each time she contemplates the predicaments faced by Gu Zhengfan and his so-called siblings, Lu Yu finds herself trembling uncontrollably, her very soul caught in a peculiar shiver. Yet, Gu Lingze has taken Mei Ruoxian away, and Gu Zhengfan remains undeterred. Unable to accept that his exceptionally gifted daughter could so easily abandon him for another sect, he dispatches one group after another, casting his nets far and wide in search of her. Apart from the incident in Lulin town, none of his people report any disturbances caused by demonic sections. The tranquility around him compels him to question his precious daughter, Gu Lingze. He is painfully aware that Mei Ruoxian, along with Lu Yu, harbors resentment towards him deep within her heart, blaming him for the insecurity that led to the separation of the sisters, resenting his cold-heartedness in handling matters, and detesting how he exploits their sibling bond for his own gain. The clan will undoubtedly seek his demise without leaving a trace. Gu Zhengfan cherishes his life immensely. He aspires to celebrate a 200th birthday. Even if he were to pass away on that very day, he would accept it. However, due to these myriad concerns, the National Master's residence remains unchanged from its past. Yet now, for half a month, he has sensed 4 malevolent cultivators, their sights set firmly on the National Master's residence. Considering the recent ascendance of a powerful figure from the Moon Eclipse sect, Gu Zhengfan is engulfed in regret. The Tang and Yi families have been adversaries for countless years. Now that the Yi family has fallen, the Tang family has risen. One dwells in the demonic sect, while the other resides in the righteous path, with the kingdom of Shui being a battleground at the intersection of the mundane and the demonic. Gu Zhengfan finds himself spinning in circles, nearly dizzy from the weight of it all. He cannot perish. He still wishes to enjoy the blessings of his 2 daughters, to lay a solid foundation, for he has yet to fully embrace life. Standing resolutely, Gu Zhengfan made up his mind. That very night, he visited each of his wives in turn, ensuring that each encounter was deeply felt. On the following day, the young masters and mistresses of the Gu family, for the first time in history, ventured out to visit friends, albeit in various directions. For 3 consecutive days, Gu Zhengfan keenly observed that those who once surveilled him had shifted their focus predominantly onto his children. He had already received news about the secret escape of his 7th son, who met a tragic end in the outskirts of the northern city. He felt a profound sorrow for that son. Like Lingze, being the 7th in the birth order, had his innate talent been more formidable, he might have been the most astute among all his offspring. Otherwise, he would not have sensed the impending danger and fled alone. However, due to the incident involving his 7th son's escape, the Watchers were now even more vigilant regarding his other children, which served his purpose well. Today, he instructed several captains of the guards to escort the remaining 6 children to disperse through the 4 gates, if they could endure for just 2 more hours. Once chaos erupted over there, half of his plan would be successfully executed. Having shaved his beard and plucked his hair and eyebrows, Gu Zhengfan, disguised as a humble rice peddler, walked steadily with a load of rice. The streets were chaotic. Ahead, a carriage emblazoned with the emblem of the State Master's residence dripped blood, and he could not ascertain which of his children was involved. As he passed by, he feigned interest in the gossip of others, pondering what offense the State Master's residence had committed, given the series of unfortunate events that had unfolded over the past few days, until he exited through the north gate and beheld the guards, who had originally been stationed at the city gate, dividing into 2 groups, one hastily rushing out of the city while the other proceeded towards the site of the incident. Gu Zhengfan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the representative of the Lingze sect in the kingdom of Shanshui, he was acutely aware that the members of the Yueqi sect would not let him off easily. Thus, having managed to escape their clutches, he felt as though he had dealt them a significant blow. At that moment, He was reluctant to contemplate the fate of his children, who had been ensnared in a web of deceit he had orchestrated. In the Gu family, Gu Jingfan was often referred to by the moniker Wugachong, likened to the first-tier demon insect that survives by devouring mud, which could only fetch a single spiritual stone for 10 of its kind. Gu Ling, on the other hand, questioned her own feelings towards her siblings, despite any lack of affection. She could not reconcile the fact that her biological father had utilized them as bait to lure away the Yuechi sect. Even a tiger does not consume its own offspring. Yet this was her father. The pain was profound. Though the wound was invisible, it resided within her very bloodline, inextricable from her being. This disciple, in the eyes of Huasan, was indeed commendable, with the sole flaw being her exceptional lineage. Gu Jingfan had long succumbed to madness. Were it not for her, the Lingze sect would have dealt with him already. When Huasan finally spoke, after her tears had subsided, she remarked softly that her mother was immortal and that raising her to old age was all that was required. As a cultivator, engaging in unworthy pursuits for those unworthy of such devotion is a grave taboo. Shedding tears for them just once should suffice. Chapter 38, The Third Party. Grateful thanks to the book friend 1506032343575556, Huamanchensi, Zhulucian, and 960331. QDCN for the protective talismans. Thank you all for your support. The conflict between the Moon Eclipse sect and the Lingze sect, instigated by the Kingdom of Water, has gradually reverberated throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Both factions of the demonic path are poised for action, and the distant Xiaoyao sect in the southwest is no exception. The esteemed Master Qiji has decided to advance the grand selection by 6 months. Senior brother, we cannot change this, Master Xinxing implored, rushing over to intervene. If we alter the schedule now, the demonic sect will presume that we, the Xiaoyao sect, are afraid of them. It is imperative that we do not change it, he insisted. Master Qiji, who had been languidly drooping his eyelids, finally lifted them. We, the Xiaoyao sect, are situated in the southwest, far from the epicenter of the demonic conflict. Xinxing, have you considered the consequences of our involvement? He queried. Let us not forget, the stars in the southwest are dimming. Xinxing was momentarily silenced, glancing at his fellow disciples. Senior brother, did we not receive Su Mo's apprentice? You all have been bustling about, assisting Su Mo in taking on an apprentice, which, in truth, is a contravention of the heavenly path. Qiji sighed. Were it not for serendipity, and the fact that that young man has grown cold towards the Chu family, do you truly believe that the old monster of the Chu family would acquiesce so readily to Su Mo? Nevertheless, Su Mo has indeed taken that young man as his disciple, and regardless of how the old monster of the Chu family reacts, what can he do to us? Xinxing felt justified in his stance, believing that because of Chu Jiechi, they had all gained insights into the heavenly path. Clearly, he was a harbinger of the Xiaoyao sect's fortune. The old monster of the Chu family is in the wrong regarding his own family, which is why you have capitalized on this opportunity. Master Qiji, well aware of the 6 disciples, reminded them, but have you forgotten that 60 years ago, I assisted Su Mo in foretelling that he would have 3 disciples in his lifetime? Having missed the 2nd disciple, the 3rd remains elusive. The elder brother implies that, due to Chu Jiechi, the 3rd disciple of Shuma has already manifested? The revered Hongchong Jinren stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with realization. Indeed, Qiji nodded, noting that the 2nd and 3rd disciples of Shuma are closely intertwined. Just the other day, upon a casual calculation, I discovered that if we were to delay for another 6 months, his 3rd disciple might vanish. Without the 3rd disciple, Chu Jiechi would be left to fend for himself, and the consequences could be dire. At this juncture, Xinxing dared not oppose. For even if he were to concede to the demonic sect, he could not allow the 3rd disciple of Shuma to slip away so easily. The unspoken concerns stirred a sense of unease among the others. Although Shuma had accepted Chu Jiechi, it was this group that truly held sway over him. That lad, when questioned 10 times, would respond not once. If pressed, he would merely regard you with a cold, one-eyed stare, rendering further inquiries futile. 1 disciple is a peculiar entity. 2 remain oddities, and this 3rd one, I fear, may also be no paragon of virtue. Qiji lowered his gaze. Having missed the 2nd disciple in the past, he has been left with only Qin Tian. The ways of fate are inscrutable, should he now miss the 3rd disciple. My path to freedom would be fraught with uncertainty. In other words, even if his 3rd disciple proves more troublesome than Qin Tian and Chu Jiechi, they would have no choice but to accept the situation. Surely, We cannot take a well-meaning individual, render him broken, and cast him upon the cliff of broken swords. Can we? Even Qi Ji, the esteemed Zhenren, found himself in a quandary. If it were up to his desires, everything would unfold as it should, and thus, Chu Jiechi could not possibly be a disciple of the carefree. It is through the concerted efforts of my fellow disciples that Shuma has managed to capture Chujikiki. However, that little third party, is it possible that they truly intend to maim the individual and cast them onto the peak of broken swords? If such a fate were to befall them, would they still possess the fortune to actually seize the small third party destined by Shima? Let us take one step at a time. Shiji idly toyed with the tortoise shell in his hand, recalling that during the grand selection, nearly 30 years' worth of core disciples from various peaks would make their appearance together. Since Chujikiki has some connection with the small third party, perhaps we need not worry. The individual might naturally gravitate towards the peak of broken swords. It is indeed a rather unorthodox method of resolution. Shen Sheng and the others can only leave their fates to the heavens. Far away in Baizong Mountain, Lu Yu has not stepped out of her cave for a fortnight. In her previous life, she perished on the 3rd day of the 6th month, her soul ensnared by the ghostly face banner, where she vaguely beheld her own lifeless body, infested with insects, with no one to claim it. In this life, she has been counting the days within her cave, finding joy in each passing day, until the 13th of June, when she finally unsealed the cave's restrictions. Outside, the sky is a brilliant blue, and the waters are crystal clear. Lu Yu even took out several bowls of the white rice her mother had prepared for her and fed the passing birds, believing she was celebrating. Alas, how foolish can one be? Are you intending to attract the avian beasts of Baizong Mountain as well? Fang Qingxiu, witnessing Lu Yu's silly grin, felt as though he himself had become foolish. Lu Yu paused her steps and then noticed the 2 individuals atop the treetops. Fortunately, Su Danshui was present. Otherwise, this individual, with such a petty demeanor, would surely have made things difficult for her. I am foolish, and I revel in my foolishness. What of it? Su Danshui's lips curled slightly. The mischievous expression on the little girl's face must have irked her junior brother Fang. How delightful it is to witness someone vexed by Fang's acerbic tone. A common occurrence for her. Well, if you choose to remain oblivious, so be it. Lu Yu's forehead twitched. If one were to miss the opportunity unintentionally, even her esteemed ancestor would abandon the thought. Su Senior, why the haste? She inquired, anxious that the Xianyao sect might have encountered some unforeseen circumstance. Fang Qingxiu, irritated, thought that if it weren't for Su's insistence on seeking her, he would rather the little girl miss out entirely. You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained. So why bother asking? Su Danshui shot him a glance. The moon eclipsing sect and the Lingze sect had been affected by the unrest in the water-splashing kingdom, prompting the Xianyao Grand Election to be held in advance for readiness. Has the Lingze sect clashed with the moon eclipsing sect? At that moment, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She almost exclaimed how splendid it would be, but the presence of the 2 individuals before her stifled her enthusiasm. Are you stammering in fear? Su Danshui frowned slightly. While Fang Qingxiu was preoccupied with mocking, she discerned that the little girl was not frightened, but rather exhilarated. I reside in the water-splashing kingdom. Su Senior, could you share some tales from there? The tremor in her voice revealed much to Su Danshui. Tang Qing of the moon eclipsing sect had advanced to the Yuanying stage, and the Tang family, a sovereign entity of the water-splashing kingdom a millennium ago, was now here to reclaim their ancestral lands. Su Danshui lifted her onto the flying sword, heading towards Beikangfang City. The Yi family had gradually fallen into decline over the years, while the Tang family had long since dispatched individuals to monitor the representatives of the Lingze sect in the area. What representatives? Sister, please do not extol the virtues of the Gu family unnecessarily. Gu Jingfan abandoned everything and fled alone, bringing disgrace upon our Taoist sect. Fang Qingxiu wore a contemptuous expression. For had it not been for his well-favored daughter, the Lingze sect would have expelled him long ago. Chapter 39. The corpse-refining sect Gu Zhangfan has escaped. That much Lu Yu could remember. She could never comprehend how such a heartless individual could have enjoyed a fortunate life in her previous existence, dying of natural causes. In this life, despite her numerous changes, why was he still able to evade justice? What happened to the promised cycle of heavenly justice? Lu Yu's expression darkened, her mood heavy throughout the journey. Gradually, even Fang Qingxiu fell silent. Yet it was precisely his incessant chatter that revealed to her the truth about her father, who had forsaken her in the last life. In this life, possibly due to insufficient leverage, he had abandoned all his children. Truly remarkable. As for her, for over 3 centuries within the ghost-face banner, she called out to the heavens in vain, and the earth offered no solace. Moreover, to her knowledge of her siblings, only Gu Lingze had lived to 300 years. The rest had not survived beyond Gu Zhongfan dying early mint reincarnation. Lu Yu lowered her gaze, observing the beads of blood rising from her palm, finding the sight exceedingly painful. Su Danshui and noticed her disdainfully picking at her wound, and employed a water spell to cleanse the flesh, rendering it pale and leaving her feeling unwell. She began to develop a slight fondness for the girl, only to discover that, at her core, she was just like Qin Tian. Qin Tian, in his disdain for himself, directs his frustrations towards others. If he is to suffer, then all who come into contact with him must endure the same fate. This girl, sharp-tongued and keen-witted, remains oblivious to the fact that, in the future, should her cultivation reach great heights, she may not differ from Qin Tian. Well, she has caught up with the main group. The path ahead is hers to navigate. Su Danshui cast Lu Yu into the flickering light of retreat. Yet, before she could utter a word of thanks, Lu Yu soared ahead with a swift whoosh. Tilting her head in confusion, Lu Yu pondered the erratic behavior of this individual, who oscillated between warmth and coldness. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately relinquished her thoughts, her mind still agitated by Gu Zhongfan's vexation. Junior sister, have we located Lu Yu? Xiaoyu, having retracted her retreating light, positioned herself atop Su Danshui's sword. Indeed. However, she has yet to enter the celestial gate. Let us not treat her too specially. With commendable talent and aptitude, I have already sent a message to my master. Perhaps, swayed by a moment of impulse, I might gain a younger sister adept in the culinary arts. A smile of delight adorned Xiaoyu's face, as her affectionate senior sister. It is only natural that I look after her. Su Danshui shot her a glance. Are you not concerned she may become a second Qin Tian? Qin Shixiang? How could that be possible? Among fellow cultivators, Su Shiji's temperament is among the finest within the celestial gate. Yet, she simply cannot tolerate Qin Tian. Whenever they are together, those around them must tread carefully lest they become the target of his misplaced ire. Nevertheless, the flying peak and the fragmented sword peak have maintained a connection through her master, the esteemed Master Shiyu, and the late Master Yishui. Master Shimo, due to his association with Master Yishui, is also receptive to some of Master Shiyu's words. Conversely, the disciples on both sides naturally exhibit a certain degree of forbearance in various aspects, thus ensuring that at the very least, conflicts do not erupt. Indeed, Qin Tian has engaged in brawls with individuals from every peak, and when such altercations occur, they strike with utmost ferocity, hardly acknowledging the bonds of brotherhood. While he does not regard them as fellow disciples, they cannot afford to disregard the gravity of their relationships, especially at the residual sword peak, where he is the sole disciple. To spare Master Shimo further heartache, the elders from each peak have compelled their disciples to exercise restraint towards Qin Tian. Countless grievances have been silently endured at his expense. How can one maintain tranquility amidst such tribulations? Master once remarked that Master Shimo has taken on a one-eyed disciple. Fang Qingxiu, relishing the misfortune, mused that the residual sword peak is on the verge of becoming a league of monsters. Should you seek punishment at the insertion peak? Do not involve us. Fang Qingxiu scratched his nose, noting that only the 3 of them were present. The senior brother Lu and the others were over there. You, with that foul mouth of yours, have incurred how many penalties, yet you remain unlearned? Xiaoyu, rarely adopting the demeanor of a senior sister, interjected. Just as Fang Qingxiu was about to retort, a distress signal in the form of fireworks erupted in the distant sky, dispersing the clouds above. All eyes turned towards the source, which was none other than the Baizang Fang market. Su Danshui was the first to dash forward, swiftly followed by 5 streaks of escaping light. Lu Yu hesitated for a brief moment before accelerating her spiritual energy output, fervently wishing for the wooden crane to hasten its pace. Her great-grandfather and mother were still in the market. In less than a quarter of an hour, she had surged from the back to the front. This was not to say that her abilities were exceptional. Rather, it was evident that a crisis had unfolded in Baizang Fang market, prompting others to hesitate and avoid confronting the looming danger. However, the Xiaoyao sect was the very place they sought to enter, and thus, they had to maintain a fade. Although they continued to soar through the air, their speed was significantly reduced. A gentle breeze wafted by, and Lu Yu caught a whiff of a foul stench. Who could it be? The 2 guards of the Xiaoyao sect shouted in unison and simultaneously unleashed their attacks. 2 beams of sword light, cleaved towards the nearby thicket. The thicket remained utterly still, as if the two sword lights had vanished without a trace, akin to a bird entering the woods. Lu Yu's scalp tingled, and he guided his wooden crane closer to a nearby earthen slope. Who dares to act furtively within the territory of my Xiaoyao sect? If you do not reveal yourself, do not blame us for laying waste to this place. Ha ha ha. A chilling laughter echoed, followed by the emergence of a horde of foul-smelling individuals around them. I wondered who it could be, only to discover it was the disciples of the corpse-refining sect. What, are you planning to confront us, the Xiaoyao sect? The expressions of the two members of the Xiaoyao sect turned grave. With so many wooden corpses and 2 iron corpses present, they were not a match for them alone, especially considering the need to protect the numerous qi-refining cultivators. Li Yu's countenance shifted, for the corpse-refining sect was the most repugnant among the 5 major demonic sections. They transformed human corpses into wooden, iron, copper, and silver corpses, merely controlling these abominations and pitting them against others emitted an unbearable stench that would unsettle even the most fastidious. The appearance of the corpse-refining sect here could only spell disaster for the marketplace. Fang Youfu, despite being a 9th-level qi-refining cultivator, was nearing the end of his lifespan. Should he engage in a full-scale conflict, he would undoubtedly suffer a drastic depletion of his vitality. Moreover, he still needed to protect his mother, who possessed not a shred of spiritual energy. The emaciated elder emerged from behind 2 iron corpses, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he gazed at them. I had initially intended to rest with my companions and depart, but now that you have awakened us, we must adapt. These little ones must be fed. Here is the proposition. If you, esteemed fellow cultivators, leave behind 100 individuals, I shall allow you to depart unscathed. The vitality coursing through the veins of a qi-refining practitioner far surpasses that of mere mortals. If I could transform these individuals into refined corpses, it would undoubtedly elevate my standing within the sect. A murmur rippled through the crowd. None were fools. Those who remained would have their blood drained by these refined corpses, and the lifeless shells would eventually become such monstrosities. Chapter 40. After the calamity, the emaciated elder relished the sight of over 1,000 low-tier cultivators, each displaying a wary demeanor. He refrained from sowing discord among them, for should they unite, if the Xiaoyao sect were to catch wind of this, it would spell disaster. Luo Xiang and Chun Jing exchanged glances, and in unison, they struck out, targeting the iron corpses. The 4 types of corpses crafted by the corpse-refining sect correspond to the levels of cultivators. With the marketplace incident and this ambush on their path, it was evident that this had been premeditated. In that moment, both resolved to act decisively. Someone had already made a move, a young girl of the 4th layer of qi refinement. Those of them who had battled fierce beasts on Baicang Mountain for nearly a year were certainly not cowards. The emaciated elder had expected an easy victory, yet his plans were thwarted by 3 individuals, leaving him momentarily flustered. The wooden corpses, though formidable, lacked intelligence. They did not even know to evade, and hundreds fell at the onset of the conflict. Soon, as the command from their master echoed, chaos erupted as both sides clashed fiercely. In the vast expanse of Baicang Mountain, numerous cultivators initially engaged in collaborative endeavors, forming alliances of several individuals. However, Lu Yu ultimately realized that she was the sole fighter operating independently. Fortunately, she possessed an abundance of talismans and received intermittent support from others, which temporarily alleviated her peril. She fought with unfettered freedom, ruthlessly dispatching her foes. Before long, the stench emanating from her was more pungent than that of the average wooden corpse. Some female cultivators were shielded by their male counterparts within the ranks. Even a mere splash of corpse water would prompt them to cast a cleansing spell, leaving them in a state of astonishment as they beheld her from a distance. Their disbelief intensified when they witnessed her venture amidst the wooden corpses, who, due to her overwhelming odor, mistook her for one of their own kind, given their limited intelligence. Yet, when the crimson sun sword struck at their necks, it was too late for the wooden corpses to react. Having followed Ding Qishan and spent many years within the demonic sect, Lu Yu was well acquainted with the inner workings of the corpse-refining sect. Those below the core formation stage could not refine copper corpses. The competition was not only based on cultivation levels but also on the mastery of corpse-refining techniques. Those with insufficient knowledge would inevitably be scorned, even by those of lower cultivation. Just wait for me. The emaciated old Taoist had long harbored intentions of retreat. He had not come to provoke the Xiaoyao sect, but merely to assist in staving off potential reinforcements from Baicang Mountain. Little did he know that an entire battalion had arrived due to the early commencement of the Xiaoyao selection. Previously, he had refrained from action, daunted by the overwhelming numbers from the Xiaoyao sect. However, upon inadvertently being discovered, and seeing only 2 Foundation establishment disciples of the Xiaoyao sect displaying signs of weakness, he decided to take a gamble. Unexpectedly, those 2 deceased dared to confront him once more, evidently employing the ruse of a wolf in sheep's clothing. It was infuriating that he had lost the initial advantage. Amidst the incessant whistling, the 2 iron corpses shielded him, retreating alongside a multitude of wooden corpses, leaving behind hundreds of dismembered heads, which were swiftly reduced to ashes by a barrage of fireball spells. On the side of the cultivators, they had suffered injuries themselves, numbering 1 or 200. Fortunately, due to their effective collaboration and the timely protection offered by Luo Xiang and Qin Jing, their lives were preserved. Let us not depart just yet. Let us rest here for a while. Upon observing many individuals seated in meditation, Lu Yu realized that the 2 could not possibly venture to the market for her sake alone. Her words, though uttered through gritted teeth, were barely above a whisper. Yet most of the crowd strained to listen intently. Originally hesitant individuals, upon hearing her statement, unanimously activated their flying spiritual artifacts and gave chase. The majority remained stationary. Thus Luo Xiang and Qin Jing were unable to leave. Wait, here are mid-grade golden steel talismans for each of you. Should you encounter peril, simply affix them to yourselves. They will provide a momentary shield. Upon seeing the individuals blocking her path, Lu Yu, seasoned by a lifetime of experience, understood that there were hardly any sects like the Carefree sect that accepted disciples so readily. The Dongying sect, likewise, was one of the 4 great sects, recruiting disciples every decade. Those who perceived themselves as somewhat qualified would weep and jostle to gain entry, even discreetly offering bribes to the recruiting elders. Oblivious to the absurdity of their actions, she committed the appearances of the 2 to memory, accepted the talismans, and expressed her gratitude. The expressions of those who had not immediately joined the pursuit were complex. The mid-grade gold and steel talismans were valued at over 200 spiritual stones each. Regrettably, at present, no one dares to venture out brazenly. The market of Baicangfang is shrouded in unpredictability. Lu Yu exerted every ounce of strength to follow those few individuals, taking nearly an hour to finally arrive at the entrance of the market. The protective barrier that once stood has long since vanished, and remnants of bloodstains mar the ground. Left uncleaned, with no time to spare to observe the devastation of the collapsed buildings, Lu Yu dashed towards her own courtyard. The half-collapsed gate resembled a tempest, devoid of the warmth of home. Mother, great-grandfather. She quickly circled through the house. Had she not seen the absence of bloodstains, her own imagination might have terrified her to death. Mother, do not call out. Everyone is gathered at the office. The voice of Su Danshui echoed from afar, prompting others to emerge from the ruins, not just Lu Yu alone. The few who exited alongside her paid no heed to anything else and hurried towards the office stationed at the Xiaoyao gate. From a distance, she spotted Feng Ernyang lying on the ground, and Lu Yu stumbled on her left foot, falling heavily at the entrance. To Su Danshui's astonishment, the little girl swiftly rose to her feet and rushed to the side of the mortal woman. Hush, your mother is unharmed, and I am well too. In Feng Youfu's smile lingered a sense of survival after calamity. Lu Yu felt Feng Ernyang's pulse, discovering it was indeed as steady as if she were in slumber, and she collapsed onto the ground in relief. Despite the market's devastation, we have suffered little. Look at you. Your head is bruised. In response, Lu Yu beamed a foolishly innocent smile. Thank you, Princess Pin, for the talisman of safety. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 41. The ineffectual allies. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the reader 080315134415 for the enchanting song and the protective charms bestowed upon Yinfang and her companions. Your support is immensely appreciated. In the aftermath of a fierce confrontation, 2 alchemical practitioners from the Moon Eclipsing sect, accompanied by several members of the demonic faction, relentlessly pursued the esteemed Lu Feng from the Dongting sect, leading to the near destruction of the Beikingfang market. Fortunately, due to the swift response of the Xiaoyao sect, the casualties were minimal, primarily affecting a few ordinary individuals like Feng Ernyang, who possessed no spiritual power. Sister, what do you think? I told you that the little girl is quite remarkable, yet you were skeptical. Summer, you chuckled at the thought of Lu Yu tumbling at the entrance, a sight that must have frightened her immensely today. According to Brother Luo, she single-handedly vanquished 7 wooden corpses outside. to the point where even the cadavers mistook her for one of their own. A faint smile graced Su Danshui's lips. As a cultivator, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for her to be so attached to the mundane concerns of her mother, yet it was only natural for a young girl to maintain such bonds. Once she arrives at the Xiaoyao sect, things will surely improve. Did we not all experience a similar journey? Indeed, Su Danshui mused, gently touching her forehead, contemplating if Qin Tian had inadvertently instilled a psychological shadow within her. The following day, the family boarded a flying boat from Baicong to Xiaoyao sect. Lu Yu ascended to the second floor, where she distributed the delicacies prepared by Fong Ernyang, handing each of them a small package. From Fong Youfu's words, she learned that during the initial chaos in Beikingfang City, the leader had taken 4 attendants into battle, valiantly shielding everyone as they retreated to the Xianyao sect's office, where the array's power was most potent. Initially, Lu Yu held little interest in the Xianyao sect. However, her heart brimmed with gratitude now. She was thankful to Su Mo for saving her great-grandfather years ago, and for the compassion shown during this crisis, sparing her ancestors from being mere pawns and offering their heartfelt assistance instead. Hey, is it too much to ask? Everyone else has it, so why shouldn't I? Fong Qingshu exclaimed in frustration, particularly after Xia Yu had offered him a taste, a flavor so exquisite he wished to consume his own tongue. Lu Yu's face twitched. She recalled how he had laughed at her misfortune that day, showing no sympathy, while she had fallen so pathetically. You want to relish my braised meat? Not a chance. Nearby, Su Danshui smirked slightly, while Xia Yu struggled to suppress her laughter. How could you be so foolish? A dignified cultivator, nearly knocking their head against the ground. And you expect no one to laugh? Of course they can laugh. Lu Yu shrugged. I was foolishly delighted, so let them laugh to their heart's content. However, as for the braised meat, you can forget about it. It wasn't just her laughter. Fong Qingshu, disregarding their camaraderie, pointed out several others who joined in the mirth. TSK, I knew you were utterly shameless. I may have overlooked much, but not your antics. Fong Qingshu was about to leap up when Xia Yu kicked him away, saying, Lu Yu, pay him no mind. He is just a fool with a loose tongue and an even looser hand. Thus, before even entering the sect, he had already been kicked twice because of her. If one were to enter the sect, would there still be a path for him? Fong Qingshu was infuriated, especially as Chen Jing brazenly indulged in the braised meat before him. Chen Jing was a man of integrity, standing there with his hands outstretched, utterly bewildered. Lu Yu was equally taken aback. Could this truly be the conduct of a foundational cultivator from the illustrious Xiaoyao sect? I still have a package, Su Danshui remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, effectively drawing a line between Lu Yu and Qin Tian. Do you have any left? Share a bit with me. Xia Yu, feeling triumphant for having chased away the others, sidled up, seeking her reward. I only have 2 low-tier storage bags. And I still need to hold valuable materials from the demon beasts. I truly haven't stored much meat. If it's gone, it's gone. Why the urgency? Xia Yu teased, pinching her dimpled cheek, its softness delightful to the touch. Next time we hunt demon beasts, we can have your mother prepare it for us. Lu Yu swatted her hand away. My mother is not a chef. She is immortal. Cooking so much would be exhausting for her. The thought of her mother, worried at the entrance, after having fallen hard, made Xia Yu burst into laughter. You know your mother is immortal, yet you are a cultivator? The disparity is too great. How can you be so attached to your mother and still pursue the path of cultivation? Su Danshui finally could not refrain from imparting wisdom. Lu Yu blinked. Precisely because my mother's lifespan is limited, I must cherish the present and honor her more. Otherwise, I would regret it in the future. Though she spoke thus, Lu Yu did not concur with the views of her ancestors or those righteous cultivators, believing that a heart with flaws could not overcome the tribulations of forming a core. If that were truly the case, then the world would be devoid of demonic cultivators. In her previous life, Ding Qishan caused harm to numerous fellow disciples, yet she never witnessed him undergo a trial of inner demons. Clearly, this so-called inner demon is but a cowardly entity that preys on the weak. As long as she believes in her righteousness, even errors can be seen as truths. Thus, how could the inner demon possibly confront her? In essence, Su Danshui was rendered speechless. It was precisely because she had come to such clarity that she acted as she did. What more could she say? All that matters is understanding. However, for cultivators, once they establish their foundation, a period of seclusion might extend for several years. Are you certain you wish for your mother to wait outside for such an extended duration? Jin Shan could no longer contain himself and interjected from within the room. He had heard the words of his master that day, and the gravity of the situation with the disciples of the Zhangjian Peak was paramount. Thus, he had been patrolling these past few days, particularly in Beijing City, where he promptly resolved the crisis. In his heart, he felt that Liu Yu should not venture to the Flying Sky Peak. After all, Chu Jiechi had been forsaken by his kin and betrayed by others, leading to a profound sense of aversion towards everyone. Yet, it was this young girl who, when he was in dire straits, had supported him with an ant's pill, saving his legs. Their bond was undeniably strong. Moreover, Liu Yu, being a six-fingered individual, would not evoke any malice from Qin Tian, given his disposition. As a variable within the Xiaoyao sect, disciples of Zhangjian Peak could not possess inadequate spiritual roots, and Liu Yu met those criteria. However, should she be as unyielding as Master Su Mo in matters of affection, it could prove far more perilous than the tribulations faced by Qin Tian and Chu Jiechi. Upon noticing that the second floor, including Su Danshui, was enveloped in tranquility, Liu Yu understood that the individuals within were far from ordinary. Why would they wait for me? My mother is perpetually occupied, at most. She ponders whether her daughter's spiritual cultivation has gone smoothly just before retiring for the night. However, when Liu Yu beheld him, the smile on her face nearly froze. It is this very individual whose golden core self-detonation nearly brought Ding Qishan to the brink of death. No one can withstand the torment of the ghostly banner. Regrettably, her cultivation level is too low, leaving her to watch helplessly as those formidable ghostly banners find respite. Speak your true thoughts. Observing the veins on Liu Yu's hand protrude, Jin Shan began to comprehend. It was not that your mother is unwilling to part with you, but rather that you cannot bear to part from her, correct? For your own selfish desires, do you intend to drag your mother through the perilous realms of cultivation, where death lurks at every turn? Are you certain that this course of action is in your mother's best interest? The mortal realm is undoubtedly far safer than the realm of immortals. The redness around Liu Yu's eyes, coupled with the bandaged wound on her head, prompted Xia Yu to shield her from view. This is what one might call a foolish ally. Jin Shan, exasperated, could only fume in frustration at the loss of his dignified image. Chapter 42, Jin Shan's Dilemma. Heartfelt thanks to NNM for the dumplings. And to book friend 080315134415314 for the talisman. I appreciate your unwavering support from the realm of mortals to the realm of the finger. A matter that could have effectively compelled Liu Yu to reveal her true intentions devolved into a conference of mutual exposure, with everyone revealing each other's secrets, especially when recalling the little girl's bright, excited eyes. Had it not been for her great-grandfather intervening, she would have likely heard every embarrassing tale from everyone. What a bunch of simpletons. It is imperative that he first consults with Master Shiyu. Otherwise, given Xia Yu's disposition, she is certain to bring Liu Yu to Feilai Peak. Upon seeing Fang Youfu, he comprehended the significance of Master Ji's words regarding the close connection among Master Shuma's second and third disciples. Over 50 years ago, Master Shuma was compelled by his master to venture forth in search of his second disciple. Consequently, he developed an aversion to Fang Youfu's upright nature. And coupled with Fang Youfu's fragile heart, an opportunity was unfortunately missed. Over the years, Fang Youfu must have endured considerable hardships while away. His current aged appearance suggests that he may not have much time left. Based on the events of that day, it is evident that the young lady holds Fang Youfu and her mother in high regard. Should he perish prematurely, or if the carefree selection does not occur in advance, the casualties in Beijing City could be devastating, raising questions about whether Liu Yu would still join the Xiaoyao sect. If he had not been vigilant and had taken on the role of an inspector, and if they were to meet their demise in the market, it is likely that Liu Yu would harbor resentment toward the Xiaoyao sect as well. Is every action and choice predetermined by fate? After transmitting a message via flying sword, Master Jingshan opened the window to observe a family of three joyfully sharing a meal in a corner of the first-floor deck. With a sigh, Master Jingshan reflected on the elusive nature of the heavenly way. A single misstep or misdirection could lead to a lifetime of missed opportunities. While a person's life can change, the rise and fall of a sect is even more susceptible to transformation. Liu Yu has long felt the sensation of being watched. Had that gaze not been devoid of malice, she would have leapt up to request Xia Yu's assistance in investigating. After her prolonged interactions with the members of the Xiaoyao sect, she has come to realize that due to her superior spiritual roots and innate talent, she has been subtly cared for all along. Xia Yu repeatedly expressed her desire to join Feilai Peak, and he took great care of her. In this lifetime, she fears not being used by others, but rather fears being of no use herself. She aims to leverage her inherent advantages to live the life she desires within the Xiaoyao sect. One day, when she faces off against Ding Qishan and the Gu family, the Xiaoyao sect will serve as her steadfast support. Grandfather, I can draw the water arrow talisman and the vine talisman, but I cannot seem to master the sharp gold sword talisman. The sharp gold sword talisman is the most powerful talisman she can currently draw. Yet Lu Yu has tried countless times without managing to complete even half of it. Fang Youfu, taken aback, tapped her forehead, claiming she was clever and had strong comprehension. But surely there was glue in her head? Grandfather Lu Yu, she elongated her tone, leaning against him. When have you ever heard of high-level sword talismans being sold? Fang Youfu laughed at her, explaining that those who could draw sword talismans must at least have comprehended the essence of the sword, which typically requires being in the later stages of foundation establishment. And you, at merely the 4th level of qi refinement, wish to draw sword talismans? If word got out, it would surely elicit laughter from others. Lu Yu paused briefly, then questioned what was incorrect. Looking around, she hurriedly covered Fang Youfu's mouth. Grandfather, my ancestor. Lower your voice. If this gets out, I shall be laughed at for eternity. I am indeed your ancestor, Fang Youfu retorted, though he reduced his volume as promised. I mentioned this when I first taught you to draw talismans. Where were your ears? Ah, you see, this is the most fundamental method of the 5 elements. Through them, one can derive more profound techniques. Of course, one must learn to draw them accurately. As for why it is the most challenging to depict, ponder for a moment. Why are sword cultivators 2 or 3 times more formidable than other practitioners of the way? Fang Youfu gently tousled her hair, remarking that whether you can comprehend the essence of the sword in the future ultimately hinges upon your own capabilities. Although Lu Yu envied those who wielded a sword and roamed the world freely, she had no intention of becoming a sword cultivator herself. To truly cultivate the essence of the sword, one must possess loyalty and purity, dedicating one's life to a single sword, regarding all other treasures as mere distractions, a waste of time and spiritual stones. She was acutely aware of her own nature. She was not an untainted individual. Having endured a lifetime of experiences, she had yet to encounter Ding Qishan, but once she did, a relentless conflict would surely ensue. Even if she understood that this incarnation of Ding Qishan lacked the ghost face banner, he might still be the cherished disciple of the Bamboo River Master from the Dongting sect. Perhaps, the fates would not intertwine with Lingze, leading to a final clash between righteousness and malevolence. She desired to eliminate Ding Qishan without jeopardizing herself. Thus, her learning must be extensive and eclectic, employing various spiritual artifacts and treasures to leave no trace behind. Only in this manner, when she discreetly extinguished Ding Qishan, would the Bamboo River Master have no grounds for suspicion. Or, even if he did harbor doubts, the forces behind her would deter him from acting against her. Lu Yu aimed to conceal her schemes and animosity from prying eyes, nestled within the embrace of the ever-smiling second Aunt Fang, listening to the exchanges between their grandfather and grandson. Mother, grandfather merely spoke in jest, saying I was foolish. Uncle, your heir is still young. Let us proceed with caution. Fang Ernyang gently patted her daughter's back, offering her comfort, and remarked, our heads were injured. When you were playing the game, you didn't know to be a bit gentler. Did you? How amusing it was that even he faced complaints from his niece's daughter. Fang Youfu could only watch with a bemused expression as Lu Yu nestled in Fang Ernyang's embrace. After all, she was still an injured party. Lu Yu shifted to find a more comfortable position in her mother's arms. With a yawn, her eyes began to grow heavy under the gentle rhythm of her mother's patting. These last few days had been exhausting for her. Ever since she resolved to navigate the realm of cultivation, she had never managed to sleep for more than 3 hours at a stretch. Now, with the restriction against touching the ghostly banners, and based on the words of her ancestral grandfather and Xiaoyu regarding the flying pavilion, it would take at least 7 or 8 days to reach the Xiaoyao sect. Perhaps she could seize this opportunity to grant herself a much-needed respite. At a window on the 2nd floor, the esteemed Jinshan Jinren observed Fang Ernyang as she carefully adjusted Lu Yu to lie comfortably. The little girl was restless in her sleep, yet when her mother extended her hand to hold her close, she quickly fell into a deep slumber. Whether this was a good or bad sign remained uncertain. At 13, she was no longer a little child. Such behavior could not persist indefinitely. Uncle Shumo and Uncle Ishui, a century ago, had been the epitome of celestial couples in the realm of cultivation. But what of the present? The matters of affection were numerous and complex, with familial bonds holding significant weight. Chapter 43. The Xiaoyao ladder at long last. Amidst the collective calls of the crowd, the gates of the Xiaoyao mountain appeared. Upon witnessing the majestic stone archway inscribed with the characters for Xiaoyao, all those intending to participate in the Xiaoyao grand election bowed their heads in reverence. Lu Yu stole a glance at the characters, which seemed to resonate with power, and she pondered how they had been inscribed there so many years ago. Grandfather and mother have already rented a residence in the Carefree Square. With the presence of Xiaoyu, the expenses have been significantly reduced. To enter the Carefree sect, one must ascend the Carefree steps. This is an immutable requirement. Xiaoyu pointed out the steps, which extend from the foot of the mountain to the sect's plaza. Due to the presence of an illusionary array, the actual number of steps remains uncertain, as each person experiences a different journey. However, anyone who fails to reach the summit before sunset is deemed to have relinquished their attempt. The trial of the Carefree steps is primarily designed for newcomers, and the illusions within are not perilous. Most aspiring disciples are aware of this and have been forewarned by their predecessors. Whatever they encounter, they should feign ignorance and focus solely on ascending. In truth, those with exceptional spiritual roots and talents have little chance of being eliminated here. Based on the events at White Song Mountain, the young girl had effortlessly vanquished a first-tier demon beast on her own, demonstrating her unwavering determination and mental fortitude. Thus, Xiaoyu harbors considerable confidence in Lu Yu. The time has just passed the Qin hour, and with the sun setting late in July, there remain 5 or 6 hours before darkness falls. Lu Yu mused that there would likely be a multitude of steps ahead. She was not particularly concerned. During her time as a maid, the martial assessments were quite rigorous, and she believed herself to possess greater physical prowess than most ordinary cultivators. If her spiritual power were to be suppressed, so be it. Following the crowd, the staircase was teeming with people, and amidst the throng, Lu Yu could overhear numerous cultivators exchanging boastful tales and vying for the attention of certain attractive female practitioners. Gradually, after ascending 1,000 steps, many cultivators, caught up in the moment, began to employ their hands as well. After 2,000 steps, Lu Yu felt a sense of fatigue creeping in. Ever since she had joined forces with Fang Youfu, her days had been consumed by the relentless pursuit of immortality, leaving her exhausted and her martial prowess waning. If she felt this way, others were undoubtedly faring no better. The steps grew increasingly desolate, and gradually, it seemed as though she was utterly alone, with no one in sight. At last, Lu Yu paused, tilting her head in contemplation, suspecting she had entered some kind of illusionary formation. To her astonishment, as this thought crossed her mind, the clouds above dispersed, revealing a young boy crawling on all fours. Faint traces of blood resembling handprints appeared on the steps, prompting Lu Yu to hesitate. She chose not to pursue, but rather sat down, retrieving her water pouch from her small bundle and drinking heartily. Outside the illusion, even the captured Su Emotionren appeared taken aback. Was this truly his future third disciple? How could that be? Who ascends the celestial steps without exerting every ounce of strength? Rarely does anyone exhibit such leisurely composure, let alone indulge in a meal. Well, now that she was satiated, surely she would be on her way. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the young girl began to pluck grass. Pray tell, this is an illusionary formation. While there may indeed be an abundance of grass within, what one perceives is not always reflective of reality. Lu Yu observed the grass in her hands dissipate into nothingness, and, with a playful pat of her hands, found it quite amusing. A mere child, attempting to engage in an illusion with me? The bloodstains on the steps remained unchanged, clearly a test of one's mental fortitude. Regrettably, Lu Yu had no intention of adhering to the illusions or aiding the unfortunate soul who crawled in despair. Instead, she continued to gather grass, weaving a hat adorned with an array of colorful flowers, which she then placed upon her head. Upon raising her gaze, it became evident that a considerable amount of sunlight was obscured. The intensity of July's sun was overwhelming. For now, it was bearable, but once she reached her limits, perhaps she would succumb, much like someone ahead of her, collapsing onto the ground, a truly humiliating spectacle. The youth, who had been ascending tirelessly, finally encountered Lu Yu. Younger sister, could you lend me a hand? Lu Yu looked down at him from her elevated position, her expression resolute. She remarked that as the sun began to set, if they were to reach the plaza, his qualification would be revoked. How did he expect his younger sister to assist him? They had barely traversed a quarter of the journey. Heed her advice and simply call out, declaring that he could go no further, and a disciple would escort him down. You. The youth stammered, realizing his lines were amiss. After a moment's pause, he indignantly pointed at the bloody handprints along the path, exclaiming, "Even in death, I wish to perish upon the plaza." Clap, clap. Lu Yu encouraged him with 2 applause. "I share your sentiment. However, I suspect that once I have traversed half the distance, I too will find myself in a similar plight as you. Thus, I apologize. But I must prioritize my own safety." There would naturally be robust individuals behind him. At that juncture, he could solicit their assistance without inconveniencing anyone. Having concluded her remarks, Lu Yu turned away, showing no inclination to revel in the distorted expressions of others. Why could these prestigious sects not introduce a bit more creativity? Years ago, the daunting sect was no different. They had devised countless illusory trials to test one's character on the heavenly ladder. Yet, among those who passed these trials, how many could genuinely be deemed virtuous? Ding Xishan stood as a glaring example. Many who initially contended with him were indeed members of several esteemed sections. From a distance, Su Mo and others observed her swiftly exit the illusionary realm, all eyes turning towards Master Pengsheng. Stroking his beard, he inquired, "What do you gaze upon me for?" When we traversed this illusion, the passage of time was akin to that of this young girl. How is it that you can navigate it with such ease while others are not afforded the same grace? Furthermore, Su Mo, your 3 disciples, Qin Tian, during his passage, inadvertently trod upon another's misfortune, while Chu Jiechi remained entirely indifferent. In fact, it seems that Lu Yu has invested the most time here, albeit primarily indulging in food and leisure. Su Mo, having witnessed the fall of Yi Shui, harbors a disdain for excessive weakness and sentimentality in those around him. In this world, losing Yi Shui was a mere loss. However, should he take on a disciple who treads a similar path, he fears he might seek vengeance upon all. The mission of Tsunjian Peak under the auspices of the Xiaoyao sect was imparted to him by his master when he assumed leadership. Were it not for his ties to Xiaoyao sect and Tsunjian Peak, he would have departed alongside Yi Shui. Yet, Qin Tian lacks the capacity to bear such weight. And Fang Youfu, overly rigid and fragile, failed even to pass his initial trial. His senior brothers managed to recruit Chu Jiechi, which is commendable, yet to him, that individual strikes him as someone who is steadfast to a fault. Such a character is equally unfit to navigate the dimming circumstances of the southwestern stars. The 3rd disciple he intends to take on must be the future leader of Tsunjian Peak, his true apprentice in every sense. Presently, Lu Yu does not merit his consideration. She is too young, and as a woman, her innate tenderness may render her unworthy of the responsibilities of Tsunjian Peak and Xiaoyao sect. Who could have anticipated the illusion of the collapsed mountain path? Strangely, it took others but a mere quarter of an hour to traverse it. Even those with formidable inner strength, when confronted with such an illusion, may momentarily falter in spirit. After all, the fallen path conceals numerous skeletons, both new and old. These novice disciples, none exceeding the age of 20, possessed limited experience. Even he, during his own passage through this illusion, was left profoundly shaken. Emerging after more than half an hour, the desolate bones hidden along the mountain path of esteemed sects have provoked countless contemplations within him. To bear the mantle of the residual sword peak, one must deftly navigate the realms of light and dark. This was a lesson imparted by his master long ago. Chapter 44. Settling accounts. As the final moments of the hour passed, Lu Yu arrived at the plaza. At this juncture, newcomers like her were indeed few. After completing her registration, she was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of spiritual energy now restored within her. With her 6 fingers and unfamiliar visage, it was evident she did not hail from a prominent family. In truth, no one approached her for conversation. Thus, she needn't squander her breath on idle pleasantries and instead settled into a corner to meditate. As more individuals arrived, the chilling gaze of Chu Jiechi deepened upon noticing the perpetually isolated young girl. He too was one of the marginalized. Among the 12 peaks of leisure, 7 were inner peaks, while others had already sent inquiries to the tables adorned with jade. Here, all who laid eyes upon him kept their distance. While they may choose to avoid him, he cared little for their indifference, and the residual sword peak needed not their approval. Yet, the young girl was different. She was still so young. He hoped that when he next encountered her, her countenance would not mirror his own, devoid of any expression. A long, resonant sound of the bell echoed, signaling Lu Yu's complete departure from her meditative state. She savored the sensation of spiritual energy eagerly penetrating her being, and she felt little regard for the old Taoist who had interrupted her. One by one, they approached to assess their spiritual roots. Given that they had embarked on the path of cultivation, Most were already somewhat aware of their own spiritual root conditions. Lu Yu, however, harbored no interest in the spiritual roots of others. Her gaze was drawn to the 7 jade tables beside the old Taoist. Xiaoyu, Su Danshui, and even Fang Qingshu were gathered there. Yet, her attention was primarily fixated on Chu Jiechi. How did this one-eyed man come to be at the Xiaoyao sect? And how did he arrive at the Cunjin Peak? Inside the Grand Hall, including the esteemed Ji, there was palpable intrigue regarding Lu Yu's fascination with Chu Jiechi. For the sake of the Xiaoyao sect, she thought it best to refrain from further inquiry. Given Su Mo's demeanor, it seemed likely that this child would require her guidance in the future. The early demise of Yishui weighed heavily on her heart, yet circumstances had unfolded beyond her control. One must continue to look forward. At last, Liu stood before Chu Jiechi, not out of a lack of desire to bond further with Xiaoyu, but rather because Chu Jiechi's table was the closest to her. Are you a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect? Chu Jiechi's stern visage twisted slightly, appearing even more menacing to onlookers. Indeed, Lu Yu blinked, her intuition reeling in disbelief. How could the ancestral line of the Chu family allow a direct descendant to join the Xiaoyao sect, particularly the notoriously unreliable Cunjin Peak? Wasn't he supposed to be the one imparting teachings? In her previous life, despite Chu Jiechi's dire circumstances, he had not given up, ultimately guiding him through his cultivation. How could this life be so different? Qin Tian? She was unaware that Qin Tian had even visited the marketplace during her ignorance. Did he bring Chu Jiechi to the Xiaoyao sect out of pity? If that is the case, then Qin Tian is far better than she had imagined. Those who quietly observed them were all astounded, especially those who had interacted with Chu Jiechi. This young man, though not as detestable as Qin Tian, was hardly endearing either. Now, in the presence of a young girl, his explanation surpassed their expectations. Are you quite skeptical of my residual sword peak? Su Mo, exuding an aura of coldness, emerged from the hall, his gaze sharp. Liu took a step back, finding it hard to believe. What did it mean that she did not hold residual sword peak in high regard? Surely, among the crowd gathered in the square, everyone shared that sentiment. Even her great-grandfather, who once received great kindness from this esteemed individual, later advised her that Feilai Peak would suit her better. No, I simply find it peculiar. What is so peculiar about it? Su Mo held no regard for this young girl who might become his third disciple. Regardless, he had to make her retreat in public. Only then would his fellow seniors refrain from pressuring him to take on disciples. Master, it is time for Lu Yu to test her spiritual roots. Old Lu, with a heavy heart, bowed to Su Mo. Were it not for the grand elder personally conveying the message, he would never have dared to interrupt him. Su Danshui, too, was compelled by her own master to step forward and guide Lu Yu to the spiritual stone for testing. As the stone flickered with black, white, and blue hues in succession, a hush fell over the square. Such pure spiritual roots were so rare that even with over 5,000 people present, they could be counted on one hand. Had they known that this six-fingered girl was so formidable, they would have sought to befriend her much earlier. The sound of the river flowed gently, creating an ethereal layer of frost upon the plaza on that summer night. Within the hall, the master of the abandoned sword sighed and closed his eyes. You wish to obstruct me, do you? Then do not blame me for countering your efforts. The defiance in the young girl's gaze, though carefully concealed, did not escape the keen perception of the master. It was straightforward. He had taken the back door. Without a formidable backing, one naturally lacks such an avenue. The man was remarkably candid, showing no regard for the dignity of the Xiaoyao sect. And the expressions of those in the plaza darkened, for they too lacked any such advantage. Oh, then I have no issues, Liu shrugged, uninterested in confronting someone she could only look up to. You look down upon my residual sword peak, do you? The master of the river had no intention of letting her off so easily. Lu Yu, however, resolutely refused to concede to such an assertion, for she had never held residual sword peak in contempt. Why would I look down on residual sword peak? The girl's clear voice resonated. My great-grandfather once received great kindness from a predecessor. Thus he traveled a great distance to bring me to the Xiaoyao sect. In this world, I can hold disdain for any place, but residual sword peak shall never be among them. Her great-grandfather was none other than Fang Yufu, the second disciple of the master, who had once rejected him. Now, did he also shun his descendants? The master pondered for a moment. You bear 6 fingers, a sign of your disability. Thus, you believe that coming to residual sword peak can shield you from the scrutiny of others. Is that not true? To confront someone so directly, is that truly the conduct expected of a formidable being in the nascent soul stage? Beside them, Su Danshui silently scoffed, feeling a tinge of sympathy for Lu Yu. Lu Yu lowered her head and glanced at her 6 fingers, a feature she had long since forgotten was an anomaly. Looking around, she couldn't help but smile faintly. As her predecessors had said, the affairs of others hold no relevance to her own. Why should she allow the actions of others to inflict harm upon herself? This finger is a natural part of her being, a singular mark of her identity. In your eyes, it renders me a cripple, yet in my own view, it is the absence of it that would render me incomplete. Such confidence indeed reveals potential for greatness. Suemo, squinting, declared that if she wished to join the Xiaoyao sect, her consent was paramount. Before speaking, should you not ponder how best to endear yourself? Liu blinked a few times. Was she truly inclined to join the Xiao sect? Sumo's tone dripped with sarcasm, and she had no desire to be part of it. Her ancestral lineage boasted a wood and fire spiritual root, with commendable aptitude. It was understandable that her predecessor did not accept him, and thus it seemed reasonable that she would not be accepted either. Taking a step forward, she inquired, "But this senior brother, he is your disciple, correct?" "He is my second disciple," came the reply. "As a disciple of her predecessor, he must surely be a core disciple of the Xiaoyao sect." Lu Yu turned her gaze to Chu Jiechi, her eyes narrowing with a smile. "Were it not for me and my mother, you would likely have either perished from hunger or succumbed to grievous injuries. Tell me, is your life worth 100,000 spirit stones?" Chu Jiechi's face stiffened, and he could only nod. He was perplexed by his master's intentions. Li possessed both talent and spiritual roots. "Predecessor, I desire nothing more than to exchange spirit stones for a cultivation method suited to my spiritual roots. I shall descend the mountain, taking my family with me, and from henceforth, we shall distance ourselves from the Xiaoyao sect. What say you?" At that moment, the real person Ji-Chi in the hall suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 45. Bargaining. It was said that she would not seek to please, nor should one expect her to do so. If they wished to offer her the cultivation method, she would depart from the carefree sect. How could this be possible? Master Shuma was greatly incensed. Even if he did not accept her, he could not allow her to leave the carefree sect. Sister Shiyu within the hall should have developed a greater appreciation for this young girl. If she were to become a disciple, he would be content. Master Shuma regarded Liyue, who met his gaze without the slightest hint of retreat. The two engaged in a silent contest of will, neither moving for quite some time. "Your grandfather has but a few months left to live, does he not?" Liyue could no longer bear it and resolved to concede, intending to leave the square. Yet Master Shuma's subsequent words carried a note of melancholy. "Your grandfather lacked a suitable cultivation method in his youth, thus squandering his life." Master Shuma sighed inwardly. "You also have your mother to consider. She is but a mortal. Do you truly believe that even if you acquire the cultivation method, with such burdens, you could achieve anything of significance?" Liyue detested the notion that her mother was a burden. That was her own affair, and there was no need for the elder to concern himself. "You cling so tightly to your mother. What will you do if she were to pass?" Liyue's expression darkened ominously. "My mother is still young. That too is my concern, and there is no need for the elder to worry." Beside them, Fang Qingxiu had long since gaped in awe, his admiration for Liyue flowing forth like an unbridled river. The young girl was remarkably bold, daring to spar with Master Shuma verbally. "Do you understand the pain of having your heart ripped out and your bones severed?" A small bone flute, glowing with a yellowish-white light, appeared in Master Shuma's hand, and Liyue, sensed the collective breath of many around them, had grown shallower. "Then why do you not simply choose to die?" Lu Yu's voice was soft yet imbued with a profound seriousness as she inquired of him. She was unfamiliar with the agony of having one's heart ripped out or bones severed. Rather, she understood the torment of being unable to live and unable to die. For over 3 centuries, she had endured daily suffering, never once wishing for her existence to be reduced to ashes. Within the grand hall, several formidable beings of the nascent soul realm glared toward the outside. Suemo, of course, discerned her sincerity in asking why, if life was worse than death, one would not simply choose to die. Because I cannot afford to die." The sorrow and indignation in his words made Lu Yu take a step back. Since death was not an option, she resolved to live well. One who existed in such a liminal state was ensnared in a demonic delusion. The young girl, who had only just begun to reveal her feminine form, dared to assert that he was trapped in such a delusion. Suemo was acutely aware of his own entrapment, yet he found a certain comfort in remaining within it. If one day, the person closest to you were to die, would you be able to forget them swiftly? Jean Shan remarked, suspecting that this little girl would struggle profoundly with matters of the heart. Suemo understood his own circumstances well. He did not wish for another disciple to suffer the same fate as he. Lu Yu narrowed her eyes. The person she held dearest in this life could only be her mother. What, then, was the meaning behind the repeated attempts to curse her mother? I will not forget. Why would I wish to forget? In her previous life, she had lost the mother who had treated her with utmost kindness. In this life, she would rather die than permit it again. If your mother were to die right now, what would you do? Sumo's tone turned unprecedentedly severe. You are ill, and such an illness must be treated. Lu Yu stepped forward, wishing fervently that the disparity in their cultivation levels were not so vast, for she would have liked to knock him senseless. The disciples within the hall have emerged. Having discerned that this once languid junior brother is now employing his own methods to test his apprentices. Should they succeed, it would bring universal joy. Should they fail, they would have further troubles. It is no wonder that everyone circumvents the residual sword peak. The rise and fall of fate is governed by a predetermined order. Lu Yu gritted her teeth, contemplating that if her mother were to perish, it would signify the end of their bond in this lifetime. With unparalleled magical prowess, she glimpses into the cycle of reincarnation, yearning to rekindle their connection. Cradling the bone flute in her hands, her heart ached as if in a vice. She realized how much she had missed, the 83 fleeting years of longing to meet Yishui, the wise second disciple, in the entirety of his life. Today, I shall accept you as my closed-door disciple, inheritor of the residual sword lineage. Madman. Lu Yu retreated a couple of steps, unwilling to associate with a lunatic. I have already pledged to Xia. Cough, cough. Xia Yu coughed thunderously, having been soundly reprimanded by her master. How detestable that Suemo still awaited her submission. Dreaming was futile. You wish to take me as your disciple? Indeed. Suemo, recognizing that further missteps were untenable, declared. As my closed-door disciple, whatever you desire shall be yours. Is it permissible for me to bring my great-grandfather and mother to residual sword peak? Suemo glared at her. Incredulous. Who has ever heard of taking a disciple along with their family? Do you think the Celestial Gate is a marketplace? My great-grandfather has little time left. I wish to ensure he passes in peace. My mother is immortal. I have no desire for elixirs of fasting. Is it not reasonable for her to serve as a cook at residual sword peak? Lu Yu discerned the uncertainty in Sumo's gaze, and in an instant, she altered her decision, suddenly realizing this was indeed an opportune moment. You just mentioned accepting me as your closed-door disciple, and I shall possess anything I desire, correct? As long as you consent to take them into the residual sword peak, I shall diligently cultivate and strive to become a disciple of whom you can be proud. When uttering the latter part of her statement, Liu cast a quick glance at Chu Jiechi with his presence. If she wished to be a source of pride for Suemo, she had to exert herself. Master Meiji could not help but sigh. How could a distinguished nascent soul master accept disciples while still engaging in such bargaining? Only Suemo could accomplish this. This little third party was evidently more troublesome than Qin Tian and Chu Jiechi combined. The residual sword peak was quite expansive. Setting up a few thatched cottages was entirely feasible. Suemo smiled, resolute in his decision to accept this disciple, for the sake of Feng Youfu and her mother. He could readily set aside his preconceived notions about her. In due time, he could also effortlessly navigate the complexities for the Stianyao Gate. Disciple Lu Yu pays respects to the master. The astonished Lu Yu swiftly knelt, bowing thrice before lifting her head, only to have a cup of tea floating before her. Without a moment's hesitation, she presented it. Suemo drank the tea of apprenticeship, and the shadows that had loomed over his heart for countless years began to dissipate, stirring the winds and clouds in the square. Even the likes of Baiji, who were setting up the barrier, wore expressions of joy. Suemo, who should have advanced to the early stages of the nascent soul long ago, had finally succeeded today. Among them, Suemo was the youngest. Had it not been for his junior sister, Yishui, given his aptitude, he might have already been striving for the mid-nascent soul stage. In the square, all eyes were no longer on them. Now, everyone focused solely on Chu Jiechi and Lu Yu. They are the variables of the celestial gate, gazing at the starry sky. Today, the stars of the southwest appear remarkably brighter than before. Chapter 46. The Broken Sword Peak. The Broken Sword Peak is vast. Between the other peaks, one can still discern pathways due to the crowd, but upon arriving at the Broken Sword Peak, one finds a chaotic mix of spiritual plants and wild grass, giving the impression of being in a desolate wilderness rather than a sect. Were it not for the abundant spiritual energy here, it could easily be mistaken for a barren mountain. There are 4 or 5 palaces, yet only one stands relatively intact, albeit in a dilapidated state. We all reside in caves, as there exists a spiritual vein within the Broken Sword Peak. There are 7 or 8 caves left behind by predecessors. You may choose anyone at your leisure. Observing the somewhat shattered expression of his new junior sister, Qin Tian found it rather amusing. Even he would not dare to raise his voice against their master. The crux of the matter, however, lies not there. Lu Yu could not bear to see the pristine celestial mountain transformed into a place dreaded by all, a realm that would send shivers down the spine of any passerby. How could she possibly invite her mother here? Were it not for her lifetime of experience and cultivation, she would feel a profound unease merely being in such a place. Their master had declared before entering seclusion, "You must not bully me. Whatever I desire, whatever I wish to do, you must do your utmost to accommodate." Lu Yu, pointing in indignation at the so-called Broken Sword Peak, exclaimed, "Just look at this. Is this a place fit for humans to reside? If it is not a place for humans, then could it possibly be suitable for spirits? It is truly delightful to finally have someone to engage in a normal conversation." Qin Tian thought joyfully, especially since this little junior sister showed no fear of him and regarded him without any strange glances. "Is there a ghost here? If I were a ghost, I would not wish to linger in such a place." Lu Yu, filled with indignation, felt as though she had fallen victim to a trickery. Abandoned by her master in seclusion and left with 2 unreliable senior brothers. Why should it be so? What do you intend to do? Chu Jiechi finally grasped a fragment of her intent. She wished for her mother to reside here, yet given the current state of Kanjian Peak, she surely could not bear to have her mother suffer. What now? Will you turn to Qin Tian, senior brother? Please go to the External Affairs Hall of the sect and inform them that the main hall of Kanjian Peak has collapsed. Request them to send someone immediately for repairs. Second senior brother, proceed to the task hall and distribute more tasks, instructing them to clear all the miscellaneous spiritual plants and weeds from Kanjian Peak. And what will you do? Qin Tian asked nonchalantly. The halls of each peak should indeed be maintained by the External Affairs Hall. However, a few structures at Kanjian Peak had been brought down by their master, who had insisted that no one else need concern themselves with it. Thus it remained in disrepair until now. As for me, Lu Yu pointed at herself, her mood exceedingly irritable. I shall certainly clean my own cave dwelling. If she followed Xiao Yu to Feilai Peak, perhaps she would need to do nothing at all. The peaks had external disciples. Ensuring that everything was pristine and ready for immediate habitation. Was cleaning the cave dwelling necessary? Just a few cleansing spells, perhaps? Qin Tian and Chu Jiechi exchanged glances, both equally perplexed. Their own cave dwellings remained habitable even after months without cleaning. Very well, once you have made your choice, set up the formation plate sent yesterday. Did they need to state that? Lu Yu, feeling somewhat helpless before her 2 senior brothers, mounted her wooden crane and set off to find her cave dwelling. Having failed to transform the remnant sword peak into a celestial mountain, she resolutely decided against allowing her mother to come here. At this moment, Lu Yu realized her own recklessness. At least in the marketplace, there were ordinary folk and low-level cultivators akin to mortals. But what was there at Remnant Sword Peak? Everyone soared through the skies. If her mother were to arrive, she would surely feel utterly inferior. At the summit stood her master's abode. Were it not for the thick undergrowth and fallen leaves towering over her, she might have considered this a splendid place merely by the presence of a few peach trees. Plucking a peach, she wiped it clean and took a bite, the juice bursting forth, which only fueled her frustration. Such a delightful fruit. Yet look at all that lay discarded on the ground. Each one represented wealth. After finishing the peach, Lu Yu descended from the peak, seeking a place to reside. To her dismay, the first 2 she encountered were both warded, evidently belonging to her elder brothers, their entrances mirroring that of her masteress. With a lineage spanning several millennia, the caves on Remnant Sword Peak were steeped in history, each entrance adorned with several spirit plants, now heavy with fruit in the summer. By autumn, she could assist her mother in brewing abundant spirit wine for her grandfather. The 3rd cave she peeked into was entirely furnished with substantial blue stones, exuding a sense of grandeur. The 4th bore no distinction from the spiritual energy above, albeit its furnishings were crafted from white jade. After a brief tour, Lu Yu mused that with some thoughtful arrangement, it could appear even more exquisite. The 5th cave was nearly bare, save for 2 stone beds that had yet to be moved. The 6th was filled with a fragrant essence of 1,000-year-old rosewood, offering both a pleasing aroma and a comforting sight. The 7th elevation was merely 10 meters above the ground. To her perspective, the orientation was impeccable, facing southeast. And from this vantage point, the valley below appeared as a sea of blooming flowers and fruits. Upon pushing open the stone door, she found nothing but a layer of dust. Nevertheless, she admired the arrangement of the white jade and the zeton wood. This place boasted over 10 rooms, ripe for decoration. In the valley beneath, she contemplated a suitable spot to clear away the weeds and erect a few thatched cottages, allowing her mother and great-grandfather to reside there. Without excessive grandeur, with resolve, she commenced her tasks. One after another, she employed cleansing spells to whisk away all debris, followed by a sweeping water curtain spell that purified the cave from top to bottom. Then, she began to move her belongings. Since her initiation as a disciple the day before, she had received offerings befitting a core disciple: a mid-tier storage pouch, 500 spirit stones, 2 bottles of chi-gathering pills, a bottle of dietary restriction pills, 5-ounce pills, 2 sets of spiritual clothing, and a rather intricate formation plate, said to contain both illusionary and defensive arrays, quite formidable indeed. Naturally, she had also received the sect's regulations jade slip and a jade slip containing information on which department to approach for various matters. These 2 items, Lu Yu had thoroughly absorbed in anticipation of her master's advancement. The rules of these prestigious sects were largely similar, having accompanied Ding Qishan for several centuries. She had discreetly gleaned much knowledge. Just as she had finished organizing, 2 beams of escaping light approached, revealing the rather grim expressions of Qin Tian and Chu Jiechi. The outer affairs hall had conveyed that her master forbade them from visiting the remnant sword peak. Lu Yu glared at Chu Jiechi, who shrugged in response, stating, "I went to the mission hall, and upon mentioning the remnant sword peak, everyone fled without a trace. Even if I offered double the spirit stones, no one would accept the task." For the first time, Qin Tian was taken aback by the lengthy discourse of his junior apprentice. "Senior brother Qin, have you really been at the Xiaoyao sect for so many years without enlisting a single aid?" Lu Yu exclaimed anxiously. The vast territory of the cleft sword peak felt overwhelming, and without assistance, how long would it take her to accomplish her goals? Qin Tian scratched his nose, his chest thumping with bravado. "I may not know how to recruit help, but if junior sister wishes to challenge someone, come to me, and I assure you, you will not be disappointed." "Ah, it seems this fellow is a madman, clearly trying to provoke her." "Senior brother Chu?" Faced with the hopeful voice of the young woman, Chu Jiechi felt an immense pressure. He was not well acquainted with anyone from the other peaks. "I entered 7 months earlier than you, and with my daily training, I hardly have time for conversation." Lu Yu sighed, realizing he was likely not of sound mind. She deeply felt that her timing for joining the Xiaoyao sect was quite off. Chapter 47, Taking Advantage, Part 2, Recently. The members of other peaks within the Xiaoyao sect found themselves rather amused. That individual, who flaunted his prowess with a few needles, had finally been subdued. The mere thought of Qin Tian, rolling up his pant legs and sweating profusely at the cleft sword peak, comparable to a desolate mountain, brought a sense of satisfaction to everyone. The spiritual plants of cleft sword peak were predominantly fruit-bearing, and previously, everyone could visit to collect high-grade spiritual fruits for a taste or to sell for a few spirit stones. However, ever since Qin Tian's arrival, that stubborn youth declared he would rather let those fruits fall and decay than allow them to share in their bounty. Very well, if they were to be denied, none would humiliate themselves over mere food. Now it is settled. Those fruits that fell to the ground over the years have spontaneously generated numerous small trees, mingling with the chaotic spirit plants, yet no one has taken the initiative to tidy them up. The remnant sword peak is a place shunned by all, a source of dread even for ghosts, largely due to Qin Tian. Now, he is reaping the bitter fruits of his actions. Today marks the day when Su Danshui is to deliver a lecture at the Hall of Scriptures. Upon spotting Lu Yu seated in a corner, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Lu Yu managed a feeble smile in return. Little did she know, upon entering, that the remnant sword peak was far worse than she had anticipated. Observing her surroundings, she noted that everyone instinctively kept a distance of 1 or 2 meters from her. Until now, aside from a few awkward interactions with Fang Qingxiu, she had not exchanged even a single word with anyone else. Yet, no one engaged her in conversation. Even when she attempted to reach out, others recoiled like frightened rabbits. Well, if they choose to ignore her, so be it. She had little time to waste and lacked the patience to befriend timid souls. At this moment, she began to empathize with Chu Jiak, who had been abandoned by his kin and betrayed by his companions. It would indeed be absurd to forge friendships with those who had long ostracized him. Su Danshui, possessing an exceptional wooden spiritual root, was the main instructor on the principles of wood-based Tao. As Lu Yu watched the live demonstrations, the instantaneous growth of vines and their ever-changing forms left her mesmerized. If Tao could be wielded in such a manner, then when she eventually tidied up the remnant sword peak and assisted her mother in constructing a house, could she not also apply the wood-based Tao to create a beautiful wooden dwelling on the spot? 2 hours swiftly passed, yet no one departed after the lesson concluded. Su Danshui, being exceptionally amiable, left many eager to inquire further. Lu Yu, wait for me. Let us leave together. Numerous footsteps came to a halt as two renowned figures, Qin Tian and Chu Jiaqi, stood before the residual sword peak. Lu Yu, who should have been inconspicuous, had left an indelible impression during that day at the plaza. Standing opposite Su Mo, her presence was so striking that none dared to approach her, especially after witnessing how obedient Qin Tian and Chu Jiaqi were under her influence. The atmosphere around her caused Su Danshui to smile subtly. Little girl, do not frown so often. Su Danshui approached her, gently smoothing the furrow on her brow. If this continues, the lines will become permanent within a year. Lu Yu was taken aback. Did she truly frown? Let us go. Treat me to a sumptuous meal at noon, and I shall teach you a clever trick that will surely enhance residual sword peak within a fortnight. Who among the core disciples of the free and easy sect was not filled with joy? Yet this little girl appeared more haggard in just over 10 days than when she had been slaying monsters alone on White Song Mountain. It must have taken considerable effort to manage Qin Tian and Chu Jiaqi. Sister, what do you wish to eat? Lu Yu eagerly followed her, recalling how this sister had once come to her aid. I desire a complete set of A-class meals. Ah. Lu Yu clutched her storage pouch, her face contorted in distress. But A-class meals cost 688 spirit stones. Sister Su, I do not have that much. To spend such a sum on a single meal felt more like consuming spirit stones than enjoying a feast. After all, she had only spent 3 spirit stones for a month's worth of spirit rice buns. The newly appointed core disciple is entitled to a reward of 500. Last time, you must have earned some money in Beikangfang City, right? Furthermore, your 2 senior brothers should offer you a token of greeting. Even if it's not 688, selling a few elixirs should suffice. Lu Yu was taken aback, astonished that Su Danshui could be so ruthless. Sister, have I offended you in any way? Besides, as a senior sister, you haven't even given me a token of greeting. With a smile, Su Danshui retorted. Are you attempting to rob me? Do you still hope for your mother to move in half a month from now? The threat was undeniably potent, rendering Lu Yu speechless. However, her supply of spirit stones was indeed insufficient, though she had made some profit selling goods on Baitsong Mountain. The cost of renting in Beikangfang City was exorbitantly higher than that in Zhao Yafang City, almost twice the price. Had it not been for her entry into the Shaoao sect, the burden would have been immeasurable. Sister, please wait a moment. I will sell a few elixirs. In order to facilitate her mother's early arrival, Lu Yu reluctantly acquiesced, approaching a girl of similar stature. You wish to purchase gathering chi elixirs, right? They sell for 4 spirit stones each outside. But I can offer you 3 for only 10 spirit stones. If you buy 30, it will be just 100 spirit stones. Lu Yu was dumbfounded. It was indeed a significantly cheaper deal. Yet, the crux of the matter was that she lacked sufficient funds. Nevertheless, being in the presence of Sister Su, she felt compelled to offer some respect. Blushing, she spoke in a hushed tone. I only have 40 spirit stones. Lu Yu was equally astonished, despite her already low pricing. How could this person still be unable to afford it? Seeing Lu Yu produce only 40 spirit stones, she could only count out 12 elixirs to her. Is there anyone else interested in purchasing elixirs? Lu Yu shouted to the assembly of individuals around her, recalling a time when no one paid her any mind. Much like Chu Jiaqi, who had no time for others. Now, with Su Danshui standing behind her, receiving due respect from everyone, she felt compelled to seize the opportunity. I want. You take 3. I shall take 6, she declared. In a short while, she exchanged for 100 spirit stones, though many more were still queuing behind her. Lu Yu, however, had no intention of selling the remaining elixirs at such a meager price, yet observing the crowd, it appeared they lacked substantial funds. A clever idea struck her. Esteemed brothers and sisters, I, Lu Yu from the residual sword peak, extend my greetings. She bowed to all directions, aware that everyone knew the residual sword peak resembled a desolate mountain at present. It seems many of you are not particularly affluent. Why not consider undertaking tasks from the residual sword peak? I assure you, should you choose to accept these tasks, you shall not be at a loss." Upon finishing her statement, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The assignments from the residual sword peak were modest, yet the rewards were generous. However, fear instilled by Qin Tian had rendered everyone hesitant. Who would dare to profit from his endeavors? The risk of being beaten without earning a single coin loomed large. Such incidents had transpired 5 times after Qin Tian established himself in the Xianyao sect, dissuading anyone from approaching the residual sword peak for work. Can you truly contend with Qin Tian? Su Danshui, unable to bear seeing the young girl standing there like an abandoned puppy, decided to lend her a helping hand. Lu Yu paused momentarily, then quickly regained her composure. "I can. My master stated before entering seclusion that whatever I endeavor, my 2 senior brothers must heed my words. Rest assured, as long as you agree to take on the tasks from the residual sword peak, tomorrow, senior brother Qin will enter a brief retreat." Qin Tiangan had long since grown weary of the task of weeding. Now that he had been granted an extended leave, it was unlikely that any issues would arise. Lu Yu resolutely thought that even if problems did occur, he must feign indifference and remain quietly in his cave abode. "Thank you, Huaman Chengxi, for the talisman of safety from Lingzhe Chu, and for the appraisal from Zhulu Xian." Chapter 48, Remnant, Part 1. In a matter of a single night, the desolate and uninhabited Remnant Sword Peak became bustling with people, an occurrence that could not escape the notice of the esteemed members of the Xianyao sect. Lu Yu's cultivation was still rather low, so it was not yet their place to instruct her. However, now, Master Xinsheng felt that they should extend greater patience towards the young girl. Just look at her. Upon arriving at Remnant Sword Peak, she transformed the place entirely, truly a promising talent. Senior brother, Qin Tiangan himself requires guidance. How can he possibly teach Lu Yu? The Liuguang technique is both profound and esoteric. It is better that I instruct her. Qi Ji did not even bother to open his eyes. There is no need, if she mismanages her cultivation. It is simply her fate to bear such a trial. Senior brother? At this moment, not only was Xinsheng astonished, but so too were the others. As this matter pertained to the potential changes within the Xianyao sect, how could the senior brother be so indifferent? Although the young girl had consistently displayed an air of calmness, she harbored a considerable amount of pent-up resentment. Otherwise, she would not have been able to stand her ground against Su Mo for such an extended period. How could this be possible? That girl is merely 13. Is she not? Xinsheng exchanged glances with several senior brothers and sisters, all of whom believed that Su Mo had been excessively harsh that day. Qi Ji finally opened his eyes, recalling that before Su Mo entered seclusion, he had come to me and declared that Lu Yu was indeed his disciple, inheritor of the remnant sword lineage. Yet, her heart was burdened with deep-seated resentment and obsession, necessitating much more refinement. Brother, could it be that shitty Su Mo has misinterpreted the situation? Master Xinsheng possesses little faith in Su Mo. After all, she is merely a 13-year-old girl. What malice or obsession could she possibly harbor? At that moment, I posed this very question to Su Mo. She responded, in the realm of the carefree sect. Why does the Remnant Sword Peak carry the name Remnant? It is because every true disciple who inherits the Remnant Sword Peak carries a flaw within their heart. Years ago, his master chose him, and today he has chosen Lu Yu. Master Qi Ji let out a sigh, stating that the leader of the Remnant Sword Peak has always been the guardian of our carefree sect, after Su Mo's fall at the Yi River. As Lu Yu aptly noted, the reason for his continued existence is that he has yet to find a disciple capable of inheriting the Remnant Sword Peak. Although Master Xinsheng acknowledged Lu Yu as a variable, he could not agree with Su Mo's intention to entrust the Remnant Sword Peak to her. In his eyes, the prodigy of the Chu family is the rightful successor to the Remnant Sword lineage. This belief is not founded upon any other considerations. It is simply because the future bearer of the Remnant Sword Peak must shoulder the entire carefree sect. As a woman, Lu Yu, by virtue of her very nature, is at a disadvantage compared to the Chu family's Qi. Whether in the world of cultivation or that of mortals, the number of women who ascend to the pinnacle is indeed far fewer than men. Brother, Su Mo is confused. You must not follow suit. Lu Yu possesses commendable spiritual roots and talents. Our sole task should be to ensure she becomes a steadfast support for Chu Jiechi in the future. A heart that is flawed requires a heart that is gentle and nurturing. As the leader of the Xianyao sect, Xinsheng perceives matters quite differently than others. If we were to truly train her as Su Mo suggests, and she were to end up resembling Qin Tian and Chu Jiechi, we would find ourselves in a lamentable situation devoid of tears. This conundrum has also been a subject of contemplation for the esteemed Gigi. Although the stars of the southwest have not dimmed, they have yet to shine brightly. That day, what appeared to be a glimmer of light was merely a figment of his imagination. The Tao of heaven is ethereal, and to contend with its mysteries is no simple task. Thus, let us focus on the matter of cultivation. I urge you to provide guidance. As for the affairs of the Cleft Sword Peak, you must refrain from interference. Do they still require their involvement at Cleft Sword Peak? Master Meiji is at a loss for words. That young girl has managed to dominate even Qin Tian. Chu Jiechi has shown her considerable forbearance, as she has long been regarded as the sovereign of Cleft Sword Peak. Lu Yu, who is deemed the Mountain King, has been far from idle in recent days. The valley is a residence chosen by her mother and great-grandfather, a domain of several miles entirely under her stewardship. Upon departing from the National Masteress residence, the mother and daughter duo had mused about acquiring a few acres of land to become small landowners. Now, in the realm of cultivation, while they cannot be small landlords, cultivating a few acres of spiritual fields to harvest spiritual grains should delight her mother. She is determined not to disturb the existing spiritual flora within the valley. For the sake of Feng Ernyang, she has ingeniously utilized every nook and cranny to cultivate 3 acres of rice paddies, planting rainbow rice. The new cultivation method requires diligent practice, and she unwaveringly commits 2 hours each day to the lecture hall. She aims to perfect the brewing of matured celestial peaches and apricots, and she meticulously accounts for the tasks assigned by the task hall in terms of spirit stones. Lu Yu is so busy that she scarcely finds time to compress even the last hour of her sleep. However, even amidst the chaos of her busyness, she remained joyful. To her eyes, the residual sword peak finally resembled a celestial mountain. The formidable individual who had planted various fruit-bearing spiritual flora on residual sword peak in bygone days truly possessed remarkable skills. Over 300 miles of territory, meticulously divided into numerous sections, each piece distinctly marked. Even now, nearly a century without care, certain protective formations for the spiritual plants continued to operate. Lu Yu compelled Qin Tian to study these formations, justifying her actions by claiming he was the eldest disciple, and whether residual sword peak was a heavenly mountain or a pile of rubbish was of little consequence to her. Given that Qin Tian could triumph over the carefree sect, one might assume his capabilities were not lacking. Yet, in her previous life, she had never heard of him at Dingqi Mountain. Those accepted as disciples by nascent soul masters certainly had no deficiencies in their spiritual roots. However, she had also never heard of Su Dan Shui, Feng Qingxiu, or Xiaoyu. The only one she did hear of, Jin Shanzhenren, met his end by self-detonation when faced with the Ghost Face banner, possessing only late-stage core formation prowess. The semi-closed gates of the carefree sect were no trivial matter. Regrettably, when she was a ghost, she was lost in a haze, solely concerned with the Gu family. Oscillating between lucidity and confusion, perhaps overlooking significant matters. The past cannot be reclaimed, yet in this lifetime, she was also a disciple of the carefree sect, indeed a core disciple. She could not languish in obscurity and perish here. If she wished to survive, she must rise up. The effort of a single individual is insufficient. Now, as a disciple of residual sword peak, with so many senior uncles to guide her, she felt no fear. Her only concern lay with the fate she shared with Qin Tian. By acquiring more knowledge, perhaps one day in the future, she would enhance her chances of self-preservation in the face of danger. Thus, Qin Tian found himself in a predicament. This little junior sister seemed to be his natural nemesis. For years, the cursed sword peak had remained tranquil, untouched by unrest. No one dared to utter a word of dissent, except for her. Joining the cursed sword peak, it was as if she were destined to bear the word regret etched upon her face. In an effort to spare his master from sorrow upon his return and to prevent others from whisking away his only junior sister, he resolved to exert himself. Was it not merely a matter of studying formations? Was it not simply the art of crafting weapons? Fortunately, having been largely ignored over the years, he had devoted considerable time to these pursuits. Chapter 49. Enduring Strikes, Second Update. Aside from the collapsed main hall, which remained in disrepair, the rest of the cursed sword peak flourished with verdant life and abundant spiritual energy. There were no weeds, nor chaotic growths of various spiritual plants. The pruned orchards thrived even more splendidly. Lu Yu assisted her mother in constructing 4 wooden cabins in the valley, and upon completion, she circled around them twice, growing increasingly pleased with her handiwork. For the first time, Qin Tian observed her satisfaction with the cursed sword peak, and he felt a sense of relief. It was indeed burdensome to have a junior sister who might depart at any moment. Brother, those coming to tend the orchard have nothing to do with you. If you offend them again, the responsibility for future maintenance will fall solely upon you. It's over 300 miles. You'll exhaust yourself, Liu remarked, leaving him with that warning as she mounted her wooden crane and headed towards the bustling market of the Free and Easy sect. At long last, she could bring her mother over. The market of the Free and Easy sect was vast, crisscrossed by 10 streets, with the 2 principal thoroughfares dedicated to commerce, while the remaining 8 streets housed the residences of various sects, noble families, and businesses, culminating in the humble abode of her mother. In the distance, a middle-aged man approached briskly and pushed open a nearby door. Liu suddenly recalled that he was her neighbor, the very person who had assisted her on that day. At last, she remembered the location of her home. Just as Liu was about to proceed forward, she heard her mother's voice. Are you hungry? I've already prepared the meal. Little Bao is asleep now. Wash up and have your dinner. Ah, second mother, look. This is a hairpin made of waterwood that I found in the market. Wearing it often can preserve one's beauty. How can that be? The flustered yet somewhat sweet voice of second mother rang out, and Liu found herself utterly frozen, completely disoriented as to her surroundings. The sun gradually shifted westward, and as the sky began to dawn a hazy twilight, her mother had yet to emerge from within. Liu gazed at that door, lost in her thoughts. How long will you stand there? Came the voice of Fang Youfu from behind her. Great-grandfather, please come in. Fang Youfu turned with his hands clasped behind his back and stepped into the adjacent courtyard. Faced with this utterly unfamiliar home, Liu found herself at a loss for words. Please sit, Fang Youfu said, taking a seat himself. Since you've stood for so long, I presume you must know what you need to know. Liu remained silent. Your mother is but a mortal. She cannot accompany you. I am aware of the circumstances regarding your mother and the matter concerning the Broken Sword Peak. Fang Youfu sighed. Where? How old do you think your mother is this year? This was something she certainly knew. Her mother was 33. Indeed, 33. If she lives to 60. She still has 27 years ahead of her. To 80, 47 years remain. You plan everything for her, sparing no spirit stones to ensure her well-being. In my view, she must live to at least 80, if not 100 years. You are now the sole disciple of Master Shimo. Have you calculated the true amount of time you can spend with your mother? Liu was momentarily stunned. Now that she has entered the Xianyao sect, she will only become increasingly busy. Once she reaches the foundation establishment stage, a single retreat may last 1 or 2 years. What will become of her mother then? Such thoughts had begun to surface in her mind while she was organizing the remnants of the Sword Peak, yet she had suppressed them. The Fang family has but one remaining member, your mother. Regardless of the bonds of blood, whatever it signifies to you, to me, it is of utmost importance. That place is surrounded by mountains. To reach the town to sell anything requires a 5-day journey. Over 30 years ago, I visited there myself. Would you care to see it as well? Liu felt a chill run through her body, rendered speechless. Observing the large tears streaming down Liu's face, Fang Youfu felt a pang of reluctance. This child, whom he had guided into the realm of cultivation, had made gradual progress, investing every ounce of effort for him and her mother. Yet, he was faced with the inevitability of death, pondering how he would confront his own family in the afterlife. Liu staggered to her feet and rushed out of what no longer felt like home. In this world, she could bear to disappoint anyone but her mother. Her mother was the only person who had ever treated her with kindness, but in the future, that kindness would be extended to many others, perhaps even to her own flesh and blood. She feared not the others, but what if she no longer held the same significance in her mother's eyes? If she and that so-called younger sibling were to fall into water simultaneously, which one would her mother save? Liu, consumed by self-pity, had completely forgotten that she was capable of swimming and that she was a cultivator. The feeling of being abandoned gnawed at her heart like a dull knife, inflicting a gradual and relentless pain that permeated her being, making her feel as though once she collapsed, she would never rise again. With no inclination to heed her 2 foolish senior brothers, upon entering the wooden cabin she had meticulously prepared for her mother, she could no longer contain herself and wept inconsolably. Outside, Qin Tian and Chu Jiechi were taken aback as they hastily exited the Xianyao gate. They caught sight of Fang Youfu's stooped figure. Yet, within the thatched cottage, the little junior sister continued to cry, her sobs heart-wrenching. Today marked the day of the lecture at the Jing Mountain, and witnessing the increasingly stern expression of the esteemed master. Even those who typically thrived on chaos were rendered subdued. It was a matter of what could be tolerated and what could not, having entered the sect. Even core disciples were not permitted to blatantly disregard the sect's rules by skipping class. Lu Yu was not of noble lineage. What could she learn from her scattered cultivator grandfather? Missing a single lesson today might lead her down a long and winding path in the future. You. Take 2 people to the Cursed Sword Peak and bring Lu Yu to me. To apprehend someone at the Cursed Sword Peak? The disciple in charge trembled slightly. However, witnessing the demeanor of Master Jingshan, he dared not show any signs of defiance. Fortunately, he did not linger on the decision for long. Just as he was about to step outside, the illustrious Lu Yu hurriedly rushed in. Now, tell me, what should be the punishment for arriving late to the lecture hall? The pointed out Lu Yu felt utterly wronged. Amidst so many individuals, why had she been singled out? Yet, facing Master Jingshan, she lacked the courage to protest. To enter the lecture hall late, the punishment shall be 10 lashes. She swore that she would never again sit in the front 3 rows. Stripped of her spiritual attire, she prepared to fight. The servant disciples, steeling themselves, advanced with the hope that the grievances between the various peaks and the remnant sword peak would not entangle them too deeply. Sister, Lu Yu's throat ached, rendering her too weary to speak. She took it upon herself to remove her outer robe and directly positioned herself on the platform designated for combat, closing her eyes. Chapter 50, Blocking the Door and Cursing, First Update. Gratitude to the friends who gifted the safety talisman with their melodious songs. And a heartfelt thanks to all those who silently supported with their collections and recommendations. Thank you. Thank you. Water, seemingly delicate yet inherently resilient, gathers droplets to form waves, converging into vast lakes that embrace the seas. Hence, it is said that the highest virtue resembles water, which benefits all beings without competing. During these 2 hours, everyone endured considerable hardship, as the whip was made of steel bristles soaked in water. The bristled hairs of the 3rd-level wild boar, adorned with slight hooks, inflicted unimaginable pain upon contact with human skin. Those who had previously faced punishment would concoct various pleas for leniency. However, today, one individual remained utterly silent, trembling as they squeezed into the front. Exchanging furtive glances, everyone grew increasingly wary of those from the remnant sword peak. By the end of the class, Lu Yu's cold sweat had thoroughly soaked the mat beneath her. Having been late and punished if she failed to pay attention in class, how could she justify the consequences of her punishment? Thus, she devoted herself to the lesson with utmost seriousness. As the time approached, Jingshan swept away, exasperated. Could this wretched girl not even muster a plea for mercy? Clearly, she was seeking trouble with that lifeless Qin Tian. Yes, I am sorry. Lu Yu attempted to assist her, yet hesitated, fearing she might retaliate. Lu Yu's expression was one of despondency as she shook her head, relying on Lu Yu's slight support to stand. By the time the 2 of them made their way outside the hall, it was deserted. I reside not far from here, at the entrance of Yingshan Peak. If you like, you can come to my place to tend to your wounds before you leave. Lu Yu nodded. Her body marked by 10 lashes, each one piercing through flesh to the skin, excruciatingly painful. Without treatment, she could scarcely muster any spiritual energy. Though unsure why Lu Yu remained silent, Lu Yu felt a pang of guilt as she led her swiftly to the paper crane, arriving at the entrance of Yingshan Peak in no time. They entered a modest chamber, scarcely 20 square meters, where Lu Yu assisted Lu Yu in undressing and applying medicine. You mustn't be late in the future. Even if you are, you can always plead your case. The senior disciples who deliver lectures have the privilege to exempt 5 lashes. If all else fails, you can endure the punishment later when no one is watching. A little offering of spirit stones to the disciple wielding the whip could significantly lessen the burden. Most importantly, you could treat your wounds immediately instead of suffering through prolonged pain. Is that truly possible? Lu Yu blinked twice, overwhelmed with regret. In her previous life, Ding Qishan, the favored disciple of the Bamboo River Master, was never subjected to such treatment. He had skillfully maintained a flawless reputation, always receiving admiration and accolades. Ultimately, it was the residual sword peak that fell short. She hesitated to plead for leniency. Aside from her sore throat, she was acutely aware that within the sect, Qin Tian was far from popular. The prospect of anyone showing mercy on her behalf due to her senior brother was utterly implausible. Those who held grudges against him would likely be even more inclined to punish her if she mentioned his name. As for Chu Jichi, she holds little hope for her. Day in and day out, she clutches a sword, her single eye glinting coldly at others. It would indeed be remarkable for her to make any friends. Alas, one learns wisdom through hardship. Here, take this, a sip of water will do you good. This person has perspired profusely, and when Lu Yu applied medicine to her, She winced at the swelling whip marks, feeling a pang of sympathy for her, especially as she had not uttered a single sound of complaint. Thank you. Lu Yu's eyes widened as she finally sensed something amiss. Is your throat unwell? Lu Yu nodded. Her tear-swollen eyes could be soothed with spiritual energy. But her throat seemed to be damaged, rendering her incapable of using spiritual energy to alleviate the pain. Lu Yu felt a sense of injustice for her. The esteemed disciple of the revered Sumo was subjected to such brutality, and after all this time, it turned out she could not plead for mercy due to her throat's condition. What a situation. Lu Yu retrieved 10 large peaches and placed them on the table, pointing at Lu Yu, and then at herself. Lu Yu was elated. These must be the 5-tiered celestial peaches from the abode of the immortal. The most renowned feature of Songjin Peak was its spiritual fruit cultivation, yet for many years, no one dared to gather even a fallen fruit from the ground. A few days ago, Lu Yu, vouching with her own integrity, had accepted a minor task, and in return, she brought back 2 second-tier cloud fungus trees. Those had been exchanged for 200 contribution points at the task hall. Had it not been for the overwhelming number of people that day, she might have received an additional 80 spiritual stones. Regrettably, she only obtained 40. Lu Yu hesitated momentarily. She had picked all the celestial peaches with the intention of offering them to her mother and brewing wine for her grandfather. Now, she was capable of adequately providing for her mother and grandfather, yet fate had conspired to separate them. In truth, she had wept throughout the night, fully aware that this life was distinct from the last. Just as her great-grandfather had stated, her mother was still youthful and should perpetuate the lineage of the Fong family. She could neither prevent it nor had the strength to do so. The prospect of having a tender, beloved child by her side may well be the greatest blessing for her mother. As she followed Lu Yu and was about to board her paper crane, a streak of light appeared, and Fong Qingshu stood resolutely before them. Lu Yu, what exactly do you intend to do? The residual sword peak has just begun to mend relations with the other peaks, and now you seek to provoke both Qin Tian and brother Jin Shan. What is your aim? Lu Yu was taken aback. When had she ever instigated a conflict between brother Qin and master Jin Shan? You just proceed as you wish. Fong Qingshu pointed at her. Qin Tian has gone to confront brother Jin Shan. If they engage in battle, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? Lu Yu shot him a fierce glare, relieved that her condition had improved significantly. She nodded at Lu Yu, released her wooden crane, and made her way towards Liantian Peak. From a distance, she witnessed Qin Tian demolishing the objects in front of Master Jin Shan's residence, eliciting both anger and amusement within her. There were numerous onlookers at Liantian Peak, and even more from the other peaks relishing the spectacle. Jin Shan, come out. Is it so difficult to be just a tad late? Knowing full well that Lu Yu was obstinate, he still dared to take things seriously. If you have the courage, direct your actions towards my grandfather, not to a mere little girl. Do you have no shame? So what if I'm late? My master once remarked that when I first arrived at the Xianyao sect, you frequently overslept and were tardy. Each time you were to be punished, you would drag Uncle Chi Ji into it. Well, now that my master is in seclusion, you feel emboldened without a protector, don't you? Qin Tian's voice was sharp as he jumped up and shouted, you are in your first year, yet you won't allow others to be late for their 15th? Come out here, and I assure you, I won't harm you. Today, I merely intend to seek justice from Master Chi Ji on your behalf. My family Lu Yu was late just once, and you punished her with 10 lashes. Given your numerous tardies, I won't ask for much surely, 100 lashes will suffice. Jin Shan, cornered in his home by Qin Tian, trembled with rage. Who hasn't had their youthful indiscretions? Now over 120 years old, he was still being held accountable for mistakes made over a century ago. To have his shortcomings laid bare before so many, did they truly think him a mere plaything? Could he be blamed for striking Lu Yu? If it weren't for his concern for her, he wouldn't have lifted a finger. How absurd it was. His diligent efforts had somehow turned into a reason for others to provoke him. Breathing heavily at home, Jin Shan cursed Su Mo repeatedly in his mind. Was it necessary to publicize his embarrassing moments like this? Jin Shan, you cowardly turtle, he thought, pretending to be virtuous and dignified. What a farce. Is this merely a matter of personal conflict? You dare to strike Lu Yu? Just wait. Once my master emerges, if you aren't punished, I shall. Senior brother. Lu Yu hurriedly interjected, fearing that such talk might embroil him further. She had little faith that madcap master would retaliate against Chi Ji's esteemed disciple on her account. Her muted voice swiftly silenced Qin Tian, who fished out a jade bottle and shoved a green pill into her hand, his tone dripping with irritation. Sore throat? Aren't you quite adept at tormenting me? Knowing you would be punished, why didn't you flee? What is there to comprehend? Apart from myself, there are also esteemed masters present. There is no need to regard that lesson from Jian Shan as extraordinary. Chapter 51. Utterly impressive second update. The new book Shai Xian Ling has been released. Your attention is requested. A tumultuous situation that seemed destined to erupt in violence was swiftly diffused when Liu merely called out senior brother and pulled Qin Tian away. How infuriating it is that Qin Tian, so eager to be regarded as someone's senior brother, was so easily manipulated, believing himself to be clever. It is truly foolish. The mere thought of being pushed to the brink of exasperation by such a simpleton makes him wish to spew blood in frustration. Having consumed a medicinal pill, Liu felt considerably better, and neither she nor Qin Tian cared to dwell on the opinions of others. Senior brother, you looked exceptionally handsome just now. Utterly impressive. The whispers that had been circulating around them faded into silence as Qin Tian, confronted by Liu's sparkling gaze, puffed out his chest and spoke with heightened intensity. I have told you before, if there is anyone you find displeasing, do not hesitate to inform me. Yet here you are, having been struck, and you remain silent. If our master were to learn of this, he would be utterly enraged. Enraged, you say? Jian Shan could no longer endure the tension and burst forth from the room. You lot are being excessively bullying. Even a cowardly tortoise knows when to emerge. Qin Tian gently nudged Liu aside. Liu is my master's cherished disciple, even if she did not plead for mercy. You should not strike her with 10 lashes, especially considering her sore throat. You, a cultivator of the core formation stage, should have discerned this with a little effort. This is nothing but a personal vendetta. In the distance, several beams of light approached, and the imposing figure of Chu Jiechi, exuding an aura of coldness, advanced steadily toward this direction, wielding a broadsword. All those who stood in his way instinctively parted, as if pierced by the very essence of his sword intent. None dared to obstruct him. Sword intent? Sudan Shui gasped, realizing that Chu Jiechi, despite being merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, had already grasped the concept of sword intent. The significance of this revelation would undoubtedly attract considerable attention within the Xiaoyao sect and even the broader realm of cultivation. Before Jingshan could revel in the excitement for his sect, he was struck by the chilling gaze emanating from Chu Jiechi. A cold sweat drenched his white attire, leaving him utterly soaked. How could he have forgotten that both Chu Jiechi and Liu were variables, individuals he hoped to align with for fortune and favor? In that moment, Jingshan felt a profound sense of bitterness and uncertainty. Does it still hurt? Liu's eyes sparkled with determination. She had always recognized Chu Jiechi as a prodigy in cultivation, and perhaps in this lifetime, his full mobility would only serve to heighten his appeal. It's all right. Second senior brother is truly handsome. He will establish his foundation swiftly. And even though our master is in seclusion, you are not without support. Contemplating Liu's tears from the previous night and the 10 lashes she had endured today only darkened Jingshan's expression further. The day I establish my foundation will also be the day I challenge my senior brother. In the world of sword cultivators, it was commonplace to challenge those of higher realms, refining one's connection with the sword through relentless combat. In that moment, the onlookers, preoccupied with their own struggles, took a step back, having already suffered enough under the torment of Qin Tian's needle-like magical artifact. The thought of facing the one-eyed dragon sword was simply unbearable. In Jin Shan's eyes, an infinite battle intent was discerned by Chu Jiechi, prompting him to take a step back. Though he was a nascent soul practitioner, he was fundamentally a cultivator of the Tao, and his pursuits at the Xiaoyao sect revolved around the natural way. Combat was not his forte. Had it been otherwise, given Qin Tian's demeanor, he would have long been bested and lost his bearings. When his hand was grasped by Chu Jiechi, Liu, despite her smile, shed 2 large tears, revealing that apart from her mother, there were others willing to stand up for her. In that moment, both Chu Jiechi and Qin Tian, in her eyes, appeared somewhat relieved, exhaling a sigh of relief. This young girl, standing against her master for her mother, now faced the prospect of her mother remarrying, which caused them all to worry. Qin Tian recalled how his master had summoned him privately, expressing an underlying concern for his junior sister. It was Liu who had reinvigorated their master. On the very first day of her apprenticeship, she had inspired him to advance. Over the years, his greatest fear had been that one day, his master would tire of everything and pursue his master's wife. On the vast and desolate Jianfeng, not even a sparrow could be found. He had never noticed before, but when Liu remarked that if she were a ghost, she wouldn't linger there, he reflected that he had also reached the age of 93, having remained in the late foundation establishment stage for many years. It was time to devise a way to advance sooner. Speaking of which, Shirishimo was indeed fortunate. These three disciples had unknowingly converged together. The dark aura that had long lingered on Qin Tian's face dissipated considerably in just a month, unbeknownst to him. Excellent. Excellent indeed. As for the matter of his own disciple being resented by the three, the true essence of the exalted master did not pay much heed. Though those three were indeed vengeful by nature, they would not seek Jin Shan's life over a mere 10 lashes. He has faith in his disciple, believing that ultimately, she will use her character to help them set aside their prejudices. Most importantly, that little girl, Lu Yu, is quite pragmatic with her presence. Neither Qin Tian nor the Chu family can resort to extremes. Matters must be resolved. It has already lingered for a night. She has vented her frustrations and must now make a decision. Her great-grandfather has little time left, and as for Shieling Mountain, she has yet to reach the foundation establishment stage and cannot venture out. It must be her great-grandfather who visits. To have fostered such intimacy with that man in just a month, she cannot believe her great-grandfather had no part in it. Since he has taken action, and her mother desires, it is time to let go. In her past life, her mother sacrificed everything for her. In this life, what she can offer is but a fraction. Even if she could ensure her mother reaches 100 years, what difference would it make? The void remains eternally unfilled. For she is not her mother's biological child. Qin Tian appeared somewhat uneasy. He himself was uncertain of his actions at that moment, as he had already accepted the situation, had he not? Your master left something for you. I will take you to retrieve it. Lu Yu tilted her head, blinking. I knew it. How could a master give nothing at all? It turns out it was with her senior brother. Goodness, after all this time. He hadn't given it to her. Clearly, he was displeased with her dealings at the residual sword peak. Senior brother, in light of your assistance today, I shall refrain from informing our master. Chapter 52, The Wealthy Master, Part 1. It was a storage bracelet. Lu Yu had not expected such an item. She had thought her master would bestow some exquisite spiritual tool. However, upon acknowledging her status, she beheld the expansive interior of over 1,000 square feet. And even the most composed individuals, having traversed 2 lifetimes, exhibited a semblance of distortion upon their faces. Observing her, both Qin Tian and Chu Jiechi, rarely united in expression, broke into smiles. As disciples of their master, their initial reaction to that delightful revelation paled in comparison to that of their younger sister. Among the 12 peaks of leisure, one might overlook the unassuming cleft sword peak, yet I assure you, it is indeed the wealthiest. Qin Tian gleamed as he showcased his storage ring, gesturing towards Chu Jiechi's as well. Each year, the sect allocates a sum of spirit stones to the inner 7 peaks, and given our sparse population at Cleft Sword Peak, we have accumulated a considerable fortune over the years. Are they to withhold it from us, only to bestow it upon others? Thus, you both are indeed affluent gentlemen? Li Yu's tight-lipped smile evoked a hint of unease in Chu Jiechi. Regrettably, Qin Tian remained oblivious, nodding cheerfully. Naturally, I am the wealthiest among my contemporaries in cultivation. Just consider my predicament, being coerced by senior sister Su to exchange Dan pills for spirit stones over a mere meal. Was that not delightful? It dawned on Qin Tian, as he retreated a couple of steps, that Chu Jiechi had also wiped the rare smile from his face. You too, obviously affluent, could each spare a vial of Dan pills as a token of greeting. Is this how elder brothers ought to behave? Li Yu seethed with indignation. Having just arrived at the leisure sect, she was unaware of the prevailing customs. That day, while clearing Cleft Sword Peak, she witnessed countless miscellaneous spirit herbs being appropriated by others. Ignorance was one thing, but how could these 2 foolish elder brothers be so uninformed? They had contributed nothing, for it was their opulent master who had provided abundantly, rendering their meager offerings insignificant in comparison. Well, she could have them rectify this later. But why is it that they are so generous with others, yet only give her a single bottle of chi-boosting elixir? 2 exquisite spirit stones, glistening and exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy, appeared before her. Upon seeing the twinkle of excitement in Lu Yu's eyes, Qin Tian and Chu Jiechi instinctively pressed them into her hand. It's not that we are unwilling to give you more. You are merely at the 4th level of chi refinement, and too much would be of no use to you at this stage, Qin Tian hurriedly explained. How was I to know that Su Danshui would be so ruthless as to extort a meal from you? Lu Yu shot a glance at her 2 senior brothers, and with her newfound possessions in hand, she was disinclined to waste any more time with them. She mounted her wooden crane and set off towards the market. At this moment, Qin Tian returned the items given by their master, clearly aware that she needed to settle matters for her grandfather and mother. Within the storage bracelet prepared for her by CMO were 15 top-grade spirit stones and 200 mid-grade spirit stones, neatly placed in 2 jade boxes. Scattered nearby was a pile of low-grade spirit stones, which, when counted casually, amounted to nearly 30,000. 1 mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Correspondingly, 1 top-grade spirit stone equated to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Evidently, just from the spirit stones alone, her wealthy master had provided her with 200,000. Additionally, a set of azure robes, a dark green cloak, and a small sword were among the items she could not discern the grade of. Perhaps they were artifacts even more potent than spirit tools. Given all these gifts, it was clear that her master would be in seclusion for a decade or 2. Lu Yu sighed. Just as she had begun to revel in her newfound fortune, it was overshadowed once more. The remnant sword peak had not a single core formation cultivator, and if any trouble were to arise, they would have to endure the whims of others. Today, the 2 senior brothers are formidable, yet their ability to offend others seems even greater. It is evidently impossible to lead a peaceful and untroubled life. When Fang Youfu opened the door, he encountered Lu Yu, unsure whether to feel pleased or disheartened. Great-grandfather. Where's mother? Laughter from a child mingled with that of the mother from within. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, then turned around to close the door and hurried inside. Mother. Fang Ernyang quickly stood up, placing the child in a nearby cradle as she approached. After a month apart, her mother's complexion appeared rosy, perhaps softened by the presence of the child. Lu Yu, pulled by Fang Ernyang, took a spin, seeing tears of joy on her face, which made her smile broadly. Throughout her life, her mother had never made decisions, the only one being to protect her biological mother and herself, leading to a self-inflicted hardship. Compared to her, she felt a profound sense of relief. Such an innocent and blissful mother. May she continue in her simplicity. Liu sniffed. Mother, whose child is this? The little one in the cradle gazed with wide, innocent eyes, turning with the movements of her mother. This is the son of your Uncle Qian, next door. Unfortunately, his mother passed away during childbirth, so I am helping to care for him. Oh, how is Uncle Qian? Fang Youfu outside anxiously listened as Lu Yu inquired about her mother. A good man, honest and kind-hearted. Don't you remember? He helped us look at the house that day. He works as a servant at the Changxian Inn. Although I assist him with the child, he never fails to bring us food and supplies. Alas, it is a pity that fate can be so cruel. Mother, Lu Yu grasped Fang Ernyang's hand, setting aside other matters. Uncle Qian is a good man, isn't he? You must like this child. The little one is quite well behaved, laughing even when playing alone. The garments he wears are clearly crafted by your own hands. Fang Yinyang was rendered speechless. Fang Ernyang wiped her tears. Life in the National Master's residence had been rather challenging, but she had the fortune of seeing her daughter every day. Mother, Lu Yu nestled into Fang Ernyang's embrace. You should not feel uncomfortable because of me. I do not. She replied. Being by your side brings me comfort. Mother, please bear me another sibling. I lack the time to accompany you, and in the future, they will be there for you. If they possess spiritual roots, they may wish to enter the realm of immortality. Together, we siblings can look after one another. Fang Ernyang was taken aback. She had never anticipated her daughter, whom she thought would be most resistant, would genuinely ask her to bear another child. She glanced at the infant in the cradle, wide-eyed and cooing. How she longed for that child to be her own. Yet her daughter had always been rather solitary in nature. Look at me. Do you truly wish for your mother to remarry? Li was not easily swayed by her mother's words. She nodded earnestly. Mother, I am serious. From the moment you took me in from Lady Wu, I became your burden. Were it not for me, there would have been others in the household to remarry. Even if you were to remarry, would that mean you are no longer my mother? If I live well, you will thrive. Likewise, if you flourish, I too shall prosper. I will always be your daughter. Outside, Fang Youfu felt utterly reassured and personally set about preparing a delicious meal for the mother and daughter. Great-grandfather, this is what you taught me. Acceptance, transformation. Release, I have learned. Lu Yu's voice was cold. I cannot accept sharing a mother's love with others, thus I must change. I cannot alter your decisions. Nor can I change the heart that has already been touched, so I must let go. Fang Youfu gazed into the depths of the girl's eyes, feeling an inexplicable pressure. Chapter 53. Truly few. Second update. It is nothing short of remarkable that mortal woman could discern the importance of marrying. In the realm of cultivation, apart from the peripheries where mortals may tread, the core areas offer them nothing but detriment, devoid of any benefits. Witnessing others soar through the skies while one is confined to the ground, The disparity is overwhelming, and few possess the mental fortitude to remain unscathed. The girl in the courtyard was practicing her techniques. Hong Chang scrutinized her closely and found no trace of error. This indicated that Qin Tian had finally matured somewhat, learning to care for his junior disciples. The Liubuang technique, embodying the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, perfectly aligned with Lu Yu's golden, water, and with spiritual roots. With a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, the Liubuang technique had only been passed down to 4 individuals. Such pure and harmonious spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Among the previous 3, apart from one who perished during the beast tide, the other 2 had ascended to the positions of peak masters. Realizing this, Hong Chang felt for the first time that Su Imo might be correct, as long as she encounters no unforeseen circumstances. It would be entirely plausible for her to become the master of the Kanjian Peak. For a sword cultivator, life revolves solely around the sword. If Chu Jiechi wishes to advance further in swordsmanship, Kanjian Peak may become his hindrance. Such a promising talent. Hong Chang truly could not bear to see him fall short in the future. The celestial wanderers require a fresh sword cultivator to support their endeavors. In the distance, a young boy practices his swordplay amidst the forest of stone swords, displaying an unflinching demeanor as he faces the serpentine blade of the stone forest. Each strike seemingly aimed at claiming a life. Lu Yu, after completing her practice over 7 cycles, gradually withdrew her focus, turning to see Master Hong Chang, who, with a hand stroking his beard, appeared to be lost in admiration for senior brother Chu from afar. She was unaware of how captivating such a sight could be. Master Hong Chang often found himself entranced, his eyes seemingly unable to wander elsewhere. You have successfully transitioned all your techniques. There is no need to come specifically in the afternoons anymore. Should any issues arise, feel free to return. Understood. I take my leave. Liu felt a surge of joy. Spending 2 hours in the lecture hall each morning was manageable. But the 4 additional hours of training under Master Hong Chang in the afternoon felt rather futile to her. She found greater focus while cultivating at home. In recent days, the various spiritual fruits on the residual sword peak had ripened, demanding her attention. Lu Yu had teamed up with others to hunt demonic beasts for profit. Lu Yu found herself with little time to spare. Her only option was to brew wine for income, although she was not in one of spirit stones. Whoever claimed to have an excess of them. Across a span of over 300 miles, the fruit forest, illuminated by both moonlight and moonstones, presented a spectacle of half-vibrant hues and half-deep greens. The emerald-hued section had been entirely harvested, while the colorful parts still bore an array of fruits. From afar, Lu Yu's sharp sword technique felled the nearest 4 trees, catching the spiritual fruits as they fell, much to the astonishment of Su Danshui. While she refrained from commenting on the sharp sword technique, she noted how the wood element's instantaneous vines meticulously entwined the fruit trees, catching layer upon layer of falling fruits without a single bruise. Such a method of cultivation, even in her current state, barely allows her to keep pace with Lu Yu. Remarkably, she has honed her skills in this manner. Lu Yu, with the abundance of spiritual fruits on the remnant sword peak, why not contribute some to the task hall? Su Danshui shook her head with a smile, saying, You intend to use items meant for the task hall to cultivate your techniques, and still expect me to grant you additional contribution points? Surely you jest. My task hall may lack in many aspects, but it is never short of manpower. Even if I were to receive several times the fruits, I could manage without expending a single contribution point, keeping everything pristine. Li remained unfazed by her words as dozens of vines shifted, swiftly weaving into a vine box that separated the fruits into 7 compartments. Senior sister, your approach is far too cumbersome. I have arranged everything for you. Isn't that splendid? Do not. Su Danshui stepped back. Were it not for my concern that you might sell such exquisite spiritual fruits at a loss, I would hardly bother with you. So, in that case, I must express my gratitude to senior sister for facilitating my under-the-table dealings. Lu Yu was not easily swayed. If that were the case, how many fruits from the remnant sword peak had fallen to the ground and turned to mud in previous years? Where was your kindness then? Enough, enough. Truly, there isn't a decent soul among you from the remnant sword peak. Su Danshui shook her head. Qin Tian tortures openly. The Chu family tortures at the core, and you, my dear, inflict pain deep within. Liu chuckled. So, is senior sister still coming? I seek torment. Does that suffice? Su Danshui found herself at a loss with her. There is an exchange meeting among the righteous and demonic sects at Panlong Temple. Why not attend and broaden your horizons? Isn't that the main attraction? Lu Yu rolled her eyes. Upon my arrival at Yingzhen Peak today, Master Hanchong mentioned it to me. Even if I were to exert myself to the utmost, I could only cultivate to the 5th level of qi refinement. Do not open your eyes only to later become frantic. I shall not attend. It suffices that Brother Chu goes. Haha. Are you not curious to witness the prowess of Chu Jiachi, who vanquishes all foes? Su Danshui endeavored to entice her, stating that the reward for first place would suffice to brew spirit wine for several years. This matter was entrusted to us directly by our master, and it was also proposed by Elder Shensheng. Yet now, how to resolve Lu Yu's reluctance to attend? Su Danshui's expression turned serious as she continued, Indeed. It was initially none of your concern, but are you aware that members of the Chu family will also be present? The Yuanshan sect, to which the Chu family belongs, will also attend. Do you believe that Chu Jiechi can handle such a situation alone? Lu Yu glared at her. Look at me. I am of no use. Su Danshui shrugged. You know well that Chu Jiechi only treats Qin Tian and you with any kindness. If something were to occur, even if we wished to assist him, it would be impossible. With Qin Tian in seclusion to break through to the core formation stage, if you do not go, should any mishap arise, who will be accountable? Lu Yu blinked. Chu Jiechi is a sword cultivator. The rewards he receives cannot possibly be spirit stones. What if he is indifferent and some shameless member of the Chu family deceives him? Wouldn't you consider that a loss? Only 2,000. Sister, how can you even say that? Lu Yu, disinterested, had already grasped part of the intricacies involved. The Xiao sect wished to avoid confrontation with both the Yuanshan sect and the Chu family. Yet they also desired to prevent any further entanglements between Chu Jiechi and the two families. This matter, being delicate for the elders to address, was likely reciprocated on the other side. Among the younger generation, only she from the Xiao sect could speak on behalf of Chu Jiechi. At this moment, if she did not procure something substantial from Elder Shensheng, Liu felt she would suffer a significant loss. Su Danshui gently caressed her forehead as Master Shensheng invited her to discuss business, generously offering 5,000 contribution points, assuring her that any further negotiations would be entirely to her benefit. Lu Yu turned and moved to another tree, continuing to gather fruit. The imminent deadline for the forced promotion loomed tomorrow. She needed to collect whatever remained, lest she become lost amidst the mountains of books in the future. Click to add to the bookshelf, she mused. It truly isn't a bother. Try it if you don't believe me. Chapter 54. The Heavenly Net Formation, Part 1. Su Danshui found herself at a loss regarding how she had departed from the Remnant Sword Peak. Her disdain for the place grew with each visit, for it was not only a physical torment but an emotional one as well. How foolish she had been to revel in the 5,000 contribution points, thinking she would gain much. In comparison to Lu Yu, her spirits plummeted. However, upon relaying Lu Yu's words, Master Shensheng was left momentarily speechless. Ha ha ha! Master Meiji laughed heartily, exclaiming, I told you. This little interloper is the most challenging among the 3 disciples. You were skeptical. What do you think? 5,000 contribution points? Huh. She didn't even demand 10,000, which is quite generous on her part. Haha, I can hardly contain my laughter. My stomach aches from it. Master Shensheng stroked his beard for a while, lost in thought, and finally smiled, acknowledging her aptitude for business. Danshui, you could learn a thing or two from Lu Yu. To have a thick skin is to savor the rewards. She not only devoured the meat but claimed it was merely a casual remark. Su Danshui felt a surge of indignation as her master and senior disciple thrust another figurative dagger into her heart, infuriated by the implication that she often acted foolishly. Truly, it seemed that being a good disciple was beyond her grasp. As Lu Yu busied herself with preparations at the residual sword peak, she was indeed ready for her journey. She firmly believed that her master, Shensheng, would acquiesce to her request for the 8,000 contribution points. Although it seemed rather excessive, Lu Yu felt no guilt. Within the sect, contribution points were far more valuable than spirit stones. The 6-story library held a wealth of knowledge, with the first floor dedicated to the basics of the cultivation world, while access to the other levels required contribution points. The treasures passed down through the sect over millennia, along with the remarkable items crafted by various nascent soul and core formation masters, hung there, available only for contribution points or spirit stones. Her wealthy master, along with 2 affluent senior brothers, had collectively gifted her a sum of 220,000 spirit stones. However, as for contribution points, apart from the meager 300 she received upon becoming a core disciple, she had none to her name. Currently, she was merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Even if she succeeded in breaking through to the 5th layer, it would be of little consequence. Thus, this time, her purpose was merely to broaden her horizons. Before entering seclusion, Qin Tian had remarked that after advancing to the nascent soul stage, Master Pengxing's simplified version of the heavenly net formation was unbeatable among Foundation establishment cultivators. She had visited the Contribution Pavilion and could muster up 18,800 spirit stones with some effort, but the requisite 3,000 contribution points remained an unattainable dream. Furthermore, she harbored the audacious hope of clandestinely meeting Ding Qishan. If fate were to smile upon her, perhaps she could discreetly eliminate him. As for settling her mother, it had not cost much. The money from selling the house in the market had filled her great-grandfather's 20 treasure bags with various spirit grains. In contrast, Uncle Qin was rather impoverished. During his wife's lifetime, she had been the primary breadwinner, and after her passing, he could barely sustain himself for 3 months before falling into dire straits. Fortunately, he was brought to the realm of cultivation by his great-grandfather. After years of navigating the bustling marketplace of Xiaoyao, he managed to retain his integrity, and his character is passably commendable. When it came to the treasures of Fang Youfu, she took none for herself, instead bestowing 500 spirit stones upon him, urging him to procure his own items in the market. Now, unburdened by any attachments, she stood within the Contribution Pavilion, gazing at the myriad treasures shimmering upon countless panels. Liu knew she must focus on one thing alone, the 3 characters of the heavenly net formation. I shall have it. The elderly cultivator in the pavilion harbored no doubts regarding her spirit stones, for 2nd and 3rd generation immortals were abundant within the Xiaoyao sect. Moreover, her deep yellow sleeves clearly indicated her status as a core disciple. While spirit stones could be bestowed by elders, contribution points must be earned independently. This principle was upheld with absolute fairness in the Xiaoyao sect. Even if one's parents were golden core true immortals, they could not grant their offspring a single point of contribution. 3,000 contribution points. Liu produced her yellow card for contribution allocation. It was said that upon surpassing 1,000 points, one could select an item equivalent to the value of spirit stones. She requested her senior brother to present the catalog for her selection. The old cultivator finally noticed her 6th finger, recognizing her identity. This was the girl who had come and inspired Master Shomo to overcome his mental obstacles and regain his vigor. Thus, it was only natural for the sect to reward her with contribution points. A holographic display once again materialized before her, this time projecting the tangible forms of items. With her 3,000 spirit stones, she could acquire quite decent upper-grade spiritual tools or lower-grade magical artifacts. However, Liu looked down upon such offerings. Anything purchasable with spirit stones held no allure for her. This was the Thunder Child, the heavenly tribulation refined by the true immortal of the golden elixir. Although diminished in potency after its creation, remains far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator to endure. Such an item, outside of auction houses, cannot be obtained for less than 10,000 spirit stones. She felt quite satisfied with it. Just as she was informing her master, the true immortal Zhuhe, of her intention to visit Dingqi Mountain at Panlong Temple, a shiver ran through her. The true immortal Zhu, he furrowed his brow and said, "You should not go to Dingqi Mountain this time." What? Dingqi Mountain was taken aback. "Master, the list has already been sent out." With a sigh, the true immortal Zhu, he produced a talisman and cautioned, "You must be exceedingly careful on this journey. If you encounter any danger, use this talisman to ensure your safety." It was a high-grade escape talisman, and Dingqi Mountain felt that a mere shiver was insufficient. Had she known, she would have shivered multiple times. "Thank you, Master." Upon leaving, she wore a beaming expression and approached Ming Shi to boast, "Junior brother Ming, look. This is the talisman that Master just bestowed upon me, a high-grade escape talisman, a valuable safeguard." Ming Shi's expression darkened. He and Dingqi Mountain had both entered the sect at the same time. Dingqi Mountain was naturally more handsome and had a way with words, making him well-liked wherever he went. It was unfortunate that despite his meticulousness, and even when he excelled in tasks, their master had never once praised him, let alone gifted him a protective talisman. With the upcoming exchange at Panlong Temple with the disciples of the demonic sect, one could not dismiss the possibility of encountering danger. He had exhausted all his spirit stones and managed to acquire only a few mid-grade talismans. "Congratulations, senior brother. Here are the spirit stones from the sale of the Gathering Chi pills you asked me to assist with, same price as before, 110 stones." "Thank you, junior brother. Consider these 10 spirit stones as payment for your errand." Ding Qishan's demeanor was gentle, as if the earlier display of arrogance had not been his own. He merely held 100 spirit stones. Ming Shi's expression stiffened. and indeed, he caught sight of the disdainful faces of two senior sisters not far away. "Thank you very much, senior brother." Observing Ming Shi hastily retreating, Ding Qishan turned with a smile to greet the two sisters. "Sister Yin, Sister Tang, I have heard that the Panlong Temple will be releasing a number of lotus pearls. I would greatly appreciate it if you could assist me in selecting a few fine ones." "A select? Haha, given that Lingze will undoubtedly attend this time. Why not accompany her yourself to make the selection? Isn't that preferable? The Dongting sect and the Lingxu sect have always supported each other, and it is customary for talented disciples to forge connections. Naturally, everyone was supportive of Ding Qishan's association with Lingze. A heartfelt thank you to Huayue Shang for the evaluation ticket and the song gifted with a safety talisman. My sincere gratitude to both of you. Chapter 55. In times of distress, one seeks change. Part 2. The master of the Lingxu sect, Hua San, was actually reluctant for Lingze to attend. What is most important for cultivators? Certainly, it is their cultivation. External fame is but a fleeting illusion. One knows their own disciple best. Lingze is exceedingly disciplined and learns from every experience, yet she is overly sentimental, caught up in the affairs of her parents. Alas, she is still too young. Hua San sighed. Having just learned of the gathering of new talents from both righteous and demonic factions at Panlong Temple, the little girl began making all sorts of preparations. She understood that her aim was to find Lu Yu. Let her discover it on her own. Let her come to terms with it herself. Of course, it would be quite delightful if those exceptional parents could be entrusted to Lu Yu. That little girl, due to her adoptive mother, dared to confront Su Immo with a fierce retort, clearly demonstrating her deep-seated emotions. It is no wonder that the twins share such a similar trajectory. Master Huasan smiled, harboring optimism for Lu Yu's future. Regardless of how things unfold between Lingze and Lu Yu, the bond they share is indelible. If Lingze's hopes materialize, and Lu Yu, upon learning her true origins, bears no resentment towards her, then Lingxu sect could indeed make certain concessions to the carefree sect, allowing them to interact more frequently, their rapport as seamless as if they were one. This singular entity, undoubtedly, would be guided by her disciple. Master Huasan toyed with the jade slip in her hand, a mysterious glimmer dancing in her eyes. While Lu Yu is undoubtedly exceptional, can she truly rival Lingze? The disparity in their upbringing places Lu Yu at a disadvantage from the very start. Though Lu Yu, far away in the carefree sect, has contemplated the possibility of encountering Lingze, her focus remains unyieldingly fixed on Ding Qishan. After circulating through the market with the remaining 30,000 spirit stones, she is left with merely 10 medium-grade spirit stones and 100 low-grade spirit stones. It is not that she lacks the desire to spend more. Rather, there is a rationale behind retaining those 10 medium-grade stones. To enhance the heavenly net formation, only medium-grade spirit stones will suffice. Perhaps even 10 will prove insufficient. Considering the individual in question is the favored disciple of Master Zhuhe, while she receives a plethora of gifts from her master and senior brother. The same cannot be said for the other party, especially given the experiences of her previous life, which suggests that this individual has never been short of spirit stones or life-saving treasures. If Ding Qishan refrains from taking action, it would be best. However, once he does, she shall ensure that he has no opportunity for retaliation. For this, she is willing to sacrifice everything. Su Danshui, serving as a steward in the task hall, felt a sense of dread upon seeing Lu Yu approach her. Sister Su, regarding the spiritual fruits submitted to the task hall, will you also account for the spirit stones? Su Danshui blinked, glancing at the wooden bracelet on Lu Yu's wrist, and after a moment's hesitation, nodded. Very well, I will calculate it for you. The total amounts to 86,980 spirit stones. I shall round it to 87,000 for you. Immediately, someone began counting out a pile of mid-grade spirit stones. Those nearby, who were also settling tasks, looked on with envy. The sect is indeed lenient towards core disciples. What they receive are mid-grade spirit stones, while for them, it is all low-grade. Please divide it into 3 portions for me, and also, sister, kindly allocate 1/3 of the contribution points due to me as well. Lu Yu nodded, as she had never intended to take advantage of her 2 senior brothers. Even though Qin Tian mentioned that all the income allocated to the residual sword peak over the years was in his possession, which was tacitly approved by their master. If their master continues to remain indifferent in the future, it would have to be divided among the 3 of them. As for the spirit wine she brewed, that would naturally be shared equally. It is possible that Qin Tian has a calamity destined for him. She hopes that the spirit wine she brews may offer him some assistance. Chu Jiachi is a sword cultivator and has no need for anything else. Yet spirit wine is indispensable. She retrieved the treasure pouch given to her by her mother from beneath the cushion and took out the ghostly banner, proceeding with her customary ritual of dismantling the banner after ensuring it was safe. In her view, as a mere fourth-layer chi refining cultivator, what difference would it make if she retained 1 or 2% of her spiritual energy within the serene confines of the Xiaoyao sect? If there truly existed an individual with malicious intent towards her, her meager spiritual power might not even suffice to send out a distress signal. Given this circumstance, how could she possibly remain? That night, the long-awaited breakthrough to the 5th level of chi refinement was finally achieved, shattering the veil of uncertainty. Naturally, Chu Jiaqing, who was refining his sword under the moonlight, sensed this development. At that moment, only he and Lu Yu occupied the entire cleft sword peak. He had thought himself quite tenacious, yet unbeknownst to him, his junior sister was striving even harder in her own way. Having just stabilized her realm, Lu Yu found no inclination to resume her slumber. She approached the entrance of Chu Jiaqing's cave dwelling. Second senior brother, come and taste the spirit wine I brewed. How is it? Can you sense the increase in spiritual energy? The freshly brewed fruit wine still bore the sweet and slightly astringent flavor of the fruits. Facing Lu Yu's eagerly expectant visage, Chu Jiaqing concentrated on feeling the spiritual energy within himself and nodded in approval. Indeed, it reached the level of low-grade spirit wine. Lu Yu beamed with joy. She had finally succeeded in brewing spirit wine. Alas, the very person she intended to share it with was absent. Perhaps forever lost in this lifetime. Bring the Qiankuan gourd that big brother gifted you. I shall assist you in filling it. With only one eye? Chu Jiaqing noticed the suppressed emotions within the young girl. Upon reaching Panlong Temple, the Chu family in the Yuanshan sect will undoubtedly seek to trouble me. What do you think I should do? Lu Yu paused momentarily. Senior brother, I accepted a sect mission precisely to accompany you, ensuring that neither the Chu family nor the Yuanshan sect can take you away. Do you have any idea how many contribution points this single task is worth? Uncle Shunshan granted me a full 8,000. Lu Yu smiled, revealing her dimples. Of the spiritual fruits from the remnant sword peak, I only received 920 contribution points. Senior brother, do you think I am wicked? Chu Jiachi gazed at her, intending to shift the topic and alleviate her self-imposed troubles. Yet, she resembled a hedgehog, seemingly irked by others' pity. Do not worry, in my heart. Both the Chu family and the Yuanshan sect hold no significance. Therefore, your 8,000 contribution points are undoubtedly yours. You still haven't answered me. Am I wicked? Using your own senior brother to earn contribution points? Have you become intoxicated before even tasting the wine? A faint smile flickered across Chu Jiachi's rigid face. What is the role of a senior brother if not to be utilized? Similarly, what of a junior sister? Would you allow me to use you to garner contribution points for the sect? Ha! The girl's clear laughter echoed across Remnant Sword Peak. I am not worth much. You will certainly incur a loss, second senior brother. Moreover, Master Shenxing's recent generosity will undoubtedly leave a mark on us. So even if you team up with the first senior brother and me, you will assuredly fail to earn 1,000 contribution points. Chapter 56, Biological Father Unfortunately. Liu spoke too soon. Master Shenxing instructed her to keep an eye on Chu Jiachi, guarding against potential encounters with the Chu family and the Yuanshan sect. In the end, it was not the Chu family or the Yuanshan sect that sought them out, but representatives from Lingze sect and the Gu family. The ancient ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Chunfeng, personally intervened, bringing with him a handwritten letter from Master Huasan to the Xiaoao Gate. Although Master Huasan concealed his actions from his disciple, he was unperturbed by using the Gu family as a stepping stone to inquire further. On that fateful day, when Ding Qishan and his companions found the Black Knight commander, Luo Chang'an, he was already on the brink of death, having had no time to reveal to Lu Yu the truth of her lineage. Upon reading the letter from the illustrious Master Huasan, which stated that Lu Yu had once been her unnamed disciple, Master Shenxing was drenched in cold sweat. It was no wonder that Brother Qi had urgently ordered the advanced election of the Carefree sect. Otherwise, how could Lu Yu have become a disciple of the Carefree school? Such twists of fate, such intricate coincidences. It felt almost too precise, indeed. The will of heaven often presents opportunities that are fleeting. He was equally intrigued by the dual nature of Lu Yu and Gu Lingze. Yet, the moment he considered the unpredictable variables surrounding Lu Yu's connection to the Carefree sect, he found himself devoid of any sense of false hope. No matter how grand the benefits laid before him. Senior, this is my nephew, Gu Zhengfan. The events of yesteryear stem from the ignorance of his wife. which has led to the prolonged estrangement between father and daughter, as well as sisters. Gu Chufeng wore a look of profound compassion. Once I learned of this matter, my nephew ordered all our subordinates to cast nets throughout the Kingdom of Water for over a year. Had it not been for our depleted resources during the calamity of water, how could none of the younger members of the Gu family have escaped? Gu Zhengfan was overcome with grief. On their journey, they had already discovered that Lu Yu was now the cherished disciple of Master Suimo. Thus, they could only harbor one objective: to see the Gu family flourish in the southwest, thereby fostering numerous connections between Lingzhe's sect and the Carefree sect. Of course, all of this hinged upon the necessity of securing Lu Yu. Gu Zhengfan's tears were genuine. In his heart, he believed wholeheartedly in the truth of Gu Chuanfeng's words. For the sake of this daughter, he indeed scattered the Black Knights outside, otherwise. At this moment, he forgot that it was the cultivators of the moon eclipsing sect who dealt with the Gu family in the Watering Kingdom. He abandoned his wife and children, leaving behind all dignity to flee alone, and finally found someone to take the blame. Xiaoyu, go to the Broken Sword Peak and summon Lu Yu. When Gu Zhengfan's cries eventually subsided and his emotions began to settle, Master Xunxing finally called for someone. Upon receiving Master Shin's discreet signal, Xiaoyu did not head directly to Broken Sword Peak, but instead went to the mission hall to find Su Danshui. Senior sister, quickly. Go to Broken Sword Peak to find Lu Yu. What nonsense! If you have something to discuss, go find her yourself. You haven't wronged her. So why does she hide when she sees you? Su Danshui had no desire to return to Broken Sword Peak. Each visit was a discomfort for her. Oh no. It won't do. Even if I go, you must come along. Deeply feeling guilty towards her, Xiaoyu dared not approach her. Hurry up, the Gu family has arrived. It turns out that Lu Yu is not her mother's daughter at all. Her mother had exchanged her with her own. What kind of tongue twister is that? Is what you say true? Su Danshui immediately stood up. Would I dare to lie? Master Hua San personally sent a letter stating that he discovered the dual body of Gu Lingze, and when he sent someone to search, Lu Yu and her mother had already redeemed themselves from the National Master's residence. They explicitly stated that they wished to take her as a disciple. Xiaoyu grasped Su Danshui's hand and headed toward Broken Sword Peak. One could hardly fathom the misfortune of Master Suimo, who, upon accepting a disciple, found himself facing competition for not just one, but two disciples. Her father, Gu Zhengfan, was weeping uncontrollably at the feet of Master Xunxing, truly a sight to behold. Has the list for Panlong Temple been sent out? Su Danshui inquired, suddenly recalling something of importance. It has, sighed Xiaoyu, exasperated. What a situation this is. Had I known earlier, there would have been an escape route, even if we had to forfeit our rankings. Xiaoyu mused that if she were Master Xunxing, she would be filled with regret. Su Danshui fell silent, her own head aching. Lu Yu was bickering with Master Zumo, all because of her mother. If it were revealed that her mother was not truly her mother. Soon, they arrived at the cliff of the Broken Sword. Lu Yu was busy in the wine cellar, and upon spotting Xiaoyu and Su Danshui approaching, she sensed trouble. As she greeted them, the aroma of wine enveloped her. Xiaoyu inhaled deeply. Even now, she could not fathom why her master would relinquish a fine disciple to Master Zumo. Observing this young sister, who could concoct delectable dishes and brew exquisite wine, now viewing her with a cold demeanor, Xiaoyu felt profoundly disadvantaged. Lu Yu, someone from the Gu family of Lingzhe sect has arrived, Su Danshui declared, knowing Xiaoyu was unreliable. You are not your mother's daughter. You are a child of the Gu family, a twin sister to Gu Lingze. Since she had begun, she felt compelled to speak her mind. However, facing the girl with a frosty expression and a glint of malice in her eyes, Su Danshui's heart leapt. Such a reaction was far from normal. Lu Yu swiftly masked her emotions, her voice devoid of any tremor. Who from the Gu family has arrived, and where are they? Xiaoyu widened her eyes, swallowing hard. They are at Duxian Peak, with Master Xunxing. It was the venerable ancestor Gu Chunfeng and your father Gu Zhengfan who arrived together. Su Danshui added her thoughts. While Lu Yu's expression twisted slightly, she had not anticipated Gu Zhengfan's presence. What audacity! I am surnamed Lu. I have no connection with the Gu family. So do not make such errors in the future, Lu Yu corrected her. Senior sister Xiaoyu, serving as a disciple under Master Xunxing in the main courtyard, was requested to recount all the events leading to their presence here. Ahem. Xiaoyu cleared her throat and relayed Gu Chuanfeng's words, as well as Gu Zhengfan's demeanor to Lu Yu. Having heard it for the second time, Su Danshui noticed that Lu Yu's smile was far more disconcerting than her previously cold and menacing expression. What does Master Xunxing imply? Xiaoyu, already ensnared in this bizarre situation by Lu Yu, could only wear a bitter smile. Naturally, Master Shun would not favor them. Senior sister, please inform Master Shun. I shall handle this matter myself. Lu Yu summoned a wooden crane, requesting Master Shun to provide her with a tranquil space. Lu Yu, how do you intend to resolve this? Su Danshu genuinely felt that the individuals from the Remnant Sword Peak were quite peculiar. Initially, Lu Yu had seemed normal, yet now she appeared equally strange. In Chapter 57, titled Wretched Offspring, Part 2, after a strong promotion and with another update pending, might I request that everyone extend some courtesy by adding this to their bookshelf? Su Danshui could not extract from Lu Yu how she intended to resolve the situation. However, she witnessed, as Lu Yu entered the side chamber, Gu Zhongfan, with reddened eyes, attempting to embrace his daughter, only to receive a resounding slap across his face. As if Lu Yu had summoned all her strength for the blow, Su Danshui stared blankly, and just as she was about to look again, the barrier within had already closed. Yu. Faced with the handsome face of Gu Zhongfan, trembling with anger, and then seeing the palm print, Lu Yu let out a soft laugh. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the middle-aged man, equally astonished, who abruptly straightened his posture. In her previous life, she had never encountered Gu Chunfeng, yet that did not diminish her disdain for him, regardless of whether Gu Zhongfan was a man of worth. As the patriarch of the Gu family, he was well aware of the impending crisis in the water-splashing kingdom, yet he chose to remain silent. Subsequently, due to Gu Lingze, he indulged the very Gu Zhongfan he detested, allowing him to cultivate peacefully until his demise. For this alone, Gu Chunfeng could hardly be deemed virtuous. I have long wished to strike you. Lu Yu's voice rang clear. Do you see where this is? The immortal crossing peak of the carefree sect, and I, Lu Yu, am the disciple of Master Suemo. I am your true father, your biological father. In response to Gu Zhongfan's furious shout, Lu Yu merely fiddled with her ears. I am not deaf, but what is a biological father? Have you cared for me even for a single day? Have you ever offered me a smile? No, nothing at all. The gesture of her open hands held a hint of whimsical mischief. In her childhood, her family relied on her father, Lu Sheng, for sustenance. At the age of 6, my mother and I followed Lady Wu to the National Master's estate to work. I was chosen as a maid, spending mornings accompanying Miss Lingze in her studies and afternoons practicing martial arts. In my quest to master the plum blossom stance, I fell into the cesspool numerous times. The stench unbearable even for myself. I had no idea you suffered so much. Gu Zhenfan felt a pang of sorrow. How could he not? His wife had concealed from him the truth about their other child, who had been stillborn at birth. Where, had I known sooner? How could I have allowed you to endure so much suffering? Lu Yu's expression twisted in anguish at that moment. She surprisingly perceived a flicker of paternal affection in his gaze. It was a look of compassion she had only witnessed before when he regarded Gu Lingze. You wish to spare me from suffering? Lu Yu's voice softened, filling Gu Zhongfan with a glimmer of hope. He instinctively recoiled. Stepping closer, Lu Yu continued. I can only imagine that it must be crawling with maggots up there. Those who die instantly are the most fortunate, while those who linger must endure the horrifying vision of their own bodies being invaded by those repugnant creatures. Tell me, did they suffer? In her previous life, after becoming a ghostly figure, she had vaguely perceived her own corpse, infested with maggots. Later, as she was consumed by the ghostly flames, she often pondered whether the agony of the flames was more unbearable than the torment of the maggots burrowing into her flesh. With such thoughts, she endured day after day, year after year. Now, recalling those memories, a wave of sorrow washed over her. No. It is you. He seethed with rage, harboring resentment toward the heavens, the earth, and anyone oblivious to his singular devotion to the path of enlightenment. Even when he glimpsed the profound disappointment in Gu Lingze's eyes, or faced the taunts of the younger clan members hurling stones and rotten eggs at him, he refused to dwell on it. Now, confronted by Lu Yu's visceral revelations, the daughter he had infused with boundless hope appeared to despise him. Did she truly harbor such hatred for him? A father who had seemingly turned against his own flesh and blood? In light of the circumstances, if he cannot find solace, neither shall she. With bloodshot eyes, she shouted, It is you. If I were not seeking you, with no weapons at my disposal, how would I have descended to such depths? Is it truly me? You accuse me? Lu Yu pointed to herself, your black knight, reduced to nothing in the hands of an immortal. You wretched child. Regardless of your father's actions, he remains your father. Gu Chifeng was taken aback by Gu Zhongfan's naivety, and never anticipated that the reunion between father and daughter would unfold in such a manner. He had expected tears and embraces, yet in the eyes of this girl, he discerned something else: contempt, disgust, hatred, even murderous intent. Wretched child. I too consider myself one. Liu scoffed. Gu Chunfeng, let me be clear, I have long been aware of my origins. That is precisely why I left the master's residence with my mother. Spare me your talk of bloodlines. I am merely granting some face to Gu Lingze. Otherwise, do you think, Master Uncle, shall I further tear apart their facade? Or do you still wish to observe this spectacle? At such a juncture, what further masks could be torn? Xin Sheng, the true man, touched his nose. How could she know he had placed a sliver of divine awareness within to keep watch? Gu Chunfeng, esteemed Taoist of the Gu family, Liu is my disciple, a cherished pupil of our old acquaintances. Your personal matters are of no concern to me, but should a single hair be harmed on Liu Yu's head, the Gu family, even under the protection of Lingze sect, would not withstand the consequences. Liu Yu's smile blossomed like a flower, signaling that the plan had succeeded. Thank you, Master. Outside, Xunsheng adjusted his long beard, advising against flattery and urging the prompt resolution of personal matters, for there were still questions he needed to address. With his face in such disarray, if Xunsheng did not express concern, he would withdraw the last vestiges of his consciousness. It seemed that, in the side hall, only the three of them remained, yet silence enveloped them all. After a long pause, Gu Chunfeng lamented with great sorrow, "Wretched child." Liu scoffed. "If I am a wretched child, then what are you?" She glanced at the disheveled Gu Zhongfan, feeling an even deeper disdain for Gu Chunfeng. "You must be aware that Tang Qing of the Moon Eclipsing sect has ascended to the nascent soul stage. Are you not aware of the sordid entanglements between the Tang and Yi families in the water-splashing kingdom? Yet none of you have sent him a word of comfort." "Old Gu, do you need me to elaborate further?" Gu Chunfeng was taken aback. He knew, as did Lingzhe's sect. But no one had sent word to Gu Zhongfan, not even Lingze. Why the silence? Lingzhe's sect had their reasons, and the Gu family had theirs. Gu Zhongfan looked at Gu Chunfeng, then at his daughter, whom he loathed to the core, and suddenly seemed unable to bear the weight of his own despair. Collapsing onto the ground, he could no longer rely on this daughter. After searching for so long and exerting so much effort, he had gained nothing. Observing Gu Zhongfan in such a state, Liu Yu found it utterly laughable. He was a fool, she was a fool, and those so-called brothers and sisters who perished in the water-splashing kingdom were equally absurd. "Leave now," Liu Yu declared, regarding Gu Zhongfan from a position of superiority. "I am Liu Yu. Now and forever shall I be known as Liu Yu. You bear the bloodline of the Gu family." Gu Chunfeng gritted his teeth. "So many of the Gu lineage perished in the kingdom of water. Why do you not seek them out?" Liu Yu retorted, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "I would have informed you that had I not wished to spare my master and his peers from deeming me cold-blooded, had my cultivation not been so lacking, I would have slain Gu Zhongfan upon our first encounter." Gu Chunfeng trembled with rage. What a wretched offspring this is. What wrong has the Gu family ever committed against you? Liu Yu coldly regarded the two. "We are all astute individuals, and you know as well as I do. And others know too, why I exist in this world. The bloodline of the Gu family may well be on the brink of extinction. Yet there are certainly many illegitimate offspring without spiritual roots. If you truly cherish the bonds of blood, you could seek them out. Since I was never meant to bear the surname Gu from the outset, all that pertains to the Gu family bears no relevance to me. You. Is it because Mei Ruoxian despises you for being six-fingered that you dare to redirect your resentment towards the Gu family? Had you been like Lingze, how could the Gu family not support you? What infuriates Gu Chunfeng the most is that Gu Zhongfan has sired so many children, exploiting the clan's cultivation resources. The Gu family sends forth so many provisions each year, yet the most deserving individuals fail to benefit, and they have lost track of them. Now, this wretched girl is a core disciple of the Carefree sect. The thought of such brilliance eluding the Gu family ignites a darkness before his eyes. Your Gu family is rotten to the core, filthy, foul. Liu felt an intense fluctuation in her body, alternating between a scorching heat and a bone-chilling cold, accompanied by overwhelming nausea and dizziness. In that moment, she harbored a profound disdain for her own physical form. "I have granted face to Gu Lingze, the prodigious disciple of Lingzhe's sect. You may as well gather the dignity you have lost on the ground. Do not harbor any illusions of obtaining anything from me. I shall refrain from joining others in attacking the Gu family, so consider yourself fortunate." Chapter 58. The acknowledgement of Xinxing Gu Chunfeng, burdened with the feeble Gu Zhongfan, fled in disarray from the Xiaoao gate. Naturally, Master Xinsheng had long perceived her distress. With a flick of his sleeve, he commanded her to regain her composure. Unable to suppress the nausea any longer, Lu Yu dashed out of the hall and collapsed to the side, retching uncontrollably. Master Shen Sheng was taken aback. He now believed the words of his long-forgotten junior brother, who had languished for over 80 years. Lu Yu would rather label herself as a scourge than maintain any connection with the Gu family. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for both her estranged mother, who had abandoned her, and the father who sought her out, despising them to her very core. This disdain even extended to her own being, as she wrestled with self-loathing due to their actions. The master of the Broken Sword Peak, as the gatekeeper, possessed his own set of criteria for selecting successors. It was best he refrained from meddling in such matters. Indeed, upon reflecting on the repercussions stemming from Gu Lingze, both Su Danxue and Xia Yu exchanged glances, acknowledging Lu Yu's unfortunate circumstances. With such parents and a lineage, she might as well have been a beggar by the roadside. Blissfully ignorant, and thus, far more content. Eventually, Lu Yu managed to quell her discomfort, employing countless cleansing spells to restore her cleanliness. She harbored resentment towards her own body, yet she had to continue living her life. Moreover, she could not allow that beast to ruin her existence. Everything that needed to be repaid from her past life had been settled, and in this lifetime, she was determined to live well, with intention and purpose. Master Uncle, you have witnessed it yourself. Due to this one finger, my biological mother abandoned me at birth. As for my biological father, there is no need for me to comment further. Therefore, I will not acknowledge them. The Gu family should not expect to gain even a fragment of spiritual stones from me. Liu spoke with unwavering resolve. I know the sect must maintain its image before Lingshu's sect and uphold the Gu family's reputation. However, if you allow the Gu family to profit from Xiao sect, on the day I establish my foundation, I will personally visit the Gu family and slay my own father. Su Danxue and Xia Yu held their breath in astonishment. While others might completing and weeping for recognition, she would simply cast them aside and resort to violence. It was not impossible. Yet, if she were to take her father's life, it would mean a lifetime of personal ruin, equating to a profound loss of integrity. The cultivation world, though it valued the bond between master and disciple, could not sever the ties of blood. Should she act upon such intentions, she would be condemned for life. As for Xiao sect, her affiliation with it would undoubtedly be tarnished. Real Master Shen stared at her, indifferent to whether or not to maintain the dignity of Lingshu sect. He could not fathom how Lu Yu, having risen from the very bottom, understood the intricacies of their high-level interactions, which often involved mutual flattery and compromise. Could it be that the astute Feng Youfu had imparted such wisdom to her? Reflecting on her actions at the Cleft Sword Peak and her audacity in demanding contributions, he could not help but burst into laughter. The sound of his laughter echoed throughout the Duxian Peak, leaving Su Danxue and Xia Yu in a state of bewilderment. Captivated by such unrestrained joy and exuberance, Lu Yu suspected that the esteemed elders of the Xiaoyao sect, including her master, might be somewhat unhinged. What did she say? She declared her intent to slay her own father, and yet this elder could only laugh heartily in response. The few white clouds above Duxian Peak were dispersed by the boisterous laughter of Master Shenxing. Naturally, Ji and the others sensed something amiss and hurried over. Ever since the stars of the southwest had dimmed, Shen Sheng had not laughed so heartily. For years, he had focused solely on arranging contingency plans and assessing his disciples. Several elders streamed in. Lu Yu, I promise you, the Gu family shall not gain any advantage from my Xiaoyao sect because of you. Shenxing felt a surge of satisfaction as he gestured to them. However, you must also promise me to avoid conflict with the Gu family as much as possible. Understood. If the Gu family did not seek her out, she would care little for them. She had no interest in how Gu Lingze assisted her father, nor did she wish to engage with her mother, who might already be suffering in the water-drenched country. Each person must lead their own life. They were strangers to one another. Together with Su Danxue and Xia Yu, she bowed respectfully to the elders and quietly withdrew. Xia Yu glared, while Su, the senior sister, grew increasingly mischievous, even stealing her lines. Lu Yu had initially wished to indulge in self-pity, but Shen Sheng's absurd laughter, along with the antics of those two shameless sisters, extinguished her ire. After enjoying a meal of the first course that day, she found herself dreaming of more. Clenching her teeth, Lu Yu lamented that all her spirit stones had been exchanged for goods, leaving her without funds for a decent meal. All right, Xia Yu. Go fetch a portion of the first course. Today, let us sisters enjoy a drink together. Su Danxue was certainly not one to suffer losses. With a fleeting glance at Lu Yu, she suddenly felt the shadow of her own shortcomings. Sister Xia, since this is an apology, Could you please bring me an extra portion for my late-night snack? How can you be so shameless? Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. I'm your senior sister. Am I really capable of such acts of contrition? Haha, it's not an apology. I simply have a craving, all right? Lu Yu chuckled. Well, that's the truth. The three of them laughed in unison. When Xiaoyu arrived at the residual sword peak with 2 packed portions of the exquisite meal, she found Lu Yu had already set everything up on the large blue stone at the entrance, awaiting the main course. You two are utterly shameless. Xiaoyu finally felt she had been wronged. Lu Yu, you've cheated me out of 2 portions. At least ensure I get more of that fine spirit wine to take with me. The meal itself came with 4 pounds of low-grade spirit wine, yet at that moment, all she yearned for was Lu Yu's homemade brew. All right, but all 40 pieces of dessert are mine. A single meal consisted of 20 dishes. And the desserts also numbered 20. Last time, Lu Yu, preoccupied with her thoughts, had only tasted 2, which were all claimed by Su Danshui. This time, she could finally indulge. Master Shimo has already given you a meeting gift. Do you really need to rob me of a few spirit stones? Xiaoyu fumed as she glanced at the wooden patterned bracelet on Lu Yu's wrist. She too relished the desserts accompanying the meal, each bite. So delectable, she felt as though she could swallow her own tongue. Lu Yu was aware. Her master's affluent reputation was undoubtedly well known throughout the Xianyao sect. But could she admit she had spent all the spirit stones given to her by her master and senior brother? What my master bestowed upon me is rightfully mine. Sister, have you ever heard anyone claim that there is such a thing as a free feast in this world, only to dine on someone else's generosity? Su Danshui pointed at the astonished Xiaoyu and laughed heartily. All right, just give it to her. Otherwise, she will always feel wronged, and eventually, she will pester you daily, leading to greater losses for you. Certainly more than just these 2 portions of pastries. Sister Su truly understands me. Lu Yu exclaimed joyfully. She is indeed a master at finding profit. Xiaoyu had come to understand Lu Yu's nature somewhat and found herself helpless against it. She took out all 40 packets of pastries. Lu Yu was no longer concerned about where to store them, as her storage bracelet was quite spacious. Chapter 59, The Strange, Part 2. On the flying tower bound for Panlong Temple, Master Shiyu personally led the team. Numerous individuals stood in small clusters on the deck, all captivated by the distinct scenery of the Central Plains, which differed from the southwest. This time, the sect dispatched 20 Qi refinement practitioners and 20 foundation establishment practitioners, with Lu Yu being the sole one genuinely here to broaden her horizons. Her cultivation method was an ancient technique, unlike those of her senior brothers and sisters, rendering her unable to draw from their experiences. Naturally, she remained in her cabin, fervently waving her brush over sheets of talisman paper, amidst so many powerful figures, including the esteemed Chu family Shi Gu Lingze, all of whom were nascent soul masters at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. It was conceivable that any of them could expend a bit of spiritual energy to ease her journey. Yet, none moved. Lingze, bound by his mother's dying wish, had given a drop of his life essence. Should he then remain forever subservient in her presence? Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted from the talisman paper beneath her brush. Unfazed, Liu brushed it aside and proceeded to the next sheet. For 21 consecutive days, Master Shiyu did not spot Chu Jiachi or Lu Yu on the deck, and he could not help but smile wryly. While others are preoccupied with nurturing relationships and exchanging experiences, these two remain ensconced in their own world. The reputation of the residual sword peak has certainly improved due to Lu Yu's recent actions. However, their lack of initiative means that others will not come knocking at their door. As for Su Danshui and Xiaoyu, they are well aware of what transpired that day. If someone wishes to be alone, they cannot be forcibly drawn out. Look, wow, what beautiful fireworks. The onlookers on the deck gazed in awe at the fireworks lighting up the distant sky. Tonight is the Lantern Festival, and those lanterns are simply stunning. Do you like it? Master Shiyu emerged with a smile, remarking that they were now in Dehua City, not far from Panlong Temple, which lies within their sphere of influence. Having arrived here, if they still refrained from wandering about, the people of the demonic sect might mistakenly believe that they, of the Shao sect, were afraid. Observing the jubilant expressions around him, Master Shiyu nodded and instructed, "Go fetch Lu Yu and Chu Jiachi for me, tonight. I will grant you a night of revelry in Dehua City." When Lu Yu and Chu Jiachi finally emerged, everyone was already in high spirits, eagerly prepared for the evening. Master Shiyu folded the deck boat and led the group on foot into the city. Stepping out of the building, they found themselves enveloped by nightfall. Lu Yu, still unaccustomed to the chill, being only at the 5th level of Qi refinement, lacked strong resistance to temperature fluctuations. Reluctantly, she donned the large woolen cloak gifted by her master as a means to ward off the cold. Despite being the youngest among her peers, she possessed no childlike innocence. All she desired was to find an inn and continue her talisman crafting. Perhaps it is the incessant drawing of symbols that has led her to perceive an extraordinary stroke of fortune these days, with a success rate nearing 50%. Such a splendid opportunity, if not seized earnestly, would betray her own aspirations. "Let us take a stroll," suggested her esteemed master, who had personally initiated the idea. Chu Jiaqing. Breaking from tradition, she drew his sword and guided her forward. Observing the figure of Master Shiyu ahead, Liu felt a twinge of hesitation to decline. Still haunted by the memory of when this master had cornered Ding Qishan with her sweeping leaf sword, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Thus, even when Qin Tian remarked that the remnant sword peak and the flying peak were in perfect alignment, she found herself instinctively avoiding the latter. "Ah, it is you." Fellow Taoist Shiyu, a middle-aged Taoist at the city gate, interjected, scrutinizing them discreetly before fixing his gaze upon Chu Jiaqing. "It is the esteemed Master Boyun of the Calming sect. Is your esteemed sect taking rest here as well?" Shiyu had long pondered over Chu Jiaqing's remarkable ability to cultivate sword intent at such a tender age, intrigued by his presence. "Hee. You from the Shaoao sect are perhaps the last to arrive. Others have already reached Panlong Temple," Boyun chuckled. "I have come to Dehua Temple in search of the old monk Fuzhou, having heard he acquired a piece of starwood from the Dead Sea. Would you care to join me, fellow Taoist?" "Starwood, you say? I would certainly like to witness that." Shiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You may venture forth. Let us gather here at the city gate tomorrow morning." "Indeed," they all replied in unison, departing with laughter and delight towards their respective interests. Liu and Chu Jiaqing soon merged into the throng of countless lanterns. Look! That double dragon seizing pearl lantern is utterly magnificent." Chu Jiaqi also came to a halt, marveling at the sight of the twin dragons straining forward to seize the resplendent pearl lantern that loomed high above. He had grown up in the realm of cultivation and had never fathomed that ordinary mortals, devoid of spiritual power, could create something so exquisitely lifelike. Liu, however, showed little interest in the spectacle. "Senior brother, take your time to enjoy. I shall seek out an inn to rest for the night." "No need for that. Did you not notice that Master Shiyu is unconcerned? This is the territory of Panlong Temple, where both righteous and demonic forces converge. Even Elder Fuzhou has arrived. Who would dare to stir trouble?" Indeed, as if on cue, a wave of applause erupted from a distance, emanating from a figure clad in yellow and white, who had successfully acquired the dragon pearl lantern. "Then I shall go join the revelry. I will recount the happenings to you tomorrow." With a wave of her hand, Liu turned to retrace her steps towards the alley she had previously glimpsed, hoping to locate an inn. Yet, every alley she encountered was adorned with lanterns, leading her in a circle until she found herself back on the main lantern street. Liu felt a sense of helplessness as she continued to flow with the crowd. "Has anyone seen my child? Has anyone seen my child?" A woman's heart-wrenching cries compelled others to clutch their children more tightly. Little Belle, do not frighten your grandfather. Come out quickly." Approximately 10 meters away from Liu, an elderly man broke into a sweat in his frantic search for his grandson. Almost instantly, the entire lantern street seemed to boil over. As numerous individuals discovered that their children were missing, the street was filled with nothing but those enchanting children lost in dreams, and Liu herself. Alas, awaken! Liu shook the girl nearest to her, yet all she received in return was a vacant smile, reminiscent of a marionette. "Hey, wake up!" This scene repeated itself. As she rattled a dozen children, each one transformed into a puppet, merely smiling without a sound. Moreover, she was the only one moving on the entire street. Each echoing footstep seemed to strike a chord within her heart. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a new chapter, and to those still following my tale, I kindly request your support with a subscription. I have heard that the initial subscriptions significantly influence future promotions. I implore those who have read my work illicitly to lend your support tomorrow. I promise to deliver with unwavering dedication thereafter. Chapter 60. Ghostly Night. The peculiar occurrences on Flower Street could not escape the attention of Su Dan Shui and her companions. However, despite the depth of their spiritual awareness, they found no trace of individuals clutching the missing children. Even before her eyes, she witnessed a boy who had just purchased a frozen pear vanish from the street, unable to catch him in time. How audacious! Su Dan Shui gritted her teeth. They naturally suspected the demonic sect was at play. Those chosen to participate in the Tao Demon Exchange were not to be underestimated, with 20 foundational practitioners ready to unite. The audacity of the demonic sect to snatch individuals under their noses was a blatant disregard for the Xiaoao sect, even a show of force. They could not afford to reveal any sign of weakness. Without further instruction, they paired off, using their spiritual awareness to guard the four gates of Dehua, ensuring that no one could be spirited away. They also brought along their junior disciples in the Qi refinement stage to investigate the demonic sect's arrangements. Luo Xiang, a disciple of Master Peshang, wielded his flying sword, conjuring countless illusory forms to extinguish several lanterns. Where are Xiaoyu and Lu Yu? Fang Qingshu discovered that those who had gone missing were predominantly younger individuals, the youngest among them being Lu Yu, merely 14 years of age. Xiaoyu was equally uncertain, having previously overheard her conversing with Chu Jiechi about seeking refuge for the night at an inn. It is the ghost night has returned. An elderly man cried out in terror, causing immediate chaos among the throngs on Lantern Street. The situation escalated to the brink of a stampede, compelling everyone to utilize their spiritual energy to safeguard those who had already fallen to the ground. No one is to move. All must remain still, Su Danshui declared decisively, exerting her foundational pressure upon the mortals present. We are disciples of the carefree immortal sect. Clarify this ghost night to me. One by one, sunstones and moonstones emerged from their hands, illuminating the surroundings in exquisite detail. Dahua City could scarcely be considered a pivotal stronghold of Panlong Temple, as every 20 years, monks would transition from Dahua Temple to Panlong Temple, rumored to have embarked on their journey of immortality. As one individual knelt, it prompted a cascade of others to follow suit. Was this truly not directed at them? Su Danshui exchanged a discreet glance with several fellow disciples. What happened thereafter? Subsequently, a wandering master arrived and established Dahua Temple 3 miles to the north of the city, ensuring a peaceful existence for nearly 2 to 3 centuries. Who could have foreseen that today would witness its resurgence? The elder wept profusely, and many in Dahua City, familiar with the legend, joined in his lamentation. A well-dressed gentleman clutched his son tightly, beseeching Su Danshui for mercy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, numerous others embraced their own children, collectively pleading for compassion. Su Danshui was troubled by the commotion, and since Panlong Temple had specifically constructed Dahua Temple here, they must possess some knowledge. She found it difficult to communicate with these mortals and sent out a distress signal in the form of a rescue firework, assuring them that the safety of their children was now in their hands. Xiaoyu, destroy all the lanterns at once. Given the preceding circumstances, these lanterns undoubtedly harbored some mystery, prompting everyone to act in unison, swiftly dismantling all the lanterns in the street. Just as Master Shiryu was about to admire the celestial star wood presented by Master Fu Zhan, he was momentarily taken aback by the firework. To the astonishment of both Bo Yun and Fu Zhou, she unexpectedly hurled the rare celestial star wood to the ground, instantly soaring towards the scene of the incident. Fu Zhou felt a pang of sorrow for his celestial star wood, yet the disciples of the carefree sect could not afford to have an incident occur under his watch, as Panlong Temple would not tolerate it. Hastily stuffing the celestial star wood into his embrace, he too made his way towards Lantern Street. Upon seeing that his disciple was unharmed while so many mortals remained kneeling in distress, the concern that had recently clouded Master Shiryu's mind swiftly transformed into anger. Gui Xiao? Fu Zhou was taken aback, then rushed down to seize an elderly man. Is it truly Gui Xiao? Yes, Master. Please save me. It is Gui Xiao. My little grandson. I held him so tightly, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Another wave of wailing erupted on Lantern Street. As long as it was not their family suffering a misfortune, Shiryu's anger flared at Fu Zhou's earlier reluctance. What is so remarkable about celestial star wood? She scoffed. Where are Chu Jiechi and Lu Yu? Counting, she realized 2 were missing, and the relief that had momentarily washed over her tightened once more. Lu Yu had only stayed here for a brief moment. She ought to be resting at an inn somewhere. Chu Jiechi must have gone in search of her. As Su Danshui's words fell, Master Shiyu's consciousness swiftly enveloped the entirety of Dahua City. Before her departure, she had inscribed a mark of awareness upon each individual. Yet the imprints on Chu Jiechi and Lu Yu were faint. Where could they be? With neither Chu Jiechi nor Lu Yu in sight, Shiyu's eyes widened in alarm. Fu Zhou Gui Xiao. Provide me with a comprehensive account of everything concerning Gui Xiao. I have lost 2 individuals. The Master Fu Zhou, startled by her summon, felt a jolt of anxiety. Gui Xiao had committed 2 acts of violence in Dahua City, yet Panlong Temple had only uncovered the faintest traces. How was he to explain that? Fellow cultivator, please hold on a moment. Allow me to ensure their safety first. Nonsense. Including Xiaoyu, everyone was taken aback. She had followed her master for 2 decades and had never witnessed her utter such coarse language. By the time you secure them, will Chu Jiachi and Lu Yu still be alive? They are perfectly capable of surviving here. Hasten to find them. Shi Yu was indeed frantic. Not only had Chu Jiachi just turned 19 and grasped the essence of sword intent, but also, as brother Shunxing had remarked, Lu Yu was destined to succeed Zumo as the steward of the Tsuanjian Peak. How could she permit anything to befall her? They had expended immense effort to assist Zumo in taking on these 2 disciples. Ultimately, due to her greed for a celestial starwood, she had misplaced these 2 crucial individuals. How could she justify this? The matter pertained to the legacy of the Xiaoao sect, while others could face calamities. Chu Jiachi and Lu Yu could not afford to encounter any misfortune. In that moment, she was nearly beside herself with anxiety. Concerning the matter of the Ghost Festival, the Xiaoyao sect had previously witnessed the mockery directed at Panlong Temple, yet now, she yearns to shatter that jest post-haste. Master Fuzhou is acutely aware that the true man Shi Yu is genuinely anxious. After all, Chu Jiachi has comprehended the essence of the sword, which any sect would duly regard with utmost importance. Hurry, follow me, he urged. Within the subterranean chambers of Dahua Temple, a surveillance array had been established to monitor any unusual occurrences within Dahua City. Regrettably, ever since its inception, that entity had not been seen for many years. They had always believed that the grandeur of Buddha's teachings had successfully driven that malevolent spirit away. Little did they know, today it was poised to confront them. Upon witnessing the mist-like entity sweeping across the lantern-laden streets within the array, Shi Yu trembled with fury. Both Buyun and Fuzhou wore grim expressions. That misty apparition was unmistakably the manifestation of a mirage. In the realm of cultivation, only 2 factions possessed such a phenomenon. One was the demonic sect known as Tianyu sect, and the other was the Taoist school of Huanying sect. Both wielded treasures forged from mirage pearls. It was said these pearls were unearthed from ancient cultivation caverns. Mirage pearls are notoriously elusive, and there have been no records of them in the cultivation world for millennia, suggesting they may have long since become extinct. It is evident that one of these 2 factions is causing unrest. What is particularly infuriating is their audacity to act despite knowing the Xiaoyao sect's presence, even daring to abduct both Chu Jiachi and Lu Yu. The sweeping leaf sword whistled forth, seeking its true master, while she endeavored to locate those attending the gathering at Panlong Temple. Since when did Shi Yu adopt such a volatile temperament akin to that of the true man Meiji? Master Fuzhou inquired of the closely following true man Boyan. The master of thin clouds quickened his pace, his expression grave. It would be wise to refrain from playing games, should matters escalate. The grand assembly of the Panlong Temple might devolve into a battleground between righteous and demonic forces. Shi Yu's temperament was such that he would not exhibit such urgency unless truly provoked. They still had several promising disciples in their midst. It would be prudent to relocate them sooner rather than later. The marketplace of Panlong Temple was bustling day and night, filled with figures from various sects of both righteousness and malevolence. To prevent potential confrontations among enemies, Panlong Temple had prepared 2 arenas for life and death duels, should conflict arise. They were free to settle their disputes there. Akiheim, come forth. Shi Yu's furious shout alerted everyone in the marketplace that trouble was brewing. Oh, what have I done to provoke you, esteemed Shi Yu? Are you challenging me before the eyes of the world? Akiheim was undaunted, even if she felt a twinge of fear. She had to maintain her composure. The Heavenly Desires sect now represented the forces of darkness, and showing any sign of weakness would be tantamount to submission to the righteous. While the younger generation could spar among themselves, if the prominent figures were to clash, it would have already occurred, leaving no room for the current exchanges at Panlong Temple. Release my people, or you shall forfeit your participation in the Panlong Grand Assembly. Let us engage in a fight to the death. Humph. Akiheim snorted disdainfully. Men may act recklessly, but words must be chosen wisely. When did I ever capture your disciples? Moreover, do you truly believe that the men I fancy would be comparable to those you desire? Enraged, Shi Yu summoned his leaf sword, declaring, "Which? You dare to abduct my disciples in Dahua City under the guise of a ghostly knight, and now you wish to obscure the truth? It is not her doing. How could she possibly acknowledge it?" Lady Kuei raised her long willow branch, declaring, "For the past few days, I have been entertaining myself with my maidservants. Even if you wish to frame someone, you ought to provide a more plausible reason." "Not you?" Shi Yu exclaimed, exasperated. "Huanling, release the person, floating boat, and thin cloud." who were closely pursuing, exchanged wry smiles. After all, the act was accomplished through thievery. Who would claim it? Such matters could be privately resolved through threats or inducements. But if they were brought into the light of day, it would indeed be peculiar if anyone admitted to it. Senior, my master is not present here, Li Chongqing, a golden core cultivator leading the Huanling sect, interjected. Moreover, how could my Huanling sect possibly act against the members of the Xiao sect? Perhaps you have made an error? Shiyu gritted his teeth. An error? Humph. Master Fuzhou, do you believe I am mistaken? Is it not the treasure forged from the Shunju that has been lurking in Dehua City, causing mischief? Lady Kuei and Li Chongqing exchanged glances, each harboring their own suspicions. I have witnesses and evidence here. Lady Kuei smiled mischievously at Li Chongqing. It would be delightful if the members of the Taoist sect turned against one another. I spent the entire night here. Everyone in the marketplace can vouch for me. Behind her stood a translucent pink sedan chair, within which were two bare-chested, fair-skinned men. Li Chongqing stepped forward. The Shunju of our sect is a treasured artifact meant to uphold our lineage, traditionally reserved for our disciples to cultivate illusions. How could it possibly be involved in any mischief at this time and place? Shiyu grasped the sweeping leaf sword, fixating on the two. I care not what schemes you two are concocting. The fact remains that only you possess the Shunju within the cultivation world, whether it be magic or the path. I give you 2 days to release the person in question. Otherwise, prepare to face the consequences of being cast aside. The situation has escalated significantly. Those present exchanged glances, bewildered by her implication that even the illusory spirit sect might face annihilation. Where are the disciples of the Free and Easy sect? The three on duty from the Free and Easy sect, Guan Fanyu, stepped forward hastily. Wang Hao intercepted the communication jade slip and, along with another senior brother, rushed towards the teleportation array. Floating boat, my disciple encountered trouble in your Dehua City. Panshan Temple cannot remain uninvolved. This matter pertains to the vital legacy of the Free and Easy sect, and Shiyu is beyond caring for anything else, including you, Bo Yun. Were it not for you, I would not have left them. Until this matter is resolved, you two remain under suspicion. Master Bo Yun swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. Do not be anxious, fellow cultivator. Let us proceed to Panshan Temple to discuss this matter thoroughly. Humph. Shiyu scoffed softly, sweeping the leaf sword with a gentle motion, silently cleaving the two life and death arenas in half. Guan Fangyu hastened to Dehua City and informed them that they must turn the city upside down to locate the missing person. Everyone present understood the implications of the two fallen arenas. If the person could not be found, a confrontation between the Free and Easy sect and Panshan Temple was inevitable. Floating Boat had no means to intervene. The individual had indeed vanished from his sight. He nodded towards several teams of disciples guarding the marketplace, instructing them to accompany Guan Fanyu to Dehua and assist in the search. Kuaiji and Li, I invite you both as well. Indeed, this has become a significant affair. The ancient figures of the Demon Gate wore knowing smiles. Even before the battle commenced, the disciples of the Taoist sect were already at odds with one another. How delightful. However, many understood the significance of this matter. The upcoming exchange conference pertained to the literary contest between the righteous and the demonic. Each faction was keenly observing the potential of the other's younger generation, aiming to recalibrate any disputes that might arise. Each sought victory, bringing along their most promising disciples, carefully nurtured by their respective sections. These individuals were destined to inherit their lineages and would be meticulously trained within their sections. Yet, before the contest even began, 2 promising candidates had already been lost, a source of dismay for any sect, regardless of which they belonged to. In Chapter 61, Dream Shinch, the inhabitants of the market grew increasingly wary of both the Tianyu sect and the illusory spirit sect, as the Shinch Pearl artifact was exclusively held by these 2 factions. More individuals began to inquire about the mysterious ghost festival. Given that the Panlong Temple had pursued the true mastermind for hundreds of years without success, it seemed unlikely they would uncover anything this time either. Within half a day, the protective formations at various locations in the market were being reinforced. Li remained oblivious to the chaos outside. After several cautious rounds within, she encountered no incidents. Realizing that the individuals staring foolishly at the lanterns were indeed under the influence of these lights, she clutched 10 of her hand-drawn low-tier talismans. Yet when cast upon the lanterns, they appeared to have no effect. The lanterns remained steadfast, seemingly mocking her audacity. I am a core disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. If you dare to abduct me, my master will undoubtedly seek retribution, Lu Yu asserted, drawing upon her formidable backing with remarkable ease. Shall we come to an agreement? Regardless, you intend to apprehend these individuals. Although I am still young, my mind remains clear. If you allow me to leave, we shall part ways amicably, each embarking on our own path. Lu Yu inhaled deeply, realizing that your audacity knows no bounds. Do you presume my talismans are of little worth? I am reluctant to part with my wealth. Each of these charms was acquired at considerable expense. Behold, these are mid-grade fireball talismans. Just imagine. Should I unleash them all at once, targeting a single location, what chaos would ensue? Indeed, the talismans she possessed were genuinely of mid-grade quality, though not exclusively fireball charms. The lanterns along Lantern Street seemed to quiver slightly. Lu Yu carefully gathered her talismans once more, as she had stated. She truly could not bear to discard them all in one reckless moment. These were meant for dealing with Ding Qishan, not for a mere mortal like this. If those lurking in the shadows only dared to confront common folk, why should she be in such a hurry? Very well, if you refuse to release me, I shall remain here, awaiting my Master's arrival to rescue me. She held unwavering confidence in Master Shiyu. That formidable figure had once avenged Jingshan in a previous life, relentlessly pursuing foes deep into the demonic realm. Now, as a carefree disciple, whether for the sake of reputation or loyalty, he could not possibly abandon her. She felt no urgency, and the lanterns surrounding her seemed to share in her patience. It was not until Lu Yu felt hunger for the fourth time, having devoured 2 pieces of the snacks she had taken from Xiaoyu, that she lifted her feet and tugged down a lantern, inspecting it closely from left to right. Suddenly, it appeared as though the lantern had been splattered with blood, oozing a viscous crimson that dripped onto the ground. Moreover, within, several specters were engaging in various horrifying antics. What if one were to remove a head and hold it in hand? What if half of a body were to drag itself, searching through a pool of blood for its own lost form, only to mistakenly attach a leg to an arm before tearing it away again? What of a tongue that stretches long, eyes that bulge out in a grotesque manner? Lu Yu poked at the protruding eye, pondering that it must have fallen out and been crushed beneath another's foot, only to be inflated and reattached to the eye socket. Moreover, with half a body gone, the internal organs surely must have spilled out. Why is there none here? One should be dragging the intestines along, with maggots crawling atop. The streetlights flickered dimly, casting an eerie glow. Sigh. Lu Yu sighed, acknowledging her own dismal mood mirrored in the horrors before her. Despite the terror, she found herself unblinking, critiquing the scene, a testament to her own abnormality. These were remnants of her past exploits, the trick she employed as a specter to terrify many to death. As Ding Qishan grew ever stronger, the toll of lives in her hands escalated. She feared the ghostly banner far more than she dreaded the malevolent spirits it represented. In a bid to alleviate the burning wrath of the ghostly banner, she had sacrificed countless innocent lives to it. The world proclaims that every cause bears a consequence, that good and evil eventually reap their rewards. Such notions I have never subscribed to. Lu Yu discarded the blood-stained lantern, crushing it beneath her feet, asserting her belief that virtuous souls live but briefly, while the wicked endure for millennia. Are you not a righteous practitioner? Inquired a voice reminiscent of a 3-year-old child. Lu Yu gazed at the countless swaying lanterns, unable to find the correct pronunciation. Yet what of it? I have no intention of being the Good Samaritan. Furthermore, even if you were to release me now, I would remain here, waiting for my master uncle to come and teach you a lesson you won't forget. Woe is me, I cannot find my way home. I long for home and my mother. Lu Yu squinted her eyes, questioning. So, you allow all these people to come in and keep you company? A child's voice choked on a sob, descending into silence. They too have fathers and mothers. Lu Yu's gaze fell upon a girl of similar age, clutching 2 candied hawthorns. However, to die in the midst of happiness is still a form of bliss. Indeed, the child's voice interjected quickly, whether wise or foolish, kind or cunning, powerful or loyal, or even rebellious, everyone must tread the same path, death. I prefer they pass in happiness. That would be quite satisfactory. As soon as the words left her lips, Lu Yu's hand, like a blade, swiftly felled the nearest 5 individuals. What are you doing? One exclaimed. I just heard, and I tried. They are not dead yet. Of course, we must save them. Lu Yu smiled. Have you forgotten? I am a disciple of the righteous path. Are you deceiving me? Correct. Lu Yu grinned, continuing her path as she incapacitated each person, ensuring they wouldn't perish just yet. The lanterns on the street swayed desperately. No, if you knock them all out, then your senior brother will be in danger too. Lu Yu paused. What happened to the one who came with you to Lantern Street, the one with the missing eye? What have you done to him? Before me stood a lantern, casting the silhouette of Chu Jiechi, who was kneeling before a skeleton. He was the disciple chosen by my master. Nonsense. He is my master's disciple, Liu exclaimed furiously. No matter how unreliable Suimo was, he provided her and Chu Jiachi with a tranquil existence merely due to his reputation. Within the Xianyu sect, she and he led a life of focused cultivation. My master was a renowned sword master. So what? Lu Yu continued her assault. If Chu Jiachi renounced his status as a disciple of Xianyu merely because of the prowess of this skeleton, he might as well perish here. Stop, stop, stop. A spherical entity floated before her. My master does not wish to take him as a disciple. He merely intends to impart his sword technique. I beseech you. Cease your attack. My master's sword technique is unparalleled. He only desires to pass it on. Not a disciple? Indeed, truly not. The sphere seemed on the verge of tears. My master has been deceased for many years, and his greatest regret is that his life's work lacks a worthy successor. From within the lantern emerged Chu Jiechi's earlier words. Thank you, senior. I shall surely pass down this sword technique. Liu regarded it with suspicion. What are you? I am not merely anything. I am a dream Shun. A mouth appeared on the sphere, devoid of eyes. Shun? Lu Yu had heard of this ancient mythical beast in her past life. Where are your eyes? Insufficient dreams. The sphere seemed to sniffle. There were many, but they have all been destroyed by those from the Xianyao sect. That is certainly true. Lu Yu was in a foul mood. Why was it that she and Chu Jiechi entered together? Yet he was bestowed with the inherited sword techniques, while she was left to confront things devoid of substance? You brought me here, causing me to expend 20 low-grade talismans and incurring a loss of approximately 500 spirit stones. Now, tell me, how will you compensate me? She brazenly doubled the amount. The spherical entity gaped in disbelief. She possessed so many mid-grade talismans. Escaping would have been a trivial matter for her. Yet here she was, unwilling to leave and demanding compensation instead. I have no money. You don't? Surely your master must have some? My master is also without funds. The sphere exclaimed. When I fled with my master, aside from the Crescent Moon's innate sword, he had nothing left. Such misfortune? Liu mused, rubbing her nose. What will be done about my losses? I know of a great lake ahead. During our escape, we were discovered. And my senior sister used her blood essence to tear through the void. Her sun and moonstar ring fell into that lake. You could retrieve it. And it would align perfectly with your spiritual root technique. The sphere's voice hinted at anticipation, awakening a realization within Lu Yu that she too had been chosen. From which realm do you hail? The spirit realm. The sphere's mouth began to shrink in size after a prolonged assessment, appearing somewhat satisfied. My senior sister's sun and moonstar ring is formidable. You should go and retrieve it. Very well. Lu Yu fell silent for a moment before ultimately consenting. Your world cannot sustain itself for much longer, can it? Indeed. Over 500 years ago, when we arrived here, I sought to preserve a remnant for my master and pass down the sword techniques. Many lives were taken in this endeavor. Subsequently, a formidable monk arrived, and I resorted to stealing their faith to survive. The spherical entity spoke with increasing urgency, lamenting that despite the passage of years, it had yet to find anyone capable of imparting my master's sword techniques. At last, the moment had come, and I too must pursue my master and elder sister. You must flee with your brother quickly, otherwise you will be engulfed in the collapse of my world. The spherical entity's mouth vanished as it darted into an inconspicuous bronze lantern by the roadside. At the opposite end of the long street, Chu Jiachi inexplicably appeared, rushing towards Liu upon spotting her. Run, he urged, seizing Liu and heading towards the central pearl lantern of the street. As he swung his sword, it seemed as though something shattered in the air. However, the true concern lay not in that, but in those still trapped within their dreams. Liu deftly maneuvered her fingers, summoning countless vines that danced along the long street, instantly weaving a net that ensnared everyone on both sides. As if engaged in a fishing expedition, more and more areas began to collapse, advancing towards them with a swiftness that was almost blinding. Go. Liu kicked him away. Closely followed by a vine binding a person. Hurry. Pull. Chapter 62. The tremors of the collapsing space naturally alerted numerous cultivators. The members of the Carefree sect, alongside those dispatched by Dahua Temple and Panlong Temple, were turning the place upside down. Quick assist. Chu Jiechi was on the brink of madness. As the long vine he grasped grew increasingly lengthy, densely entwined with the missing individuals, with over 200 people ensnared. His speed could not possibly match the impending collapse of that world, prompting him to shout frantically upon seeing those clad in the garb of the Carefree sect. In the air, the enchanting Kiki, embraced by two men, let out a light laugh, finding the situation rather amusing. Suddenly, the pink gauze of the sedan chair elongated, ensnaring even the notable Chu family member, Qi, into the high skies. The swiftly approaching Shiyu, from a distance, caught a glimpse of the rapidly collapsing world through a fissure, her heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. Over 80 years ago, she had witnessed the reckless Yi Shui attempting to save someone, only to find herself ensnared in a joint assault by two formidable 8th-level demons, ultimately leading to her untimely demise despite her noble intentions. Now, she was on the verge of witnessing Lu Yu, whose fate intertwined with the carefree Xiangyao clan, being obliterated by the shattering space. How could her heart not ache with indescribable pain? Nearby, Xia Yu and Fang Qingxiu, without hesitation, summoned their protective talismans while simultaneously executing their grand capture technique. As the fabric of space disintegrated, Lu Yu's shimmering golden bell barely withstood a fraction of a heartbeat, but fortunately, she was clad in a cloak bestowed by her master, hidden within her storage bracelet. Regardless of its nature, the fact that it was a talisman rendered it invaluable, together with the talismans of Xia Yu and Fang Qingxiu. It shielded her for just a fleeting moment. Having savored enough of the spectacle, Kiki was aware that any further delay would lead to Shiyu holding her accountable afterward. With a swift motion, she wrapped the pink gauze around Lu Yu and forcefully pulled her out. Curled up, Lu Yu understood that everything behind her had been utterly destroyed. The once-long cloak now remained only a third of its original length, still draped over her. She never anticipated that rescuing these mortals would demand such an immense amount of spiritual energy. In comparison to spiritual fruits, it was truly. Had she known earlier, she would never have engaged in such foolishness. Not to mention her dantian, which was already in excruciating pain, leaving her devoid of strength to grasp the vines. She plummeted straight down from the sky, upon witnessing the tangled veins protruding from the young girl. Fu Zhou and the others were acutely aware of the events that had transpired. Chu Jieqi, endowed with a natural golden spiritual root, was undoubtedly the source of the twisting vines, which could only be wielded by this young girl, who had merely attained the 5th level of Qi refinement. They caught a glimpse of a crumbling world, as the net-like tendrils unfurled and then intertwined, ensnaring individuals with remarkable finesse, showcasing her exceptional mastery of wood-based techniques. Alas, her cultivation was still insufficient, and the spiritual energy was inadequate, nearly leading to her own demise. When the medicinal pill finally released its potency, Shiyu withdrew her hand and, upon seeing Lu Yeyang's beaming face, promptly pressed her down onto her lap, delivering a firm smack to her backside. I warned you against being reckless. I warned you against being reckless. I warned you against being reckless. Despite enduring her share of reprimands across 2 lifetimes, Liu had never experienced such a punishment. As a cultivator, engaging in foolish endeavors could have dire consequences. Do you comprehend how perilous that situation was? I could have harmed you with a whimper. Shiyu finally ceased her punishment, momentarily taken aback. Had she truly reduced this girl to tears? Upon her arrival at the residual sword peak, even the thought of inscribing the word regret upon her face had not prompted tears as she gritted her teeth and rebuilt the place. During the lecture hall, she endured 10 lashes from Jin Shan without uttering a sound, resolutely trembling, yet seated in the front row, attentively absorbing 2 hours of instruction without shedding a tear. When the Gu family sent representatives, she had taken it upon herself to torment the two, emerging to vomit in disarray, yet remained unyielding in her composure. All right. I shall not strike you anymore. Cease your weeping. Yet Lu Yu, resolute in her defiance, only cried louder. Despite Shiyu's formidable powers, she found herself at a loss. For the young girl was merely 14 years old. Achieving everything she had was indeed an extraordinary feat, Uncle Master. You were mistaken. Please cease your tears. There are so many witnesses present. Oh no. Uncle Master, how could you strike my backside? You are aware of the many eyes upon us. I shall be the subject of ridicule. Lu Yu lamented, imagining how Fang Shixiao, with his loose tongue, would undoubtedly share tales of her humiliation with her future disciples. The thought of Jingshan's embarrassment at the hands of Qin Tian only intensified her exasperation. She feared for her own future, expecting nothing less than to suffer a similar fate. Coupled with the pain from her backside, the sorrow was overwhelming. Xia Yu attempted to maintain a stern expression, while Fang Qingxiu was furious enough to leap, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, my golden shield has been ruined because of you. And you dare to call me a blabbermouth?" Lu Yu's backside truly ached. Shiyu had struck with considerable force. "You have always been a blabbermouth." From a distance, Su Danshui and the others were hastening towards them, engrossed in the festivities. They were oblivious while I was abducted, left to face terror alone. In her anguish, Liu cried out about her solitude and fear. This revelation not only filled Su Dan Shui and the others with guilt, but also made Chu Jiaqi, who had just arrived to plead with Uncle Master on her behalf, feel even more remorseful. Ba, she intoned, this is a talisman crafted from the heart-calming jade, capable of dispelling inner demons. Let it serve to ease the young benefactor's distress. With that, Fuzhou offered the prayer bead she had worn for many years. Had it not been for her intervention, the fate of those missing from Dahua City would likely have been far graver. In consideration of her heartfelt intentions, and more importantly, to placate the esteemed Master Shiyu, he truly experienced a significant loss this time. Lu Yu wiped her eyes and, with a grimace, extricated herself from Shiyu's embrace. The pain in her backside rendered her unable to sit, so she knelt to receive the prayer beads. Master, this is Dahua City, the territory of Panlong Temple. My master uncle trusts you, my senior brothers and sisters trust you, and I trust you even more. Upon uttering these words, she choked back a sob. But what was the outcome? My senior brother Chu and I were both imprisoned, with our cries unanswered by heaven and earth. Those individuals are on the brink of madness. I must rescue them while contending with an unknown entity. It even masquerades as a ghost to frighten me, with blood adorning many lanterns, each one sticking out a long tongue, as if to bite me. This time, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. Beside her, Fuyu's face twitched as he glanced at Chu Jiechi. Weren't you both imprisoned together? How is it that you are the only one here? Liu wiped her eyes again. She had nearly offered her reborn life back to the heavens. Moreover, how could she face the ordeal without seeking more from the people of Panlong Temple? Ba, this indeed reflects a shortcoming on our part at Panlong Temple. Little friend, what is it that you desire? We at Panlong Temple shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Master Jising, observing Master Shiyu's concern, had no choice but to show some leniency. He wished to express that his calming prayer beads were of great value, but recalling his earlier statements, he merely claimed they were for her reassurance, not for the sake of saving anyone. He opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Upon her weeping, Shiyu unexpectedly admitted fault, revealing the depth of his affection. Otherwise, his immediate response would have been to punish the prodigy of the Chu family. Liu sniffled again, glancing skyward, where the personnel from Panlong Temple were assisting to rescue the mortals. My master's protective talisman was damaged, and the items my senior brothers and sisters provided for my defense were also destroyed. In my struggle against that entity, I had expended 20 mid-tier talismans and over 200 low-tier talismans of my own creation. Observing the girl's antics, which nearly involved counting on her fingers, the figure of Kuaiji in the sky stifled a laugh as she listened to Lu Yu negotiate terms with the 6 formidable guardians of Panlong Temple. Upon my emergence, I was struck by my master's uncle, and I might be condemned to a lifetime of misfortune. Esteemed masters, do you believe I erred in my attempts to save lives? Naturally, it could not be deemed a mistake. Fuyo felt a pang in his heart, and alongside his brothers, he chanted the Buddha's name, asserting that saving a life is worth the construction of a 7-level stupa. Lu Yu immediately interjected. Yet I am not a child of the Buddha. Rather, I simply feel that should they perish, their parents would grieve, and the people of Dahua City would be profoundly disappointed in Panlong Temple. Fuyo yearned to suggest that she merely state a figure. Master Uncle, Lu Yu turned to Shiyu for assistance. May I implore you esteemed masters to compensate me for my losses? I lack the means to repay the defensive artifacts of senior sister Xia and senior brother Fong. Moreover, if my master were to learn that I had so carelessly destroyed the items bestowed upon me, he would undoubtedly chastise me. Shiyu was stirred by these sentiments, and Shun Sheng remarked that in the future, those who inherit the residual sword peak must possess a thick skin, ensuring they never suffer loss in any circumstance. Only individuals of such caliber can prevent the Xiaoao sect from being exploited by other forces amidst the dimming stars of the southwest. Fuzhou, my family member Liu speaks the truth. You cannot allow her to suffer both physically and emotionally after saving those under the jurisdiction of Panlong Temple, while also burdening her with substantial debts, can you? Under the watchful eyes of other senior brothers, Fuzhou felt a surge of frustration as he wished to spit blood. He removed the storage pouch from his waist and, in a gentle tone, offered its contents as compensation for the young friend. Thank you, master. I shall certainly enlist the elderly and young of Dahua City to help you craft a golden statue at Dahua Temple. Fuzhou's face twitched as he comprehended the implication that the funds for crafting his golden statue would not come solely from one person, but rather from the collective effort of all in Dahua City. When did the Xiaoyao sect's Shun Sheng reincarnate into such an oddity? Others perform good deeds anonymously, while he conducts his benevolently in plain sight, reaping substantial goodwill in return. Yet, what truly frustrates him is the remark that follows. Master, my brother Chu is clumsy with words. He has suffered alongside me, so please do not forget his share. A profound silence enveloped the room. The monks of Panlong Temple, who had assisted in the rescue, dared not stir a breeze as they carried the injured. Fuzhou trembled as he received a storage pouch from the floating entity and tossed it to Chu Jiechi. Well then, if she refrains from incurring debts, the onus now falls upon me. How vexing it is that amidst so many, he feels reluctant to unveil the treasures contained within both his and Fu Yu's storage pouches. Senior brother, hasten to express your gratitude to the master. Chapter 63. Unresolved Lu Yu was truly incensed. How precious was her reborn life. Dehua City was ostensibly safeguarded by the floating vessel, yet when calamity struck, it proved utterly ineffectual. Gratitude to the master for his compassion. Chu Jiechi obediently stepped forward and bowed. With only one eye remaining, he gazed at Lu Yu, having no intention of speaking. That entity claimed to be a dream Shinchou, stating it was gravely injured and required certain dreamlike energies for sustenance. I was ensconced within it for an extended period, unable to escape, and thus rendered those mortals unconscious. Devoid of dreamlike energies, it could not sustain its realm, and thus it came to pass. The floaters collectively turned their attention to the master of parasitism, who, after a moment of contemplation, nodded. Lu Yu squinted, skeptical. Was she truly speaking the truth? And you, Chu Jiechi? With a stern expression, Chu Jiechi recounted. I was drawn to a skeletal frame, where it proclaimed itself a grand sword master, imparting to me 9 unparalleled sword techniques through remnants of thought. However, perhaps due to Lu Shimi's rapid movements, I lacked the time to practice the last 2 techniques. Lu Yu exclaimed, covering her mouth. Then you should descend and practice diligently. Had I known, I would have slowed my pace. Enduring the discomfort in her backside, she rose and urged him onward. Chu Jiechi placed a bruise-reducing pill into her mouth, chiding her for not learning from the last encounter. Did she not think to carry more elixirs? Shiyu, uninterested in their exchange, fixated instead on the master of parasitism. The master nodded again, exchanging a glance with several brothers from Panlong Temple, their expressions tinged with concern. They have been stationed at this Dehua Temple for quite some time, only to have 2 juniors from the Xiaoyao sect reap the rewards. Such immense power that could compel Mingxin to expend his life to create a separate space, could it possibly be trivial? The more Fuzhou pondered, the more tormented he felt, and he no longer wished to inquire about the origins of the skeleton and Mengshun. Since there was nothing further to discuss, we shall take our leave. Who says there is nothing to discuss? Kuei Ji chuckled, standing atop her pink palanquin, surveying the crowd. Fuzhou, sure you. Do you not think that my Shinju treasure has caused chaos? Shouldn't there be an explanation? And you, young girl, it was I who saved your life. Yet, I have yet to hear how you intend to express your gratitude. Lu Yu blinked. She indeed recognized this real Kuei Ji. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your rescue. Might I inquire if you are a Yuan Ing true immortal? Indeed. The young girl's clear voice resonated. Esteemed elder, was it not amusing to witness my panicked state as I was about to be ensnared by that collapsing space? Kuei Ji glared. Master uncle. It was precisely because I saw this esteemed elder act and calculated the timing, believing I would be the last to emerge, that I dared to take the risk, confident I would be safe. Lu Yu pointed at her. Who could have guessed that at the most critical moment, the elder's hand would cramp, nearly preventing my escape? Sure, you suddenly recalled the situation. With Kuei Ji's capabilities, how could she have hesitated at the last moment? Kuei Ji, your penchant for watching the spectacle remains unchanged, does it not? However, Lu Yu is the sole disciple of Master Suma. If he were to discover that you indulged in frivolous games at such a critical juncture, he would undoubtedly seek you out upon his emergence. I assure you, I was merely an observer at the time, and there was no cause for alarm. Senior, you have rescued me once, yet you nearly frightened me to death in the process. Shall we consider our accounts settled? Lu Yu raised his head, gazing at the spirited Aoi Ji with a smile. Of course, I must concede that it was you who bore the brunt of it. When I mature and acquire the means, I shall assist you in a matter that does not contravene righteousness. Aoi Ji arched an eyebrow, scrutinizing him closely. Be cautious next time. Refrain from undertaking ventures beyond your capabilities. I shall never engage in such terrifying affairs again, Lu Yu declared earnestly. To rely on others is to tread perilously close to the gates of doom. From now on, I shall depend solely on myself. Shiyu gently tapped her finger on his forehead. Do you truly understand the notion of relying on yourself? Su Danshui confined her for 10 days. Su Danshui was well aware that the higher-ups had matters to discuss and hurriedly pulled Lu Yu away. Brother Guan released the sect's flying tower to escort them. Observing the cordial demeanor of the young man and woman from the Twin Sword Peaks, one could scarcely imagine the extent of the chaos they had caused. Particularly given Shiyu's unprecedented fury. Having lived nearly 4 centuries, he had never witnessed such a display of ire from her. Anyone remotely connected to Dehua City found themselves ensnared by her. Upon reaching the entrance to Lu Yu's previous quarters, Su Danshui kicked her inside. Brother Guan. Pay her no mind. Her audacity is perilous. Within the sect, we may overlook certain grievances, but how dare you extort Master Fuzhou? Did you not notice the pallor on his face? Lu Yu, in her disheveled state, had indeed witnessed Fuzhou's countenance. She sought to elicit his sympathy. Sister Su, I nearly lost my life, and you still chastise me? If it weren't for him failing to oversee Dehua City, would I be in such peril? Certainly not. Furthermore, his storage ring remains intact. It's merely a pouch for trifles. Must you resort to violence over such a trivial matter? Su Danshui was nearly amused to the point of laughter. She had always known Lu Yu to be obsessed with wealth, but she had not anticipated her audacity to seize opportunities amidst adversity. A pouch for trifles? Have you considered the timing? The Panlong Conference. How many individuals, like us, are shielded by a master? As an elder, Master Fuzhou must bestow gifts upon many when he encounters them. Do you not comprehend this? Lu Yu fell silent. Once might be excusable, but to extort him a second time is exceedingly brazen. The second time, Sister Lu was acting on my behalf. Sister Su, do not misplace your ire. Any repercussions are mine to bear. Su Danshui and the eager Fang Qingshu fell quiet. They had never before heard Chu Jikiki speak at such length. Sister, do not dwell on such thoughts in the coming days. The fact that Master Fuzhou was willing to provide you with items indicates that your claims are justified. Those powerful individuals cannot afford to lose face and will not harm you. Do not fret. Thank you, brother. I have never been worried. Lu Yu smiled. What does it mean to extort? My demands are entirely reasonable. As for any excess he may have offered, he can only blame himself for clinging to his pride. The individuals on the adjacent peaks each took a step back. Today's events were witnessed by all. It was evident that she had driven Master Floating Boat to the brink of suffering. How could one claim to preserve their dignity while enduring such torment? As the most esteemed beings within the realm of cultivation, how many of those Yuanying realms truly disregard their pride? Enough of this. Chi from the Chu family. Hasten to practice your swordsmanship. Lu Yu, you are confined, so do remain there quietly. Su Danshui found it futile to reason with them and resorted to dismissing them. Do not blame Master Shiyu, for it was your actions that nearly disrupted the Panlong Conference. Your confinement serves to shield you from the storm. At that critical moment, she herself did not fully comprehend why she so desperately sought to save those mortals with whom she shared no connection. Gazing at her long, fair hands, Liu neglected the 6th finger she had loathed in her past life. These hands, so pure, had never stained with the blood of an innocent. Whether in this life or the last, was it this very purity that rendered her heart so soft? Lu Yu pondered. In her previous existence as a malevolent spirit, she had harmed countless individuals without a shred of remorse. Why then, on that crumbling street today, did she fight so fervently for those people? Even when she realized that she might not endure and could perish there, she still refused to flee. Why? Lu Yu questioned herself. In the world of cultivation, there is no room for kindness. Even Master Ishue, having ascended to the Yuanying stage, lost herself due to her own compassion. Leaving her master to cling to that bone flute, grief-stricken to the point of tears, Lu Yu lay sprawled on the floor, her spirits utterly dejected. Throughout her life, she had never intended to be a virtuous person, yet ironically, she found herself in that very role. She believed that her temperament would keep her awake with worry. But unbeknownst to her, she became ensnared in her own thoughts for just a brief moment before succumbing to sleep at an unimaginable pace. When they arrived at Panlongfang City, she remained utterly still in slumber. Su Danshui, feeling pity for her, recognized that she might have gone 2 days without rest in that space. Meanwhile, Chu Jiechi was engrossed in sword practice, stubbornly refusing to let Guan Fangyu dock at the flying tower, and instead, they came to a halt at the residence of the Xiaoyao sect. In the grand hall on the 2nd floor, the entirety of the space belonged to Chu Jiechi. After 2 days of rigorous training, he finally managed to wield the last 2 sword techniques alongside the previous ones. The storage bag given to him by Fuzhou contained 10 exquisite spiritual artifacts, 7 superior magical tools, and a dozen vials of the renowned foundational nurturing elixir from Panlong Temple. Although the spiritual stones were predominantly of medium quality, he possessed a total of 80 pieces. By calculation, Lu Yu's resources were not vastly different from his. Both having ascended from the lowest echelons, Chu Jiechi began to comprehend why Lu Yu, despite her considerable wealth, perpetually felt insufficiently secure. The master of the remnant sword peak, Shumo, had initially subjected her to numerous trials. Although he eventually accepted her as a disciple, he promptly retreated into seclusion. Upon her arrival at the remnant sword peak, she had remarked that even if she were a ghost, she would not linger there. Senior brother Qin Tian was embroiled in disputes with others, proving to be more of a hindrance than a help. Even when the lecture hall was attacked, she dared not plead for leniency, fearing retribution. As her second senior brother, while he had not made enemies, he had also failed to forge any friendships. As Chu Jiechi sighed, he selected 2 of the finest defensive artifacts from within, intending to assist Lu Yu in repaying the life-saving artifacts owed to Xiaoyu and Fang Qingxiu. Just as he descended from the flying tower, he encountered a girl clad in ethereal white adorned with pale blue trim, her spirit garments billowing gracefully. Upon seeing him, rather than displaying the astonished expressions typical of others at his singular eye, she instead greeted him with a broad smile. "Are you Chu Shixian? I am Gu Lingze from Lingze sect." Chapter 64. 7 inches. In response to Chu Jiechi's stiff nod of acknowledgement, Gu Lingze appeared unfazed. "Chu Shixian, I wish to meet Lu Yu." "Apologies, junior sister Gu, but I have already mentioned that Lu Yu is under house arrest." Su Danshui, who had hurriedly stepped forward, sought to defuse the situation. This journey to Panlong Temple was also a task assigned by the sect, primarily to ensure that Gu Lingze did not persuade Lu Yu to her detriment. For this reason, she and Xiaoyu had each received 4,000 contribution points. Elder Shensheng had remarked that the reason Lu Yu refrained from confronting the Gu family publicly was largely due to her sentiments towards Gu Lingze. Upon observing Su Danshui's intervention, Gu Lingze realized that her efforts had been in vain. Gazing at the flying tower, she could sense that those inside were still present. "You need not guard against me like a thief," the young girl said earnestly. "I merely wish to see her, to know if she is well, and to tell her that I miss her dearly." Su Danshui, noting the glimmer of tears in Gu Lingze's eyes, found it difficult to harbor any disdain. She pondered how fortunate Gu Zhengfan must have been to have fathered such remarkable daughters. Chu Jiechi was unaware of the events that transpired that day. Coming from a lineage of esteemed cultivators, he had heard of Gu Lingze's name long ago. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Gu was acquainted with Lu Yu. "Sister Su, even if Lu Yu is to be confined, she cannot remain in the flying pavilion indefinitely, can she?" Chu Jiechi was exasperated to the point of near fury, and just as he was about to reprimand her, he was surprised to find that Shen Sheng and Master Peng, along with his own master, had arrived. Everyone gathered in the hall, summoning Lu Yu as well. "Chu Jiechi, you go first. I have questions for you." Shen Sheng and the others paid no heed to the formalities of the courtyard and merely nodded to Gu Lingze before hastily entering the hall. In Dahua City, rumors were rampant, claiming that Chu Jiechi had gained immense benefits. "What mere sword techniques? What immense benefits?" they scoffed. "Our Xianyu sect is not so easily swayed by trifles." Yet, to their astonishment, the Chu family emerged, demanding that Chu Jiechi offer a return for the supposed benefits. They argued that while the Xianyu sect's treasures were not meant for the Chu family, this was Chu Jiechi's opportunity, and thus, the Chu family deserved a share. Such utter nonsense. Just as Shen Sheng arrived, still reveling in the relief of having saved his 2 companions, he was infuriated by the shamelessness of the Chu family. When the sect had matters to attend to, even Gu Lingze, with all his audacity, had no choice but to take his leave, albeit reluctantly. Perhaps Gu Lingze's silent prayers had reached the heavens, or perhaps there was an unspoken connection between them. For he caught a glimpse of Lu Yu's fleeting smile as she turned her head away. The restrictions of the Xianyao sect swiftly closed around them. Yet Gu Lingze wore a radiant smile. Though he had always known she had embarked on the path of immortality, he had never witnessed it firsthand until now. And at last, he felt a sense of relief. The Navi's sister, who bears the weight of everything on her own, has now become a core disciple of the Xianyao sect, standing on par with her peers, and that is sufficient. Lu Yu was unaware that Gu Lingze could locate the stronghold of the Xianyao sect. She was hastily summoned by Su Danshui and brought before several of Master Shen's senior apprentices. The hall was already filled with fellow brothers and sisters who had gathered here. "Chu Jiechi, have you made up your mind?" Chu Jiechi replied with a stern expression. I recall that the last time Chu Xiaofeng visited, he informed the master that the Chu family and I have severed all ties. Let them leap about as they please. Their antics will not diminish in frequency. Master Shen raised his eyebrows slightly, implying that Chu Jiechi would only grow more formidable, while the Chu family would increasingly regret their decisions. Haha. Indeed. You are a promising talent, Master Shen chuckled, stroking his long beard. Since you are indifferent to them, why not take a stroll through the marketplace and allow the Chu family and the Yuanshan sect to leap even higher? Yes. Liu secretly gave Chu Jiechi a thumbs up. Now, Liu, let us discuss your affairs. Master Shen's demeanor shifted rapidly. I have heard that you aspire to be a hero. One who is even more selfless than the Buddha? Liu, frightened, immediately shook her head. Master, I did not mean that. I only acted that way because I witnessed the actions of the true person Kuei-ji. At this moment, she could hardly consider whether the Tianyu sect, where Kuei-ji resided, could withstand the repercussions from the Xianyao sect. I have always known you to be bold. But I did not expect you to be this audacious, Master Shen remarked with a cold smile. Are you not aware that Kuei-ji hails from the demonic sect? You have entrusted your life to a person associated with the demonic sect, and yet you still dare to argue your case? Liu found herself at a loss for words. Could she claim to truly understand Kuei-ji? Furthermore, the followers of Tianyu sect, aside from their tumultuous relationships characterized by so-called genuine desires, bore little distinction from those of the Taoist sect in her eyes. Ding Qishan had once been a promising figure within the Taoist community, yet what became of him? He resorted to indiscriminate killings. Panshan Temple may proclaim that saving a life is akin to constructing a grand pagoda, but did they not sacrifice countless innocent lives in their quest to eliminate Ding Qishan? Are those lives not of consequence? Do you still refuse to accept this? Shen Shang, in a fit of anger, remarked that he had thought her to be truly intelligent, only to discover she possessed mere superficial cleverness, foolishly complicating matters. Master Uncle, I have already acted, and I assure you, I shall refrain from such foolishness in the future. Liu felt aggrieved, as she could not comprehend how she had been so misguided. Did she truly place her trust in Kuei-ji? If she could not even grasp her own heart's nature, how could she possibly trust Kuei-ji? How could she believe in Kuei-ji? If you wish to punish me, then do so. Impose a severe penalty that will serve as a lasting reminder. This statement, at least, resembled coherent speech. Shen Shang appeared somewhat satisfied, stroking his beard, realizing that this girl needed to be cautious to prevent further folly. Very well. You have stated your desire for a severe punishment. Did you not deceive Master Fuzhou into giving you a storage pouch? I care not how much you have taken for yourself. Now, at once, surrender it all. This punishment seemed just, and Su Danshui secretly chuckled, particularly upon witnessing Liu Yu's astonished expression. Master, I have erred, and I am filled with regret. You may strike me or scold me as you wish. I shall accept any punishment, just spare me from this. Liu Yu truly wished to roll on the ground in protest. The punishment was utterly different from what she had envisioned. 50 lashes, 100 lashes, whatever you deem fit. A gentleman's word. But I am no gentleman. I am but a girl, still immature. Liu Yu nearly wept, having spent the last few days in self-reflection. Yet she had not even had the chance to inspect the items in the storage pouch, which she had yet to transfer to her possession. Master Fuzhou had shown such concern that day. It was certain there were numerous valuable treasures within. She contemplated using that to procure some potent weaponry from the black market to secretly eliminate Ding Qishan. Shen Shang paid no mind to her protests, extending his hand to swiftly draw the storage pouch from her waist. Su Danshui, Fang Qingxiu, and all of you, have you witnessed this? When punishing someone, one must target what they hold most dear. It is akin to striking a snake at its most vulnerable point. Shen Xing seized the items and did not forget to impart wisdom upon his disciples. Xia Yu noticed Liu Yu's pouty expression, on the verge of tears, and quickly coughed. Master, my mentor has imposed a 10-day confinement upon Liu Yu. Very well. Take her away, Shen Xing commanded, peering into the storage pouch with his divine sense. He couldn't help but chuckle. It was a medium-grade storage pouch, brimming with items, evidently untouched by this little girl. No wonder she was so distraught. Look at this. Truly remarkable treasures. No wonder Fuzhou looked as though he had seen a ghost upon meeting me. Shen Shang was elated. Pouring the contents onto the hall floor, a dazzling array of magical artifacts and spiritual tools, perhaps 4 or 5 dozen in total, illuminating the hall with a radiant glow. Liu Yu gazed sorrowfully at the small pile of elixirs, her heart heavy with despair. Observing her companions deftly selecting their treasures, She swiftly snatched a handkerchief-like defensive artifact. How could you take that? Xin Sheng glared at her. Why should I not? Lu Yu clutched the item tightly in her hand, resolutely deciding that if her master uncle attempted to seize it again, she would weep for him. I have exerted myself greatly, even traversing the treacherous gates of the underworld. Instead of offering comfort, you choose to berate and take from me. What a lack of decency. This is something I have worked hard to obtain. As she sensed her master's uncles preparing to scold her, Liu hastily turned to Xiaoyu. Sister, do you think I should keep it? Xiaoyu, aware that tears were imminent, nodded vigorously. Master uncle, there are plenty of artifacts available anyway. Sister Su, Brother Fong, Brother Luo, Brother Chu. What do you all think? Should I keep it? The others, caught in her gaze, dared not oppose her. This girl, when seeking vengeance, could rival even Qing Tian's needle-based artifacts. They could hardly withstand her resolve. Seeing the collective grimaces of agreement, Xin Sheng erupted in laughter. Peng Sheng, why do I feel that Lu Yu has chosen the wrong master? She ought to have become your disciple instead. Master Meishi chuckled, recalling when he had similarly outwitted Fu Zhou. Peng Sheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems Lu Yu's courage remains somewhat timid. Xin Sheng, do you remember when the two of you faced trials in the Ghost Desert? When Fu Zhou emerged, he was left with nothing but tattered clothes. As you had won all his possessions, the entire hall fell silent, staring at the mockingly amused expressions of the masters. Lu Yu felt a surge of indignation. Whom had she offended? Shaking her head, she feared that if she spoke, her voice would tremble with tears, which would be utterly humiliating. Come, come. I shall escort you to confinement. Xiaoyu also felt that her 3 senior uncles were rather cruel. Rest assured, I have already returned what belonged to you and Fang Qingxiu, with the assistance of Chu Jiaqi. Su Danshui couldn't help but burst into laughter. Was she truly offering comfort, or merely seeking to wound deeper? Chapter 65. Yearning and resentment. Lu Yu, battered and bruised by her senior brothers and sisters, found herself confined to a solitary chamber, licking her wounds. From a sudden fortune, she had now devolved into a state where even a single spirit stone had to be meticulously calculated. Her gaze inevitably drifted to the celestial rings mentioned by Meng Shan. The crescent moon sword had already been cradled in Chu Jieqi's embrace, and she had observed, with envious eyes, as Master Peng Sheng had gazed upon that blade several times. If the crescent moon was formidable, then the celestial rings ought not to be lacking in prowess. Alas, she was trapped within the marketplace of Panlong Temple, unable to step outside. With a sigh, Lu Yu resumed her work on the talisman in her hand. She had no intention of seeking out that bronze lamp. That world had crumbled, and it could seek its own master. Alas, Lu Yu, it has been 10 days, come out. Su Danshui called from outside. The talisman she was inscribing spontaneously ignited, prompting her to hurriedly gather her belongings. Senior sister, has the Panlong conference commenced? Ah, of course I remember. Was it those of the Chu family or the Yuansheng sect who employed the strategy of lamenting soldiers to seek out Brother Chu? With firm words, Chu Jieqi would only grow more resolute. Your task is indeed rather effortless. Sang Jiuli of the Yuansheng sect has been thoroughly vanquished by the Chu family, and for the past couple of days, no one has dared to approach. Ah, Liu exclaimed with joy. Does this mean she can finally attend to her own affairs? Well, I have already shared my delightful news. Now, I must address a matter that may not bring you the same joy. Liu blinked. What could possibly trouble her? Ever since they all divided the storage pouch from the floating boat, she felt there was nothing left to dampen her spirits. Of course, aside from the matters concerning Ding Qishan and the ghost face banner. Ahem. Gu Lingze has visited 9 or perhaps 14 times. The exact number escapes my memory. Liu was taken aback. She had not truly contemplated the situation with Gu Lingze. Deep down, she had assumed that she would remain as she had in her previous life, close yet eternally apart. In her past existence, Gu Lingze and Ding Qishan had intertwined paths multiple times, while she remained trapped by the ghost face banner, hearing only their voices without ever laying eyes upon them. How many times had she dreamt that this sister would recognize her, using her influence to compel Ding Qishan to release her? Yet, such was not the case. Gu Lingze was far too astute, perhaps having already discerned Ding Qishan's peculiarities, yet she said nothing, only gradually distancing herself, until one day Ding Qishan betrayed the sect. In the end, she exploited her position, collaborating with many from the righteous path to set an ambush atop Moji Mountain. Had she already known of Lu Yu's entrapment within the ghost face banner? Lu Yu's gaze grew complex. Rationally, she concurred with Gu Lingze's actions, yet emotionally, she could never accept her methods. Beyond being mere sisters, they had grown up together, and she had stood by her side throughout all the moments spent in the National Master's residence. Lu Yu, I am about to embark on my journey to Lingze sect, where I shall grow ever more formidable. In due time, you shall find solace beneath the shade of a great tree. The night before Gu Lingze's departure for Lingze sect, he took her aside and made a promise. Henceforth, I shall not allow anyone to bully you. She believed him. Reflecting on the peak of Moji Mountain, she should have known earlier that she was ensnared by the ghostly face banner. After exiting the Dao Gate, Ding Qishan intercepted her several times, yearning to rekindle their connection. Yet she regarded him with disdain, never once inquiring about her well-being. Lu Yu felt a slight dizziness. Hey, what are you doing? The door is over here. I just remembered. The cloud scarf I acquired has yet to recognize its master. Are you afraid of her? Su Danshui exclaimed in astonishment, blocking the entrance. How could you possibly fear her? With her confrontations against Master Shumo and her playful exchanges with Master Sheng, how could Liu be intimidated by Gu Lingze? Although she found Gu Lingze rather charming, she sometimes deemed Liu quite detestable. However, she never believed Liu to be inferior to Gu Lingze. On the contrary, in her heart, Lu Yu demonstrated remarkable resolve upon discovering her lineage, decisively departing with her adoptive mother to carve out her own life. A far stronger choice than relying on the Gu family. Do I seem like someone who would be easily intimidated? Lu Yu, though in a predicament, resolutely refused to admit, I simply do not wish to see her. Su Danshui replied. Let us go. Confronted by the unwavering Su Shiji, Lu Yu recognized that retreating at this moment was not the answer. She must face the reality of Gu Lingze in this world, as well as the Gu Lingze from her past life, who may have viewed her merely as a pawn. Following closely behind, Su Danshui felt that Lu Yu was always peculiar, and she had never been able to fathom her thoughts. In the side hall, Gu Lingze had already been waiting for quite a while. With each passing moment, her heart grew heavier. The Xian Yao sect had repeatedly obstructed her meetings with Lu Yu, and coupled with the message sent via flying sword from the Gu family today, she now felt a sudden uncertainty in facing Lu Yu. A figure clad in a yellow and white robe appeared at the door. The girl who had once smiled gently at her senior sister now stood before her devoid of any semblance of a smile. Gu Lingze slowly rose to her feet, her expression gradually sobering. The two sisters exchanged glances, each harboring a multitude of thoughts. Finally, Lu Yu stepped into the side hall and took a seat at a distance from her. Did you seek me for something? Gu Lingze hesitated, then slowly sat down, a bitter smile escaping her lips. It has been 4 years since we last met, ever since I left at the age of 10. I have missed you. Lu Yu furrowed her brow, surprised that Gu Lingze would so effortlessly express her longing. Did she truly miss her? What about in their past lives? She had not lived to see her 14th year. Did she ever think of her then? Knowing full well that Gu Zhengfan had taken everyone away, leaving her alone, how had she coped? If there had truly been a place for her in Gu Lingze's heart, would things have been different? Lu Yu loathed the trembling of her hands in that moment. Yet she dared not move, fearing that even the slightest quiver would betray her emotions. Do you miss me? Gu Lingze gazed at the silent Lu Yu, her heart aching. The Lu Yu who had always protected her had likely changed as well. I do. Lu Yu yearned to roar her question. Why? Yet the words eluded her. It was akin to the time she could not inquire of her mother why she had cast her and Gu Lingze into such disparate worlds. The addition of a mere finger was not her choice. It was a part of her existence from the moment she was born. How could she be blamed for it? Gu Lingze nodded, stifling a sniffle as she reached for the spiritual tea on the table. Yet, the trembling of the cup betrayed the quiver of her own hand. I received a message today, only to learn that the ancestor and father had visited the immortal gate. The existence of such a father brought her sorrow, but who could deny that he was indeed their father? They have troubled you, haven't they? Gu Lingze took a sip of water, steadying herself. Do not concern yourself with them. Focus on living well for yourself. Live well for myself? Lu Yu felt a haze settle over her mind. The Gu Lingze before her bore a resemblance to the one from a past life, yet she remained elusive. Unbeknownst to her, the tendons in her hand, gripping the armrest, were taut and trembling. Gu Lingze finally noticed her distress, a sense of relief washing over her. Do you hate me? At this moment, she could finally articulate her thoughts with clarity. Mother told me. Stop. Lu Yu interrupted her. Do not speak of your parents. If you have nothing of significance to discuss, you may leave. You are no longer welcome here. So you truly do hate me, Gu Lingze acknowledged. Could you allow me to finish my words? There is nothing to say. I am already aware of what you wish to convey. All she needed was to understand the experiences she had endured in her former life. In this world, Lu Yu was unwilling to hear about Mei Ruoxian, and even less inclined to know anything regarding the Gu family. Such matters had become burdensome to her, a lingering hatred she could not shake off. Let us refrain from discussing them. Shall we focus on ourselves instead? Facing the somewhat irritable Lu Yu, Lingze quickly regained her composure. Things had changed. In the past, she had never uttered a harsh word in Lu Yu's presence. However, their statuses were now equal, and she was willing to soften her tone for her. Lu Yu sank into her chair. What is there to discuss? You are you, and I am I. I dwell in the southwest, while you reside in the northeast. Given our current capabilities, without utilizing the teleportation array, it would take us over half a year to meet again. Such a desire to sever ties? Lingze could only smile wryly within, grateful for her mental preparation. Otherwise, today might have led to a series of indiscretions. Indeed, she could not harbor hatred towards Lu Yu, for she was unaware. Lu Yu's lips trembled. Gu Zhongfan claimed ignorance. Thus she could not resent him. Gu Chunfeng remarked that the Gu family was oblivious, so she could not detest them either. And what of her biological mother? Her mother had her reasons. Did that imply she could not harbor resentment towards her? If she could not resent anyone, did that mean she was destined to suffer in her past life as a specter of the ghostly banner? Observing Lu Yu's struggle, Lingze had never anticipated that she could accept her so readily. I heard from Brother Ding of Dongting sect that you have joined the Xiaoyao sect under Master Zumo. I am genuinely pleased for you. These items I present are all personally chosen. Each one was procured through my own efforts and earnings. Lu Yu, can we not be well together? Lingze found it hard to believe the words in Gu Chunfeng's letter, which claimed that Lu Yu was a wretched child capable of uttering threats against her own father. She could not fathom how someone could speak such words, especially when the events at hand had nothing to do with her father. Witnessing innocent souls suffer, she would strive to rescue them, rather than utter words that would pierce her father's heart. Chapter 66. The Fracture, Brother Ding of Dongting sect. The only thought occupying Lu Yu's mind was that Brother Ding of Dongting sect could only refer to Ding Qishan. Are we truly well? She pondered, reflecting on the past. She had been a mere maidservant, indoctrinated from a young age to believe that whatever Miss Lingze asserted was inherently right. Even if it was wrong, it still held truth. With just a glance from Miss Lingze, she understood whether she desired a brush or a book. When Miss Lingze faced punishment in class, she would extend her hand to receive the blows. When Miss Lingze was covertly attacked by her siblings, she would shield her with her own body. It dawned on her that she had always regarded her as Miss Lingze, never as a sister. Lu Yu gestured towards the door, declaring, "You may leave." The former Lu Yu has long perished, leaving not even a remnant of her bones. I am simply myself. As Lu Yu straightened her posture and narrowed her gaze, Lingze perceived an uncanny resemblance to her father's wrathful demeanor before he exacted vengeance. This realization caused Lingze's heart to race. Could it be true? As the ancestor claimed, if the circumstances allowed, would you indeed take your father's life with your own hands? Lingze could scarcely believe it. You harbor hatred for your mother and father, transferring that animosity onto the Gu family, and now you wish to impose that same hatred upon me? Lu Yu fixed her gaze upon her, asserting, "You are correct. I harbor a profound hatred for Mei Ruoxian, Gu Zhongfan, Gu Chunfeng, and the entire Gu family. Equally, I detest you." She continued, "Do not mention anything else, Lingze. With your intelligence, are you truly oblivious to the reasons behind my animosity? Were you in my position, would you not feel the same?" Lingze fell silent, grappling with her words. "Lu Yu, this is merely misplaced anger. You are ensnared in a delusion." "Am I truly deluded?" Lu Yu retorted, her fury palpable. "If that were the case, I would willingly remain ensnared. I revel in my feelings. Do they concern you?" Lingze rose, her chest heaving with agitation. She had never intended to defend the Gu family. Even her mention of her father was merely a fleeting thought. Was it necessary for Lu Yu to extend her hatred towards her? "What benefit do you derive from including me in your disdain?" "Yes, you are now a core disciple of the Xianyao sect, but what does that matter? Your previous existence revolved solely around the National Master's residence. Let me impart this wisdom. To excel as a core disciple, one must cultivate connections, whether within the sect or beyond. You require allies who can assist you at a moment's notice." "Allies?" Lu Yu scoffed. "Are there truly genuine friends in the realm of cultivation? In my past life, Lingze perhaps knew of Ding Qishan's misdeeds, yet she stood by as familiar friends vanished without a trace. Such friends are better left behind." Lu Yu's contempt was evident, inciting Lingze's ire. yet she felt compelled to continue their discourse. Did you not slay the sorcerer in Lulin town who distributed talismans for safety? In response, Lu Yu's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The matter of the ghost-faced banner left no room for her to conceal her emotions, even in the presence of Gu Lingze. He delivered the talisman to Aunt Fong, did he not? Gu Lingze understood Lu Yu profoundly. In this world, only Fong Ernyang could compel her to disregard everything. Even if you provoke Aunt Fong, you cannot act in such a manner. Do you comprehend the depth of his cultivation? He is at the 7th layer of qi refinement. What was your own level at that time? Perhaps you were merely a fledgling practitioner, just beginning to touch the fringes of cultivation. Should he take even a modicum of notice, your life would be forfeit. To slay him was merely a stroke of luck on your part. Furthermore, this time, you overstepped your bounds. Did the people of Dehua City have any connection to you? Gu Lingze did not care whether she appreciated his words. Deep down, she understood the truth. Yet, you proceeded regardless. Now, you are filled with regret and fear. You believe Master Fuzhou has inadequately safeguarded Dehua City, placing you in peril, and you seek to extort him. Am I correct? But you suddenly realized how well Gu Lingze grasped her nature. Yet, she had harbored too many illusions about him. Was it due to their differing statuses? Look, I am speaking to you earnestly, and you seem lost in thought again. Gu Lingze was exasperated. Was this truly a moment for distraction? If you conduct yourself this way before the elders of the sect, how can you thrive in the Shao sect? Lu Yu rose, stating that her standing in the sect was of no concern to him, and she had heard everything he had to say. She added, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Lingze." Gu Lingze was taken aback. She realized that the more she spoke, the more impatient Lu Yu became, even to the point of growing increasingly averse. Between them, it is impossible to return to the way things once were. Gu Lingze stood up and walked towards the door, only to discover that those inside had no intention of sending her off. Do you wish to treat me as a stranger? Indeed, she chuckled. Before you assume the role of a stranger, have your elders from your sect seal your dual flow constitution, or it may hinder your advancement. I understand. This time, Gu Lingze departed without a hint of hesitation, while Lu Yu remained in her original position in the side hall, showing no intention of moving. Ah, junior sister Gu. Are you leaving already? I had just prepared some snacks for you. Would you care for a bite? Su Danshui, holding a food box, couldn't help but feel a sense of joy upon seeing Gu Lingze's stern expression. Thank you, senior sister Su, but no need. Gu Lingze takes her leave, as Su Danshui entered the side hall with the food box, hoping to treat Lu Yu. She was taken aback when Lu Yu walked past her with her head held high. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu approached Shi Yu just after Gu Lingze had left. Master Uncle, could you please seal my dual flow constitution? Shi Yu furrowed her brow slightly but then nodded. After all, Hua San, the master, was not one to be trifled with. Perhaps she had already sealed her disciple's constitution long ago. Thank you, Master Uncle. Lu Yu knew that although Hua San appeared gentle and dignified, she possessed the remarkable ability to never be at a disadvantage in any circumstance. Gu Lingze was her sole disciple, and she must have imparted a great deal of wisdom. I would advise you to think carefully before acting. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Recalling how Gu Lingze had skillfully maneuvered Ding Qishan in their previous life, without ever harboring a trace of resentment. After Ding Qishan's unexpected return to the Demon Gate, even the Dongying sect faced criticism from various quarters. Yet, Gu Lingze, who had once been so close to him, garnered sympathy from many. This alone made her hesitant to place her trust in Gu Lingze. Regardless of her outward display of magnanimity, what did it matter that she had sealed her own physique? Surely, she must have sealed it long ago, even if she failed to recognize it at first. Over time, how could such a truth remain hidden? Was it merely a matter of convenience? Shi Yu noticed a fleeting glimmer of cold light in Lu Yu's squinted eyes. As she observed Lu Yu gracefully withdraw, Shi Yu exhaled deeply. To this day, she remained perplexed over whether the clandestine maneuvers undertaken for the Lingze sect and the Shaoao sect might one day escalate into an irretrievable conflict, potentially turning the two sisters into bitter adversaries. Chapter 67. The second generation The exchange conference at Panlong Temple had finally commenced. Amidst the crowd, Ding Qishan felt an unsettling dissonance. Though the performances on stage were nothing short of spectacular and blood was imminent, everyone's gaze should have been riveted there. Yet, he frequently sensed a prickling chill along his spine, as if a venomous serpent were fixating upon him. He prided himself on his excellent rapport with others. Having never harbored animosity, who could possibly harbor such intense hatred for him? Lu Yu remained motionless, her expression unchanged, merely redirecting her gaze away from the stage where someone from the Lingze sect was confronting the Blood Treasure sect. As the name suggests, The Blood Treasure sect utilizes their own blood as a weapon, exuding an aura of bloodshed and slaughter. Any opponent who shows even a hint of cowardice is likely to suffer grave injuries, if not death. However, her interest lay not with the stage, but solely with Ding Qishan. Frustratingly, despite her keen observation for half a month, he never ventured out alone, let alone leave the marketplace. Ah, you must be Lu Yu, correct? A girl of similar age stood before her, head held high. I am Zhou Meijia from the Yuanqing sect. Go summon Chu Zhaqing. I have inquiries for him. Lu Yu rolled her eyes and shifted her gaze to the arena. Are you deaf or mute? Handicapped, perhaps, in both body and spirit? Zhou Meijia's voice was sharp, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Their gazes were likely drawn to Lu Yu's right hand, where an extra finger aroused their curiosity. Come, everyone. Behold, this is the esteemed disciple of Master Shimo. She possesses an additional finger, a six-fingered individual. Zhou Meijia exclaimed with excitement. And we all know Qin Tian, right? A rather ambiguous eunuch. As for Chu Jiaqing, he is a cyclops. Would you not agree that Sanjin Peak is a gathering of peculiar beings? Laughter erupted, as Zhou Meijia seemed to relish the sight of Lu Yu's apparent dismay. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air. The laughter ceased abruptly. Zhou Meijia, still caught in her mirth, had yet to comprehend the shift in atmosphere. 3 consecutive slaps landed upon her face. Ah, this image is quite delightful. You should come and play with us at Sanjin Peak. Lu Yu stepped back, admiring her handiwork. You, how dare you strike me? Do you have any idea who I am? My grandfather is a Yuanying master of the Yuanqing sect. Ah, I truly did not know. How terrifying. Lu Yu's expression remained cold. Your grandfather is a Yuanying master? So is my master. If you dare to insult Sanjin Peak, do not blame me for transforming your visage into that of a pig. Faced with the astonished expressions of those around her, Zhou Meijia suddenly became aware, her hand instinctively rising to her face. In such a brief moment, her visage had swollen entirely, yet curiously, she felt no pain. Have you poisoned me? She exclaimed. Oh. You are all fools. Hang her up and beat her. Observing the young lady, who was both fidgeting with an antidote and issuing orders with an air of superiority, Lu Yu could hardly contain her amusement. When it came to inflicting punishment, she wielded her internal energy, and the martial artists of the National Master's residence were all quite cunning. This particular technique would render the victim momentarily numb to pain. Yet they would endure the consequences for at least half a month, resembling a swollen pig's head. Wasn't she called Zhou Meijia? Then let her bask in her beauty at home. Dare you strike Meijia? Then you shall perish. A pale-faced male cultivator, unable to bear Zhou Meijia's plight, unsheathed his flying sword and struck at her. Bang! Just as he realized the folly of his actions and attempted to evade, Lu Yu was already upon him, executing a high kick that sent him sprawling to the ground while he struggled to regain his balance. I thought you were quite formidable. Turns out you were nothing extraordinary. The onlookers collectively stepped back, aware that her foot was perilously close to his dantian. Such a vital area was not to be trifled with. A misstep could result in grave injury. You wish to kill me? Just imagine what would happen if I unleashed my spiritual energy. Lu Yu surveyed her surroundings, noting that those gathered were largely like herself, second or third generation scions merely there to witness the spectacle and broaden their horizons. Typically, these individuals could put on airs. Yet when faced with genuine peril, they would surely falter. Yang Duoyang felt a sharp pain in his dantian, and a shiver coursed through his body, as a distinct odor of urine wafted through the air. Ah! Zhou Meijia's cries echoed through the heavens. You broke his dantian? Master Uncle, young Master Uncle, please come quickly. Duoyang's dantian has been shattered. Lu Yu, with a look of disdain, retracted her foot. She had always known these individuals lacked capability, but she never anticipated their utter incompetence. Yang Duoyang opened his mouth, perhaps realizing that his dantian had been indeed destroyed, rendering him unable to cultivate further. In a fit of pain, he gasped, unable to catch his breath, and fainted on the spot. Lianga, the actions of the Golden Core realized were remarkably swift. He did not mind the dirt on his son, and immediately checked his dantian. It is you? How could you be so despicable? Yang Shuren, upon discovering that there was no serious harm, sighed in relief. Yet, the sight of his son left him utterly embarrassed, prompting him to confront Lu Yu. He seemed to possess some insight. As he fixed his gaze upon her, he attempted to attack me with a sword. I merely pressed him down with my foot and struck at his dantian. He frightened himself. How can I be blamed? Master Uncle, look at what she has done to me. Even the detoxification pill is of no use. Zhou Meijia, seeing her ally finally arrive, wept uncontrollably. Her actions today were sanctioned by several elders, and to this end, she had specifically chosen individuals from the Xiaoyao sect to confront the Refining Soul sect. However, she never anticipated that Lu Yu, despite her low cultivation, would act so swiftly and unexpectedly, nor could she have foreseen Yang Duoyang's utter ineptitude. Is this how your sect teaches you? As members of the Taoist sect, I consider myself your elder, and thus, I shall impart some wisdom on your behalf. Just as the formidable aura of the Golden Core was unleashed, Guanfang Yu had already arrived, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Yu. Brother Yang, my master. The esteemed Yuan Ying is a true practitioner of the realm. If you regard all of us as elders to Lu Shimi, then what am I to be considered? When Master Shenxing departed, he mentioned that his sole mission was to ensure that Chu Jiaqing and Lu Yu would not be bullied in the marketplace. In recent days, Chu Jiaqing has only been the one to intimidate others in the arena. Upon descending, everyone fears his challenges and avoids him. Lu Yu, on the other hand, has been exceptionally well behaved, diligently observing various arenas without uttering a boastful word. He believed that his task was quite effortless. Yang Shuren discreetly gestured, and the traces of moisture beneath Yang Duoyang vanished without a trace. My junior sister, Zhou, is the most cherished granddaughter of Master Longwei. Is Lu Yu's behavior not rather excessive? She insulted my Cangjian Peak. Had I not reduced her to a state of utter defeat, it would have been due to the respect I hold for the Yuanshan sect. At this moment, Lu Yu understood that perhaps the Yuanshan sect was merely seeking to compensate for the heavy burden they bore due to Chu Jiaqing's actions. Insulted? Am I mistaken in my words? Is not Qin Tian a eunuch? Is not Chu Jiaqing one-eyed? Are you not six-fingered? I speak only the truth. You are undeniably all anomalies. Zhou Meijia touched her face. After all, she is a disciple of the master, and with just a gentle touch. The swelling that had previously marred her visage seemed to vanish, as if it had never existed. Because of this, her confidence now swells abundantly. As Lu Yu gazed at Gu Lingze and Ding Qishan standing not far away, her suppressed anger finally surged to the surface. Who dares to call me a monster? Speak up if you promised. Lu Yu surveyed her surroundings, noting that most were clad in the yellow robes of the Yuanshan sect, interwoven with golden threads. Realizing their intent to prey on the weak. If you're capable, then challenge me. The Chu family had thoroughly defeated numerous cultivators from the Yuanshan sect, and those sent from the Xiaoyao sect were undoubtedly skilled in their own right. Yet here stood Lu Yu, foolishly risking her life to save a mortal at Dahua Temple. Am I afraid? Just as her senior brother Guan Yu was about to advise her against acting impulsively, her words spilled forth. They were all of similar cultivation levels, ranging from the 5th to the 7th tier, so why not? Not only did they share comparable abilities, but they were also of similar age. Lu Yu would not allow Gu Lingze and Ding Qishan to mock her. She was unable to contend with Ding Qishan at present. Thus, she resolved to show the Yuanshan sect what this so-called soft persimmon truly was. Lu Yu, don't act rashly. Senior brother Guan. The remnants of the sword peak have been pushed to our doorstep. What more is there to consider? Lu Yu held her head high and turned toward the small arena where everyone else was engaged in playful competition. The monks guarding Panlong Temple initially found the antics of these youngsters rather unbecoming and were about to intervene. But the appearance of 2 golden core realms drew their attention away. They harbored disdain for these 2nd and 3rd generation heirs, as most disturbances in the marketplace were invariably caused by them. Moreover, they held a particular aversion for Lu Yu, who had audaciously extorted so many items from Master Fuzhou. To them, it was a fitting spectacle to watch 2 families engage in a mutual bout. Before the arena, Zhou Meijia glared at Lu Yu, gritting her teeth. Previously, you caught us off guard, but now we shall not afford you any opportunities. Let it be known, the use of talismans is strictly prohibited, lest you claim that we are bullying you. Lu Yu nodded slightly. After all, her talismans were purchased with money. Furthermore, since we have taken to the stage, there must be some stakes involved. Losers must forfeit 1,000 spirit stones. There are 9 of us disciples, so you need only prepare 9,000. Such a sum is hardly a concern for us 2nd and 3rd generation heirs. What we desire is to thoroughly humiliate the younger sister of the Chu family. Lu Yu smirked and nodded in agreement. Very well, Brother Yu, you may proceed first. Addressing him as Brother Yu, he stepped onto the high platform, riding his flying sword. His cultivation stood at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and to guard against any unforeseen stratagems from Lu Yu, he immediately cast a protective aura around himself. TSK. How stingy can one be to hold the position of a core disciple in the Carefree sect? Consider this as a token of appreciation for your efforts. Lu Yu accepted the pill vial, The flying sword gifted by her great-grandfather was a low-grade spiritual weapon, rendering her unable to ride it. If she were to summon a wooden crane now, it would undoubtedly invite mockery. With a gentle leap, she ascended the high platform, propelled by a column of water. This display of technique made Zhou Meijia and the others exchange glances. Initially, when she transformed Yang Duoyang's flying sword into a sphere, they assumed it was merely a playful trick. They had not anticipated the prowess of water-based techniques to be so formidable. However, their expressions soon settled, after all. The first challengers were 6 cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refinement. No matter how skilled she was, familiarity would allow them to discern her flaws over time. Their victory would grant them a lifetime of pride. Everyone's starting point is different. She is a direct disciple of the esteemed Master Suma, while they are merely descendants of 2nd and 3rd generations, possessing limited talent. Relying solely on their ancestral lineage, they have never been the focus of the sect's cultivation efforts. And no one would claim their combat prowess to be remarkable. Lu Shimi, please. As soon as the words left his lips, a flying sword belonging to Brother Yu sliced through the air with astonishing speed. In light of Yang Duoyang's previous misfortune, he had conjured 3 additional swords using his spiritual power. This was precisely what Lu Yu desired. Their disparity in cultivation levels was evident, and she knew she could not outlast him in a battle of spiritual energy. She unleashed her sharp sword technique, casting it forth like a rain of needles. When the clinking sounds reached her right side, all her sharp swords had just reached Brother Yu's front, only to vanish when he reinforced his spiritual energy shield. Then, Zhou Meijia and the others witnessed Brother Yu's flying sword transform, much like Yang Duoyang's, into a sphere that she fiercely kicked away. Perhaps due to the elasticity of the vines and the height from which it fell, the sphere bounced repeatedly, ultimately disappearing from their sight. That sword was a high-grade spiritual weapon, a gift from her great-uncle. How could it be lost? Faced with this individual, who seemed to be distracted, Liu felt a sense of disdain. However, considering the 1,000 spiritual stones at stake, she did not express her discontent. What Brother Yu did not expect was that, upon catching a distant glimpse of his flying sword, the countless sharp swords that had vanished before him suddenly reappeared, relentlessly bombarding his protective shield. Brother Yang, your sect is truly brimming with talent. Before even engaging in combat, one must think of defense. Quite impressive indeed. This individual could live for 1,000 years like a tortoise. Guanfang Yu was exceedingly incensed. The people of Yuanqing's sect were utterly shameless, ganging up on Lu Yu. In light of such affront, he resolved to withhold his courtesy. Yang Shuren's countenance darkened as he beheld the fool on the stage, who had drawn forth a mid-grade flying sword, which offered but a momentary reprieve. Alas, his aspirations were noble, yet reality proved to be cruel. Lu Yu targeted the minuscule gap in his shield, and an imperceptible veil of moisture surged forth at an unimaginable velocity, submerging Brother Yu, who was concealed within the protective barrier. The flying sword, newly summoned, fell listlessly. Brother Yu felt as if he were on the brink of drowning. In a panic, he hastily retracted the shield. Before he could catch his breath, several vines ensnared him, 2 of which lashed fiercely against his form. Dazed and disoriented, he found himself unceremoniously cast off the arena. The entire episode transpired within a mere span of 50 breaths. Grateful for Brother Yu's generous offering of 1,000 spirit stones. Chapter 68. My Qiang from a distance, Ding Qishan observed Lu Yu's performance alongside Gu Lingze, feeling a swell of joy for him. You can be at ease now, she mused. Her spiritual root possessed remarkable purity, and her mastery of the Tao was proficient. With due caution, she would encounter no peril. Gu Lingze nodded, though internally he harbored animosity towards Zhou Meijia and her ilk. Lu Yu's misplaced wrath upon the Gu family was but a reflection of her own disdain for being a 6-fingered individual. In her previous tenure at the National Masteress residence, she had stood firm against those who had mocked her, calling her 6-fingered and a monster. In time, she had discreetly dealt with all who dared to belittle her, even when she was merely a lowly maidservant. Now, others have embarked on their path of cultivation, and upon realizing that her spiritual roots are not inferior, she must be filled with intense resentment. Gu Ling let out a sigh. After much contemplation, she recognized that if she were in her position, it would be impossible not to harbor hatred. These individuals are once again rubbing salt into her wounds, utterly oblivious to the consequences. This person possesses a modicum of intelligence. Ding Qishan observed the individual stepping onto the stage, who, instead of adopting a defensive stance, recklessly unleashed immense magical power to contend with Lu Yu's techniques directly on the arena. He nodded in approval. Since it was a wheel battle, they must leverage their inherent advantages. As the saying goes, sheer strength can overpower skill, and with two more like this. No matter how many high-grade spirit-replenishing pills Liu possesses, her delicate meridians would undoubtedly succumb. Indeed, Liu was gritting her teeth on the stage. She had not anticipated that the second challenger would be so audacious as to forego the protective aura of spiritual energy on the surface. It appeared to be a tremendous risk. However, she was at the 5th level of chi refinement, and despite numerous strategies for a sneak attack, facing wave after wave of powerful assaults left her with neither the time nor the magical energy to execute them. Her opponent was 2 levels above her, and each time the tendril barely grazed his flying sword, he would effortlessly disperse it with immense magical force, soon leaving the stage covered in a dense layer of severed vines. Lu Yu understood that this individual could not sustain such a use of spiritual power for long, and she awaited the moment he would inevitably falter and tumble off the stage. However, with a fleeting glance, she noticed the members of the Yuanshan sect wearing knowing smiles. Suddenly, she realized that these 2nd and 3rd generation heirs were not all fools. The Qiyang sword was summoned forth for the first time. Layer upon layer of water curtain technique was established before her, diminishing the force of the attack from the disciple of Yuanshan sect. Before Tang Junjie could revel in his moment of triumph, a flying sword pressed against his forehead, while his own sword lagged just a heartbeat behind in speed. Marking his defeat, "I have lost," he exclaimed. Lu Yu cupped her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Brother Tang, for your guidance." Although she had no recollection of this individual from her past life, in this moment, his approach proved to be the most effective method against her. Victory in this wager seemed elusive for her. Tang Junjie nodded and descended from the stage. Lu Yu settled onto the platform to rest for a brief quarter of an hour, contemplating strategies to counter their overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the members of Yuanshan's sect gathered below, devising plans to prevent Lu Yu from effectively combining her techniques with her swordplay. Confronting was astonished to discover that the flying sword Lu Yu wielded was of inferior quality. Regrettably, he realized that it was too late to bestow upon her a superior spiritual artifact. From his perspective, given Lu Yu's current cultivation level, although the inferior sword conserved spiritual energy, it lagged significantly in speed compared to mid-grade or high-grade swords. In the arena, even a fraction of a heartbeat could determine the outcome. Lu Yu acknowledged the shortcoming and gently caressed Qiyang. The sword passed down to her by her great-grandfather Fang Youfu. During her prolonged stay at the Carefree sect, she had been so engrossed in her studies of core techniques and Taoist practices that she had not utilized it for quite some time. The golden sword technique and sharp sword technique had supplanted Qiyang. Thus, she had overlooked the significance of offensive spiritual artifacts. With a generous supply of spiritual stones gifted by her master, what had she purchased? Heavenly Net Formation, Thunderbolt Talismans, and various highly offensive talismans. Lu Yu discovered for the first time that everything, no matter how seemingly useless, possesses its significance at a certain moment. She could no longer act on assumptions, otherwise. This was not merely a contest, but a matter of life and death that would undoubtedly loom over her constantly. Senior Brother Guan. Has your esteemed Xiaoyao sect recently fallen into financial straits? Lu Yu, seated in the audience, furrowed her brows in amusement. Realizing that a core disciple of the Xiaoyao sect and the cherished apprentice of Master Su Mo was equipped with nothing more than a low-grade spiritual weapon. Alas, what a pity. Guan Fangyu was disinclined to engage. He could not fathom how someone as affluent as Master Su Mo had not provided Lu Yu with a better spiritual artifact. In the distance, Gu Ling was seething with anger. She had originally thought that the Xiaoyao sect's numerous obstructions to her meeting with Lu Yu indicated their genuine care for her. Yet, to her dismay, Lu Yu lacked even a medium-grade offensive spiritual weapon. No wonder she had so brazenly insulted Master Feizhou. It was infuriating that the people of the Xiaoyao sect had taken back what little she had managed to acquire. The strength of a cultivator is determined not only by their own abilities, but also significantly by their equipment. Gritting her teeth, Gu Ling thought it might be beneficial for Lu Yu to understand the hardships of being an unanchored rogue cultivator, even after becoming part of a sect. I am by Xinxiang, Lu Jr.'s sister. The time has come, please proceed. Lu Yu rose, saying nothing, merely offering a respectful bow. As she straightened her posture, the crowd below anticipated a dazzling display of her profound techniques, only to be taken aback as she shot forward like a cannonball, forsaking her magical arts in favor of a sword. Her sword was nothing more than an ordinary low-grade sword, a mass-produced item available for 460 spirit stones. What took everyone by surprise was that the sword, upon clashing with Bai Xianxiang's superior-grade spiritual flying sword, showed no signs of yielding. She had infused a golden elemental sword technique into her blade, merging the Tao with the sword. Yang Shuren stroked his beard, nodding incessantly. It seemed Xianxiang was destined to lose. Even if he were to suffer defeat today, he harbored no grievances. Those privy to this incident, due to the usual demeanor of Zhou Meijia and her companions, would not regard it as a significant matter. Those unaware would never claim that the Yuancheng sect had lost face before the Xiaoao sect. At this moment, his sole concern lay in the emergence of another disciple worthy of attention among the junior members of the Xiaoao sect. Following the exceptional Chu family, core disciples like Lu Yu operated within their own circles, and in the future, the core disciples of their sect would inevitably encounter her in various settings. Should they recognize her extraordinary potential early on, their chances of success would be greatly enhanced. At this juncture, Yang Shuren completely forgot their initial intent to seek retribution against the Xiaoyao sect through Lu Yu, as long as they could compel her to reveal all her hidden cards. This would be deemed a resounding victory. Indeed, Bai Xianxiang had not anticipated that a low-grade flying sword could contend with his superior-grade counterpart. In a moment of distraction, he was struck by the golden sword technique's manifestation, landing a blow to his head. The entire exchange lasted no more than 10 breaths. This was the price of their decision to forego a spiritual energy shield. Observing the young girl on stage, slightly fatigued with her eyes closed, the descendants of the Yuanqing sect displayed an unprecedented gravity on their faces. Was this the gap they had spoken of? Whatever happened to the promised, overwhelming victory? They were unprecedentedly met with silence, regardless of who took the stage. That moment of distraction solely signified defeat, nothing more. They were born with golden keys, never having utilized inferior spiritual artifacts. As for the medium-grade ones, everyone exchanged glances, reflecting on the considerable waste they had experienced, both theirs and others. Those individuals had never managed to execute even 3 moves with superior spiritual artifacts. Were their ancestors not also once in this position, commencing from inferior spiritual artifacts and gradually amassing their fortunes? Observing the stands, even Zhou Meijia's expression turned peculiar. Time was up. Who would step forward next? No. It was not a break. It was time to venture to the market to procure a superior flying sword artifact. Caressing Qiyang, Li Yu wished to convey her intention to seek its assistance once more, promising that she would tend to it well and nourish it with spiritual energy. I am Zhang Jun. It is an honor to meet you, junior sister Lu. Lu Yu returned the courtesy, her left hand gently brushing against Qiyang, imbuing it with golden elemental magic. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, their flying swords met in midair, clashing instantaneously. Zhang Jun's thin layer of spiritual energy shield was in place to prevent Lu Yu from forcing him to concede with yet another minor spell. Among those from Yuanqing's sect present here, he was the most steadfast in cultivation, having remained at the 7th level of Qi refinement for over 2 years. He had failed multiple times to break through to the 8th level. The spiritual energy consumption of a superior spiritual artifact appeared to be more than double that of an inferior one. However, Lu Yu's inferior artifact, enhanced by the Golden Path technique, meant that her spiritual energy expenditure was by no means inferior to his. A peculiar chime resonated from the platform, prompting a flicker of joy on Yang Shuren's face. Indeed, a low-grade flying sword, even when augmented with gold-based sorcery, could not possibly withstand such an assault. However, just as a smile began to form on Zhang Jun's lips, he was taken aback by the unfolding spectacle involving Lu Yu. To his astonishment, she ceased her remote manipulation through spiritual energy and instead leaped forward to seize the Qiyang sword, her own spiritual power surging forth as she engaged in combat with his flying sword. This reckless move might lead to her being gravely injured or even losing her life beneath the blade. Come on, is it really necessary? It's merely a low-grade Qiyang. Do you think we fear to wound you? Shouted Zhou Meijiao from the audience, her voice filled with alarm. Zhang Jun's hesitation in his actions had already begun to stir doubts in her mind regarding Lu Yu's intentions. Lu Yu, consumed by anguish, recalled that the sword was a gift from her great-grandfather. Now, with the blade missing a tip, was it a sign that her great-grandfather had already fallen? Observing Lu Yu, whose eyes were now reddened with despair, Yang Shuren discreetly nodded towards Zhang Jun. In the arena, injury, mutilation, or even death were commonplace occurrences, especially in the face of such hubris. If such an individual was not dealt with today, the Yuanqing sect would find no further opportunities. Zhang Jun, receiving the unspoken cue, resolved to disregard the potential harm to Lu Yu, unleashing a brilliant flash of sword light. Just as Guan Fengyu prepared to intervene, Yang Shuren unexpectedly grasped his hand. Guan, no one has conceded. Are you intent on disrupting the rules? Guan was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yu concede. Losing in terms of spiritual artifacts does not equate to a true defeat. Never. Lu Yu clenched the flying sword tightly in her hands. She had vowed to care for her great-grandfather in his twilight years, and she had promised to look after her mother. Yet now, she found herself utterly alone. She cannot attend her great-grandfather's final farewell, nor witness her mother's gentle smile. For what purpose is all this? In the distance, Ding Qishan seems to be critiquing Gu Lingze once more. Both of their faces bear a semblance of scornful smiles. Why? A surge of indignation wells up within Lu Yu. Yet her reason remains intact. Observing the other party's sword light intensifying, she quickly comprehends his intentions. Does he seek to take her life? In her past life, she was a specter, dwelling within the depths of the 18 layers of hell. Physically present in the abyss, her heart was ensnared there as well. The severed Qiang suddenly swells to more than double its former might, unleashing a tempest of sword energy in its wake. Gu Lingze, who was rushing forth, halts abruptly. His mouth agape in astonishment as he witnesses Lu Yu's frenzied display. The onlookers below are left speechless, and even the elder on the distant platform, stationed there, turns to watch in disbelief. Sword intent. Remarkably, it is sword intent. Even if he were to muster the last drop of spiritual power within him, he could not avert the trajectory of his sword, which is sent flying by her single stroke. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The primary concern lies in the fact that he no longer possesses the spiritual energy to sustain his protective aura. Even if he had the energy, he would be unable to impede Lu Yu, who has now become a half-sword cultivator. I concede. As the sword energy approaches, Zhang Jun's eyes widen in terror, and he rolls frantically to evade it. Little did he know, Lu Yu shows no sign of relenting, striking once more with Qiyang. Yang Shuren and Guan Fengyu simultaneously spring into action. One saves Zhang Jun, while the other intercepts Lu Yu. Lu Yu, he has already surrendered. You have triumphed. I shall kill him. Lu Yu, with crimson eyes, brandishes Qiyang. Guan Fengyu dared not release the confinement of her magical power. He could sense the fury swelling within Lu Yu due to the shattered Qiyang. Do not be upset. My dear senior brother shall gift you a finer flying sword. Behold, this is the golden feather, this is the wooden flyer, and this is the golden wanderer. All are yours. Both Fuzhou and Fuyo winced in unison, realizing that the girl was about to begin her relentless demands once more. No, I refuse. I desire only the Qiyang. Return my Qiyang. Observing the young girl on the verge of tears, Guan Fengyu felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Very well. I shall accompany you shortly to purchase the Qiyang, no matter how many you wish to acquire. No sooner had he uttered these words than the Qiyang began to shatter with a series of sharp clinks, its fragments cascading onto the stage. Chapter 69. The nature of stinginess. Yang Shuren, who had rescued Zhang Jun, felt an extraordinary rage rising as he heard Lu Yu's unreasonable lamentations. Just as he was about to reproach her, he noticed her kneeling on the stage, dropping golden tears. Lu Yu did not vocalize her sorrow. Instead, she picked up the shards of the Qiyang scattered on the ground. Each piece she grasped brought forth torrents of tears. There will never be another great-grandfather, nor another Qiyang in this world again. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I was wrong. I shall never act recklessly again, never misbehave again. The victor on the stage wept uncontrollably, and those in the audience felt an even greater pang of anguish in their hearts. Could a mere inferior Qiyang warrant such despair? If she continued to press on, her hands would surely be left in tatters. Wiping her tears, Lu Yu carefully wrapped the remnants of the Qiyang in a cloud-patterned cloth and stored it in her spatial bracelet. When she lifted her gaze once more, seemingly oblivious to the pain in her hands, she seized one of the flying swords bestowed by Guan Fengyu and pointed it defiantly at the disciples of the Yuan Chen sect. Who shall be next? The tears staining the young girl's face, mingled with the blood on her hands and the murderous glint in her eyes, caused the spectators below to collectively take a step back. Are you not coming? Does that mean you concede? Yang Shuren, caught in her gaze, could only gesture for Zhou Meijia to nod in agreement. At such a tender age, having already manifested a sword intent, her future in the path of sword cultivation could hardly be inferior to that of the Chu family. The Xianyang sect was indeed fortunate. On the elders' platform, Fuzhou and Fuyu exchanged glances, both sighing inwardly. It was no wonder that Shiyu was so anxious for the two, if this were their family-esque disciple. We concede. Here are your 9,000 spirit stones. Zhou Meijia had long abandoned her haughty demeanor, sending a small storage pouch to the platform with her spiritual energy. They had been thoroughly defeated by someone who had yet to comprehend sword intent. Now, with the girl having attained such insight, their participation would only lead to further humiliation. Observing Zhang Jun's condition, had it not been for the timely intervention of Uncle Yang, he might have lost his life. Although their spiritual roots and talents were rather mediocre, given their family's provision of a lavish lifestyle for the young master and young lady, establishing a foundation was certainly within reach. Their lives were of great value. At this moment, no task could outweigh the importance of their lives in the eyes of all present. Yang Shuren also tacitly acknowledged that continuing the fight would only enhance the reputation of the Xianyang sect. On his side, these children each had their own backgrounds, and should any of them sustain real injury, he would be hard-pressed to explain it to the sect. The best course of action now was to withdraw swiftly while attention was still limited. With a shared glance, the members of Yuanshan's sect discreetly made their exit. Liu had no intention of intervening. Upon seeing Gu Lingze, she became acutely aware of her disheveled appearance, which only served to amplify her embarrassment. With a sniffle, she cast a cleansing spell upon herself, returned the flying sword to Guan Fangyu, and leaped down from the arena. She paid no heed to the inquiries of those who approached her. Guan Fangyu lamented his inability to detain her. What a splendid source of pride she represented. Yet he was denied the opportunity to showcase it. Such a pity indeed. Liu dared not direct her gaze towards Ding Qishan, fearful that should she do so, she would be compelled to challenge him, having recently crossed swords with the disciples of the Yuanshan sect. The prospect of dragging the enigmatic Ding Qishan into the fray was a consequence she was not prepared to bear. Moreover, if she found it impossible to defeat Zhang Jun in the arena, how could she hope to contend with Ding Qishan? Luyu, Gu Lingze called out urgently, positioning herself in front of her. Come here. Luyu feigned deafness, attempting to sidestep her as she prepared to pass by. Gu Lingze seized her arm, imploring, Stop this nonsense, will you? Nonsense? What nonsense am I causing, Miss Gu? I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. Confronted with the still somewhat juvenile Gu Lingze, Li merely sought to dissociate herself from the situation. Regardless of how Gu Lingze chose to cultivate friendships, manage affairs, or navigate the path of immortality, Luyu had her own pursuits to attend to. Ideally, they would remain strangers throughout their lives, never exchanging a single word. Gu Lingze felt a pang of frustration but managed to suppress it, adopting a rare tone of gentleness. I spotted a noodle shop named Autumn Waters in the back alleys of the marketplace. Would you allow me to treat you to some noodles? Liu paused, reflecting on the fact that after moving to the National Master's residence, with Madame Wu still establishing her footing, Gu Lingze was often bullied. If her mistress was being wronged, it was inevitable that she, as a servant, would suffer as well. Whenever the two of them felt wronged, her mother and Lady Wu would always find a way to send a bowl of noodles, garnished with 2 eggs. Gilings favored the yolk, while she preferred the egg whites. This tradition continued until 1 month before Gilings departed for Lingshu sect. By that time, Gilings had firmly established herself at the National Master's residence, where no one could make her feel wronged anymore. However, indulging in noodles had become a cherished pastime for the two of them. Gilings had once taken her to savor every noodle shop in the capital. Come, let me treat you to some noodles. Then, if you wish to cry your heart out. Gilings believed it was best for Luyu to release all her frustrations. Otherwise, the burdens of the heart would only torment her later. No matter how imperfect her sister was, she was still hers. It was akin to parents, one could not choose them, so it was better for everyone to coexist harmoniously. Regardless of how they treated others, her parents were always exceptionally good to her, and she must remember that. As for her sister, Gilings glanced at Luyu and sighed inwardly. No matter the circumstances, she would protect her as much as possible. Just moments ago, witnessing her sob on the arena, who could tell how furious she felt? Furious at the people of the Xiao sect, resentful towards the Yuanshan sect, and angry with herself for being so foolish as to cry? What was the use of tears? She hadn't cried since she was 8 years old. If there were to be tears, they would be for others to shed. Luyu gently lowered the hand she had pulled over, saying, I haven't had noodles in many years. Seeing her walk away so defiantly, Gilings felt a mix of anger and frustration. What did she mean by many years? It had only been 4. This silly girl, so petty, even resented that? Gilings, rarely childish, stamped her foot in exasperation. She is my own mother. Since you are so reluctant to part with Luyu, you might as well take some action. From childhood to adulthood, It has never been a secret that Lu Yu possesses a somewhat miserly nature. Just look, even a simple bowl of noodles can incite her ire. Lu Yu, disregarding the lingering presence of Lingze, made her way directly to the marketplace. At the various stalls, there were one or two Qiyang swords, similar yet distinct from the one she had recently held, although her Qiyang sword was also a relic discarded by her great-grandfather. It bore little difference from those found at the stalls. Lu Yu's expression grew somewhat dazed. With her great-grandfather gone, would Uncle Qian treat her mother kindly? She found herself unable to trust even her own judgment, let alone the nature of humanity itself. She could have resorted to the mystical arts, yet out of sheer stubbornness, she insisted on engaging in a duel with flying swords. And now, alas, even her solitary hope has been shattered by her own hands. Alas, what are you doing? Are you blind while walking? A girl, covering her nose, scolded her upon realizing that Lu Yu was also holding her forehead. Moreover, the glimmer in her eyes suggested that she might have suffered even more than the collision. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she admonished, "Please be more careful while walking." Chapter 70. Guan and I, the girl before her, startled Lu Yu. She almost faltered. Having spent over a century in the demon sect alongside Ding Qishan, she had been able to command respect due to the presence of the ghost banner, even without deep roots in the sect. However, there was one individual, even Ding Qishan, who would take a detour upon encountering her. The banner ghost was a creature of the shadows, most fearful of fire. Yet, by sheer coincidence, the girl before her had managed to capture the coveted phoenix fire, something that countless individuals yearned for. It was indeed a source of regret for many that she belonged to the demon sect. Yes, I apologize. I shall be more mindful in the future. The disciples of the carefree sect? Guan and I beamed with joy. My great-uncle also belongs to the carefree sect. Lu Yu's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, rendering her expression both foolish and dazed. She had never anticipated that this future great demon, whom everyone in both the demonic and righteous realms avoided, would have any connection to the carefree sect. I am Lu Yu. May I ask your name, elder sister? I am Guan and I. Casting a glance at her sleeve, where the insignia of a core disciple was emblazoned, Guan Ni's smile broadened even further. Isn't today the day when the carefree sect confronts the soul-refining sect? What are you doing here? Lu Yu paused, realizing she had not been paying attention to her sect's significant affairs, instead fixating on this current nobody, Ding Qishan. Had she truly lost her focus? I possess little cultivation and am merely a spectator. My presence is of no use. Thus, I came to stroll through the market. Which sect do you hail from? Sister Guan, I am from the same peak as the Chu family in Dahua City. I nearly sacrificed myself to save those mortals. Reflecting on her earlier day's demeanor, Guan and I swiftly categorized her as a fool. Perfect. I am alone as well. Let us wander together. Although Guan and I internally criticized Lu Yu as a simpleton, she exuded warmth and enthusiasm. In the realm of cultivation, there are countless clever individuals who remain wary of one another. Encountering a genuine fool is rare, and one must certainly befriend them. Such a person, willing to risk their life for the insignificant existence of mortals, would not be one to stab her in the back should peril arise. Lu Yu was taken aback by Guan Ni's fervent hospitality. Even as her hand was grasped and she found herself passively following, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Does your sister need to purchase something? Are you looking to buy something? Please share, and I shall offer my advice. I am in search of a restoration facility to repair a spiritual artifact. Oh, I happen to know of one, not far ahead. Lu Yu quickened her pace. Does the relationship between Sister Guan and Brother Guan Fengyu exist? Although she is not well acquainted with others from the Xiaoyao sect, she still remembers Brother Guan Fengyu as kindness today. Since both Guan and I and Brother Guan share the same surname, they might indeed be related. However, Lu Yu soon fell into doubt. If that were the case, how could Guan and I have established a city within the demonic sect, serving as its lord in her past life? You refer to my granduncle as your senior brother, intending to take advantage of me, are you? Is there truly a connection? Lu Yu blinked, then smiled. I just called you sister. How could that be taking advantage? We each have our own discussions. Witnessing Guan and I, who had yet to don the mantle of the Queen of the Abyss, display a hint of a smile, Lu Yu felt herself becoming foolish once more. What are you staring at? Have you all been enchanted? So, how do I look, dear sister? Guan and I threw her a flirtatious glance. Lu Yu broke into a sweat. She felt certain that during her muddled past life, she must have missed many things. Ding Qishan had defected to the demonic sect due to the ghostly face banner, but what about Guan and I? Could it be because of that phoenix fire? Sister Guan, is your family an affiliate of the Xiaoyao sect? Guan and I nodded. Indeed, otherwise, how could my granduncle be associated with the Xiaoyao sect? So, it follows that the Guan family within the Xiaoyao sect is akin to the Gu family within the Lingze sect, correct? Lu Yu's eyes darted around. Yet before she could ponder further, she was pulled towards the restoration hall. The master repairs spiritual artifacts. Guan and I directly conveyed her thoughts. Lu Yu surveyed the modest establishment. The walls behind the counter were adorned with various restored spiritual tools and artifacts, lending an air of professionalism. An elderly man peeked out from behind the counter, glancing at them with a flicker of interest, urging them to present their item for examination. Lu Yu promptly stepped forward and revealed the cloud scarf. Upon seeing the exquisite wrapping concealing a high-grade defensive spiritual artifact, the old man's anticipation grew palpable. Guan and I also assumed that at the very least, a high-grade artifact had been damaged. However, when the scarf was unwrapped to reveal a shattered piece of red sun, the old man blinked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes twice before an amused smile crept across Lu Yu's face. Can it be repaired? Lu Yu inquired, her heart filled with uncertainty. Master Guan had stated that it was beyond repair, and now she could only hope that this specialized repair shop would offer her a glimmer of hope. Why can't it be repaired? If other artifacts can be restored, why is this inferior one beyond salvation? What kind of shop are you running? Initially, she had expected something of great value, yet it turned out to be merely a low-grade red sun, rendered almost unrecognizable. The thought of attempting to restore it seemed absurd. Nevertheless, noting the fine attire of her companion, the old man swallowed his disparaging remarks. On the street, a piece of red sun could be haggled for, priced at 430 spirit stones, while the cost of repair here could equate to purchasing a new one, with change to spare. The old man struggled to keep his eyelids from drooping, gesturing towards the exit, eager to see them depart. I have spirit stones, and I can provide as many as you need, as long as you assist me in the restoration. Lu Yu then produced 10 medium-grade spirit stones, the amount she had received from Yuan Shenzong that very day. 1,000 pieces. What sort of madness afflicts these prominent sect members? The old man felt a headache coming on. All right, state your demands. What more do you wish to add? Nothing at all. I simply desire the Qiyang restored to its original form, Lu Yu replied with utmost seriousness. The old man's face twitched. Adding some fine materials could transform the Qiyang. That he could manage. But to request nothing extra, and still wish for the original Qiyang. He picked up 2 shards once more, inspecting them closely, only to shake his head again. No, the materials are too inferior. If it were merely a matter of reforging the Qiyang, I lack the capability. 2,000 spirit stones. Lu Yu immediately raised the bid. The old man paused in surprise, but quickly shook his head again. 3,000. A nascent soul master? Lu Yu recalled how a few of her senior brothers had played tricks on her, feeling dejected as she gathered her belongings. Meiji, senior uncle? Lu Yu exclaimed in delight. Senior sister. Su Danshui expressed her disdain, tapping her forehead. What can I possibly say about you? If you truly lacked funds, it would be one thing. Yet, you clearly possess more wealth than I do, yet you don't even own a single top-grade flying sword. Now that the Qiyang is shattered, who else can you blame? Lu Yu cast no blame upon anyone but herself. You must be Guan and I, right? Thank you for accompanying my Lu Yu. However, to conduct business in such a manner, I must admit, I am quite impressed. Guan and I chuckled, but the deal was not successfully completed, was it? Junior sister Lu is simply too stubborn. Su Danshui broke into a mischievous smile. You may not be aware, but senior brother Guan, upon seeing that Lu Yu's Qiyang was damaged, expressly stated that he would gift her 3 top-grade spirit artifacts, the golden feather, the wooden flying sword, and the golden swim. Seeing Guan Ni's wide-eyed expression, Su Danshui laughed again, taking Lu Yu by the hand as they stepped outside. You foolish one, you often refuse to follow me closely. Despite my urging, that establishment, the repair hall, belongs to the steward. Moreover, the steward harbors a particular aversion towards that miserly Miss Guan, who seems intent on hoarding all the spiritual stones in the world for herself. Lu Yu, bewildered and dazed by the reprimand, could not fathom that the infamous sorceress of the future was the very same person mentioned by Sister Su. Su Danshui hurriedly pulled her along, exclaiming that the disciples of the Yuanshan sect were utterly shameless. And you, dear fool, why not borrow a superior-grade spiritual weapon from Brother Guan? You usually come across as quite astute, yet at crucial moments, you seem just as muddled as Xiaoyu. Those spiritual stones may appear enticing, but can they be thrown around as if they are mere playthings? Su Danshui continued her tirade, warning that should they lose today, the consequences would be dire. Centuries hence, Perhaps those individuals would have perished, yet their descendants would still recount the tale of how they fell victim to their own ancestors. It would be a source of immense humiliation. Lu Yu lowered her head, overwhelmed by despair, when suddenly her stomach let out a rumble. Su Danshui halted her steps, teasing. Are you hungry? I truly cannot comprehend your taste. Is the pill of absence that unpalatable? If it is, you need not consume it. Yet look at you. Your meals of spiritual buns are so sporadic. What have you done to yourself? At 14, this is the prime age for growth. I shudder to think what will become of you if you fail to develop properly. As she alluded to that, Liu shot her a glare, bewildered by her insinuation. Lu Yu recalled the captivating figure of Gu Lingze from earlier that day, contrasting it with her own appearance. Although she had grown over the past 2 years, her development seemed minimal. Do you think it appears as though we've mistreated you? Su Danshui remarked, bemused, tapping her forehead. Is there any conscience in your words? Just half a month ago, I prepared some pastries, but they all ended up in the dog's stomach, didn't they? Senior sister, you do realize it's been half a month. Can those few pastries sustain me for that long? Lu Yu retorted. Why didn't you just go to the cafeteria at Panlong Temple? Their spiritual steamed buns are truly unparalleled. If there are such delightful offerings, and you remain uninformed, you deserve to go hungry. Really? Lu Yu pondered the previous life, recalling how Ding Qishan had once made a special trip to Panlong Temple to help Gu Lingze acquire a multitude of spiritual steamed buns through backdoor means. Didn't you all collect them? If you had mentioned it earlier, would I have missed out? Not at all. There were simply too many visitors at Panlong Temple this time, and our Xiao sect arrived last. That's why the notice was sent to the residents only yesterday. While you couldn't receive a large quantity initially, surely they wouldn't deny you a meal every day. You truly exhibit a lack of gratitude. Whenever there is good fortune, have I ever forgotten you, even if I might overlook you sometimes? Li Yu's expression fell, though senior sister Xiaoyu was kind. Her knack for exploiting others' vulnerabilities seemed even more pronounced. It was perplexing how such a formidable figure as Master Shiyu could have taken on a disciple who appeared somewhat naive. During the apprenticeship, she felt abandoned midway. That day, when distributing the floating boat's belongings, it felt as if a knife had been plunged into her already wounded heart, leaving her genuinely fearful of Xiaoyu. Strangely, there was no malice in her intentions. I knew it. You are indeed intimidated by her. You should count yourself fortunate for not having sought refuge at Feilai Peak. Otherwise, you would be subjected to her incessant jabs for a lifetime. Lu Yu glared in anger. Is this truly what a senior sister ought to say? A warmth spread within her heart, and she chose to disregard this senior sister who failed to stand up for her and continued to prattle on. She focused on locating the Qiu Shui noodle house mentioned by Gu Lingze in the back alley. Perhaps the business was genuinely thriving, as there were quite a number of patrons. The flavors are delightful. Su Danshui gave her a thumbs up. Do you actually gain something from wandering outside every day? From a distance, Gu Lingze observed as she savored the Lingze noodles, reminiscent of 4 years ago when they shared roadside mixed noodles at the night market. Let us go. Ding Qishan grasped her hand. If you wish to eat noodles, I shall treat you. Let us not concern ourselves with her. Gu Lingze shook her head. Today's events had already been sufficiently stimulating for Lu Yu. She did not wish to disturb her enjoyment of the noodles with any further unease. I intend to challenge Luo Sierra of the Yuanqing sect. Gu Lingze was aware that Chu Jiechi had gone to spar with Sang Juli, so she would seek out Luo Sierra, for she had long desired to ascertain who among them was truly superior. Chapter 71, Favorable Winds. The Yuanqing sect has recently encountered a streak of misfortune, with all those beneath the foundation establishment mid-stage having been challenged by Chu Jiechi. Everyone was thoroughly exasperated by their antics. However, the crux of the matter was not merely this. It was primarily that the process of Lu Yu comprehending the sword intent had been publicly disclosed, resulting in the Yuanqing sect's underhanded dealings being exposed to the world. After dealing with the envious and resentful individuals, Shiyu finally found a moment to concern herself with the instigator of the chaos. Chu Jiechi inquired, "Why do you lack focus while practicing your swordsmanship?" Lu Yu's face contorted in frustration. She truly detested the monotony of repetitively executing the same movement. She preferred to sit and cultivate, relishing the gradual enhancement of her skills. Master Uncle, that day I was provoked by them. The essence of sword intent, after reaching the late stages of foundation establishment, is something that those genuinely interested in the sword can typically cultivate. Are you implying that you lack interest in the sword? Shiyu expressed her astonishment. With your sweeping leaf sword, wherever you go, you should be making an impact. With a sword in hand, the world is yours to command. Do you not comprehend? Liu nodded in understanding. She did comprehend. Sword cultivation was indeed the prevailing path in this realm. You possess extraordinary talent. If you fail to harness it properly, what use is your gift? Shiyu hoped she would grasp the magnitude of sacrifice many endure to attain sword intent. Liu understood. Since her rebirth, she had cherished all that she had acquired. Master uncle, I shall diligently practice my swordsmanship. I will strive to master it. Regardless of whether she would ultimately pursue the path of sword cultivation, acquiring knowledge was never a misstep. Indeed, Liu was taken aback by her master uncle's attentiveness and readily agreed. Did your master not prepare spirit stones for you before entering seclusion? She did, Liu replied. Shiyu furrowed her brow, vexed by the extravagant spending habits of Xiaoyu, but equally troubled by Lu Yu, who hoarded money without knowing how to spend it. Very well. Venture to the market and procure the spiritual instruments you require. Liu blinked, gazing at her master uncle. You wouldn't want the incident with Qiang to repeat, would you? Master, I have already made the necessary preparations. Behold, I have acquired 6 spiritual artifacts, each corresponding to offensive and defensive capabilities from the upper, middle, and lower tiers. It seems I have exercised some foresight. However, one must ponder whether I have perhaps overprepared. Please bring forth your crimson sun, and I shall assist you in refining it. After which you may seek a crafting shop on your own. I must admit, I have developed quite an affection for this young girl who was initially destined to be my disciple. Since she has acknowledged her mistakes and sought to amend them, I shall bestow upon her a reward. Ah, yes, thank you, master. Lu Yu exclaimed joyfully, hastily producing the shards of crimson sun from her cloud pouch. Witnessing this exquisite defensive artifact being treated as mere baggage left Shiyu somewhat bemused. Was this crimson sun gifted to you by Fang Youfu? Indeed. Shiyu waved her hand, observing the young girl retreat as she utilized her pure spiritual energy to refine what she perceived to be the most inferior of materials. However, midway through the refinement, the infant flame extinguished suddenly. Shiyu hurried outside and sent a message via flying sword. Her only hope now was that the foolish members of the Gu family had yet to take action against Fang Ernyang. Otherwise, the young girl had declared her intention to eliminate Gu Jingfan. At that time, it seemed unlikely she would be satisfied with merely dispatching Gu Jingfan alone. Gu Lingze had been persistently troubling the Yuanshan sect these past few days, evidently a protective sibling. Shiyu truly did not wish for these two sisters to ultimately find themselves at odds with one another. Liu established a new regimen for herself, dedicating 6 hours each day to cultivation, 3 hours to sword forging, 2 hours to sleep, and 1 hour to attend to miscellaneous tasks, all while occasionally glancing towards the arena to observe Ding Qishan. Regarding Gu Lingze's actions, she refrains from commenting. Her fellow senior brothers and sisters are all pushing their limits. Perhaps she, too, is striving to surpass herself. She has never underestimated Gu Lingze. The events of her past life illustrate that this sister possesses a concealed prowess. On this day, during a moment of respite, as she stepped out of the gates of the carefree residence, she spotted Guan Enai in the distance, smiling at her. Lu Yu felt a shiver run down her spine. She had grown quite wary of this sister. All 6 of her spiritual artifacts had been purchased from the steward's shop. She was well aware that the inferior defensive cloak was utterly useless to her now. Yet this elder sister remarked that she was still young, with low cultivation, and would have to endure several more winters. The second-tier white tiger skin cloak would serve perfectly as winter attire. Reluctant to buy it herself, the elder sister lamented about her impoverished circumstances, claiming her uncle was a spendthrift, having gifted her 3 superior spiritual artifacts and a plethora of other items. Lu Yu had never considered that the feared witch of the future could have such a side to her in the present. Yet, she dared not offend her. For it was said that a mere glance from this person in the future could incite lethal wrath on the bustling streets. Sister Guan, did you seek me out? Of course, Guan and I replied. If I am here, would I be looking for Su Danshui instead? She took Lu Yu's hand with an air of familiarity. Come. My family has received 2 pairs of windcatcher boots. Let me show you. Lu Yu wished to protest. Sister, please spare me. Observing her distressed expression, one would think she intended to butcher her. Guan and I pinched her face, appreciating its delightful texture. I genuinely like you, which is why I took the trouble to reserve a pair for you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother. Thank you, but I do not desire your affection. Lu Yu could only grumble inwardly. Sister Guan, my esteemed senior brother, Qin Tian, is a master craftsman. When he emerges from his seclusion and discovers that I have acquired so many items without seeking his expertise, given his narrow-minded nature, he will undoubtedly cause me trouble. Heh, can Qin Tian even be called a craftsman? Guan and I scoffed. It's evident that you've become foolish in your cultivation. Do you believe that if I were to stand here and shout that I possess wind-quick boots, they wouldn't be snatched away instantly? Lu Yu blinked, intrigued. Are the wind-quick boots truly that remarkable? Look, I have 2 pairs, one on my feet and another available for you at the modest price of 6,000 spirit stones. 6,000 is considered modest? Lu Yu felt that Guan and I was treating her as a gullible fool. When you find yourself short on funds, take them to the auction house. You could easily fetch 9,000. If you doubt this, simply ask anyone present, and they will confirm. Guan and I, emulating Su Danshui, tapped her forehead. You silly girl, have you ever considered how many shops my family owns? With the grand event hosted by the Panlong Temple, we only managed to acquire 2 pairs. If it weren't for the necessity of giving one away as a gesture of goodwill, countless people would be waiting in line for them. This matter is none of your concern. Chapter 72. Foolish Lu Yu never considered herself foolish, especially after having been a flag ghost for over 300 years. She possessed far more knowledge than these contemporary individuals. Yet, the people she encountered all deemed her to be Navi, even disregarding the sisterly affection towards her own senior. One might expect that a rather Navi junior would receive a modicum of care. However, when it comes to Guan and I, Lu Yu finds herself utterly at a loss upon contemplating this formidable figure. Oh, have you been troubled by Guan and I again? Upon observing Lu Yu's discontent, Fang Qingshu chuckled. I can see clearly now, you are merely a tyrant in your own little realm. Lu Yu, disinterested in engaging, lifted her chin in an attempt to sidestep him. You little rascal, aren't you usually quite adept at dealing with us? Why do you cower when faced with Guan and I? Today, in a rare good mood. My senior brother offers a clever suggestion. Why not go and lament to Senior Guan Fayu? I assure you, you'll be liberated from Guan Ni's grasp. Seeing Lu Yu flustered brings a peculiar delight to Fang Qingshu, who trails behind her, eager to flaunt the authority of a senior. Lu Yu rolled her eyes. She would rather offend anyone than provoke Guan and I. Seeking solace from Senior Guan, after spending a considerable amount of spirit stones on a plethora of temporarily useless items, she feared she might gain nothing and instead incur Guan Ni's resentment. After all, she is a veritable sorceress. Despite her current semblance of normalcy, Lu Yu dared not to cross her, nor did she have any desire to do so. What else has she demanded of you? Just then, Xia Yu and Su Danshui entered, their voices ringing out. Is that the Windwalker boots? Su Danshui exclaimed in astonishment, but Xia Yu moved with greater swiftness, swiftly crouching beside Lu Yu to examine the item. Indeed, they were the Windwalker boots. As Xia Yu gazed at Lu Yu, her eyes were a tempest of emotions, sympathy, envy, and resentment mingled together. Even Fang Qingshu, who had anticipated a spectacle, fell silent. Are the Windwalker boots truly so renowned? Lu Yu sensed that the atmosphere around them was rather off and quickly inquired, lest she be deceived by Guan and I. In the Loose Cultivator Alliance, there exists a nascent soul master known as Shun Feng, a true master of weapon forging. Su Danshui enlightened her, explaining that Shun Feng has a peculiar temperament and every century he releases 10 pairs of Shun Feng boots. Observing Lu Yu's continued confusion, Su Danshui's expression twitched. Did Guan and I not tell you anything? You simply bought them without question? Lu Yu nodded. For a moment, Su Danshui was at a loss whether to deem her fortunate or foolish. Did you not feel anything amiss upon wearing the Shun Feng boots? They bestow upon the wearer an astonishing lightness, allowing one to traverse the market thrice without fatigue. In the marketplace, aside from those formidable nascent soul cultivators, everyone else must rely on their feet, and after a while, it can be quite exhausting. When the spiritual energy infuses the Shun Feng boots, it grants the wearer a feather-like lightness. Do you comprehend the significance of this in battle or during a hasty escape? Lu Yu blinked a couple of times. And now she understood. How many spirit stones did you spend? Asked Xia Yu. Lu Yu, astonished, replied, 6,000 spirit stones. That wretched girl, I shall have my revenge. After a brief moment of shock, Xia Yu dashed out the door. Haraha. Upon witnessing Fang Qingshu's stunned expression, Su Danshui could no longer contain her laughter, collapsing to the ground, clutching her stomach in mirth. As Xia Yu entered, she found Su Danshui still caught in fits of laughter, while Fang Qingshu appeared utterly devastated. And Lu Yu, in her innocence, naturally inquired about the commotion. Upon hearing Guan and I offer 6,000 spirit stones for the Shun Feng boots, one could not help but feel amused. Turning to the following Guan Fangyu, he remarked, Your Guan and I has truly encountered a misadventure. Lu Yu is the most dishonest among them. The assessment from Shiyu left Lu Yu's expression somewhat rigid. "Huh. Master Uncle, you jest, that child, in ire, is simply infatuated with Lu Shimi. Lu Yu, does Master Uncle's assertion that you are dishonest not resonate with you?" Shiyu inquired directly. Lu Yu found herself at a loss for words, unable to affirm or deny. "Huh." The smile of Shiyu Jinren was laden with significance. Those whom Guan and I holds dear and regards with heartfelt affection all share a common trait. Do you know what that trait is? Lu Yu genuinely did not know. The great enchantress was now merely a mundane woman obsessed with wealth. "Junior sister, you are truly unfortunate." Su Danshui finally ceased her laughter. "To be someone with whom Guan and I interact sincerely without guile, one is perceived as a fool." "Haha, are you a fool?" Observing Lu Yu in a daze, Shiyu found amusement in the situation. "Your senior sister Xiaoyu once lived in debt, all thanks to Guan and I." It was no wonder that senior sister Xiaoyu had mentioned wanting to confront her. Lu Yu seemed to grasp yet remained bewildered. What trait of hers could lead others to perceive her as a fool? If she were to articulate it, could she not rectify it? The matter of Lu Yu being labeled a fool had long spread after the events in Dehua City. Perhaps Guan and I had also been misled. Su Danshui found it impossible to look at Lu Yu without laughing, particularly recalling her desire to procure 3,000 spirit stones to repair the Qiyang. Later, Guan and I persistently requested her to purchase items, and she did not even attempt to haggle. It is no wonder then. Shiyu scrutinized Lu Yu. This girl, who could roll and play tricks in front of their masters, how could she exhibit such patience towards Guan and I? Do you hold a fondness for Guan and I? The question made Lu Yu break into a sweat. Fortunately, that day, it was senior brother Guan who was watching over her, preventing her from being ensnared by the disciples of the Yuanshan sect. Later, Sister Guan mentioned that senior brother Guan is her great uncle, and so, well, you must have appeared rather foolish in front of Guan and I. The esteemed Shiyu was quite serious. With her presence, you would be shielded from misfortune wherever you went. Lu Yu felt speechless towards her master, who was pretending to be aloof, as well as towards senior brother Guan. Yet, her confusion deepened. From her master's words, it seemed she held a high regard for Guan and I. Furthermore, senior sister Su and the others were also acquainted with Guan and I. So why, in her previous life, did Guan and I betray the righteous path and establish a city within the demonic sect? Many of those she slaughtered in the streets were disciples of the Tao. Moreover, after Ding Qishan brought calamity upon senior brother Jin Shan, Shiyu and the others pursued him all the way to the demonic sect. At that time, Ding Qishan had also passed through Guan Ni's Sky City. However, her masters appeared not to recognize Guan and I. How could that be? Sigh, what am I doing? If I continue to daze off, I will truly appear foolish. Senior sister Su, since the Guan family is a subordinate clan of the Xiaoyao sect, should not sister Guan also join the Xiaoyao sect? Su Danshui glanced at her, remarking that the bonds between people are indeed quite peculiar. Lu Yu and Qin Tian, along with Chu Jiaqi, managed to coexist harmoniously, yet they lacked a modicum of patience for those deemed ordinary. Guan and I, however, could hardly be classified as such. Perhaps there was an immediate affinity between them. Yet, that was not feasible, for Guan Ni's father was the patriarch of the Guan clan. While anyone could seek entry into the Xiaoyao sect, the direct lineage of the clan's leader was an exception. Furthermore, she was her father's sole offspring, destined to become the future head of the clan. "Oh," Lu Yu exclaimed, her eyes darting around. "Senior sister, you have yet to enlighten me on the additional benefits of the Shunfeng boots." The greedy little girl elicited a chuckle from Su Danshui. Master Shunfeng has never taken on disciples in his lifetime, and he is now over 900 years old. Hence, this particular batch of Shunfeng boots may very well be a limited edition. The Yuaning master is said to possess a lifespan of 1,000 years. Yet throughout these years, no one has ever succeeded in replicating his Shunfeng boots. It is rumored that the secrets of his craftsmanship are concealed within a certain artifact he personally forged, awaiting a fated individual. Lu Yu cast her gaze downward at her own boots, retreating a couple of steps. "Senior sister, since he is a Yuaning master, he must possess an abundance of artifacts and treasures. My pair is merely a high-grade spiritual tool. It is inconceivable to conceal anything within them. Moreover, I have spent 6,000 spirit stones, and I am truly on the verge of poverty." "Indeed, I understand, but is it not permissible to simply take a look?" Su Danshui teased, pinching her nose. "Let me share a piece of information with you. Lingze and Luo Sierra from the Yuan Chen sect engaged in a fierce battle a couple of days ago. Yet now they appear as if they are of one mind. Be cautious when you encounter her in the future." Su Danshui perceived Lingze as an individual of profound thought, while Liu seemed superficial and undoubtedly no match for him. The camaraderie between Gu Lingze and Luo Xier was not unexpected for Lu Yu, who chose to remain indifferent. As she practiced her swordsmanship, the wind-boosting boots enabled her to effortlessly execute complex maneuvers that had once eluded her. Consequently, Lu Yu devised a new training regimen. She would initially practice without the boots, then don them after several sessions, and subsequently return to practicing without them. This cyclical approach allowed her to gradually recognize her deficiencies. Don't confine your sword practice to the home. Venture out occasionally. Lu Yu found herself intrigued by a particular matter and was reluctant to leave. Come on. I'm free today. Let us consider it a leisurely outing for me. Chu Jiaqi was aware of Lu Yu's busy schedule. Thus, he single-handedly managed affairs concerning the Chu family and Yuanshan sect, ensuring she was not burdened. Yet now, as his junior sister practiced diligently at home, whispers from the outside world, both overt and covert, labeled her a fool, which he found utterly detestable. How could his intelligent and whimsical junior sister possibly be a fool? If all kind-hearted individuals in the world were deemed foolish, what would that make the world? Since it was rare for Chu Jiaqi to forego a challenge, Lu Yu decided to reciprocate his courtesy, saying, "All right, if I fancy something, you shall procure it for me." With a furrowed brow, Chu Jiaqi inquired, "What of your spirit stones? You haven't truly been deceived by Guan and I, have you?" "Huh, am I truly that naive?" Lu Yu chuckled. "Sister Guan and I is quite amiable. She always charges me market price and never takes advantage of me." Upon this matter, she stretched her foot, observing those elegant boots. Chu Jiaqi finally showed some respect. "Recently, I have been challenging the monks of Panlong Temple. I am aware. I heard from Sister Su that you have a fondness for the temple's spiritual steamed buns. I wagered with them. The loser must provide 2 years' worth of those delectable buns." Lu Yu was taken aback, never having imagined that someone would be willing to stake such a delightful prize for her enjoyment. "I have already triumphed over 3 opponents, and in a few days, they shall deliver the winnings to me. Brother, will you give them all to me?" "I am not particularly fond of food. It is too troublesome and time-consuming." A faint smile appeared on Chu Jiaqing's lips as he recalled his master's words before entering seclusion, stating that he and the senior brother must take good care of her. Lu Yu's smile blossomed. Mere buns would not suffice. "The braised meat at the restaurant on the 3rd Street is quite good. You must also procure a serving for me." "Very well." The two siblings bantered joyfully as they made their way to the 3rd Street. On the 2nd floor of the Chioshui Noodle House, Sang Jioli observed with astonishment that Chu Jiaqing's expression had softened. "Is that not Lu Yu, the prized disciple of the esteemed Master Sumo? One would never expect the swift sword to indulge in shopping." Gu Lingze leaned in for a better view. Indeed. Lu Yu was engaging in cheerful conversation with the one-eyed man at her side. Luo Xier, noticing her sudden chill, became intrigued by Lu Yu, who had remained elusive until now. "What is it? Has this Lu Yu offended you in some way?" Gu Lingze replied with annoyance. It was clear that she held no regard for Chu Jiaqing, was it not? No wonder they say Lu Yu is a 6-fingered person. Indeed, he has 6 fingers. "What? Do you also consider Lu Yu to be a cripple?" Gu Lingze's tone was less than pleasant. Luo Xier chuckled. "What constitutes a cripple? There are many in the realm of cultivation who are mentally impaired. Such a condition, one that is innate, cannot possibly be blamed on Lu Yu." "Indeed. It cannot be blamed," Gu Lingze sighed inwardly. But back then, did Mother truly not hold any resentment? If not, how could she have left behind a normal self? The two seemed quite well matched. A single remark from Sang Jioli made Gu Lingze wish to immediately bring Lu Yu forward for a reprimand. Yes, they are indeed quite suited. Luo Xier nodded in agreement. "Unfortunately, as my master mentioned, there has never been a truly normal individual at the remnant sword peak of the Xiao sect. In the past, Su Mo and Yi Shui were such a splendid pair. After Yi Shui's demise, Su Mo underwent a profound transformation. Lu Yu has been in the realm of cultivation for several years since leaving the mortal world. In Dahua City, he remains quite emotional. The Chu family is known for their extreme natures. If Lu Yu were to encounter difficulties, he would likely pale in comparison to Su Mo." Gu Lingze could hardly tolerate it any longer. "Luo Xier, I just recalled how I might shatter your blazing inferno with my frozen world." "Oh, she seems to be angry now." Luo Xier was perplexed about what she had done to provoke her. For the past couple of days, Gu Lingze had been calling her by her nickname, Xier. "I was wrong. Just tell me what I did wrong, and I shall amend it." Facing Luo Xier, who was a few months her junior, yet still stubborn, Gu Lingze would have enjoyed teasing her under different circumstances. However, now that others were cursing Lu Yu as a doomed soul, how could she possibly endure it? I have finished my meal. Let us depart. Chapter 73. Ding Qishan. Gu Lingze remarked that she had concluded her dining experience. Not only Luosier, but also Sang Julie appeared quite astonished, as the dishes they had ordered, awaiting Ding Qishan, had yet to be served. Just as they had not commenced their persuasion, the voice of Chu Jikiki resonated from the opposite side. I inquired who it was, and Sang Xiong observed his younger brother for a considerable time, seemingly pondering whether to continue their practice on the arena the following day. Sang Julie, ever quick-witted, burst into hearty laughter. As for the arena, let us set that aside. Is that not Lu Shimi beside you, Chushiti? How about granting your elder brother a favor? I shall treat you to some noodles. He suggested they go and meet. Sang Julie, possessing a gentlemanly demeanor, had observed them from the window and assumed she had not encountered them before. Chu Jikiki understood that Lu Yu could not remain hidden behind them for eternity. She had her own path to tread. The more individuals and experiences she encountered, the less likely she would suffer from indecision in the future. Lu Yu glanced at Sang Julie, who stood before the window, exuding an aura of elegance akin to that of an otherworldly being, and smiled, nodding in agreement. She bore no grudge against the members of the Yuanqing sect. However, upon entering the private room and seeing Gu Lingze, her expression became somewhat stiff. Luosier, I have met Chu Shixiang and Lu Shimi. Luosier, uncertain of how she had offended Gu Lingze, hurried to remedy the situation. This is Gu Lingze from the Lingze sect. By the way, I have heard that Lu Shimi is also 14 years of age. May I inquire when you were born? I am born in June, and Lingze Shimi in August. She is younger than I. Gu Lingze, standing nearby, noticed Liu suppressing her smile, which left him feeling rather displeased. Despite his efforts to assist her, every encounter resulted in her displaying a cold demeanor. Liu visited senior brother Sang, senior sister Luo, and senior sister Gu. So you indeed know each other? Luo Sierra felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead as she began to comprehend the sudden change in Gu Lingze's demeanor, especially after her earlier remarks. The two lapsed into silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Just wait a moment. Ding Qishan from Dongying's sect will arrive shortly. Sang Julie busied himself pouring tea for them, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Lu Yu tightened her grip on the teacup, surprised by the prospect of encountering Ding Qishan up close. Gently setting the cup down, she excused herself, stating, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. What have I done to provoke this? Liu felt anger swell within her, particularly upon witnessing the closeness between Gu Lingze and Ding Qishan. I cannot confront them. Perhaps evasion will suffice. Do you truly despise me so? Do you wish for my demise? Do you even understand the meaning of hatred? If you do not, refrain from speaking carelessly. Liu had never contemplated wanting her dead, nor did she harbor any ill feelings towards Gu Lingze. Stop right there. Gu Lingze intercepted her path. Since you harbor such animosity towards me, I shall grant you the opportunity for revenge. Let us spar on the arena. Lu Yu appraised her coolly and replied with a sneer, Has the esteemed Miss Gu forgotten that your cultivation level is several tiers above mine? What do you mean by revenge? Are you intending to beat me? I will reduce my cultivation to the 5th level of qi refinement, Gu Lingze declared. Luo Sierra, overhearing, noted that her tone was as light as if the sun were shining. Reducing to the 5th level of qi refinement? Liu had already grasped the essence of sword intent in her cultivation. Stepping into the arena would be akin to seeking punishment. Miss Gu, spare me the theatrics. If you wish to fight, I will challenge you openly. What do you mean by Miss Gu? Gu Lingze trembled with anger. Lu Yu, I have endured your provocations time and again. Do you truly believe I am as malleable as clay? Are you under the impression I am afraid? How do you intend to punish me? By striking my palms? With a whip? Or perhaps a rod? Shall I prepare these instruments of torment for you? Gu Lingze took a step back. The memories of her initial days in the Master's residence, where Lu Yu had subjected her to such punishments, flooded her mind. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Ding Qishan, who was taken aback by the eerie silence in the sight of Gu Lingze seemingly cornered by Lu Yu. He felt a surge of discontent. Lingze, did I not advise you? Some individuals are as obstinate as mules. It is not worth your time to engage with them. Lu Yu could tolerate many things, but she could not abide Ding Qishan. So I am the obstinate mule, am I? Lu Yu retorted with a cold smile. Ding Qishan, is it now your turn to play the gallant hero? Ding Qishan assisted Gu Lingze to a nearby seat before leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. I only know that some individuals mistake kindness for folly. Suddenly, the jade cup and pot on the table emitted a sound as if they could no longer withstand the tension. Gu Lingze felt a pang of sorrow. This was an unmistakable aura of murderous intent from a sword cultivator. Could it be that Lu Yu truly wished for her demise? Ding Qishan. Let us venture to the life and death arena. Not interested. Ding Qishan replied dismissively. Firstly, the Panlong Conference is a contest of Tao and demon. Secondly, the Dongying sect and the Shaoao sect are both esteemed within the Tao. Should either of us perish on the arena, it would be detrimental to the Tao. Thirdly, are you not simply relying on the fact that you have already cultivated your sword intent? With audacity, you approach those you despise. It is not here that one can merely speak without substance. Lu Yu gazed at Ding Qishan, who spoke so confidently, wishing fervently to silence him. Yet she could not. After all, Ding Qishan had not yet committed any transgression in this lifetime. The ghostly banner remained in her grasp. My apologies for the disruption today. I shall take my leave. Lu Yu offered a slight bow to Sang Jiuli and Luo Xier before turning to depart. She noticed Chu Jiechi hastily rise to follow her. And Ding Qishan scoffed, Lingze, at times, your consideration for others may not be reciprocated. Let us disregard Lu Yu's presence. You have fulfilled your duty. Gu Lingze covered his face, genuinely heartbroken. During their previous encounters, even amidst quarrels, the atmosphere had never been as charged as today. The murderous intent of the sword cultivators was directed at her. What more could she fear? I apologize, but I lack the spirit today. You may continue your meal. Gu Lingze noticed Ding Qishan also rise, further darkening his mood. I wish to be alone for a while. Ding Qishan nodded and resumed his seat, deeming it unworthy to act for the sake of those who do not merit it. With the instigators having departed, curiosity ignited in Luo Xietu's eyes. Ding Xixiao. Did Gu Lingze and Lu Yu know each other previously? Ding Qishan, noticing Sang Jiuli's eagerness for information, could not help but chuckle. You wish to know? Merely dining will not suffice to satisfy my curiosity, will it? Very well, since you seek tales of the immortal intoxication, I shall treat you. Although Luo Xier initially suspected Gu Lingze had come to stir trouble for Lu Yu, she now reconsidered. Although these two individuals are acquainted, Lu Yu seems to harbor a profound aversion towards Gu Lingze, as if she were on the verge of labeling him outright. Both Gu Lingze and Lu Yu are individuals of equal standing, and the adage know thyself, and know thy enemy holds true. They are worthy of her investment. Chapter 74. The tangled Shiyu leaning against the door, she took deep breaths. Ding Qishan remained unchanged, and she knew she mustn't rush into action. Yet, the mere thought of Ding Qishan, with his raised eyebrow and sidelong glance, reminiscent of a past life, filled her with resentment. Each specter within the ghostly banners, having endured over a century, had been personally subjected to punishment by him. Even after entering the demonic realm, he derived pleasure from witnessing the torment of the banner ghosts as they gradually dissipated into nothingness. However, being a banner ghost, if they were not entirely eradicated, they would reconstitute within 10 days to half a month. This cyclical torment instilled an innate dread deep within their souls, consciously or unconsciously. They could only tremble in fear at the sight of him. Having followed him for over 300 years, he had watched her endure punishment on 2 occasions. At that moment, Shiyu, who was stationed nearby, suddenly opened her eyes and gazed towards Lu Yu's room. The palpable, oppressive atmosphere of malevolence emanating from there felt as if it were a tangible force, akin to the release of infernal demons. How could this be? Shiyu rose and, upon turning towards the corridor, was met by Chu Jiechi, who rushed in and knocked on Lu Yu's door. Lu Yu, are you in there? If you don't respond soon, I shall be forced to break down the door. Chu Jiechi was taken aback, realizing that Lu Yu had managed to escape the marketplace with such swiftness. Shiyu squinted her eyes. The once overwhelming hostility seemed to dissipate into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Senior brother, I am perfectly fine. I wish to be alone for a while. You may leave. I apologize, but if not, it has nothing to do with you, interrupted Lu Yu's impatient voice from within. It's my own issue. Please go. Reluctantly, Chu Jiaqing turned away, only to see Shiyu beckoning him. Master uncle. I am not sure. She quarreled with Gu Lingze. Shiyu frowned. Are you aware of her relationship with Gu Lingze? Chu Jiaqing shook his head in confusion. I do know. Such matters are common in every family. It is not unique to the Gu clan. Gu Lingze's mother was immortal. She gave birth to a pair of twin daughters, the youngest of whom was born with 6 fingers. She abandoned her to a maid and falsely reported the birth of a boy, claiming the other was stillborn. Chu Jiaqing was taken aback. That maid was Lu Yu's adoptive mother, Fang Ernyang. Do you understand now? Chu Jiaqing's posture sagged. What foolishness had he committed? Cursed be Gu Lingze, who had repeatedly used him to get closer to Lu Yu. In the entire Gu family, Lu Yu probably harbored no resentment towards anyone but Gu Lingze. Shiyu seemed to read his thoughts. She and her ancient twin brothers were indeed of the same blood. Gu Lingze, much like her master, Hua San, was a person of remarkable charm. Su Danshui and Xia Yu also received a mission from their sect, tasked with keeping Gu Lingze from becoming too close to Lu Yu. In the entire Gu family, the only person she truly cared about was perhaps Gu Lingze himself. Shiyu sighed. Initially, Lu Yu was unwilling to let her affairs create a stir within the sect following her departure, hence your ignorance of the matter. However, with Gu Lingze seeking her out repeatedly, it was no longer a matter of whether she wished to confront him, but rather that she could not avoid doing so. She was still young, her temperament prone to extremes. In the future, it would be wise to keep her distanced from Gu Lingze. Indeed, Shiyu felt uneasy about explaining the situation to the Chu family. The unyielding malice emanating from Lu Yu's chamber had genuinely frightened her. The world of cultivation was not without its share of individuals who had developed split personalities due to various circumstances. What did you say? After a day of isolation, Liu emerged only to be met with Shiyu's unreasonable demeanor. Su Danshui raised her hands in surrender. Don't ask me. I truly have no idea. May I visit my master uncle? Lu Yu inquired. He has already taken residence at Panlong Temple. Su Danshui replied sympathetically. A month would pass swiftly. Lu Yu, in a fit of frustration, retorted, swiftly? How can one expect me to sweep the floors at Panlong Temple for a month? That's absurd. What of senior sister Xiaoyu? She is the disciple of Master Shiyu, is she not? Why must I be the one? Without Xiaoyu, we simply lack the numbers. Resigned, Lu Yu accepted her fate. After all, it was the blissful sect that had come here, and currently, it was only she who remained idle. Accompanying Su Danshui to Panlong Temple, she gathered her hair, donned the monk's hat, and changed into the monk's robes. Taking the broom from the hand of the sweeping monk, as Liu swept, she muttered to herself. Clearly, everyone possesses magical abilities. Why then must we resort to the broom instead of using the dust cleansing technique? Sweeping is one thing, but why must I uphold the sanctity of all the bodhisattvas and arhats in the outer 3 halls? Moreover, the bluestone floor cannot be swept. It requires kneeling down and wiping with a cloth. With a fervent spirit, she engaged in tasks previously undertaken at the esteemed National Master's residence. The 3 generations Buddha, both vertical and horizontal, the 4 heavenly kings, the 5 Buddhas, the 8 bodhisattvas, the 10 disciples, the 18 arhats, and the 20 deities every day. The incense burned without cease in the outer 3 halls. She diligently cleaned these ancestral figures by night, scrubbing the bluestone floor until it shimmered like a mirror at dawn. When the other monks commenced their daily offerings, she would venture outside to sweep the grounds. The numerous outer disciples of Panlong Temple gathered daily in the outer 3 halls to recite Buddhist scriptures, their voices resonating so clearly that even in the bustling marketplace, one could faintly hear them. Lu Yu, who had begun with a tempestuous demeanor, gradually found her tranquility. At times, when encountering disciples from various sects visiting, she would pause, bowing in respect like the other sweeping monks. On this day, Luo Sierra had invited many companions to accompany her to Panlong Temple for some leisure. From a distance, the sight of the sweeping figure left Gu Lingze utterly astonished. Ah, Lu Yu, indeed it is you. Zhou Meijia chuckled, her eyes crinkling with delight. I had heard that Master Shiyu lost a bet to Master Jixing, but I was skeptical. Seeing you here sweeping, I am now convinced. How does it feel to sweep? Lu Yu gently set aside her broom, bringing her palms together in a gesture of respect. Esteemed guests, I assume you are here for leisure. The path to your enjoyment lies that way. This area is designated for the inner gate and does not accommodate visitors. With a light-hearted chuckle, Zhou Meijia remarked. It seems you have taken to sweeping quite well. In that case, I shall not disturb you. Receiving a glance from Luo Sierra, Zhou Meijia decisively retreated. Lu Yu cast a neutral expression toward Luo Sierra before turning to Gu Lingze, noting with surprise how much he had waned in just over 10 days. Gu Lingze broke free from Luo Sierra and turned away. It was better to remain strangers. As strangers, it was easier for her. Off she went. Gu Lingze gazed at Ding Qishan's outstretched hand, hesitating momentarily before declining to grasp it, shaking her head and rejoining the line ahead. Whether it was merely her illusion or not, she suddenly found herself doubting both herself and Ding Qishan. Although Lu Yu's gaze towards her was unfamiliar, it lacked animosity. Yet, whenever Ding Qishan drew near, a bewildering turmoil surged in her mind, tinged with resentment. Gu Lingze quickened her pace, catching up with the girls ahead. In the distance, atop the tall pavilion, Shiyu and Jixing resumed their game at the chessboard. Are you truly resolved to have Chu Jiachi come here to sweep the floor? Shiyu nodded. It seems we must trouble the master. Jixing sighed. What trouble? The sweeping monk is hardly a coveted position, as you have observed these past few days. Lu Yu has shed her initial restlessness. This was precisely why she had no hesitation. Currently, Chu Jiachi had only himself to challenge others. His prowess in chi refining was already well-deserved. Rather than allowing him to offend a multitude outside, it would be better to confine him to Panlong Temple, where he could keep Lu Yu company. Watching the young girl toil alone, Shiyu felt a genuine pang of sympathy, especially the night before, when she had intended to sit with her and chat, only to overhear her softly murmuring to the Bodhisattva. Upon listening closely, she realized that she was reciting the rebirth mantra. She had listened outside all night. Last night, she returned to clean the 3 halls, where Lu Yu began with the Great Compassion mantra, continued to the 6-character Great Bright mantra, and finally recited the rebirth mantra. The gathering of individuals at the Remnant Sword Peak is no simple task, especially when considering the future leader of the peak. If one were to be influenced by Buddhist teachings, they would inevitably become devoid of desires, their heart inclined towards the Buddhist path, rendering them a sinner of the Xiaoyao sect. Observing the subordinate situation, Shiyu pondered that if she had not been vigilant, no one would have conveyed the teachings to Lu Yu, leading her to suspect that the Panlong Temple harbored ulterior motives towards Lu Yu. Senior brother, what brings you here? Did Master lose another bet? The melodious sound of her voice, brimming with vitality, reached her ears from afar, dispelling the somber atmosphere that had previously surrounded her during her recitations. Shiyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had paid little heed to Lu Yu's latter remark about losing a bet. Losing is trivial, for one can always try again. What truly frightens her is the possibility of being unable to rise again after a defeat. No, Master simply wishes for me to avoid making enemies outside. He insists that I have energy to spare, hence my presence to assist you with the cleaning, so that your hands do not become calloused after a month's labor. Is Master truly so considerate? Lu Yu inquired, perplexed. Nevertheless, she preferred not to clean. It afforded her some much-needed time to devote to her cultivation. Very well. You may handle the sweeping henceforth, while I shall take on the task of dusting the 3rd hall, declared Chu Jiachi. Master also insists that I must take on the cleaning duties, he continued. If it were not for these chores, he would rather avoid Lu Yu entirely. He would never willingly accept the task. The mere thought of being observed while sweeping filled him with dismay. Shiyu's master was truly a source of his troubles. At that moment, Lu Yu recognized Shiyu's master as having truly awakened to his conscience. Her hands had developed several blisters over the past fortnight. The broom and the sword are inherently different, and furthermore, one cannot utilize spiritual power for such tasks. That night, Shiyu did not hear Lu Yu reciting scriptures, which filled her heart with immense joy. Upon the elevated platform, Fuzhou and Fuyo sat in quiet contemplation. Senior brother, what do you suppose Shiyu is up to? She implored the parasitic senior brother to arrange for Lu Yu to join us as a humble sweeper, yet now she exhibits such behavior, it hardly resembles her former self. Fuzhou, whose nature was straightforward and devoid of convolutions, found himself pondering deeply, having suffered setbacks against the Xiaoyao sect on several occasions. Fuyo stroked his beard, exclaiming, "The depth of affection breeds the sharpness of criticism." It is said that Lu Yu initially sought to take her as a mentor, only to be usurped by Shuma. You should have witnessed the ferocity with which she struck Lu Yu. Such a young girl has already grasped the essence of sword intent. What is sword intent? It is the culmination of countless trials by blood and fire, forging a resolute heart to comprehend that the true direction of their swords ultimately leads to dust. On the arena, Lu Yu stubbornly contended with a mere inferior-grade Qiyang against the disciples of the Yuanshan sect. This clearly indicates a certain deficiency in her temperament. Shiyu hopes to cultivate her through Buddhist teachings, aspiring to strengthen her, yet fears that excessive doctrine may lead to a shift in her character. She intends to summon Chu Jiachi, aiming for a dual advantage. Fuzhou felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Did she regard our Panlong Temple as a mere marketplace, allowing anyone to enter at whim? Oh, you. Fuyo laughed heartily. What manner of individuals are Chu Jiachi and Lu Yu? As long as we do not provoke them. In a few centuries, regardless of where we are, there will always be a thread of connection to our Panlong Temple. Fuzhou was taken aback, then chuckled. Exactly. Although the parasitic senior brother often presents an air of indifference, he invariably delivers a stroke of genius when significant matters arise. With one less one-eyed dragon clutching a sword on the various arenas, it seems everyone is still adjusting. At a high-level meeting, It was revealed that Chu Jiechi and Lu Yu were sent to Panlong Temple as caretakers. During the gathering, everyone felt that Shi Yu's thoughts were profound and rather shameless. The 12 golden bells of Panlong Temple, all at the nascent soul stage, belong to the 4 major sects of the Taoist community. Although they currently unite against the demonic sect, there is still a subtle rivalry among them. Shaoao, located in the southwest and the earliest established sect, has fallen to the bottom of the 4 due to its distance from the populous central plain. The sudden dispatch of 2 youths who have comprehended the sword intent to Panlong Temple raises suspicions of an intention to unite with Panlong and reclaim the leadership of the Taoist sect. If that is the case, a reshuffling is inevitable. Panlong Temple has never intervened in the affairs of our Taoist community. Real Master Kagan of Lingshu's sect shook his head, stating that Panlong Temple, established for over 20,000 years, has never meddled in the grievances among the Taoist sections. The upcoming Panlong Conference, hosted by Master Xiaomo, aims to minimize conflicts arising from the struggles between the demonic and righteous paths, showing compassion for all beings. What does Shi Yu mean by this? Yunin from Dongting's sect was perplexed. If everyone knew this, there would be no need for speculation here. Perhaps Shi Yu should inquire directly. The various real masters of Xiaoyao are never the main focus. Indeed, if Qiji or Shunshun were present, they would not have come.